Su-yi traversed into a realm of lords, where upon reaching the age of 18, every individual awakens the heart of the lord, thus becoming a lord themselves, leading their territories into battles across myriad worlds. The lord's ability mediocre? Not a concern. His initial lordly talent subpar? That is of no consequence either. His territory is bound to a nascent world that can perpetually evolve, granting Su-yi the almost limitless capacity to summon troops. Limitless troop summoning, obliterating all. Chapter 1. Su-yi. On January 1st, 2013, in the era of the Azure Star, the New Year's Awakening Day dawned. In the modest household of the Su family in Qin Country, Su-yi, having just turned 18, sat quietly on the living room sofa. Surrounded by his father, Su Qingde, his mother, Guqin, his brother, Su-en, and his sister, Suya, the family engaged in soft conversation, with Su-yi occasionally interjecting. All family members possessed ordinary features, neither strikingly beautiful nor unattractive. And Su-yi, the traveler, was no exception. It was evident to his family that Su-yi appeared calm. Yet within, he was brimming with excitement. Indeed, this day held monumental significance for Su-yi and for everyone in Azure Star who had reached 18. On the surface, Azure Star and the Earth of Su-yi's former life appeared as technologically advanced societies, though Azure Star's technological prowess exceeded that of Earth at the time of Su-yi's traversal. However, this was merely the surface world. Beneath it lay the realm of lords. In Azure Star, all individuals who turn 18 awaken the heart of the Lord on the following January 1st, becoming lords who lead their territories in the conquest of countless realms. Su-yi's father, mother, and brother had all once been lords, but they had lost their lordly status due to failed missions and now lived as ordinary people in the surface world. As the clock approached midnight, Su-yi's inner excitement began to manifest on his face. Finally, the hour struck 12. Suddenly, as he sat on the sofa, a gentle white light enveloped Su-yi entirely. Simultaneously, a neutral voice devoid of emotion resonated within his mind. New Lord Su-yi awakens the heart of the Lord, acquiring a 1-star talent. Unerring aim. Beginner task. Survival mission. Survive for 30 days in the Daxia world. Task commencement. With the conclusion of this proclamation, Su-yi vanished from the sofa, accompanied by the blessings of his family. The world around him dimmed, and then brightened anew. Su-yi had arrived in the Daxia world. Before he could survey this new realm, further information flooded his mind regarding the task world and the introductory mission. The Daxia world was a place where technological advancement was exceedingly primitive, akin to ancient Qin country. Half a year prior, a cataclysm had swept across the Daxia world, transforming all humanity into mindless zombies driven solely by primal instincts. The new lord must survive for 30 days within this world to complete the mission and attain at least a minimal rating. Defeating zombies would yield points and experience, thereby enhancing the task rating. Please name your territory. Reincarnation. Territory names may overlap, and lords in Qin country typically favor 2 character names. As a traveler, Su-yi ultimately chose Reincarnation, a rather ordinary name for his territory. World Seed detected. Would you like to bind it to your territory? Binding it will initiate the growth of the World Seed. Upon hearing this, Su-yi felt somewhat bewildered. A World Seed? Where did that come from? After a moment of confusion, he recalled an enigmatic stone within his body. The stone appeared rough and dark, approximately the size of his fist. In both his past and present lives, Su-yi had no recollection of this stone. It was not until he turned 15 and uncovered the secrets of his birth that he became aware of its existence. The stone was presumably not part of his physical body. As it could not be detected by medical instruments, Su-yi speculated that the stone resided within his soul, perhaps acquired during the transition from Earth to Azure Star, though he had no memories of it. He had once considered the stone to be his golden finger, pondering various methods to induce change, yet none proved effective. Moreover, since the stone had no discernible impact on him, Su-yi eventually set the matter aside. Little did he expect that the stone was, in fact, a world seed destined to grow into a world. Binding successful. The world seed will accompany the territory's growth. With this declaration, silence once again enveloped Su-yi's mind. He closed his eyes, striving to calm himself and locate the stone deep within his soul. To his surprise, he discovered that the stone had departed from his body, yet he could still sense its presence. The stone now existed within his territory, bound to it, taking root and sprouting, rapidly evolving into a diminutive world. Su-yi felt as if he could open a spatial gateway leading to this small world. Setting this matter aside for the moment, he chose to observe the changes within himself and his surroundings. While at home, despite the winter chill, the warmth of the heating allowed Su-yi to wear only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Now, in the task world, his attire had transformed into a perfectly fitted, resplendent suit of lightweight metallic armor, complemented by a sharp longsword adorned with gemstones. At his waist, this was the novice lord equipment bestowed by the system. Gazing at himself, Su-yi began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a modest village, covering an area of merely 5,000 square meters. This was his territory, enclosed by a 2-meter-high wooden fence on all sides. The interior housed 4 wooden structures. A lord's mansion occupying only 50 square meters, a recruitment altar with a diameter of 10 meters spanning 78.5 square meters, a primary dwelling of 666 square meters, and an 800 square meter farm. The entire territory was enveloped by a translucent invincible shield, which would only last for half an hour. Su-yi needed to utilize this time to swiftly recruit subjects to prepare for potential threats or monsters. Su-yi's gaze pierced through the wooden fence and the invincible shield, observing the outside world, speculating that his territory might be situated in a relatively flat, agricultural land. Yet, the fields bore no crops, only a few ragged zombies meandering about. At a greater distance, he could see a thicket of trees, and even further loomed the mountains. Retrieving his gaze, he silently commanded system, and an invisible light screen materialized before him, displaying a series of icons. Personal, territory, map, treasure chest, shop, friends, chat, ranking, alliance, records, tools. He could interact with the screen through physical touch or mental command. First, Su-yi clicked on personal. Name, Su-yi. Lifespan, 19/100 years. Talent, unerring aim, 1 star. Level, 0. Equipment, 0 level lightweight metal armor, 1 star. 0 level longsword, 1 star. Points, 1,000. Experience, 0. As a newly minted lord, Su-yi was no longer an ordinary individual. At level 0, he possessed a lifespan of 100 years, which would extend with his level progression. The talent was essentially lordly talent, deeply intertwined with his territory. The 1-star talent, unerring aim, could slightly enhance the archery accuracy of his subjects. Thus, the most suitable recruits for Su-yi at this juncture were archers, whose combat efficacy could be significantly bolstered through his lordly talent. Not only archery, but also crossbows, ballistae, and even territorial structures such as arrow towers. Any projectiles launched would benefit from improved accuracy. Chapter 2. The Microcosm. The star rating of a talent essentially reflects its quality, akin to the quality of equipment and the caliber of subjects. A 1-star rating signifies a common white talent. A 2-star rating denotes an advanced blue talent. A 3-star rating represents a rare purple talent. A 4-star rating indicates an epic silver talent. A 5-star rating embodies a legendary gold talent, and a 6-star rating epitomizes a mythical red talent. The formidable lords of the 30 tiers speculate that there exists an even higher quality beyond the mythical, yet no evidence has surfaced to substantiate this claim. Initially, the vast majority of lords possess a 1-star talent, with only 1% attaining a 2-star talent and a mere 1 in 10,000 achieving a 3-star talent. Fortunately, talents are not fixed. They can be exchanged or upgraded in quality. However, for ordinary lords, altering or enhancing talent quality poses a considerable challenge. In the realm of Daxia, experience points can be accrued by vanquishing zombies, enabling lords to elevate both themselves and their subjects in rank. Points serve 3 primary purposes. The first is for recruiting subjects, with each subject costing 100 points. Lords can recruit individuals of various professions, such as combat roles like archers and spearmen, or life skills like blacksmiths and chefs. The second purpose is for purchasing items in the marketplace, where only common white quality items are available, while some unique items, such as lord talents, remain unattainable. Lords may establish markets within their territories to trade with others, utilizing points as currency. This constitutes the third purpose of points. Typically, the prices for trading white quality items are lower than those in the marketplace. Newly appointed lords begin with a mere 1,000 points, often spending 800 points to recruit 8 combat-oriented subjects. Should their territory find itself in a precarious situation, they may expend all points to recruit 10 combat subjects. Thanks to the educational system of the Qin Kingdom, Su-yi and his peers have diligently studied the knowledge of the lordly world. Hence, Su-yi merely glanced at the personal page, primarily to check his talent, before closing it and opening the territory page. Reincarnation domain. Lord, Su-yi. Affiliation, Qin Civilization. Tier 0. Area, 5,000, 100 square meters. Population, 150, 100, 000 individuals. Structures, Lord's Manor, 0. Recruitment Altar, 0. City Walls, 0. Basic Residences, 0. Farm, 0. Subsidiary, Microcosm, 0. What? Su-yi's heart raced with excitement, nearly propelling him from his seat as he beheld the territory page. A typical 0-tier territory spans merely 5,000 square meters, accommodating a maximum population of 50 individuals, 100 square meters per person. As territory area increases, so too does its population capacity. To expand territory area, there are only 2 methods: advancing the territory tier or acquiring the talent of Abundant Earth. A 1-star Abundant Earth talent increases territory area by 10, a 2-star by 20, a 3-star by 40, a 4-star by 80, a 5-star by 160, and a 6-star by 320. The number of inhabitants in a territory signifies its strength to some extent, rendering the abundant earth talent one of the most coveted among lords. Even a 6-star mythical quality abundant earth talent, which can augment territory area by 320, would allow a 0-tier territory to reach 21,000 square meters, accommodating a maximum population of 210, still vastly inferior to Su Yi's domain. All of this evidently relates to the microcosm that is a part of his territory. Upon touching the microcosm, a wealth of information flooded Su Yi's mind. The emergence of the microcosm has bifurcated his territory into 2 spatial layers. The external space constitutes the conventional territory, while the internal space embodies the microcosm. The 0-tier microcosm spans an impressive 1,000,000 square meters. Upon the advancement of the territory to the next tier, the microcosm will concurrently elevate. While the area of the microcosm does not increase with the territory's tier progression, it will grow autonomously each day post-advancement. The increase in total territory area and population capacity implies that Su Yi's domain possesses formidable recruitment capabilities, far surpassing even those endowed with the 6-star abundant earth talent. Presently, the area and population capacity of Su Yi's territory equate to the combined total of 201 novice territories. The internal and external spaces of the territory are interconnected via spatial doors. The 0-tier microcosm can open 2 spatial doors. One is a fixed position door that remains perpetually accessible. The other, bound to Su Yi, can be activated at any location within the territory for a brief duration. Spatial doors cannot be opened outside the territory. Since the microcosm constitutes a part of the territory, most territorial structures can be constructed within it. The vast area of the territory inspires Su Yi to envision a comprehensive domain capable of self-sustenance in every aspect. In contrast, other lords with limited territory sizes must focus on specific developmental avenues. Warfare is inevitable, but beyond that, there are choices such as agriculture, animal husbandry, metallurgy, and manufacturing. Ultimately, the microcosm possesses a tier but lacks a quality designation. Were it to possess a quality, it would undoubtedly far exceed the 6-star classification. Prior to the advent of the microcosm, even with the identity of a transmigrator, Su Yi regarded himself as merely one among countless ordinary lords, devoid of background or extraordinary capabilities. The commonplace 1-star talent of unerring arrow further solidified this perception. Ordinary lords might face failure in novice tasks, or, after persisting through several, ultimately confront defeat, returning to the outer world to live as an ordinary person, just as Su Yi's parents and brother had done. The emergence of the microcosm has fundamentally transformed Su Yi's perspective. His journey as a lord now appears to hold the promise of greater potential. Yet, having lived 2 lives, Su Yi harbors a cautious heart. As the current strength of his territory remains unproven, he recognizes his own vulnerability, requiring time for development. As his exhilaration gradually subsides, he takes a few deep breaths and continues to survey his surroundings. He closes the territory page. On the map page, aside from his territory and a small surrounding area, all else remains shrouded in darkness, necessitating manual exploration to unveil the map. Treasure chests can be obtained by defeating monsters of 2-star quality or higher, and upon completing tasks, one may receive evaluation chests. The marketplace serves as a point-based shop for purchasing various white-quality items. Friends allows for the addition of acquaintances for chatting, and group chats can be established. Once markets are created, trading with friends becomes possible. The chat feature includes regional and world channels, bustling with activity. The rankings display leaderboards, currently featuring the Daxia World Territory Strength Rankings, Civilization Strength Rankings, Alliance Strength Rankings, and Territory Strength Rankings. The latter 3 comprise overall rankings. For instance, in the Civilization Strength Rankings, each nation represents a civilization. Chun Civilization ranks 1st, Eri Civilization 2nd, and Bharat Civilization 3rd. Alliances consist of lordly unions, akin to guilds within the game. The top-ranking Tiandi Alliance and the second-ranking Xianhuang Alliance both belong to Chun Civilization, while the third, Free Alliance, is affiliated with Eri Civilization. The Daxia World Territory Strength Rankings has yet to display any rankings but indicates that a total of 1 million territories are involved, implying that 1 million novice lords have arrived in the Daxia world. Considering the possibility of Su Yi ascending the rankings in the future and lacking protective backing, he opts to activate the hidden information option. A first-tier lord may establish an alliance, provided they possess an alliance charter, which can only be acquired from a treasure chest of at least 5-star legendary quality. Records serve as a system log, automatically documenting the number of monsters slain, experience gained, points acquired, and other relevant content. In the final collection of tools, there are various gadgets such as notebooks, alarms, stopwatches, and calendars. Chapter 3, Recruiting Subjects. The invincible shield can only last for half an hour. As a wooden fence of the 0-tier territory, its defensive capability is negligible, easily toppled by level 0 zombies. Su-yi must expedite the recruitment of subjects. The recruitment altar is located to the north of the territory, flanked on either side by the Lord's Manor. After walking a few meters north from the center of the territory, Su-yi arrives at the altar. Outside the territory, only a handful of zombies roam, rendering the situation relatively safe. He decides to spend 800 points to recruit 8 subjects, reserving the remaining 200 points. Upon reaching the altar, he successfully connects to it and silently contemplates the subjects he wishes to recruit. For archers, 2 shield bearers, 2 spearmen. All to be male. With the 1-star Lord talent of unerring shot, which slightly enhances the archer's accuracy, recruiting archers will significantly bolster Su-yi's territorial strength. However, merely recruiting archers is insufficient. He also requires frontline tanks and melee fighters. Thus he includes shield bearers and spearmen in his recruitment. The choice of male subjects can also be entirely female or follow a specific gender ratio. While subjects of the same level, quality, and profession are comparable, females possess slightly less strength but greater agility. Additionally, recruited subjects can engage in intimate relationships, though they are incapable of bearing offspring. The Lord cannot conceive in either the task world or the Lord's world, with procreation only possible in the external world. Not only can the gender of the subjects be selected, but their appearances can also be customized, including hair color, eye color, and skin tone, defaulting to that of the Lord. As the recruitment commences, the altar illuminates, and figures soon materialize within. The archers don leather armor and wield longbows, with a single-handed sword at their waist and a quiver slung over their shoulders. The shield bearers are clad in heavy armor, brandishing large shields and carrying single-handed swords. The spearmen are attired in metallic light armor, armed with long spears. Su-yi observes the subjects at the altar, noticing names appear above their heads. By silently reciting the names and attributes of the subjects, their personal information manifests in Su-yi's mind and can also be displayed on the system panel. Name: Ding-san, white name. Age: 21. Profession: archer. Level: 0. Talent: archery, 1 star. Equipment: Level 0 longbow, 1 star. Level 0 single-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 20 Level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Upon seeing Ding-san's name displayed in white, it signifies that his talent is of 1 star ordinary quality. Loyalty begins at a maximum of 100. Newly recruited subjects start at 80, with 60 being the threshold for basic compliance. A loyalty level below 60 may result in subjects disregarding the Lord's commands or even betraying him by fleeing the territory. Subjects' loyalty will fluctuate based on the Lord's performance. The recruited subjects are not mere static NPCs. They possess the intelligence of ordinary humans. All 8 subjects bear white names, indicating their commonality, lacking additional talents beyond their inherent archery, shield, and spear skills. The initial probability of a Lord's talent reaching 2 stars is merely 1, and the likelihood of recruiting subjects with 2-star talents is similarly low. Within the confines of this minor realm, Su-yi's population cap reaches 10,050, meaning that even if he fills the recruitment quota, the majority will likely be of ordinary quality. Su-yi no longer requires the vast earth talent. His current necessity is the royal path talent, which enhances the chances of recruiting subjects of a higher quality. A 1-star royal path talent increases the probability by 1, 2 stars by 2, 3 stars by 4, 4 stars by 8, 5 stars by 16, and 6 stars by 32. Should he possess a 6-star royal path talent, for every 3 subjects recruited, 1 will appear as a 2-star blue high-quality subject. The 8 subjects emerge from the altar in succession, kneeling before Su-yi. We greet you, esteemed Lord. Please rise. Welcome to the reincarnation territory. From this day forth, it shall be your home, and together we shall defend our sanctuary. At your command. At Su-yi's words, the loyalty of the 8 subjects incrementally increases. I shall arrange accommodations for you. Su-yi leads the 8 subjects to the primary dwelling located in the southeastern region of the territory. This 0-tier primary residence spans 666 square meters. The dwelling is styled as an apartment building, consisting of a single floor divided into 10 residential units. Each unit encompasses 60 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, furnished with basic wooden furniture and diningware. Although the bedrooms are somewhat cramped, they are sufficient for 1 subject each. The primary residence can accommodate a total of 30 subjects, although it is possible to house more at the expense of loyalty. The Lord's Manor, however, is a mere 50 square meters, smaller than a single residential unit. The residence can be upgraded, enhancing its floors and sturdiness without increasing the living space, while the Lord's Manor can be expanded continuously. Aside from basic wooden furniture, both the dwelling and the Lord's Manor contain food sufficient for the Lord and 10 subjects for 7 days. Constructing new residences will not include provisions. After assigning accommodations to the 8 subjects, Su-yi waits outside. During this time, he enters the chat channel, currently filled with invitations for lords of the same civilization to join group chats. The lords of the Chun civilization face 2 types of enemies in the task world: those from the task world itself and other civilization lords from the Azure Star. Within the Lord's world, the Qin civilization stands as the most formidable, ranking first on the civilization power rankings. The Qin civilization enjoys the favor of the Azure Star, with reduced disaster occurrence within its territory, favorable weather conditions, and an increased likelihood of extraordinary individuals emerging, facilitating scientific and technological breakthroughs. Civilizations ranking below Qin aspire to dethrone it, vying for the top position. Consequently, these lower-ranked civilizations band together to form the Azure Alliance, aiming to eliminate the Qin civilization and contest for supremacy. The overall strength of the Azure Alliance significantly surpasses that of the Qin civilization. Nevertheless, under the leadership of the Qin nation's officials, the Qin civilization remains remarkably united. Its lords are bold and tenacious, maintaining their position at the pinnacle of the civilization power rankings despite substantial losses. Originally, the Qin civilization had a few allies, but they have become targets of the Azure Alliance, leaving the Qin civilization unable to provide assistance, gradually isolating it. For novice lords, the dangers posed by enemies in the novice task world are less severe than those posed by the lords of the Azure Alliance. Su-yi must swiftly seek an organization to facilitate intelligence exchange with other lords of the Qin civilization. Through the information in the chat channel, Su-yi joins two group chats. The first is established by the officials of the Qin nation, titled Daxia World Group 216, which prohibits ordinary members from chatting, allowing only the group owner and administrators to send messages. Shortly after joining, Su-yi encounters a critical piece of information regarding the zombies in the Daxia world. The vital points of the Daxia zombies are akin to those of humans, such as the head and heart. Zombies lack pain sensation, even when gravely injured. As long as they can move, they will continue to charge towards flesh and blood. It remains uncertain whether zombies possess infectious capabilities. While the information is sparse, it is of paramount importance to Su-yi. The zombies of the Daxia world are considered the weakest among all zombies, easily dispatched by archers. Chapter 4, Slaying Zombies. In addition to joining the Daxia World Group 216, Su-yi also joins a regional chat group, 1/1 group. The group leader is also an official staff member of the Qin nation, but there are no restrictions on chatting within this group. The so-called official staff of the Qin kingdom are, in fact, exceptionally high-achieving students who, after passing the rigorous assessments of the Qin kingdom, become temporary personnel. They must complete novice tasks or navigate through several task worlds before attaining the status of formal members. Each of the two group chats has a maximum capacity of 200 individuals, and every lord can establish a complementary group chat of that size. Group leaders can expend points to create additional group chats or increase the member limit of existing ones. It is evident that no lord currently opts to utilize their scarce points for augmenting the capacity of their group chats. Su-yi glanced briefly at the one group chat, observing that 8 of his subjects had emerged from their dwellings, armed and assembled before him. Merely 12 minutes had elapsed since Su-yi entered the Great Xia world, and the invincible shield could still be maintained for 18 more minutes. For archers, each positioned in a different direction, were tasked with surveying the number of zombies outside while remaining within the confines of their territory. Understood, Su-yi commanded, and the 4 archers sprinted towards the 4 corners of their domain. Clad in leather armor, the archers moved with greater speed than the shield bearers and polearm soldiers. Typically, archers also possessed superior vision compared to their shield-bearing and polearm counterparts. In less than a minute, the 4 archers returned in succession, reporting the zombie situation outside their territory. Within a radius of 200 meters, there was 1 zombie to the east, 2 to the north, and none to the south or west, with traces of zombies only appearing at a greater distance. The invincible shield remained intact, allowing individuals to enter and exit freely. With preparations complete, it was time to hunt zombies, to gain points swiftly and recruit more subjects. While other lords concluded their recruitment after acquiring 49 subjects, Su-yi had the capacity to recruit 49 subjects, necessitating a vast accumulation of points. They first targeted the solitary zombie to the east. The newly recruited subjects lacked experience in slaying zombies, thus it was prudent to allow them to practice and accumulate combat experience. The group hastily made their way towards the eastern edge of their territory, where, through the barrier and shield, they could see a solitary zombie ambling about. Approximately 50 meters away from the wooden fence, the zombie's skin appeared ashen, its scara entirely blackened, and its teeth and nails elongated and sharp. Upon opening the eastern gate, they were met with the invincible shield which, due to its protective barrier, kept the zombie oblivious to the presence of living beings within the territory. The invincible shield prohibited attacks on zombies from within. To engage, one must step outside. As they exited the shield, the zombie detected their presence and let out a guttural roar as it charged towards them. Ding-san, take aim and eliminate it, Su-yi commanded. Yes. Ding-san complied with his lord's directive, stepping forward with his bow in hand, drawing an arrow from his quiver and knocking it, preparing to shoot at the zombie's head. The other archers, shield bearers, and polearm soldiers readied themselves for battle, standing by in case Ding-san's shot missed. Ding-san felt a flutter of anxiety, not wishing his first shot to fail, so he decided to let the zombie close the distance a bit more. Soon, The zombie was within 30 meters. Taking a deep breath, he released the arrow aimed at the creature's head. The arrow flew true, piercing the zombie's skull, causing it to stumble forward a few paces before collapsing, thrashing briefly before succumbing. Killed a level 0 zombie, white name. Gained 5 points, 5 experience. 1 arrow was expended, valued at 1 point in the marketplace. Newly recruited archers came equipped with a quiver of 20 arrows, and once these were depleted, they would need to purchase more from the marketplace. In this novice task world, no lords would produce arrows in the short term, and trading between lords was out of the question. It remained uncertain whether zombies possessed the ability to infect. Hence, the deceased zombie was left unattended, and the arrow lodged in its skull was irretrievable. The meager reward for killing a zombie was noted, as 100 points were required to recruit a single subject, and both lords and subjects needed 10 experience points to advance from level 0 to level 1. Having effortlessly dispatched a zombie, Sui noted that the 2 remaining zombies to the north had not been drawn to the commotion of the battle. He led his group back to the territory, then proceeded to the northern gate to engage the next 2 zombies, swapping in 2 different archers for this task, at a distance of fewer than 30 meters. And with the added benefit of Suyi's 1-star marksmanship talent, the archers, even with their basic skills, managed to eliminate their targets without wasting arrows. They dispatched 2 more level 0 white-named zombies, earning another 10 points and 10 experience. Without hesitation, Sui consumed 10 experience points to elevate Ding San's level from 0 to 1. This upgrade signified an enhancement in Ding San's capabilities, specifically improving his physical attributes, while his marksmanship talent remained unchanged, albeit with a slight increase in accuracy compared to his previous level. Sui was not in a rush to elevate his own level. On one hand, he intended to develop the archers as the mainstay of his territory. He had some knowledge of archery, but lacked the necessary talent and was short on additional arrows. On the other hand, lords typically focused on managing their territories and commanding their armies, rarely engaging in direct combat themselves. With the 3 zombies in the vicinity eliminated, Sui contemplated his next steps. He decided that there was no immediate need to gather resources such as wood, stone, or metal for constructing buildings. The foremost objective was to slay more zombies, accrue points and experience, and strengthen his territory. Sui faced 2 choices: either lead his subjects out to seek combat with zombies or lure the nearby zombies back to his territory for extermination. The former bore the risk of leaving some personnel behind to guard against potential raids from other lords, as he could not lead everyone into battle without the threat of encountering large hordes of zombies or unexpected confrontations with rival lords. Opting for caution, Sui chose the latter approach. Attracting zombies to his territory for extermination posed its own challenge, as level 0 zombies moved quickly, sometimes even faster than fully armed level 0 archers. Sui opted not to send Ding San, now at level 1, out to lure the zombies, but instead spent 100 points to recruit a new subject. Name: Zhou Guang, white name. Age: 20. Occupation: scout. Level: level 0. Talent: agility 1 star. Equipment: level 0 one-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. The scout possessed an agility talent, allowing him to run faster than both the archers in full gear and the level 0 zombies, likely matching the speed of level 1 zombies. Sui decided to recruit a scout first, planning to replace him with a second scout once the first grew fatigued and accrued more points. Additionally, the scout would serve to unveil the map and broaden their visibility. Chapter 5. Points and experience. Scouts come in various forms. Some possess exceptional speed, others excel at stealth, and some may even have riding talents. Recruiting scouts with riding talents, or even cavalry, seems advantageous. Yet cavalry do not come equipped with mounts, which must be captured, purchased, or raised. Furthermore, mounts cannot be directly upgraded through experience, diminishing their importance compared to infantry, who can continuously level up and eventually outpace mounted cavalry. Once Zhou Guang was settled into his lodgings, he embarked on his mission to lure the nearest zombies back to the territory. Sui assigned 2 archers to keep watch, stationed at the northeastern and southwestern corners of the territory. By occupying diagonal positions, they could effectively monitor all sides of the domain. While awaiting Zhou Guang's return with the zombies, Sui found himself with no shortage of tasks to attend to, arranging for the other 5 subjects to rest in place. Sui personally took a spearman and retrieved a wooden bucket from the nearby residences, then made his way towards the farm. The farm spanned an impressive 800 square meters, nearly occupying 1/6 of the entire territory of the 0-tier domain. The actual arable land measured 666 square meters, equivalent to 1 mu. Although the farm's area would remain unchanged upon upgrading, the growth rate of the crops within would be significantly enhanced. The farm also contained housing, a storage facility, a well, and farming tools. While cultivation would not commence immediately, the well was of paramount importance. The water drawn from the well could not only be utilized for irrigating the fields, but also served as the primary source of domestic water for the territory. The well's water supply was inexhaustible, yet limited by the size of the wellhead and the water extraction equipment, thus restricting the daily amount drawn. Sui returned with a bucket of water from the farm's well, subsequently finding a bamboo tube for water storage, allowing anyone thirsty to drink from it. Within a minute, Zhou Guang lured a zombie closer to the territory. Su Yi designated an archer to take aim, and with a single shot, the zombie was dispatched. This earned him 5 points and 5 experience. Su Yi promptly expended all 10 experience points to elevate Zhou Guang to level 1. Zhou Guang's speed had noticeably increased. For the vast majority of lords from the Chun civilization, the novice tasks were rather straightforward. For instance, in the Great Xia world, as long as a lord recruits 10 subjects and avoids encountering large hordes of zombies in the early stages, they could gradually develop their territory. In contrast to zombies, other civilization lords posed a far greater threat. However, upon the conclusion of the novice tasks, the subsequent challenges would present a significant increase in difficulty. During this waiting period, Su Yi summoned the system panel and accessed the group chat to peruse any new information available. The Great Xia World 216 group contained important notifications. It was announced that zombies in the Great Xia World were infectious. If one were to be scratched or bitten by a zombie, or if a wound came into contact with the zombie's bodily fluids, they would inevitably succumb to infection. Upon reading this notification, Su Yi furrowed his brow. The infectious nature of zombies was indeed a troublesome matter. The arrows used to slay zombies were essentially non-recoverable, and care must be taken with blades that had been used to dispatch zombies, as they would be tainted with zombie blood. The corpses of zombies outside the territory could not be left unattended either. Careful handling was essential during disposal. Within the one slice one kill group, numerous lords engaged in casual conversation. Zombies are quite easy to slay. With a shield bearer blocking, a spearman can easily dispatch a zombie with a thrust to the head. I recommend recruiting more archers to take them down at close range, 1 arrow per zombie. I've already killed 5 level 0 zombies, all white names, hoping a blue name zombie will appear for me to slay. Damn, there's a massive horde of zombies just 100 meters from my territory, and the invincibility shield is about to expire. Can anyone come to my aid? Brother, goodbye. Brother, never to meet again. Su Yi noted that very few individuals in the group chat disclosed their locations, even though the members were all lords of the Qin civilization. Even within the formidable Qin civilization, traitors could emerge. The same held true for other civilizations. Whenever the stakes were high enough, betrayal was a possibility. Lords would keep their territory's location confidential unless absolutely necessary. With the invincibility shield on the verge of vanishing, Zhou Guang lured back a second wave of zombies. This wave comprised 3 zombies, 1 swift and 2 sluggish. A blue-named zombie, having only slain a few zombies. It seemed unlikely that luck would favor him so soon with a blue-named one. They were likely level 1 or even level 2 white-named zombies. Su Yi summoned 3 archers to his side, and as the zombies approached within a 30-meter range, they began to shoot, systematically dispatching the 3 zombies. As expected, they were all white-named, 2 level 0 and 1 level 1. Kill a level 1 zombie, white name. Gain 10 points, 10 experience. With the defeat of the 3 zombies, Su Yi accrued 20 points and 20 experience, raising his total points to 140, while his experience remained at 20. The archers had become the primary force for slaying zombies in Su Yi's territory. Ding San had already advanced to level 1, prompting Su Yi to elevate the 2 level 0 archers to level 1 as well. The rules governing the acquisition of experience from monsters in the Lord's world were relatively straightforward. Level 0 monsters yielded 5 experience, level 1 monsters 10 experience, level 2 monsters 20 experience, level 10 monsters 100 experience, level 20 monsters 200 experience, and level 100 monsters 1000 experience, with the experience gain being 10 times the monster's level. In the 0-tier task world, levels 0 through 5 were classified as 0 tier. Ordinarily, only level 0 was 0 tier, while levels 1 through 10 constituted 1 tier, and levels 11 through 20 formed the 2nd tier. In 2nd tier territories, slaying 2nd tier monsters would yield normal experience, while defeating 1st tier monsters would only grant 1/10 of the experience, and 0 tier monsters would only yield 1/100th. This was strictly for acquiring experience from white-named creatures. Defeating blue-named monsters of the same level would grant double experience, while slaying purple-named monsters would yield even further multiplied experience. The experience required for lords and subjects to level up was equivalent to that gained from defeating monsters of the same quality at their respective levels. Regarding lord quality, it pertained to the innate quality of the lord's talents. Thus, Su Yi, being a white-named lord, had not seen any alteration to his quality within this small world. Additionally, points could be earned through slaying monsters. Territories and monsters of the same tier would yield points equivalent to the tier. Level 1 white-named monsters provided 10 points, increasing by 5 points for each level gained, with a maximum of 55 points for level 10 monsters. If the level remained unchanged but the monster's quality improved, the points earned would be doubled. If the territory was 1 tier above the monster, only 1/10 of the points would be awarded, and if it were 2 tiers higher, only 1/100th would be granted. Therefore, it could be said that slaying monsters of the same tier as the territory maximized the points and experience obtained. Engaging monsters of a higher tier would still yield normal experience and a fixed amount of 100 points. This only applied to white-named monsters, with points doubled for blue-named ones. The Great Xiao world served as a novice task environment, also classified as a zero-tier task world, where monsters typically reached a maximum level of 5. In zero-tier territories, lords and subjects could ascend to a maximum of level 5. Zhou Guang took a sip from the bamboo tube before rushing back out of the territory. As Zhou Guang lured zombies from various directions, the area displayed on the map expanded significantly. Su Yi felt fortunate, having not encountered a massive horde of zombies. Unlike some lords in the group, were Zhou Guang to spot a large horde, he would not foolishly draw them closer. Chapter 6. The Black Lord's Territory, a Small Village. Su Yi departed from the Azure Star at noon, entering the Novice Task World at 8 a.m. according to the Great Xia World's time. The passage of a single day in the two worlds would not be entirely identical, but would not differ drastically either. Su Yi had been in the Great Xia World for over half an hour, and the invincibility shield had long since dissipated. Without the protective barrier of the invincibility shield, Su Yi could only rely on his subjects to safeguard the territory. It was imperative to slay more zombies, accumulate points, and recruit additional subjects to ensure the territory's safety. Subsequently, Zhou Guang attracted 3 more waves, summing to a total of 10 zombies. Most of the zombies were dispatched by the archers, although a few remained for the shield bearers and spearmen to practice against. Level 0 zombies were exceedingly feeble, easily blocked by shield bearers, and dispatched with a single thrust from the spearmen. Of the 10 zombies, 8 were level 0 and 2 level 1, granting Su Yi 60 points and 60 experience. His total points had now reached 200, and seeing Zhou Guang appearing somewhat fatigued, Su Yi spent 100 points to recruit an additional scout. Still a white name. The scout was named Yi Feishing. With 1 scout, 1 archer, 2 shield bearers, and 2 spearmen, he upgraded them all to level 1, perfectly utilizing the remaining 60 experience. Now, Su Yi remained the only level 0 lord in the territory. Zhou Guang took a rest while Yi Feishing ventured out to lure zombies. Compared to Zhou Guang, Yi Feishing's efficacy in luring zombies had diminished. On one hand, Yi Feishing was a novice. On the other, the zombies within proximity of the territory had already been drawn away by Zhou Guang, necessitating that Yi Feishing venture farther afield to attract zombies back. The scarcity of zombies in the surrounding area was both a blessing and a curse for Su Yi. The absence of zombies signifies that the territory is exceptionally secure in the short term. However, the limited opportunities to eliminate zombies for points results in a sluggish pace of development. For the time being, enlisting 2 scouts to alternate their duties suffices. But there is a pressing need to recruit more archers, shield bearers, and pikemen, maintaining a temporary ratio of 2 to 1 to 1 among the 3. Provided the numbers of archers, shield bearers, and pikemen are sufficiently robust, Su Yi can instruct the scouts to lure a greater number of zombies at once. Given the current strength of the territory, enticing more than 10 zombies simultaneously could result in the deaths of the inhabitants. After all, any injury inflicted by a zombie practically guarantees infection, transforming the victim into one of the undead. The loss of a single inhabitant equates to a loss of 100 points, necessitating the elimination of 20 level 0 white-named zombies to accrue that same amount of points. Zhou Guang, having run back and forth, has only managed to collect 100 points thus far. Subsequently, Yi Feishing and Zhou Guang, the 2 scouts, alternate in drawing zombies, each enticing 2 or 3 waves before resting and allowing the other to take their turn. The morning's zombie hunting endeavors persist until 11 o'clock. Through the diligent efforts of the inhabitants, they successfully vanquished a total of 34 zombies, including 26 level 0, 6 level 1, and 2 level 2 zombies. The eradication of 1 level 0 zombie yields 5 points and 5 experience. 1 level 1 zombie grants 10 points and 10 experience. And a level 2 zombie provides 15 points and 20 experience. The defeat of these 34 zombies awards Su Yi a total of 220 points and 230 experience. He retains 100 points for future use, expending all 220 points earned. With 200 points, he recruits 2 inhabitants, 1 archer and 1 shield bearer. With the addition of these 2 newcomers, Su Yi's cadre of inhabitants now totals 12, comprising 5 archers, 3 shield bearers, 2 pikemen, and 2 scouts. He spends 20 points in the market to acquire 20 level 0 arrows, replenishing the archer supply somewhat. During the morning, the archers consumed 43 arrows, combined with the purchased 20. They are left with a total of 77 arrows. The arrows expended are lodged in the bodies of the zombies surrounding the territory, and while they can potentially be reused, the process of retrieving them poses risks of injury or exposure to zombie bodily fluids. The arrowheads and shafts may be contaminated. A careless touch might lead to infection. Although arrows costing 1 point are barely affordable, engaging in close combat with zombies carries its own dangers, as even unscathed fighters risk infection. A living zombie, when inflicted with a wound at a vital point, could spray its blood, potentially reaching the eyes or mouth of a melee combatant and leading to infection. Instances of this nature have already arisen in 1/1 group. Many lords advise others to recruit archers whenever possible to eliminate zombies, thereby avoiding close quarters combat. Over 50 zombies have already fallen around Su Yi's territory. As zombies do not consume their own kind, the odor from decaying corpses will become unbearable. Su Yi plans to take some time to lead the inhabitants in digging pits to bury the bodies. When transporting zombies, Su Yi will specifically purchase leather gloves from the market to minimize direct contact. The market also offers a detoxification agent for the zombie virus at 200 points, which can only be used by one individual. If a lord were to become infected, they might still be willing to spend 200 points. However, if a white-named inhabitant were to become infected, they would be reluctant to expend such resources, given that recruiting a single inhabitant costs only 100 points. The lords of the Chun civilization in the Great Xia world will predominantly seek to recruit archers, capable of directly slaying zombies, thus avoiding close combat altogether. Arrows consumed should not be recovered if avoidable. With his one-star talent for precise archery, Su Yi appears to possess a distinct advantage. With 230 experience points, he spends 30 to elevate both himself and the newly recruited archer and shield bearer to level 1. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 requires 20 experience points, which Su Yi invests to elevate 5 archers, 2 scouts, 2 shield bearers, and 1 pikeman to level 2. Only 1 pikeman and 1 shield bearer, alongside Su Yi himself, remain at level 1. Naturally, Su Yi utilizes experience points as they are earned, rather than waiting until noon to upgrade the inhabitants. Beyond acquiring points and experience from slaying zombies, the 2 scouts have made new discoveries. To the northwest of the reincarnation territory, over 800 meters away, lies another territory. Observing from a distance, the scouts note that the inhabitants there possess dark skin, suggesting they are likely not lords of the Chun civilization, who predominantly have yellow skin, with few exhibiting white or black skin. It remains uncertain whether these inhabitants have discovered the reincarnation territory, prompting Su Yi to contemplate whether to preemptively eliminate this neighboring territory. The method is straightforward. Dispatch scouts to lure a horde of zombies toward it, allowing the undead to obliterate the territory. However, this strategy carries considerable uncertainty. For instance, encountering a powerful zombie might result in the demise of Su Yi's scouts, or the proximity of the 2 territories could lead the zombie horde to Su Yi's domain instead. In addition to discovering a territory inhabited by black-skinned individuals, the scouts also located a small village approximately 700 meters south of the territory. Based on the village's size, it likely housed over 50 households or several hundred individuals before the apocalypse. The village lacks walls, and most zombies have fled, leaving only a few behind. Once Su Yi's number of inhabitants increases, he plans to lead them to explore the village to see if they can gather some supplies, primarily food, wood, stone, and metal. Chapter 7. 4 Types of Zombies. It is time for lunch. Su Yi inquires among the inhabitants as to who can cook, and half of them claim to possess culinary skills. However, none of the 12 inhabitants possess any culinary talents of the star rank, indicating that their cooking abilities are limited to merely edible fare, and they might even produce unpalatable dishes. Currently, the food available in the territory consists solely of rice, flour, jerky, and pickled vegetables, and given the limited ingredients, there is no need to pursue culinary excellence. Mere edibility suffices. Su Yi assigns 2 inhabitants to prepare the meal and another 2 to keep watch. The remaining inhabitants are not left idle, gathering farming tools from the residences and fields. Su Yi leads them outside the territory to dig pits. The purpose of these pits is not to bury zombie corpses, but rather to set traps. With a small population and a weak territory, the immediate concern is not the threat of other lords attacking, but rather the potential emergence of large hordes of zombies. Whether by chance encounters with a significant number of zombies or hordes drawn in by other lords, this issue must be addressed. The optimal solution is to enhance the strength of the territory, yet such an improvement cannot be achieved instantaneously. Digging pits to set traps is a commendable strategy. Given the limited resources, merely excavating pits suffices. Zombies possess little intelligence, driven solely by their instinctual pursuit of flesh. By digging deep pits just outside the territory, with steeply sloped edges, ideally at a 90-degree angle, zombies that fall in will struggle to climb out swiftly. This greatly alleviates the pressure on the territory when faced with an onslaught of zombies. Lunch is prepared in half an hour, while Su Yi and the inhabitants spend an hour digging pits before returning to the territory to eat. During lunch, 2 inhabitants remain on watch, with others rotating once they have finished eating. After lunch, a brief hour of rest is in order, after which Su Yi returns to the Lord's Manor for a look. The Lord's Manor occupies only 50 square meters, effectively functioning as a large house. A standard residence in a primary dwelling is typically around 60 square meters, making the 0-tier Lord's Manor even smaller. However, once the territory advances to the first tier, its area will expand to 10,000 square meters, and the Lord's Manor will increase from 50 square meters to 100 square meters, excluding any additional area bonuses. The size of the Lord's Manor will consistently remain 1% of the territory's total area. The modest manor of the Lord, spanning merely 50 square meters, is partitioned into a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In contrast to the simple wooden furnishings and utensils found in common residences, The Lord's abode is adorned with additional items such as bedding, a change of clothes, iron pots, and basins. Cooking at midday transpires within the manor's kitchen. As the humble homes lack iron cookware, should a chef be recruited, they would emerge from the recruitment altar, bearing a large iron pot upon their back. Su-e reclines on the bed in the master bedroom, summons the system panel, and peruses 2 group chats, diligently noting any pertinent information. As the morning hours pass, the cycle of reincarnation slays only the white-named zombies, while other lords encounter blue-named ones. Some unfortunate lords even face purple-named zombies, leading to their demise prior to their death. They disseminate information regarding these formidable foes in the group chat. The Great Xia World Group 216 shares updates categorizing the known zombies above white name into 4 distinct types: strength zombies, agility zombies, constitution zombies, and commander zombies. Strength zombies boast great power, agility zombies are swift, constitution zombies possess high defense, and commander zombies exhibit a measure of intelligence, capable of leading and directing other zombies. Typically, among hordes of zombies, there exists a blue-named commander. The information shared in the Great Xia World Group 216 is invaluable. As Su-e contemplates the time it would take to uncover such details independently, this underscores the advantages of joining an organization. After reviewing the group chat, Su-e sets an alarm, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Though it appears he accomplished little during the 4-hour morning period, with the sole physical labor involving digging a pit alongside the villagers before lunch, the bulk of his efforts were spent in contemplation, pondering the recruitment of villagers, assessing the surrounding conditions, and strategizing for the future development of his territory. Overwhelmed by his mental exertions, he decides to rest his mind with a short nap. Awakening at 1:30 in the afternoon, Su-e washes his face and steps out from the manor. Aside from 2 villagers on watch, the others have congregated in the open space before the common dwellings. Upon the Lord's appearance, they promptly arrange themselves in an orderly line. Su-e approaches to assign tasks, designating scouts Zhou Guang and Yi Feishing to alternate in luring zombies back, while retaining 2 villagers for watch. The remaining villagers do not idle, but rather continue their unfinished task of digging pits from earlier that day. As the scouts venture to draw zombies from one side of the territory, Su-e leads the villagers in digging on the corresponding side. This time, the digging is less strenuous, as they must still prepare for combat. Upon spotting the scouts returning with zombies, they halt their work, resting with their weapons at the ready while awaiting the approaching undead. A ceasefire persists for approximately 2.5 hours until zombies begin to wander in from the distance, enhancing the efficiency of their zombie-slaying efforts during the first hour of the afternoon. However, as time progresses, the efficiency of killing zombies declines while the efficiency of digging pits increases. Points and experience gained from slaying zombies are distributed differently than in the morning. Points are primarily allocated towards recruiting villagers, with a minor expenditure on arrows from the marketplace, ensuring a minimum reserve of 100 points. Su-e plans to gradually increase his spare points from 100 to 200. Although he does not engage directly in combat, there remains a slight possibility of accidental infection by the zombie virus. Retaining 200 points allows for a swift acquisition of an antidote should the need arise. The method of experience distribution undergoes significant alteration. In the morning, it was evenly distributed for leveling up. However, in the afternoon, Su-e intends to prioritize upgrades. Given the current approach to hunting zombies, archers and scouts among the villagers prove to be of utmost importance, and he will focus on upgrading them. Villagers progress from level 0 to the Novice Task World's maximum level of 5, requiring 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50 experience points for each level, totaling 150 experience points to reach level 5. By morning's end, both the archers and scouts have reached level 2, necessitating an additional 120 experience points for them to ascend to level 5. Scouts operate solo away from the territory, which poses significant danger. Archers remain within the territory, engaging the zombies alongside the other villagers. Thus, Su-e opts to upgrade the scouts first. Upon both reaching level 5, he will then upgrade the archers, upgrading one archer to level 5 before proceeding to the next. The change in experience allocation is primarily influenced by the emergence of blue and purple named zombies. Typically, a level 0 blue named zombie possesses strength equivalent to a level 1 white named zombie, while a level 0 purple named zombie is akin to a level 2 white named zombie. Should a scout encounter a high-level agility zombie while outside, a lower-level scout would find themselves in peril. Higher-level scouts are swifter than the zombies. If they sense an overpowering foe, they can lead the zombies away to safety. As the clock strikes 4 in the afternoon, fortune smiles upon Su-e when Zhou Guang, now level 5, successfully lures a blue-named zombie back. This blue-named zombie is likely a strength zombie, possessing defense and speed comparable to its white-named counterparts, yet with greater strength. However, the formidable power of the blue-named zombie is never allowed to manifest, as it is swiftly brought down by the archers. Slaying a level 3 zombie, blue-named, grants 40 points, 60 experience, and a high-grade treasure chest. In contrast, slaying a level 3 white-named zombie would yield only 20 points and 30 experience. Defeating a level 3 blue-named zombie doubles these rewards and grants a high-grade treasure chest. The treasure chest appears directly in the system panel under Treasure Chests upon the monster's defeat. Monster treasure chests yield a single item, with the potential to produce an item of equal or lesser quality than the chest itself. Task evaluation chests can yield 3 items, matching the quality of the chest. Sui hopes for a fortuitous outcome. Murmuring to himself, he clicks to open the blue treasure chest on the system panel, revealing 1 item. 100 points. Points serve as currency, and currency can also be considered items. Monster treasure chests may occasionally yield a fixed amount of points. Blue treasure chests provide 100 points. Purple treasure chests 1,000 points, and silver treasure chests 10,000 points. Sui finds the acquisition of 100 points quite satisfactory, as it surpasses the majority of white quality items. He can also use these points to procure white quality items from the marketplace. The 100 points are sufficient for Sui to recruit 1 villager. The afternoon's zombie hunting endeavors persist until 5 o'clock. Remarkably, over the course of 3.5 hours, the number of zombies slain exceeds that of the morning session. In the morning, 51 zombies fell. In the afternoon, 53 met their end, culminating in a total of 104 zombies slain within the first day of reincarnation. The increase in the afternoon's tally is not due to an extended duration of hunting, but rather because both scouts have reached level 5, enabling them to run faster and lure more zombies from afar. Among the 53 zombies slain in the afternoon, 35 were level 0, 10 were level 1, 5 were level 2, 2 were level 3, and 1 was level 4. Aside from 1 blue-named level 3 zombie, all others were white-named. This successful endeavor against the 53 zombies grants Sui a total of 435 points, in addition to the 100 points from the high-grade treasure chest, and the 100 points he retains in reserve, culminating in 635 points. Subsequently, he recruits 4 villagers, expending 400 points. The newly recruited villagers consist of 1 archer, 1 spearman, and 2 sword and shield soldiers. Rather than enlisting a shield bearer, he opts for sword and shield soldiers, considering the potential for zombie incursions during the night. At night, archers may find it impractical to shoot arrows and will need to engage in close combat with a one-handed sword against the zombies. Ultimately, Sui resolves to recruit 2 sword and shield soldiers to bolster their combat capabilities after dark. Shield bearers wield 2-handed shields, while sword and shield soldiers employ a one-handed shield in one hand and a blade in the other. Sui expended 60 points to procure 60 arrows from the marketplace, leaving him with a reserve of 175 points. He vanquished 53 zombies, accruing a total of 505 experience points. He utilized 360 experience to elevate 2 scouts and 1 archer to level 5, while 2 sword and shield soldiers ascended to level 3, consuming 120 experience. With the remaining 25 experience, Sui upgraded his own level to 2, leaving him with 5 experience points that could not be utilized. Currently, Sui commands a retinue of 16 subjects, comprising 6 archers, 3 shield bearers, 3 spearmen, 2 sword and shield soldiers, and 2 scouts. Among them, 3 individuals have reached level 5, 2 have attained level 3, 7 are at level 2, 2 are at level 1, and 2 remain at level 0. During the afternoon, as the 2 scouts darted about enticing the zombies, they stumbled upon several territories and a village. The newly discovered territories lie over 800 meters away from the reincarnation territory. One of these territories is inhabited by individuals of yellow skin, yet Sui cannot ascertain whether it belongs to the Qin civilization, for yellow-skinned people are not exclusive to them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first day in the Great Xia world for the Lords came to a close. The territory power rankings of the Great Xia world initially featured 1 million novice lords, yet over the course of a single day, more than 10,000 lords were eliminated, primarily by zombies, with few falling victim to other lords utilizing the zombies as instruments of death. All lords remain in their developmental phase, needing to recruit their subjects to full capacity before embarking on grander plans. Many lords from the Qin civilization who were eliminated simply had the misfortune of encountering a horde of zombies. Sui's reincarnation territory ranks 93, 172nd on the territory power rankings of the Great Xia world, surprisingly placing him within the top 10%. Sui is acutely aware of his capabilities as a lord, recognizing himself as merely average, considering the pool of 1 million novice lords. If half are eliminated due to their lack of education and governance in the chaotic nations of the Azure Star, Sui's ordinary skill level positions him within the 250,000 range among the lower half of the remaining lords. Sui approaches zombie hunting with caution, opting to lure external zombies back to his territory for elimination, which may seem inefficient. However, his talent for perfect archery, coupled with the recruitment of archers, proves advantageous for dispatching zombies in the Great Xia world. Throughout the day, he suffered no losses among his subjects. Perhaps the higher density of zombies in the surrounding area contributed to his reincarnation territory's entry into the top 100,000. This marks merely the beginning, as the time for Sui to showcase his prowess has yet to arrive. Once his territory reaches a population of 50, and both he and his subjects attain level 5. Other lords will need to rely on superior equipment and the recruitment of higher quality subjects to enhance their territorial power. In contrast, Sui has an alternative strategy. By recruiting a greater number of subjects, he can bolster his territory's strength. Should he amass enough subjects, he could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the territory power rankings of the Great Xia world. As dinner was prepared, Sui, accompanied by his subjects, returned to the territory nearly in darkness. The afternoon's zombie hunting had ceased, yet the task of digging pits outside the territory remained unfinished. Dinner was reminiscent of lunch, consisting of rice, jerky, and pickles, barely sufficient sustenance to stave off hunger. The entire territory had enough provisions for only 11 individuals over 7 days, whereas the reincarnation territory now harbored 17 people, leading to quicker depletion of resources. Nonetheless, food scarcity was not a pressing concern, as there were numerous solutions available, such as purchasing from the marketplace or exploring the 2 newly discovered villages. During their escapades, the scouts even encountered traces of wild animals. In the Great Xia world, all humans have transformed into zombies, yet animals remain uninfected, attracting zombies while remaining elusive from their grasp. Sui could arrange for his subjects to hunt these animals as a food source. After dinner, Sui proceeded with the night watch arrangements. He, along with the 2 scouts and 2 sword and shield soldiers, would not partake in the watch, leaving 12 subjects to form 3 groups of 4, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. A total of 12 hours. Each group was responsible for a 4-hour watch. During their vigil, each group stationed themselves at a corner of the territory. Should they detect any approaching zombies or foes, they would raise an alarm, as the territory's small size would allow the sound to carry. Those not on watch would rest in the dwellings. Sui also chose not to reside alone in the Lord's manor, instead opting to dwell among his subjects. Chapter 9, Night Raid. During the day, I eliminated a total of 78 zombies, all of which were white names. I encountered no blue name zombies. I have 5 subjects who have reached level 5, and even if a purple named zombie appears, I could attempt to confront it, provided it is not a purple named commander zombie. I have elevated 1 scout to level 5 and dispatched him in hopes of drawing a horde of zombies toward the neighboring territory. After all, they must be dealt with sooner or later, so it is prudent to eliminate surrounding threats first. Exercise caution, however, do not fall victim before the neighbors do. During the day, archers and crossbowmen are effective, but at night, we require melee combatants. After dinner, the lords found themselves somewhat bored, with little to occupy their time, and thus engaged in conversation within the group chat. The more restless lords of the Chun civilization even resorted to the regional and world chat channels, hurling insults at other lords from different civilizations. Sui remained silent in the group chat, as lords like him who prefer to lurk quietly are few. Most others engage in conversation to become familiar faces, even adding friends, particularly those lords residing near their territories, seeking assistance in times of need. With the existence of the small world, Sui likely does not require aid from other lords. Contemplating the small world, Sui decided to venture inside to explore. With a mere thought, a spatial door measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height appeared before him. Stepping through the portal, he found himself in the small world. The landscape of the small world was an irregularly shaped flat expanse, shrouded beneath a semi-transparent barrier resembling an inverted bowl. The crystalline barrier projected an image of the Great Xia world's moon, casting a faint glow upon the small world. The entire terrain was barren, with the soil appearing rather infertile. However, the poor quality of the soil was inconsequential, as most territorial constructions could be erected within the small world. To cultivate crops, one could simply construct a farm in the small world, where the farmland would not be affected by the small world's barren soil. Finding little of interest in the small world, Sui left and returned to his quarters. After perusing the group chat and chat channels for a while, he closed the system panel, lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes to reflect. He contemplated today's actions and considered tomorrow's developments. Reflecting on his actions today, Sui identified several problematic areas, as well as potential issues he had yet to uncover, acknowledging that he is merely an average lord. Regarding tomorrow's strategy, Sui harbored some thoughts. He aimed to slay more zombies to acquire additional points and experience. The nearby zombies primarily consisted of solitary or small groups, which had already been cleared, leaving only larger clusters. With 16 subjects under his command, he had established a primary offensive force of 6 archers during the day, 1 at level 5, 4 at level 2, and 1 at level 0. The territory had already excavated some large pits, and with the addition of spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, and shield bearers, they could handle an influx of 10 or more zombies. Thus, tomorrow's primary objective would be to target small groups of zombies numbering less than 15. Simultaneously, vigilance against enemies was essential, given the density of zombies in the outer regions. Most lords hesitate to dispatch large numbers of subjects far from their territories to attack others, to assault other territories. It primarily relies on fast-moving subjects to lure large hordes of zombies, effectively utilizing them as weapons against their foes. Even tonight, there may be lords who would undertake such actions. Alas, my territory is situated in a separate realm from the small world, rather than being contained within it. Were my dominion to exist within the small world, I could lead my subjects into battle, slaying small groups of zombies and retreating into the small world when faced with larger hordes. In the sanctuary of the small world at night, I would be free from the dread of a zombie onslaught, allowing for a peaceful slumber. As these thoughts consumed him, Sui felt weariness wash over him, and he soon drifted into the realm of dreams. However, the enemy had no intention of allowing Sui a restful night. At midnight, from the eastern expanse of the Reincarnation Territory, over 900 meters away, Lord Frankmere of the Frank Territory dispatched his territory's sole level 5 scout. During the daylight hours, scouts from the Reincarnation Territory had spotted the Frank Territory, and in turn, their presence had been detected by the people of Frank. The Lord of Frank sent out his scout to ascertain the location of the Reincarnation Territory. In a given area, the Lord of the Qin Civilization only added the group chat of the Qin Civilization, while lords from other civilizations not only joined their own civilization's chat, but also that of the Azure Alliance. The Lord of the Frank Territory, hailing from the Ali Civilization, shared the coordinates of the Reincarnation Territory in the group chat, inquiring multiple times to confirm that the Reincarnation Territory did not belong to the Ali Civilization, nor did it belong to the Azure Alliance. Hence, the Lord of Frank resolved to seize the Reincarnation Territory that very night. The Lord of Frank assigned the level 5 scout the task of enticing a group of at least 20 zombies to attack the Reincarnation Territory. It was imperative not to lure too many zombies, for if the number exceeded 50 or even 100, the Reincarnation Territory would be doomed, and such a horde would pose a threat to Frank's own domain as well. The level 5 scout from Frank had spotted a small group of a dozen zombies during the day and decided to lure this small group, while enticing additional scattered zombies along the way to amass over 20. Thus, the task set forth by his lord would be accomplished. The scout successfully found the group of zombies and led them swiftly towards the Reincarnation Territory. However, fortune was not on his side, as he encountered few zombies along the path, ultimately gathering only 16. The scout, now accompanied by these 16 zombies, hastened towards the eastern side of the Reincarnation Territory. Within the Reincarnation Territory, level 5 archer Ding San stood at the northeastern corner, utilizing the moonlight and his enhanced night vision from leveling up to observe the movements to the east and north of the territory. As the Frank scout drew ever closer with the zombies, Ding San was the first to discern the situation. Enemies. An assault is imminent. Ding San shouted while sprinting southward along the wooden fence, aiming to reach the residential area where he could alert the sleeping inhabitants. Furthermore, the enemies were likely approaching the eastern gate of the territory, and reaching the front of the enemies would enable him to shoot them down. The two residents stationed at the southeastern and northwestern corners of the territory were the first to hear Ding San's warning and began to shout as they rushed towards his location. The resident from the southwestern corner heard the commotion slightly later, but also hastened to join Ding San. The sounds reached the dwellings, where windows and doors were ajar. The residents had not shed their clothes or armor as they slept, and weapons lay nearby. Soon, several residents were roused by the clamor, and one of them shouted in alarm, waking Sui from his slumber. Grabbing his longsword, he rushed from his room, joining the residents in their dash towards Ding San's position. Just as the residents made their way to Ding San, he had already reached the front of the Frank scout, bow in one hand and sword in the other, targeting the scout. The scout had already heard Ding San's voice, but retreat was not an option. The zombie's ire was directed solely at him, and he needed to remain close to the Reincarnation Territory to shift some of that animosity onto its inhabitants before he could escape. However, Ding San would not grant him such an opportunity. Chapter 10. The Night Battle and its Spoils. Whoosh. From over 30 meters away, Ding San loosed an arrow at the Frank scout. The scout, seeing the arrow hurtling towards him, attempted to evade, but the arrow still found its mark, embedding itself in the scout's left arm. As more inhabitants of the Reincarnation Territory rushed towards Ding San, the scout realized he could not escape this time. He did not flee for his life. Loyal to Lord Frank, he pressed on, lamenting that he had not managed to lure more zombies. The scout adopted a serpentine movement, continuing his advance towards the Reincarnation Territory. In the next moment, 2 arrows were loosed at him. The scout dodged one arrow but was struck by the second, which pierced his chest. After stumbling a few steps forward, he collapsed to the ground, and zombies from behind caught up, their sharp teeth sinking into him. Fire! Quickly! Fire arrows! Sui had reached Ding San's side, and, upon observing the situation outside the territory, commanded the archers to unleash a flurry of arrows. The arrows flew swiftly towards the zombies, but under the constraints of the nighttime environment, the probability of hitting vital spots decreased. Surrounding the enemy's corpse were 4 zombies, while the remaining zombies were drawn towards the living who had gathered at the Reincarnation Territory. Under the onslaught of arrows, several zombies fell, yet some, despite multiple arrows lodged in them, continued their charge towards the territory. Fortunately, as the zombies drew nearer, the likelihood of striking their vulnerable points increased. The closer they approached the Reincarnation Territory, the fewer zombies remained able to run. The foremost zombies were now less than 10 meters from the Reincarnation Territory. With a thud, one zombie fell into a 2.5 meter deep pit, unable to climb out for the time being. as another zombie tumbled into a different pit. The ground was cleared of standing zombies. Sue-yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time, the assault was relatively minor, with only a dozen or so zombies. Relying on the archers, they would be able to eliminate the zombies. Had there been a larger horde, even 20 would have forced the reincarnation territory into close combat. Opening the eastern gate, the melee fighters stepped out of the territory, with shield bearers wielding swords leading the charge. Behind them, pikemen approached the pit where zombies were howling, dispatching the creatures with their spears. The shield bearers pressed forward, cutting down the crawling zombies on the ground. Sue-yi commanded 2 scouts to drag the corpses of the enemies, which had been gnawed upon by zombies, far away. The stench of blood could easily attract more zombies. Even if the bodies were removed, the lingering scent, especially the blood-soaked earth, could not be adequately dealt with. It seemed that sleep would be a luxury for the remainder of the night. As 4 residents continued to stand guard at the corners of the territory. Damn the enemy, Sue-yi muttered. When I grow stronger, I shall leave none alive. Sue-yi summoned the system panel and opened records, discovering that this wave had resulted in the demise of 16 zombies. No enemies had been slain. It was the zombies who had claimed the life of that enemy. Even had enemies fallen, no rewards would be granted. Of the 16 zombies killed, 11 were level 0, 3 were level 1, 1 was level 2, and 1 was level 3, yielding Sue-yi a total of 120 points and 135 experience. His points now totaled 295. And at dawn, he planned to recruit more residents, spending 30 points from the store to purchase 30 arrows to replenish the archer's supply. Adding to the remaining 5 experience from the day, he had a total of 140 experience, using 120 to elevate 1 archer from level 2 to level 5, and then leveling the only 2 level 0 residents to level 1, expending the final 20 experience. The spoils of this battle were significant, with no losses on their side. Though his rest had been interrupted, Sue-yi's spirits were markedly improved. Not only had he gained points and experience, but the enemy had also suffered the loss of at least 1 level 4 scout, a blow that would surely weigh heavily on them. Returning to 5 minutes prior, the Frank scout succumbed to a zombie's bite, while on the other side, within the Frank territory, a notification appeared in Lord Frank's records, indicating that a resident had perished in battle. Upon receiving this message, Lord Frank was utterly bewildered. A level 5 scout, indeed. He had only 2 level 5 vassals under his command, and now one had been lost. The records indicated that the level 5 scout had fallen victim to a zombie. Could it be that the scout had encountered a particularly formidable undead foe? Lord Frank could only hope that the powerful zombie responsible for this loss would not venture into his territory, but rather make its way to the enemy lands he had discovered. Regret washed over him. His territory was already weak, and losing a level 5 scout would likely slow his development compared to other lords. Moreover, he had to worry about the lord of the Chun civilization growing stronger and potentially attacking his domain. With the level 5 scout now deceased, lamentation served no purpose. Throughout the latter part of the night, Sue-yi managed to get about 2 hours of intermittent sleep. The scent of blood from the fallen enemies attracted the zombies, leading to frequent skirmishes in the reincarnation territory. By dawn, the reincarnation territory had dispatched 12 zombies, 9 level 0, 2 level 1, and 1 level 2, yielding 80 points and 85 experience. He recruited 2 new archers, bringing the total number of archers to 8. Alongside them, the shield bearers, spearmen, and knife shield soldiers also numbered 8. Sue-yi then spent 20 points to purchase 20 arrows, leaving him with 125 points in reserve. He upgraded 1 level 1 archer and the 2 newly recruited archers to level 2, consuming 80 experience and leaving him with 5 experience points. Thus, his contingent of 8 archers now comprised 2 at level 5 and 6 at level 2. In 2 hours, it would mark the 2nd day since the new lord entered the Great Xia world. Sue-yi considered one day to encompass a full day and night, so the arrival of a new day signified the beginning of the next. Over the past day, the reincarnation territory had slain a total of 132 zombies and recruited 18 vassals. During the previous night, over 10,000 lords had exited the game. And within the group he joined, 1 strike, 1 group, 3 lord avatars dimmed, indicating their demise in the Great Xia world. Death within the task world did not equate to true death. Rather, it meant losing one's lord status and continuing life on the Azure Star. There existed a rare and invaluable item that could restore one's lord status, yet it was a treasure inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Sue-yi's ranking on the territorial power ranking of the Great Xia world advanced by over 5,000 places. After breakfast, today's zombie hunting operation commenced. Similar to the previous afternoon's strategy, 2 vassals stood guard while 1 scout lured the zombies, and Sue-yi led the remaining vassals to dig pits outside the territory. The traps from the previous night proved somewhat effective. Given the insufficient military strength, these traps provided a beneficial supplement to the territory's defenses. Since they had nothing better to do, they continued digging pits. As soon as the scout lured the zombies into view, the vassals paused their work, arming themselves for battle. During the daytime, the surrounding area of the reincarnation territory was nearly cleared of zombies. However, After a night passed, numerous zombies began to wander in, particularly drawn by the lingering scent of blood from the fallen enemies, which even approached the reincarnation territory at night. Chapter 11, A Steady Approach. Su-yi now commanded 18 vassals, with 8 archers among them, and 4 level 5 vassals. Coupled with the increasing number of traps outside the territory, the reincarnation territory was capable of confronting greater numbers of zombies. Su-yi felt confident that they could eliminate all zombies without sustaining losses when facing no more than 20 at a time. Scouts Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing, while drawing the zombies, could afford to be bolder. Su-yi, while lightly digging traps with his vassals, awaited the scout to lure the zombies back. Occasionally, he would summon the system panel to check the group chat and chat channel. To his surprise, the dominant topic in the group chat revolved around the previous night's exploits of using zombies to eliminate foes. Last night, I deployed a level 5 scout to attract a horde of zombies, successfully taking down a neighbor, one less enemy. I also managed to kill with borrowed blades. Though my level 4 scout fell to the enemy, others chimed in, at least you succeeded. My level 3 scout was directly killed by zombies, failing to lure the horde. It seemed that while some lords used zombies to strike at enemies, Su-yi's territory had become a target for such tactics. Fortunately, he had detected the threat early and eliminated the enemy scout, ensuring that the zombies drawn were limited in number. He lost 3 vassals, but eradicated the zombies entirely. The first night was not suitable for executing borrowed blade tactics. Their recruitment of vassals was too scant to sustain any losses. Once the day concluded and more vassals were recruited, that night would be the right time for action. Losing a scout to wipe out an enemy territory would be worth the cost. Su-yi observed the chatter in One Strike, One Group, noting that many lords of the Chun civilization had dispatched scouts to employ borrowed blade tactics, while also becoming targets of their enemy's strategies. It was noteworthy that the ratio of Chun civilization lords to Azure Alliance lords was 1-4, with the latter significantly outnumbering the former. Not every Chun civilization lord experienced a night raid, indicating that the enemy had not launched a widespread offensive on the first night. Su-yi quickly deduced that the success rate of deploying scouts to lure zombies to attack enemy territories was low. Either the scouts were of lower levels, moving too slowly and falling prey to the faster zombies, or they successfully attracted some zombies only to be exterminated by the enemy. Alternatively, the scouts at the forefront could be killed by enemies, allowing the zombies to devastate the foes. In the last scenario, zombies might annihilate the enemy while the scout managed to return to the territory alive. The reincarnation territory had successfully eliminated both the enemy's scouts and the lured zombies. The chances of success in borrowed blade tactics were slim, yet many lords of the Chun civilization felt compelled to employ them. If they did not promptly reduce the enemy's numbers, they would soon face a full assault once the enemy's ranks were filled. In contrast, the Azure Alliance lords utilized borrowed blade tactics at a relatively lower rate. However, the sheer number of Azure Alliance lords led to numerous Chun civilization lords encountering night raids. Su-yi speculated that more Chun civilization lords would dispatch scouts tonight. He had no need to engage in such tactics. His sole objective was to continually recruit vassals, amassing a greater number to decisively overwhelm the enemy territories with sheer numerical superiority. Under the diligent efforts of Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing, more zombies were lured in. Most were felled by the archers, while a small number were left for the spearmen, shield bearers, knife shield soldiers, and scouts to hone their skills. The morning battle commenced at 6:30 and concluded by 11 o'clock without any unforeseen incidents or surprises. The number of zombies slain significantly surpassed that of the previous morning, even exceeding the total killed during the entirety of the previous day. In total, they dispatched 117 zombies, all of whom were white names: 78 level 0, 21 level 1, 9 level 2, 5 level 3, 3 level 4, and 1 level 5. This yielded a total of 940 points and 1100 experience. Su-yi subsequently spent 800 points to recruit 3 archers, 2 knife shield soldiers, 1 shield bearer, 1 spearman, and 1 scout, raising his total vassals to 26. Comprised of 11 archers, for shield bearers, for spearmen, for knife shield soldiers, and 3 scouts. After a morning of battle, having consumed a considerable amount of arrows, Su-yi then spent 100 points in the marketplace to purchase 100 arrows. Additionally, he spent 20 points on 10 level 0 iron shovels, agricultural tools, to equip the newly joined vassals for digging traps, originally possessing 125 points. His reserve increased to 145 by the end of the morning. With the steady approach of the reincarnation territory, not a single vassal was injured throughout the morning. This scenario was not uncommon among the lords of the Chun civilization. In the morning, 1,100 experience points were acquired, along with the remaining 5 experience points. After upgrading both the subjects and Su-yi himself, only 25 experience points remained. Su-yi seldom engages in combat personally, yet he still expended 120 points to elevate his level from 2 to 5. The safety of the Lord is paramount. Without the Lord, everything is lost. Thus, it is essential to enhance the Lord's level and strength. A total of 9 subjects have reached level 5, comprising 4 archers, 3 scouts, 1 shield bearer, and 1 spear wielder. There is only one subject at level 4 and 3 subjects at level 3, all of whom are sword and shield warriors. The subjects' levels are no lower than level 2. The strengthening of the territory has allowed the cycle territory to advance slightly in the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings, moving up by less than 1,000 positions. Clearly, while the cycle territory's power is increasing, so too is that of the neighboring territories. Daylight is not conducive to betrayal. The majority of territories currently lack sufficient strength to launch offensive actions against others. A zero-tier territory can accommodate a maximum of 50 individuals, and with the lord and subjects combined, there are already 27, surpassing half the capacity. 8 subjects were recruited in the morning, and perhaps another 8 can be recruited in the afternoon. Following the morning's skirmishes, the number of zombies surrounding the territory has steadily declined. However, as the territory's strength grows, it may attract larger hordes of zombies. The scouts from the cycle territory have set their sights on 2 known villages, originally home to hundreds. These villages have transformed into havens for hundreds of zombies since the apocalypse. Many zombies have fled the villages, yet a considerable number remain scattered within, likely lacking a commanding presence. The scouts approach the villages to lure out a few of the zombies. Sui does not intend to draw out and eliminate every zombie in the villages. They serve as promising sites for resource collection. Should the cycle territory eradicate all the zombies, it is likely that other lords would seize the opportunity to send their subjects to gather resources. With enemies surrounding the cycle territory, splitting forces to collect resources from the villages poses the risk of being attacked by allied lords, potentially leading to the cycle territory's downfall. After all, through the efforts of the cycle territory and its neighbors, the surrounding areas have seen a reduction in zombies, making it feasible to venture out with some risk. Conversely, as long as the cycle territory remains inactive, even a coalition of neighboring lords would find it difficult to breach its defenses. They must also retain sufficient forces to guard their own territories, lest they return from an expedition only to find their homes raided. The optimal strategy would be to launch a joint offensive only once the population cap of the territory is reached. This is the choice favored by most lords of the Azure Alliance, aimed at undermining all lords of the Qin civilization, who in turn must devise ways to diminish the strength of their adversaries. Chapter 12. Specialization and Expertise. The food supply within the cycle territory can still last for a while. In dire circumstances, points can be used to purchase provisions from the marketplace. A simple meal of ordinary food for the subjects typically requires just 1 point. Even if the subjects reach 50 in number, 3 meals a day would only amount to 150 points. Just in the morning alone, Sui garnered 940 points, making it relatively easy to ensure the subjects are well fed. The morning's skirmishes concluded around 11 o'clock, leading Sui to assign 3 subjects to prepare lunch in the kitchen of the Lord's Manor while he continued to work with the subjects on digging traps. Returning to the territory for lunch around 11:30. After a midday meal, they rested until 1:30, at which point the afternoon's zombie hunting operations would commence, expected to conclude around 6 in the evening. Similar to the morning, the duration would last 4.5 hours. During the morning, Sui refrained from direct combat with the zombies, instead collaborating with the subjects on trap digging while contemplating the territory's development, leaving him both physically and mentally fatigued. He lay down in the main bedroom of the Lord's Manor, glanced briefly at the group chat and chat channels, and soon succumbed to slumber. After an hour and a half, he was stirred from his dreams by the alarm clock, which chimed just before 1:30. Rubbing his face to dispel the remnants of sleep and resisting the temptation to return to slumber, Sui rose, washed his face, and exited the manor. Aside from the vigilant subjects on watch, the others had gathered in front of the residential quarters. Sui led them out of the territory to continue digging traps, with a level 5 scout taking the lead. With 26 subjects now, a zero-tier primary residence can accommodate only 30 individuals, with each bedroom housing 1 subject. By afternoon, the number of subjects would certainly exceed 30, yet Sui could not construct additional primary residences for them to inhabit. Building a primary residence requires a significant amount of wood, which is scarce in the territory as it is primarily used for cooking and heating. A forest lies at a distance outside the territory, where trees can be felled for timber, but it is currently impractical to allocate manpower for logging, especially when additional points would be needed to acquire axes and saws for the task. The marketplace does offer timber for sale, but Sui is reluctant to spend points on such purchases. Thus, the only option is to have the subjects squeeze together. And sacrificing a point or 2 of loyalty is an acceptable compromise. The initial loyalty of the subjects stands at 80, having followed Sui for an extended period. Successfully vanquishing numerous zombies and achieving victory without incurring losses, their loyalty has been steadily increasing. Even if the loyalty of the initially recruited subjects declines by a point or 2, it remains above 80. A primary residence can accommodate 2 individuals per bedroom, allowing for a maximum of 9 individuals in a single dwelling, with 10 such dwellings in a primary residence totaling 90 occupants. Before reaching a population of 90 subjects, Sui must construct a second primary residence for the territory. The afternoon's zombie hunting operations commenced. In the 2.5 hours following noon, A few zombies wandered into the previously cleared areas around the cycle territory. In the initial hour, the efficiency of zombie extermination saw a slight increase. Subsequently, the efficiency did not decline significantly and even improved considerably. As the number of subjects under Su Yi's command grew, their collective strength enabled them to confront larger groups of zombies. Thus, Su Yi dispatched 2 scouts simultaneously to seek out zombie hordes numbering no more than 30. Even if both scouts were to lure 2 separate hordes, it would pose no issue, while one scout led a horde away. Su Yi could eliminate the other before the first scout returned with their horde. However, in the afternoon, the cycle territory encountered different circumstances. The first instance involved Yi Feishing encountering a level 5 blue-named zombie while luring zombies outside. As a level 5 scout, Yi Feishing was faster than the white-named zombies but slightly slower than the blue-named agile zombie. Fortunately, he detected the blue-named zombie early and, utilizing all his strength and agile movements, managed to return to the territory before being caught. This level 5 blue-named agile zombie was subsequently slain by the level 5 archers, earning Su Yi 60 points and 100 experience, along with a high-quality treasure chest. The second instance occurred when Zhou Guang lured back a horde of nearly 30 zombies, which included a level 4 blue-named commander zombie. The presence of this 4-level blue-named commander did not significantly bolster the strength of the horde. Rather, it was primarily the existence of the commander zombie that allowed for the formation of a sizable horde. This zombie group was easily annihilated by the cycle territory, now bolstered by several additional subjects, with the traps dug in recent days contributing significantly. Slaying the level 4 blue-named commander zombie netted Su Yi 50 points and 80 experience, as well as another high-quality treasure chest. Remarkably, Su Yi collected 2 high-quality treasure chests in just one afternoon. However, the encounter rate with blue-named zombies remained below 1%. Upon opening the 2 high-quality treasure chests, Su Yi received a common quality level 0 longsword and a high-quality carpenter recruitment scroll. The common quality level 0 longsword was deemed less valuable than 100 points. The second advanced treasure chest yielded an advanced carpenter recruitment scroll, which somewhat elevated Su Yi's spirits. However, he remained unsatisfied. An advanced carpenter, denoted by a blue name, has a mere 1% chance of being recruited. Carpenters are essential for crafting wooden furniture, handles for farming tools, arrow shafts, and spear poles, among other necessities. They also collaborate with blacksmiths to forge siege equipment, such as assault vehicles and ladders. The utility of carpenters is immense, and the advanced carpenter, with its scarce recruitment probability, holds even greater potential. The dilemma lies in the fact that the reincarnation territory currently cannot utilize carpenters. Non-combat professions can participate in battles, yet their prowess pales in comparison to combat-oriented citizens. For instance, while a shield bearer can wield an axe to fell trees, their efficiency is nowhere near that of a dedicated lumberjack. Each profession has its specialization. Presently, the most pressing need for the reincarnation territory is not combatants, but citizens endowed with leadership talents. Those possessing such talents can serve as officers, while those with management skills can oversee the territory. Without leadership abilities, citizens can only aspire to minor roles. A citizen with even a single star in leadership talent can ascend to the rank of centurion, commanding up to 100 individuals in battle. Su Yi possesses a modicum of leadership potential, yet it does not manifest on his personal page. Among the citizens, none have exhibited leadership traits thus far. Should a citizen with such talents emerge, once the reincarnation territory gains sufficient strength, Su Yi could oversee the territory and appoint this individual as an officer, leading a contingent to gather resources, hunt zombies, and attack rival territories. Alas, the direct recruitment of citizens with leadership or management talents is not feasible. Instead, such traits appear as rare secondary abilities during recruitment. For now, the advanced carpenter recruitment scroll shall remain unutilized, for even if an advanced carpenter were to be recruited, there would be no tasks for them. Would one expect a carpenter to dig traps? Such a task would undoubtedly lead to a swift decline in the carpenter's loyalty. Chapter 13. The food supply is dwindling. On the afternoon of his second day in the Great Xia world, Su Yi's reincarnation territory had dispatched a total of 134 zombies. Among them were 85 level 0 zombies, 23 level 1, 12 level 2, 7 level 3, 5 level 4, and 2 level 5. The vast majority were white-named zombies, with only 2 bearing blue names. Having vanquished such a multitude of zombies, Su Yi accrued a total of 1215 points and 1495 experience. During the afternoon, he expended 1,000 points to recruit 10 citizens, comprising 5 archers, 2 shield bearers, 1 sword and shield soldier, 1 spear soldier, and 1 scout. With these new recruits, the total number of citizens under Su Yi's command had reached 36. This included 16 archers, 6 shield bearers, 5 spear soldiers, 5 sword and shield soldiers, and 4 scouts. He also spent 120 points to purchase 120 arrows and 20 points on 10 shovels and picks. After the afternoon's expenses, he had 75 points remaining, along with an additional 145 backup points, leaving him with a total of 220 points, finally surpassing the 200-point threshold. Even if Su-E were to inadvertently contract the zombie virus, he could spend 200 points in the mall to procure an antidote. The 1495 experience gained that afternoon, combined with the 25 experience left over from the morning, was fully utilized, elevating the number of level 5 citizens under his command to 20. Over half of his citizens had reached level 5. Among the remaining 16 citizens, aside from 2 sword and shield soldiers at level 3, the others were all at level 2. Typically, when he recruits a citizen, Su-E promptly elevates them to level 2. Should he recruit a scout, he would elevate them directly to level 5. Scouts below level 5 are no longer suitable for luring zombies outside. Although Su-E employs a cautious strategy, the strength of the territory is advancing at a commendable pace, having climbed over 3,000 positions on the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. Ahead of the Reincarnation Territory lie over 84,000 territories. The top-tier territories are likely already at their population capacity, having recruited their maximum of 49 citizens. Some lords have gained the talent of Vast Earth, allowing them to expand their territory and recruit additional citizens. By the end of tomorrow's daylight, it is anticipated that the top 100,000 territories will have reached their recruitment limit. The gap between the Reincarnation Territory and the leading tier is substantial, which is to be expected. Su-E recognizes that his lordly abilities are rather ordinary, with his initial lord talent being slightly above average. The advantages conferred by the mini-world have yet to be fully realized, and achieving this ranking is already commendable. Perhaps a more aggressive strategy, where some citizens remain in the territory while others venture forth to slay zombies, could accelerate development. Yet it also risks the loss of those venturing outside to zombies or enemies, resulting in significant losses for the territory. A cautious or conservative approach may yield slower growth, but it minimizes the risk of annihilation. Today, Su-E has recruited 18 citizens. As the strength of the territory increases, barring unforeseen circumstances, he anticipates recruiting more than 18 citizens tomorrow. With 36 citizens plus the 18 newly recruited, the total exceeds 49. However, it still falls short of the Reincarnation Territory's population cap. Other territories that have already filled their citizen quotas must rely on recruiting higher quality citizens and acquiring superior equipment to bolster their strength. Both methods are challenging endeavors. Su-Yi's path to strengthening his territory appears quite straightforward. Continual recruitment of citizens will suffice. Given time, he will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. However, both Su-E and the lords of the other territories within the top 100,000 are grappling with a pressing issue: an overabundance of citizens and an insufficient food supply. Aside from a few lords who have managed to gather food, Su-E and the majority of lords must resort to purchasing sustenance using points from the mall. Su-E directly spent 37 points to acquire enough food for 37 adults: white rice, pork, vegetables, and a few simple seasonings. He is left with a mere 183 backup points. He assigned several citizens to cook in the Lord's Mansion kitchen, while he continued to lead the majority of citizens in digging traps. Aside from a half hour of intensive digging before meals, the remainder of the day was spent on light digging, conserving most of their energy for combat against the zombies they would lure back. Traps prove effective against the largely mindless zombies. Under the archer's cover, some zombies charge forward, only to stumble into traps, unable to extricate themselves for a time. The archers then dispatch the zombies from behind, while the melee fighters advance to finish off those ensnared in the traps. Su-Yi's objective is to establish at least 3 rings of traps around the territory. After a meager dinner, he resolved not to sleep in the common dwellings tonight. With only 30 bedrooms available in the rudimentary residences, accommodating 36 citizens is a challenge. Fortunately, the night watch is divided into 3 shifts, allowing for each citizen to have a room to themselves while they rest. The 36 citizens are split into 3 teams of 12, with pairs forming 6 groups. 4 groups are stationed at the corners of the territory, while the other 2 patrol. As night falls, the chatter of one horde becomes lively. Some lords boast of their achievements from the day, but many more discuss plans to send scouts to lure large hordes of zombies to attack enemy territories. By the end of tomorrow's daylight, it is expected that the top 100,000 territories will have fully recruited their citizens, at the latest, by the day after tomorrow. The lords of the Azure Alliance will gather their forces to assault the territory of the Chun civilization. The lord of the Chun civilization must act swiftly to weaken the Azure Alliance's strength before this time. Using zombies to inflict casualties is the most effective strategy. From the conversations, and Su-Yi's own recent experience, it is evident that scouts sent near enemy territories are easily detected and killed. The likelihood of encountering formidable zombies remains minimal, and the prospect of being slain by them is even less daunting. The lords of the Chun civilization have grown indifferent to the loss of 1 or 2 level 5 scouts, as long as they can obliterate an enemy territory. It is deemed a worthwhile exchange. I dispatched 2 level 5 scouts simultaneously, one to lure a horde of zombies while the other approaches the enemy territory from a different direction. How shall the enemy respond? I possess a level 5 scout with remarkable speed and evasion capabilities. Even if the enemy detects him, eliminating my scout would prove exceedingly challenging. Who among you shall join me in assaulting an enemy territory? I possess 2 level 5 scouts, but can only deploy 1. Who will volunteer to accompany me? My territory is located at coordinates XXXXXX. Given the proximity of my territory, I will send 1 level 5 scout to accompany you, targeting the enemy territory situated between our 2 domains. In light of the impending nighttime offensive from the Chun civilization lords, the Azure Alliance finds itself bereft of effective countermeasures. The only recourse is to leverage one another's strengths. I shall employ the same tactic. With the number of zombies outside being finite, I will initially dispatch a scout to divert the horde, or perhaps lead them directly towards your territory. I can afford to lose 1 level 5 scout. There is also the option of a passive response, maintaining vigilance during the night, and, upon encountering a horde of zombies, sending a scout to approach them and lead a portion of the horde away. Chapter 14, A Chaotic Night. As night descends, chaos envelopes the entire Great Xia world. Most lords of the Chun civilization have dispatched scouts to lure zombies, preparing for an assault on the Azure Alliance territories. In retaliation, some lords of the Azure Alliance have also sent out scouts to entice zombies. Scouts from both sides encounter one another. Upon discovering that the opposing scout is weaker and slower, they pursue and eliminate him. When both scouts are of comparable strength, they devise ways to eliminate each other. Although the number of Azure Alliance territories significantly surpasses that of the Chun civilization, the average strength of the latter's territories exceeds that of the former. The scouts dispatched by the Chun lords are all level 5, while the scouts from the Azure Alliance vary in quality, with some even being as weak as level 3. A considerable number of scouts from the Azure Alliance perish outside, many falling victim to the zombies. Those scouts who successfully lure large groups of zombies do not linger. They advance towards the designated targets as instructed by their lords. Lords with resources prepare provisions of flesh for their scouts, without needing to approach too close to the enemy territory. Maintaining a distance of 50 or 60 meters, they throw the flesh towards the enemy lands. It is unnecessary to toss the flesh into the territory itself, as a portion of the zombies will be drawn in by the scent, and once the flesh is consumed, they will be attracted to the living within the territory. The source of the flesh is straightforward, unable to hunt animals in the wild. It can be purchased with points in the marketplace, at a modest cost. As scouts from both the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance traverse the lands of Great Xia, territories soon find themselves overwhelmed by hordes of zombies. Witnessing the turmoil outside, Su-yi is compelled to modify the night watch plan for the reincarnation territory. 3 teams, each reducing 1 patrol unit, leaves 6 individuals, 4 of whom are scouts. Su-yi dispatches all 4 scouts to roam the outskirts of the territory. Should any enemy scout lead a horde of zombies towards them, the scouts of the reincarnation territory will be able to detect it early, signaling the need for defensive preparations. The scouts can also engage. If they can eliminate the enemy scout, it would be ideal, but if not, they can at least divert a portion of the zombies, alleviating pressure on the territory. Must I not experience a peaceful night? Su-yi feels exasperated. Shortly after 7, the first wave of zombies strikes. As a black scout lures over 50 zombies towards the reincarnation territory, only to be spotted by Yi Feishing, who is patrolling the area. This black scout, being only level 4, lacks the strength and speed of the now level 5 Yi Feishing. Yi Feishing charges in, engaging the black scout in a few exchanges. And without sustaining any injuries, he dispatches the black scout. Yi Feishing even severs the black scout's arm, using it to lure most of the zombies away, leaving merely a dozen or so surrounding the corpse, feasting. Yi Feishing's capabilities are commendable, without Su-yi's orders. He instinctively leads the zombies towards the northwestern territory of the black, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters from the black territory. Yi Feishing quickly slices the severed arm to enhance its scent and, with a bit of force, hurls it towards the black territory, landing approximately 25 meters away. The horde of zombies pursuing Yi Feishing is drawn away by the arm, with over half abandoning their chase. Clearly, the scent of bloodied flesh is more enticing to zombies than the presence of the living. Yi Feishing returns to the reincarnation territory, now accompanied by fewer than 20 zombies. A number easily manageable given the current strength of the territory. Indeed, with 16 archers in total, 12 converge to eliminate the zombies, while the melee fighters handle those that fall into traps. Yet the night is far from over. Yi Feishing rushes back to the spot where the Black Scout fell, enticing the dozen or so zombies that had begun consuming flesh and now turn to devour the blood soil back towards the territory. As they draw nearer, the 12 archers release a volley of arrows, leaving only a few zombies still standing. The archers cease their fire as the remaining zombies charge forward, falling into traps and being dispatched by the melee fighters. Just 2 hours into the night, the reincarnation territory has already claimed over 30 zombies. Should this continue, by dawn, Su-yi may expend points to recruit new inhabitants, potentially reaching the population cap for a standard 0-tier territory. Were it not for the lack of losses and the relative strength of the territory, Su-yi would be tempted to use the points he just acquired to recruit new citizens. For now, he refrains from recruiting new inhabitants, opting instead to utilize experience points to upgrade some of the current residents. The night is still young, and the chaos in the Great Xia world continues unabated. As midnight approaches, a second wave of zombies, drawn by a white scout from the Frank territory, approaches the reincarnation territory. Though the Frank territory has thus far evaded night raids, its lord fears a potential attack in the latter part of the night and proactively sends out scouts to lure zombies towards the reincarnation territory. This scout works diligently, and by a stroke of luck, successfully gathers 2 groups of zombies along with several stragglers, amassing a horde exceeding 100. The level 5 scout, Lu Rong, stationed to the east of the reincarnation territory, is the first to detect this swarm and promptly signals the approaching horde. Lu Rong deduces that the white scout enticing the zombies is likely also level 5, making it difficult to eliminate him. After sending the signal, Lu Rong approaches the horde and manages to lure away approximately 1/3 of the zombies. However, the majority remain captivated by the white scout, who wields a piece of flesh. Upon receiving Lu Rong's signal, the vigilant inhabitants of the reincarnation territory begin to sound the copper gong purchased by Su Yi from the marketplace. The sound reverberates throughout the territory, awakening the residents from their slumber and rousing Su Yi from his rest in the Lord's manor. As they hastily arm themselves and rush towards the source of the noise, the white scout draws ever closer to the reincarnation territory, now within 50 meters. 2 arrows are loosed from the territory towards the white scout. He evades one, but is grazed by the other. Using his uninjured arm, he forcefully tosses the piece of flesh towards the reincarnation territory before retreating, leading over 40 zombies to be drawn to the flesh, while the remaining ones are lured away by the white scout. As the flesh falls to the ground, several zombies scramble for it, and before a decision can be made, a volley of arrows shoots forth from the reincarnation territory, striking true. Although night had fallen, a gentle moonlight bathed the surroundings, and the enhanced night vision capabilities of the archers allowed them to strike the vital points of the zombies from a mere distance of 20 meters. The blue-named leader among the horde let out a fearsome roar, prompting the zombies to surge forward toward the reincarnation territory. Just as a second volley of arrows descended upon them, under the assault of 2 waves of 32 arrows, over 20 zombies fell to the ground. The blue-named leader remained shielded by other zombies, thus escaping injury. As the foremost zombies approached the traps, a third wave of arrows was unleashed, resulting in only 5 zombies remaining upright on the battlefield. Even the blue-named leader was struck in a critical area, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 15 concluded with the dawn, marking the end of the second day. Kill a level 5 zombie, blue-named. Gain 60 points, 100 experience, and a high-level treasure chest. The battle for the reincarnation territory was far from over, as the horde chasing Lu Rong was led back and completely annihilated. At 3 in the morning, enemy scouts lured a third wave of zombies to attack the reincarnation territory, but they were preemptively detected. After a night of relentless activity, many of the territory's inhabitants were exhausted, and for the first time, casualties were reported. A level 3 sword and shield soldier and a level 2 spear soldier were wounded by the zombies and subsequently turned into undead. Killing them yielded 35 points and 50 experience. However, recruiting 2 new inhabitants cost a hefty 200 points, and training them consumed 90 experience. Finally, the sun rose, allowing for a much-needed respite. During the day, enemy scouts would not be able to lure zombies to attack, as they could be spotted from afar, allowing the archers to eliminate them effortlessly. Moreover, the scouts had been active throughout the night, enticing zombies left and right, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of zombies around the reincarnation territory. Only 2 villages remained in proximity with a relatively high zombie population. Su Yi instructed the weary inhabitants to finish their breakfast and rest until 8 before gathering again. Over the course of the night, the reincarnation territory had slain a total of 173 zombies, comprising 108 level 0 zombies, 32 level 1 zombies, 15 level 2 zombies, 9 level 3 zombies, 6 level 4 zombies, and 3 level 5 zombies. Among them, only one was a blue-named zombie, which yielded a high-level treasure chest containing a Daxia world zombie virus antidote, worth 200 points in the shop. Su Yi no longer needed to save points for the antidote, yet he still required a reserve for purchasing food. With the defeat of 173 zombies, Su Yi accumulated a total of 1535 points and 1870 experience. He spent 1,300 points to recruit 13 new inhabitants, 5 archers, 3 spear soldiers, 3 sword and shield soldiers, 1 shield bearer, and 1 scout. The number of archers now equaled the combined total of the shield bearers, sword and shield soldiers, and spear soldiers. Following the morning recruitment, Su Yi's population swelled to 47, with 21 being archers and 7 each for shield bearers, spear soldiers, and sword and shield soldiers, alongside 5 scouts. In the early morning, Su Yi also expended 200 points to purchase 200 arrows and another 30 points for 15 shovels and pickaxes. He was left with 188 points, which he further spent 35 points on food. The newly recruited inhabitants did not require breakfast. In the end, Su Yi found himself with only 153 points remaining. Feeling that this amount was somewhat insufficient, he resolved to increase his reserve points today. After gaining 1870 experience, he had gradually used it all up, leaving him with merely 220 experience. He decided to expend 150 experience to elevate the newly recruited scout from level 0 to level 5. Apart from the newly promoted scout, the other 12 newly recruited inhabitants remained at level 0, while the inhabitants recruited prior to last night had all reached level 5. This meant that nearly 3/4 of the 47 inhabitants in the reincarnation territory had attained level 5. To simplify the upgrading process, Sui resolved to no longer promote other levels. Inhabitants would either remain at level 0 or be directly elevated to level 5 at the cost of 150 experience. The remaining 70 experience would be saved until he could accumulate it to 150 again. Taking a deep breath, Sui reflected on how, in the short span of just 2 days in the Daxia world, he had managed to recruit 47 inhabitants. Had it not been for the sacrifice of 2 inhabitants last night and 1 unused high-level carpenter recruitment scroll, the count might have reached 49, thereby achieving the population cap for an ordinary level 0 territory. Due to the chaotic battle last night, many territories in the Daxia world had reached their population limits. It was likely that today, numerous territories within the Azure Alliance would begin forming coalition armies to assault the territories of the Qin civilization. On the Daxia world territory power rankings, the reincarnation territory had climbed to the 293rd position. Most territories ahead had likely reached their cap of 49 inhabitants. As the number of territories participating in the rankings had dwindled to less than 930,000, a stark contrast to the nearly 980,000 territories at the end of the first day. This suggested that over 50,000 lords had departed the Daxia world within the span of a single day. The chaos of last night had led to the annihilation of over 40,000 territories, with many others suffering significant damage. In the group, Sui joined. 1 strike, 1 kill. 8 member avatars had dimmed. Some members speculated that around 8,000 lords from the Qin civilization had fallen, whereas the casualties among the Azure Alliance lords surpassed 4 times that number. This battle could be deemed a Pyrrhic victory for the Qin civilization, as the situation had improved considerably. They had lost 1 level 5 scout, but had destroyed 2 enemy territories, inflicting damage on another. I lost 2 level 5 scouts to annihilate a single enemy territory, and another enemy territory was damaged. You lost a level 5 scout, but managed to eliminate 1 enemy territory. While your scouts perished, at least you succeeded in destroying an enemy territory. My scouts fell, yet I couldn't even take down 1, Sui lamented. Many individuals in the chat shared their battle achievements from the previous night. Over the past 2 days, Sui had observed the camaraderie among the lords of the Qin civilization. The presence of the formidable Azure Alliance served as a unifying force, compelling the lords of the Qin civilization to band together. In contrast, the world chat and regional chat channels were rife with insults exchanged among the lords of the Azure Alliance. The united front of the Qin civilization was struggling to contend with the disjointed Azure Alliance. After spending some time observing the group chat and chat channels, Sui consumed his breakfast while contemplating the development of his territory for the day. The primary task remained to slay more zombies to gain points and experience, recruit additional inhabitants, and bolster the strength of his territory. Before breakfast, Sui dispatched a scout to survey the area. He found that the number of wandering zombies was relatively low, though both villages still harbored a considerable zombie presence. It appeared that the surrounding lords had not attempted to lure the zombies from the villages, fearing that if the zombies were eliminated, other lords might seize the opportunity to explore and gather resources. For Sui, acquiring points and experience through killing zombies held greater importance than gathering resources. Any deficiencies in resources could temporarily be addressed by purchasing them from the shop, using points. Recruiting more inhabitants was essential for effectively enhancing the strength of the territory. If other lords wished to explore the villages first, so be it. From the information gleaned in the group chat and chat channels, it became evident that the resources within the villages were limited, while the Daxia world still contained numerous cities brimming with zombies and abundant resources. Once the strength of his territory reached a certain threshold, Sui could confidently explore a city. With this decision made, after finishing his breakfast, Sui dispatched a scout to each of the 2 villages to lure out a horde of zombies. The scouts had learned to coordinate, with one leading the zombies back while the other circled around. Once the first scout eliminated their zombies, they would return with the horde in tow. With the current strength of the reincarnation territory, they could guarantee a safe engagement against groups of zombies numbering below 50. Regrettably, there are no extraordinary resources at hand to trade. Otherwise, Sui would hasten to establish a market and engage in commerce with the already established Lord Chen Wenming, thereby swiftly acquiring points to recruit subjects. Chapter 16. Entering the top 1,000. The villages discovered by the scouts are marked on the map, named Dalu Village and Shaolu Village. Sui dispatched Zhou Guang and Yi Feishing to Dalu Village and Shaolu Village to lure the zombies. There were relatively few zombies wandering the roads within the villages. Most were confined within the courtyards of the houses. The dwellings predominantly consisted of straw huts, earthen homes, and wooden houses, and even if zombies were trapped inside, the rudimentary doors posed no obstacle. The walls of the courtyards were mostly low fences. offering no deterrence to the undead. Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing each managed to lure 30 to 40 zombies from the village towards the reincarnation territory, without encountering any other territorial personnel thus far. The scarcity of zombies around the reincarnation territory does not imply a similar lack in the regions surrounding other territories. Each territory is situated on flat ground, yet many zombies, prior to appearing at these territories, were seen pursuing animals into the forests. As 2 days elapsed, zombies gradually emerged from the woods. Amidst the chaos of last night, the hordes that had decimated territories were still roaming. Furthermore, some zombies that had been residing within the cities ventured out into the open. With the increasing number of scouts under Su Yi's command, he not only assigned them to lure zombies, but also to observe the surrounding territories. Should any neighboring territory mobilize troops, it would allow the reincarnation territory to respond swiftly. As the morning wore on, Lu Rong, who was monitoring the Black Territory, returned with news. A horde of over 100 zombies had unexpectedly approached the Black Territory. 3 scouts emerged from the Black Territory. 1, swift of foot, managed to lure away a portion of the zombies. However, the other 2, relatively slower scouts, were overtaken and killed by the faster zombies. Over 80 zombies charged into the Black Territory, where the forces were mobilized to withstand the onslaught. However, following 2 waves of night raids the previous night, the Black Territory had already sustained significant losses. Faced with such a large horde of zombies, the Black Territory was utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The defense soon crumbled, and the zombies rampaged through the Black Territory. In particular, the death of the Lord led to the remaining subjects scattering in panic. Lacking the swiftness of scouts, they were quickly pursued, killed, and devoured by the zombies. Some of the black subjects, bitten but not yet dead, transformed into zombies themselves, joining the horde. This was not an isolated incident. Similar situations had become widespread across the realm of Great Xia. Last night, while the scouts were active in the external world, their efforts turned small groups of zombies into formidable hordes. Especially within clusters led by commanding zombies, the horde could maintain its size, preventing other zombies from straying. Some zombie groups were eradicated during night raids against targeted territories, while others successfully annihilated their targets, continuing to roam the lands of Great Xia. It is likely that the neighboring Black Territory was obliterated by one such horde, potentially marking Su Yi's 2nd or 3rd achievement. Territories that had not suffered losses during the previous night would not fear such hordes. In fact, they might even lure the zombies closer, converting them into points and experience for their lords. Conversely, territories that had sustained damage would find themselves in peril, susceptible to being overrun by these hordes. Having survived the previous night, they could not evade the dangers of today. Su Yi assigned Lu Rong and another scout to the Black Territory, intending to lure the zombies out once they had feasted on the flesh. The scent of blood and flesh is far more enticing to zombies than that of living beings. Should the zombies be occupied with their grisly meal, the scouts might approach without garnering their attention. With one neighboring territory destroyed, the other neighboring territories of the reincarnation territory remained relatively quiet. Su Yi and his subjects dug traps while awaiting the scouts to lure the zombies back. Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing lured 3 waves of zombies back, accumulating a total exceeding 200. Consequently, the number of zombies in Lu Village and Xiao Lu Village plummeted, likely reduced to merely a few dozen, rendering it suitable for resource collection. After completing their luring task, Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing refrained from entering the villages again, opting instead to observe from outside. It was not long before they noticed a group of individuals entering Xiao Lu Village. Throughout the morning, the reincarnation territory not only dispatched the zombies lured back by Zhou Guang and Yi Feixing, but also eliminated a small number of zombies wandering around the reincarnation territory. In the final hour, the zombies from the Black Territory were drawn out and subsequently eradicated in 2 waves. This particular horde astonishingly contained 2 blue-named zombies, one a level 5 commanding zombie, and the other a level 5 physical zombie. The high-defense physical zombie was the most challenging to kill, requiring 3 level 5 archers to fire 2 volleys of arrows before it was finally slain. This yielded 2 high-level treasure chests, revealing a bag of 50 pounds of rice and 100 points upon opening. 50 pounds of rice are priced at 50 points in the shop. Not too shabby, certainly superior to the white-quality longsword obtained previously. With the morning's zombie hunting endeavors concluded, the reincarnation territory successfully dispatched a total of 295 zombies. This included 173 level 0 zombies, 57 level 1 zombies, 32 level 2 zombies, 17 level 3 zombies, 11 level 4 zombies, and 5 level 5 zombies. Su Yi acquired 2,840 points and 3,375 experience. During the morning, he expended 2,400 points to recruit 24 subjects, 11 archers. For spearmen, 3 sword and shield soldiers, for shield bearers, and 2 scouts. Currently, Su Yi commands a total of 32 archers, 11 shield bearers, 11 spearmen, 5 sword and shield soldiers, and 7 scouts, totaling 71 individuals. The reincarnation territory has surpassed the population cap of a typical level 0 territory, which is 22 individuals. Additionally, during the morning, He spent 250 points to purchase 250 arrows, 50 points for 25 farming tools, and finally, 50 points to procure some meat and vegetables from the shop, with the staple food being the rice obtained from the high-level treasure chest. Su Yi is left with 243 points in reserve. The points required for purchasing arrows and food are steadily increasing, yet the points acquired are also rising swiftly, enabling the sustenance of territorial development. From the experience gained in the morning, Su Yi elevated 22 level 0 subjects to level 5 10 archers, 3 shield bearers, 5 spearmen, 2 sword and shield soldiers, and 2 scouts. The reincarnation territory now boasts 57 level 5 subjects and 14 level 0 subjects, while other ordinary level 0 territories can accommodate a maximum of 49 level 5 subjects. The reincarnation territory has surpassed this with 57 level 5 subjects, alongside 14 level 0 subjects, causing its ranking on the Great Xia World Territory Power list to soar dramatically. Rank 946. The Lord, endowed with ordinary initial Lord talents, has surprisingly entered the top 1,000. While it is certain that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the reincarnation territory will ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Xia World Territory Power list, the current ranking within the top 1,000 fills Su Yi with immense delight. The territories preceding the reincarnation territory likely possess subjects or equipment of 2-star quality or above. Su Yi also has a blue-named subject yet to be recruited, whose equipment is entirely of ordinary quality. Chapter 17. The completed Level 0 Territory. The territory power list primarily calculates the power value of all subjects within a territory. The power value is not solely a reflection of direct combat strength. For instance, recruiting a carpenter does not directly contribute to combat, but enhances logistics, thereby bolstering the strength of the territory. Thus, the calculation of subjects' power values does not discriminate by profession. The elevation of subjects' levels, the enhancement of talent quality, and the improvement of equipment quality all serve to augment the combat capabilities of the subjects. Elevating the status of vassals to level 5 is a relatively straightforward endeavor, yet enhancing their talent quality or recruiting those with superior innate abilities proves to be a far more formidable challenge. Similarly, acquiring higher quality equipment is no easy feat. With 100,000 novice lords descending upon the realm of Daxia, it stands to reason that most territories, even those ranked outside the top 1,000, should possess blue-named vassals. However, Su Yi has yet to recruit any blue vassals, relying instead on a greater quantity of vassals to bolster his territory's combat prowess. The cycle territory has entered the top 1,000, yet it currently remains under the radar, with only the top 100 rankings deserving of attention. After spending half an hour digging traps, lunch was ready, and as Su Yi consumed the somewhat palatable meal, he pondered the tasks for the afternoon. The first item on his agenda was to recruit a chef. The recruitment of 24 vassals in the morning had brought the total number to 71. But the number of zombies available for lure in the afternoon would likely diminish significantly, making it impossible to recruit such a large number of vassals again. Nevertheless, with so many combat-oriented vassals already at his disposal, spending 100 points to recruit a non-combat chef seemed reasonable. While the chef prepared meals, a few vassals could assist him, ensuring that all the inhabitants of the territory were well fed, with a noticeable improvement in the quality of the meals, reaching at least a standard level. The second task was to gather wood. The cycle territory had been consistently collecting wood primarily for cooking purposes. Now, however, the wood was needed for constructing new housing and a market. A basic 0-tier dwelling can accommodate up to 90 residents, and with the current population at 71, it was not far from the limit. With a stroke of luck, the population might surpass 90 by the afternoon. If not, it could certainly do so by the following morning. It was imperative to expedite the construction of the second dwelling. The market, while slightly less critical than housing, was also necessary, as the cycle territory currently lacked items suitable for external trade. Once the market was established, procuring goods from other territories would be the only option. Su Yi garnered points daily, most of which were spent on recruiting vassals, with the remainder used to purchase arrows and food from the marketplace. There might already be territories selling arrows and food at prices lower than those in the marketplace, allowing for some savings. Both 0-tier dwellings and 0-tier markets could be constructed solely with wood, as most 0-tier territorial buildings required only this resource. Wood could be purchased with points, harvested from trees, or obtained by destroying enemy territories. The recently fallen Black Territory, now overrun by zombies, had become a focal point for Su Yi, who assigned 2 scouts to monitor it. Should anyone venture into the Black Territory, the scouts were to report promptly, enabling Su Yi to make necessary strategic adjustments. The third task involved exterminating zombies. The area surrounding the cycle territory harbored few zombies, and most of those from Dalu Village and Shaolu Village had already been lured out and dispatched. With merely the third day since the arrival of novice territories in Daxia, a considerable number of them had reached their population caps, with all vassals elevated to level 5. Within the lordly realm, there exists a term denoting a territory that has reached its population limit. With both the lord and vassals attaining the maximum level for their respective tier, this is termed a perfect state. For instance, a 0-tier perfect territory or a 1-tier perfect territory. Apart from perfect, there are also designations such as newly established and seasoned. Presently, a considerable number of zero-tier perfect territories have emerged in the Daxia world, with their numbers expected to grow over time. For these zero-tier perfect territories, the immediate need for points and experience is minimal. They tend to spend points on recruiting new vassals only when losses occur. The lords of these territories no longer need to expend effort hunting zombies, as their focus has shifted to enemy territories. The strength of a single territory is inherently weak. A typical territory, consisting of the lord and vassals, amounts to only about 50 individuals, and venturing alone into a village teeming with zombies can be perilous. This danger is magnified in towns with populations in the thousands or tens of thousands. Even when two zero-tier perfect territories engage in conflict, the usual outcome is mutual devastation. With vassals' numbers equal, only a full-scale mobilization stands a chance of obliterating the enemy territory. However, if a territory lacks defenders, it risks being raided. The optimal strategy is to unite forces, with each territory deploying a third or even half of their vassals to form a substantial army while retaining a portion of their vassals to safeguard against enemy raids. The lords of the zero-tier perfect territories, namely Qin Civilization and the Azure Alliance, are actively working to form a coalition army. Their aim is to dismantle enemy territories while also exploring nearby towns. For the Cycle territory, which boasts a population limit of 10,050, the need to exterminate zombies remains pressing. It is merely the beginning, and more zombies must be killed to acquire points and recruit additional vassals. As the number of zombies diminishes in the vicinity of the territory, the focus must shift to enticing them from farther afield, which invariably brings neighboring territories into consideration. The Cycle territory is bordered by 4 neighboring territories, all part of the Azure Alliance, one of which has already fallen to a horde of zombies. The scouts of the Cycle territory can explore the direction of the Black territory, as the zombies they slay in the afternoon may predominantly originate from that area. By conquering other neighboring territories, the Cycle territory's range of exploration, and thus its sphere of influence, would expand, allowing for the discovery of greater numbers of zombies. The challenge lies in the Cycle territory's current inability to conquer another territory. Sui estimates that the Cycle territory must possess at least 150 vassals at level 5 to launch an expedition, deploying a minimum of 100 level 5 vassals to eliminate an enemy territory with minimal losses. Presently, however, the Cycle territory has only 57 level 5 vassals, indicating that there remains much work to be done. Before his midday nap, Sui solidified his plans for the afternoon. He intended to assign scouts to focus on the Black territory, luring zombies back to the Cycle territory. He also planned for his vassals to occupy and subsequently dismantle the Black territory, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of wood to transport back to the Cycle territory. The excavation of traps would be paused in favor of digging pits at a distance from the territory to bury the corpses of the zombies. Burning the bodies would be impractical due to a lack of wood for fuel, and purchasing oil from the marketplace was equally unfeasible. Thus, burial was the only option, necessitating a temporary halt to trap digging. Chapter 18. The First Blue-Named Vassal. Upon waking from his midday slumber, Sui found that the now obliterated Black territory remained unclaimed. In truth, it would matter little if someone else occupied and destroyed it beforehand. The materials produced would still be present, requiring manpower to transport them back to his own territory. Sui had no need for the territory itself, only for the materials generated upon its destruction. Even if he were to occupy the territory, the Cycle territory's capacity for population growth would be hindered, and splitting forces to garrison it would be tantamount to courting disaster. As Sui stepped out of the Lord's manor, the vassals had gathered, and after assigning various tasks, he disbanded the group, allowing the vassals to set about their duties. The first to spring into action were the scouts. Of the 7 scouts under his command, 4 were dispatched toward the Black territory to seek and lure zombies back. The remaining 3 scouts were stationed at the other 3 sides of the Cycle territory, ready to lure any zombies they encountered back as well. Excluding the scouts, 64 vassals remained, with 40 required to stay behind in the Cycle territory, including 14 level 0 vassals, while the level 5 vassals predominantly consisted of archers. The 24 vassals venturing out were all level 5, as their strength was essential for transporting wood, and fewer of the relatively weaker archers were sent out. The primary selection involves formidable shield bearers, spear soldiers, and sword and shield warriors tasked with transporting timber. They must relinquish their heavy armaments and armor, embarking on their mission unencumbered. Upon encountering zombies or foes, they will promptly abandon the timber and flee, with the ultimate goal of returning to the reincarnation domain for victory. Scouts are to lure the zombies surrounding the route to the reincarnation domain away from the territory of the Black people. The area flanking the route is predominantly flat, providing a clear line of sight during the day, enabling them to spot enemies and zombies from afar, allowing the inhabitants to return empty-handed without issue. Under Suyi's command, for scouts hasten towards the territory of the Black people. Zhou Guang, being relatively swift, is the first to draw away the zombies in the vicinity of the route. The other 3 scouts proceed to the outskirts of the Black territory, where numerous zombies are meandering. In the morning, The loss of life in the Black Territory was substantial. Even though flesh and blood have been consumed by the zombies, the bones left scattered on the ground and the soil stained with blood emit a foul odor. Attracting the zombies. Yi Feixing ventures into the Black Territory first, successfully luring the zombies away. Ultimately, Lu Rong and another scout enter the Lord's Manor of the Black Territory. As they step inside, a voice resonates in Su Yi's mind. Discovered an abandoned territory, please choose. Occupy, destroy. Su Yi opts for destroy. In truth, there exists a third option, doing nothing, allowing others to come and choose to occupy or destroy once they arrive at the abandoned territory. Destroying an abandoned territory yields 150 cubic meters of timber and 3 cubic meters of stone. The scant structures in the Black Territory collapse rapidly, transforming into a heap of materials that require the inhabitants to transport back to the reincarnation domain, without vehicles for transport. Moving these materials will take a considerable amount of time. Constructing a level 0 basic dwelling demands 200 cubic meters of timber, while erecting a level 0 market requires 100 cubic meters of timber. Demolishing a territorial structure only recovers half of the building materials. After vanquishing 2 waves of zombies, 24 lightly armed level 5 inhabitants set forth to retrieve the 150 cubic meters of timber from the now destroyed Black Territory. 1 cubic meter of timber weighs an average of 500 kilograms, and each inhabitant can carry 100 kilograms at a time, requiring half an hour for a round trip. To transport all 150 cubic meters of timber back to the reincarnation domain, 30 trips are necessary. In the afternoon, within 4.5 hours, they can only manage 9 trips, resulting in less than 50 cubic meters of timber being transported back. Only by deploying all inhabitants from the reincarnation domain can they hope to return with the full 150 cubic meters of timber before night falls. In the marketplace, there exists a wooden unicycle capable of carrying 200 kilograms, effectively doubling transportation efficiency. Although Su Yi can afford a single wooden unicycle, he would require dozens of them, necessitating a larger sum of points. Alternatively, he could have the carpenter craft unicycles, which can be made without blueprints by any common carpenter. Su Yi resolves to utilize his advanced carpenter recruitment scroll. Name: Lu Xingda, blue name. Age: 25. Profession: carpenter. Level: level 0. Talent: carpentry, 2 stars. Equipment: level 0 saw, axe, plane, shovel, etc., 1 star. Loyalty: 80. As the recruitment altar illuminates, Lu Xingda, shouldering his carpenter tools, materializes at the altar. The first blue name inhabitant of the reincarnation domain, Lu Xingda, steps forth from the altar to greet Su Yi. Su Yi inquires whether he can fabricate the desired wooden unicycle. My lord, I can indeed craft it. If it's just me, I can produce 1 unicycle in a day, with a few assistants. I could make 3 or even 4 in that time. The assistance Lu Xingda requires does not necessitate other carpenters. Merely assigning a few inhabitants to assist him will suffice. Should Su Yi recruit additional carpenters, they could exponentially increase production within a day. By constructing a market, Su Yi could sell the unicycles there, garnering a modest profit in points. However, the reincarnation domain's current priority remains the recruitment of combat-oriented inhabitants, and thus, more points cannot be allocated to hiring carpenters. If the production of unicycles is slow, it shall be slow, even if the number of inhabitants exceeds 90 by the end of the afternoon. There remains the need to divide them into 3 teams for nighttime watch. A level 0 basic dwelling can accommodate up to 135 individuals at maximum capacity. Moreover, by acquiring points in the afternoon to recruit new inhabitants and elevate them to level 5, they can be assigned to the transportation team, potentially returning half of the timber by the end of the day. By the following morning, all timber could be retrieved. This outcome is barely acceptable. However, constructing a level 0 basic dwelling necessitates 200 cubic meters of timber, and with the Black Territory yielding only 150 cubic meters, there remains a shortfall of 50 cubic meters. Additionally, the carpenter's crafting of unicycles will also require some timber. Once the timber from the Black Territory is fully transported, if no further territories are destroyed to acquire more timber, the inhabitants will have to be dispatched for logging. Should timber be urgently needed, points must be spent in the marketplace to purchase it. Other level 0 fully developed territories are not facing the same acute timber shortages as the reincarnation domain. A level 0 basic dwelling, comfortably housing 50 individuals without overcrowding, suffices for their needs. They can utilize timber to construct markets, arrow towers, and other territorial structures. Timber is crucial for the reincarnation domain, but the lives of its inhabitants hold even greater importance. Should enemies covet the timber of the Black Territory, Su Yi may choose to abandon it or rally his inhabitants for a brief skirmish. If sufficient numbers are gathered, the enemies may hesitate, fearing their own losses, and choose to retreat. Chapter 19. The zombie world is truly disgusting. Scouts are luring zombies in various directions, while the transport team busily moves timber, and the inhabitants guarding the territory, under Su Yi's guidance, are lightly digging pits to bury the zombie corpses. When the scouts draw the zombies back, they will seize their weapons to fight. Meanwhile, the blue-name carpenter Lu Xingde is accompanied by several assistants in the crafting of unicycles. The entire reincarnation domain operates in a well-organized manner. Amidst the bustling activities of the reincarnation domain, scouts from neighboring territories observe the movements within its sphere of influence. For instance, in the territory of the Bharat civilization to the north of the Black Territory, Lord Dia has consistently dispatched scouts to monitor the Black Territory. Well aware of its obliteration by a horde of zombies, and has witnessed the subsequent destruction of the territory, reducing it to mere materials. He even dispatches a team to collect the materials from the ruined Black Territory. Dia inquires in a group chat, almost certain that the lord responsible for the destruction of the Black Territory is from the Chun civilization. The fleeting thought of sending inhabitants to attack the unarmed transport team crosses Dia's mind. Whether such an attack would be successful remains a question, as deploying his own inhabitants would weaken the defensive capabilities of his territory, potentially exposing it to assaults from other lords of the Qin civilization. The optimal strategy would be to form a coalition with other lords of the Azure Alliance to jointly assault this territory. Soon, Dia becomes acquainted with a lord named Frankmere from the Aries civilization. Both are neighbors of Sui. The Azure Alliance and the Chun civilization are archenemies, and the territory adjacent to them appears to be of significant interest, necessitating the swift formation of a coalition to eradicate this Chun civilization territory. Originally, there was a Black Territory separating Dia's territory from the reincarnation domain, but with its destruction, they have now become neighbors. The reincarnation domain and Frank's territory are direct neighbors, and Frank has twice failed in attempts to lure zombies for a night raid on the reincarnation domain, causing him to regard it with heightened caution, consistently dispatching scouts to observe the situation from a distance. According to the reconnaissance observations, although the exact population of the reincarnation territory remains undetermined, initial estimates suggest it exceeds 50 individuals. The lord of this territory appears to possess the exceptional talent of the vast earth. In one-on-one encounters, this talent proves advantageous. However, in battles involving coalitions, even a lord endowed with a 6-star vast earth talent may offer limited utility. Frank has suffered 2 defeats against the reincarnation territory and is acutely aware of its formidable strength. He is fervently eager to obliterate it. If the reincarnation territory is not eradicated soon, there is a genuine risk that his own domain could fall victim to the coalition formed by the reincarnation territory. This evening, Frank even contemplated dispatching scouts to lure the zombies into attacking the reincarnation territory, should he fail to destroy it tonight. He plans to organize a coalition with neighboring Blue Alliance territories to annihilate the reincarnation territory by tomorrow. Frank established a new group chat, inviting Dia and other lords from the Blue Alliance nearby, all of whom rank lower than him on the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. By forming a coalition, Frank could take the lead. Furthermore, his territory has yet to reach its population cap. The coalition's primary target will be the reincarnation territory once it is vanquished. The surrounding territories of the Chun civilization will be systematically eliminated. Sui currently harbors no intentions to attack other territories, unaware that enemies have already set their sights on the reincarnation territory. Fortunately, throughout the afternoon, the reincarnation territory faced no assaults and continued to progress rapidly. By the end of the afternoon, the reincarnation territory had successfully dispatched 237 zombies, comprising 132 level 0 zombies, 51 level 1 zombies, 26 level 2 zombies, 15 level 3 zombies, 9 level 4 zombies, and 4 level 5 zombies. Although the number of zombies defeated in the afternoon was fewer than in the morning, the afternoon saw a greater number of blue-named zombies eliminated, totaling 3, which yielded 3 high-grade treasure chests. Opening these chests granted Sui 20 ordinary quality level 0 arrows, a high-quality level 0 leather armor, and 1 pound of ordinary quality cabbage seeds. This high-quality leather armor, while slightly superior in defense to Sui's own white-quality level 0 metal armor, is significantly lighter, prompting him to don it immediately. The elimination of 237 zombies netted Sui a total of 290 points and 840 experience. He spent 2,000 points to recruit 20 new inhabitants, consisting of 9 archers, 3 spearmen, 3 sword and shield soldiers, 3 shield bearers, 1 scout, and 1 cook. Additionally, he recruited a blue-named carpenter using a recruitment scroll, bringing the population of the reincarnation territory to 92. With just 6 more inhabitants, the territory will achieve the combined population total of 2 fully developed level 0 territories. The archers constitute the absolute backbone of the reincarnation territory, totaling 41 individuals. During the afternoon, 200 points were also spent on purchasing arrows. No agricultural tools were acquired, as the newly promoted level 5 inhabitants will primarily be assigned to transportation teams to expedite the retrieval of lumber from the Black Territory. Lu Xingde and his team successfully produced the first unicycle, albeit somewhat rudimentary, yet functional. Drawing from this experience, Lu Xingde confidently asserted that even without increasing manpower, they could manufacture 4 additional unicycles by tomorrow. Regarding arrows, there was another matter that left Sui feeling somewhat helpless. In certain regions of the Great Xia world, conflicts have already erupted between the Chun Civilization Coalition and the Blue Alliance Coalition. Both sides have employed a nefarious tactic, coating their arrowheads with zombie blood. Any enemy struck by these arrows, even if only lightly injured, risks infection by the zombie virus. This tactic extends beyond arrows to include melee weapons as well. In combat, any wound could prove fatal. The only remedy is to purchase an antidote for the zombie virus at the cost of 200 points. Even if one has not contracted the zombie virus, using an antidote will generate antibodies, providing immunity during the time spent in the Great Xia world. Some lords are already contemplating purchasing antidotes for their crucial inhabitants if they possess sufficient points. With the enemy employing such strategies, the reincarnation territory is compelled to adapt, leading to a reduction in the number of arrows purchased from the shop. Arrows retrieved from slain zombies will be preserved for use in forthcoming battles. If the zombie virus on these arrows becomes ineffective, they can always find another zombie to temporarily coat their weapons with its blood. In the World Chat channel, Su-E joined other lords in expressing their disdain. The zombie world is truly repugnant. With Su-E included, the population of the reincarnation territory has reached 93. Having not finished the rice from lunchtime, Su-E spent 80 points to procure fresh ingredients, while the cook and his assistants busied themselves preparing dinner. In the afternoon, in addition to recruiting 21 new inhabitants, Su-E utilized experience points to elevate the levels of 18 inhabitants from level 0 to level 5. The blue-named carpenter required double the experience to reach level 5, amounting to a total of 300 experience points, while the white-named cook did not level up. The number of level 5 inhabitants in the reincarnation territory has now reached 75. Other territories have ceased to increase their populations, while the reincarnation territory continues to expand, resulting in its rapid ascent on the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. Before dinner, the reincarnation territory's ranking had already entered the top 50, positioned at 42. Chapter 20, The Third Night. Although the newly recruited cook is merely a white-named one, the quality of the meals has significantly improved, now reaching a standard of ordinary palatability. A considerable enhancement from the previously barely edible fare. Su-E even overheard inhabitants praising the cook's culinary skills, with a few individuals experiencing a slight increase in loyalty due to this improvement. While enjoying dinner, Su-E contemplated a pressing issue. The lords of the Chun Civilization and the Blue Alliance have commenced hostilities, as the number of fully developed level 0 territories proliferates. The scale of these conflicts will inevitably escalate, drawing the reincarnation territory into the fray. The dilemma is that the reincarnation territory is still in its developmental phase, and Su-E is reluctant to engage in combat with the lords of the Blue Alliance prematurely. However, the enemies will likely seek out the reincarnation territory. As evidenced by 3 waves of zombies that attacked the previous night, it is reasonable to expect a similar occurrence tonight. Given the current strength of the reincarnation territory, it could successfully eliminate 200 zombies in a single assault, having dispatched 237 zombies in the afternoon. Su-E actually hopes to kill even more zombies during the night to maximize his points and experience gains. Other lords still need to form coalitions. Thus, the reincarnation territory could potentially muster a force comparable to a small-scale coalition army, with the zombie population within its sphere of influence dwindling. The enemies planning a night raid on the reincarnation territory can instead lure zombies from within their own territories. Su-E pondered whether to weaken the enemy's strength first, perhaps by dispatching 20 level 5 archers under the cover of night to approach the enemy territory. Since precise shooting is unnecessary at a distance of 100 meters, they could shoot arrows tipped with the infectious zombie blood into the enemy territory. As long as the arrows inflict any injury, the enemy lord, failing to spend points on the antidote, would face certain death. However, Su-E ultimately abandoned this notion. Much like the reincarnation territory, its inhabitants are divided into 3 teams. One team stands guard and patrols within the territory, while the other 2 teams rest in the residences. A random volley of arrows would hardly harm many enemies. Sending out 20 archers would reduce the number of archers left to defend the territory, potentially leaving it vulnerable to a large-scale zombie assault. Rather than attempting to ambush the enemy territory with archers, it may be more prudent to hope that the enemies will lure more zombies to attack the reincarnation territory. After dinner, Su-E swiftly assigned the night watch duties. 8 scouts were divided into 2 groups, with 4 individuals patrolling the 4 cardinal directions of the territory, tasked with identifying any approaching zombies ahead of time. Should a small number of zombies arrive, a single signal would suffice. However, if a large horde appears, the scouts must draw some of the zombies away. Beyond the scouts, the populace was divided into 3 teams, with one team on night watch for 4 hours while the others rested in their abodes. Although Su-E did not hear the citizens' voice concerns regarding overcrowding, the general decline in their loyalty by 1 point was likely attributable to their cramped living conditions. It was imperative to construct new housing by tomorrow. Such congestion would inevitably continue to erode their loyalty. A basic level 0 dwelling could accommodate up to 50 individuals without affecting loyalty levels, while housing only 30 could even enhance it slightly. The reincarnation territory needed to erect at least 1 dwelling, preferably 2, the following day. In the morning, all the timber from the Black Territory must be transported back. After delegating the night watch duties, Su-yi returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. Sitting on his bed, he summoned the system panel to peruse the contents of the group chat and chat channels. Tomorrow, we must form a coalition. The enemy is also assembling a coalition. And tonight is our last opportunity. I intend to dispatch scouts to lure a multitude of zombies to assault the enemy territory, thereby weakening their forces as much as possible. I dispatched 4 level 5 scouts, each tasked with enticing a horde of zombies. The zombies drawn by the scouts would converge upon the enemy territory from all directions. There is no way they could withstand such an onslaught. However, the number of zombies outside was somewhat excessive, and the enemy would likely lure zombies to attack our territory as well. Otherwise, tonight could have been an opportunity to forge a coalition and launch a night raid on the enemy. I would rather face a horde of zombies than confront the enemy. The world of the undead is repugnant, and even the slightest injury could lead to infection by the zombie virus, resulting in a loss of either 200 points or 100 points along with 150 experience. Within the confines of the reincarnation territory, zombies were scarce, while other territories still harbored a significant number, allowing the Lord of the Chun civilization and the leader of the Azure Alliance to continue employing their strategy of using others to do their fighting. Last night saw the demise of many territories within the Azure Alliance, which connected some territories of the Chun civilization, facilitating coalition formation. Tonight, more territories of the Azure Alliance would likely fall, bringing even more territories of the Chun civilization into proximity. Once the Black Territory fell, the reincarnation territory would border a territory of the Chun civilization, ruled by Lu Wei, who was also in the One Sword, One Group chat. Su-yi did not reach out to Lu Wei, but Lu Wei posted the coordinates of the reincarnation territory in the group chat, inquiring if it belonged to the Chun civilization. Su-yi chose not to respond. Perhaps Lu Wei would mistakenly consider the reincarnation territory to be part of the Azure Alliance. Under the cloak of night, scouts from the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance were already active across the land of the Great Xia world. They sought to lure and gather zombies, and once their numbers reached a certain scale, they would follow their lord's orders to direct them towards the enemy territory. After 7:30, the reincarnation territory faced the first wave of attacks for the night, with 2 enemy scouts each luring a horde of zombies to assault from the south and north. The combined total of these 2 hordes exceeded 160 zombies. The scouts of the reincarnation territory signaled the approach of the zombies, while simultaneously engaging to divert some of them. Additionally, when the enemy scouts retreated, they would lead a portion of the zombies with them, resulting in only about 80 zombies directly attacking the reincarnation territory. With 41 archers and traps set outside the territory, they easily dispatched the 80 zombies. The scouts from the north and south swiftly returned with over 50 zombies they had lured away. In the first battle of the night, the reincarnation territory eliminated over 130 zombies. While defeating zombies earned points, the maximum reward was merely the ability to purchase additional arrows for the archers from the marketplace, with no new citizens recruited. However, the experience gained from slaying zombies was rapidly utilized by Su-yi to level up the citizens. As each level 0 citizen advanced to level 5, the reincarnation territory's ranking on the Great Xia World Territory Combat Power Ranking continued to rise. Numerous territories on the ranking concealed their information, and with the reincarnation territory also obscuring its details, other lords observing the leaderboard could glean no useful intelligence. In contrast, those territories at the top of the leaderboard that did not hide their information sought to gain influence and assemble a coalition that would heed their command. Such coalitions could engage the enemy, attack cities, gather weaponry, and eliminate more zombies, thus enhancing the final task evaluation. Chapter 21, Domination. Ascend to the Summit. The group chat established by Frank Mill was named Long Live Freedom, and the night assault against the reincarnation territory was orchestrated by members of this group. If the scouts from the Long Live Freedom group could coordinate to lure zombies to attack the reincarnation territory, even with its imminent ascent on the Great Xia World Territory Combat Power Ranking, it could not withstand the onslaught. It was evident that scouts from various territories could not simultaneously attack the reincarnation territory. Only the Lord possessed the system panel, allowing for communication at any time. Once the scouts were dispatched, it became challenging to control the timing of their zombie luring efforts against enemy territories. Scouts from a single territory could coordinate their actions, enticing large hordes of zombies, and then splitting up, enabling them to simultaneously attack the enemy from different directions. Thus, on the third night following the arrival of the newcomer lord in the Great Xia world, Su-yi's reincarnation territory faced 5 waves of zombie assaults. 4 waves of zombies attacked in 2 groups from both sides, while 1 wave split into 3 directions, launching a near-simultaneous assault from 3 fronts. Were this any ordinary level 0 territory, it might indeed have faltered. However, the strength of the reincarnation territory was nearly on par with that of 2 fully realized level 0 territories, ultimately prevailing at the cost of 4 citizens' lives, successfully vanquishing all zombies that besieged them that night. The 4 lost citizens were all melee fighters. 3 perished within the territory, while 1 scout fell outside. Upon the scout's death, the record displayed Your citizen Chao Zishir was killed by the enemy. Chao Zishir was slain by the enemy, not by the zombies. Following Su Yi's orders, Chao Zishir would not have approached the enemy territory. Throughout the night, it was primarily the scouts who were active in the external world. Su Yi suspected that Chao Zishir had been killed by the enemy's scouts, potentially even by a faster and stronger level 5 blue-named scout. In addition to the loss of one scout, the reincarnation territory suffered the loss of 2 shield bearers and 1 spear wielder. Finally, dawn broke, and with it, the night came to an end. The reincarnation territory had slain a total of 516 zombies. This included 315 level 0 zombies, 102 level 1 zombies, 49 level 2 zombies, 27 level 3 zombies, 15 level 4 zombies, and 8 level 5 zombies. Among them were 7 blue-named zombies, each granting Su Yi a high-level treasure chest. The 7 high-level treasure chests yielded the following rewards: 100 points, 1 level 0 spear, 2 stars, a bag of 50 pounds of potatoes, 1 level 0 one-handed shield, 1 star, 100 points, 1 level 0 warhorse, 1 star. High-level citizen recruitment scroll. Most notably, the high-level citizen recruitment scroll caught Su Yi's attention, particularly since he had lost a scout and believed he could recruit a faster blue-named scout. The elimination of 516 zombies earned Su Yi a total of 4,675 points and 5,695 experience. Approaching the recruitment altar, he spent 4,300 points to recruit 43 citizens, 20 archers, 7 shield bearers, 6 spear wielders, 6 shield bearers, 1 scout, 1 cook, 1 blacksmith, and 1 carpenter. The 43 citizens emerged sequentially from the recruitment altar, and when an archer appeared, Su Yi noticed that this was, in fact, a blue-named archer. Name: Feng Yuxuan, blue name. Age: 20. Profession: archer. Level: level 0. Talent: archery, 2 stars. Command: 1 star. Equipment: level 0 longbow, 1 star. Level 0 short sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 20 level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Su Yi examined the first blue-named subject he had summoned using his points, and to his astonishment, Feng Yuxuan possessed 2 talents, the second being a remarkable 1-star command talent. This 1-star command talent indicated that Feng Yuxuan could adeptly lead up to 100 soldiers. With Feng Yuxuan's inclusion, Su Yi could remain in the territory while dispatching the local forces to be commanded by him. Su Yi then utilized the advanced recruitment scroll to summon a scout, and immediately a blue-named scout materialized from the recruitment altar. Name: Yu Jie, blue name. Age: 22. Occupation: scout. Level: level 0. Talent: agility, 2 stars. Equipment: level 0 short sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Although Yu Jie did not possess the same delightful surprise as Feng Yuxuan, Su Yi was no longer concerned, as the reincarnation territory now boasted 3 blue-named subjects, combined with the newly recruited 44 subjects. The population of the reincarnation territory had reached 132, with 61 of them being archers, constituting its formidable backbone. However, the newly recruited subjects lacked housing, necessitating the swift transportation of the remaining lumber from the Black Territory to construct a second primary dwelling. Last night, Su Yi expended 300 points to purchase arrows. In comparison to the arrows shot, the quantity of purchased arrows began to dwindle, necessitating the retrieval and reuse of arrows from the fallen zombies, primarily to engage the enemy. Additionally, after dawn, he spent 100 points to procure food ingredients from the marketplace. The newly recruited subjects did not require breakfast. Su Yi was left with only 428 points, and he needed to continually augment his reserve points. Last night, he accrued a total of 5,830 experience points, alongside 135 experience points unspent from the daytime. As no new subjects were recruited during the night, the 17 level 0 subjects had all leveled up to 5, leaving a substantial amount of experience unallocated. With the arrival of the newly recruited subjects, Su Yi continued to expend experience, leveling a total of 19 subjects, including the 2 blue-named ones, to level 5, ultimately retaining only 130 experience points unspent. Elevating a white-named subject to level 5 requires 150 experience points, while a blue-named subject necessitates 300 experience points. In the future, should there be purple-named subjects, it would demand 600 experience points. The experience required for leveling escalates exponentially, as does the strength of subjects of the same profession. Upon completion of the leveling process, 108 out of the 132 subjects in the reincarnation territory had reached level 5, with only 24 level 0 subjects remaining. The count of level 5 subjects in the reincarnation territory had surpassed the combined total of level 5 subjects in 2 ordinary 0-tier territories. The strength of the reincarnation territory had significantly amplified. In fact, before dawn, after Su Yi facilitated the successive leveling of subjects, the reincarnation territory had officially ascended to the summit of the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. Su Yi noted discussions in the World Chat Channel, the regional chat channel, and within One Sword One Group, regarding the top-ranking territory. They primarily speculated about the identity of the hidden first-place holder, pondering whether it was the lord of the Chun civilization or the lord of some civilization within the Azure Alliance. Alas, the details regarding the first-place holder remained a mystery, leading to limited discourse among the lords concerning it, while discussions regarding the territories with transparent information flourished. Su-yi surmised that the lords whose rankings were overshadowed by him, particularly Zhao Fenghua, the lord of the Zhao clan from the Qin civilization, would likely regard him with greater significance, as they aspired to reclaim their former glory atop the rankings. However, such aspirations were fundamentally unattainable, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. The gap between the reincarnation territory and the second-ranked territory would only continue to widen. Chapter 22, Bows and Shields. The Long Live Freedom Group originally comprised 8 members, but following a zombie assault on 5 members' territories last night, 2 of the members' territories were obliterated. Consequently, the Long Live Freedom Group now consisted of only 6 members, while the other 3 territories that had suffered zombie attacks also endured some losses. The group leader, Frank Mir, conferred with the remaining 5 members and ultimately decided to rest in the morning and launch an offensive in the afternoon, dispatching 20 subjects from each territory, totaling 120 individuals, personally led by Frank Mir, with the intention of annihilating the reincarnation territory. Last night, the Long Live Freedom Group lost 2 members, and the total number of territories across the Great Xia world had dwindled to 860,000. The Azure Alliance continued to sustain greater losses than the Qin civilization. Simultaneously, with more territories of the same faction adjacent to one another, the formation of a coalition became more feasible. The reincarnation territory had yet to have breakfast when Su-yi dispatched some scouts, primarily to assess the situation in the Black Territory, as they needed to transport the remaining lumber from there. Soon, the scouts returned with reports indicating that there were no issues in the Black Territory. Another scout reported that a territory located to the southwest of the reincarnation territory had been overrun by zombies, with large hordes of undead roaming within. Upon hearing this report, Su-yi felt there was no need for logging today, as the materials required to construct a primary dwelling could be gathered. In truth, another neighbor of the reincarnation territory had also fallen, albeit on the opposite side of the Black Territory, at a considerable distance. After breakfast, Su-yi convened the subjects to swiftly assign all tasks. He organized a transportation team of 50, with Feng Yuxuan as the captain, an archer, while the remaining members comprised shield bearers, pikemen, and sword and shield soldiers. Currently, the only transport available was a single wheelbarrow, but with 2 carpenters in the reincarnation territory. He arranged for some assistance, aiming to produce at least 3 wheelbarrows by midday. The remaining lumber from the Black Territory could be transported before 10 o'clock. The majority of the subjects remaining in the territory, led by Su-yi, began lightly digging pits outside the territory to bury the zombie corpses. Scouts operated in the outer regions, luring zombies back to be slain. The territory with large hordes of zombies was a priority, as scouts were tasked with drawing these zombies back, subsequently destroying the abandoned territory. The transportation team could then proceed to gather lumber from this site. Carpenters manufactured wheelbarrows. Chefs processed food ingredients, and blacksmiths repaired equipment. Everyone within the territory, including the Lord, had their respective tasks, with the Lord personally leading by example. The subjects naturally voiced little complaint, and loyalty levels remained largely intact. The reincarnation territory buzzed with activity, as did other territories. Some territories across the Great Xia world began to form coalitions. However, before establishing alliances, they needed to clear the surrounding zombies. Swift scouts could outrun the zombies, while other occupational subjects found it somewhat challenging, especially when faced with large hordes. It was imperative to eliminate these obstructions, particularly since vanquishing zombies could yield points and experience. Although there was a cap on territory population, casualties were inevitable in battle. When deaths occurred, points could be immediately expended to summon new subjects, and points could also be spent to elevate these subjects to their maximum levels. Furthermore, slaying numerous zombies could enhance mission evaluations. Thus, during the first 2 hours of the morning, the Great Xia world remained relatively harmonious, as the visible zombies within their territories were eradicated, and one by one, the territories began dispatching their subjects. Typically, a territory contained only 49 subjects. Dispatching too many left fewer to guard, making them vulnerable to theft. Conversely, sending out too few might render the coalition incapable of defeating the enemy. Lords usually agreed to send out between 20 to 25 subjects from each territory. The assembly of coalitions and the outbreak of battles could occur in 2 distinct ways. The first method involved various territories coordinating their strikes together, marching toward the targeted enemy territory, allowing them to encircle the enemy and engage in a concerted assault. The second approach involves designating a specific area where soldiers from various territories gather. Once the Allied forces are assembled, they advance to assault the enemy's territory. Su-yi observed that several alliances have already formed within the group known as One Blade per group, with each coalition comprising no fewer than 5 members and, in some cases, exceeding 10. The collective strength of these alliances ranges from a modest 100 to over 200 soldiers. Such numbers, while relatively small, can combine with other allied forces from the same faction to create larger coalitions that engage in combat against the enemy's factions. In the current scenario, even a coalition of merely 100 soldiers can inflict considerable losses upon a zero-tier complete territory sufficient to annihilate it. Should there be casualties, if the Lord possesses ample points and experience, they can swiftly recruit new subjects and continue to deploy them, thereby replenishing the coalition's strength. The lords of the Qin civilization are acutely aware of their numerical disadvantage. All soldiers dispatched are 5th-tier subjects, with a significant proportion being archers. The Blue Alliance, however, lacks cohesion. The lords are of varied caliber, and many are reluctant to incur substantial losses. While they may meet the requisite numbers for deployment, the levels of their subjects are not guaranteed to all be 5th tier. There is even concern that lords from differing civilizations, who already harbor discord, may use each other's soldiers as cannon fodder. This conflict is a battle of quality versus quantity. At times, the Qin civilization prevails, while at other times, the Blue Alliance emerges victorious. The task realm is vast, and since lords typically remain for a short duration, it results in instances where some regions see victories for the Qin civilization, while others favor the Blue Alliance, making a comprehensive victory for any one faction improbable. For now, the reincarnation territory has not yet entered the fray, though last night witnessed 5 consecutive waves of zombies assaulting it, drawing considerable attention from enemies. It is possible that among those 5 waves, some contributions came from the lords of the Qin civilization. However, when the Qin civilization's lords do assault the reincarnation territory, it will provide an opportunity to confirm that both sides belong to the Qin civilization, thus averting conflict. While it is uncertain whether the Qin coalition will attack the reincarnation territory, it is certain that the Blue Alliance coalition will, though the timing of their appearance remains unknown. Consequently, Sui has instructed his scouts to closely monitor the surrounding territories of the Blue Alliance. Should any signs of troop movements arise, the scouts are to signal immediately, prompting Sui to recall the subjects transporting wood and prepare for battle. Additionally, the scouts of the reincarnation territory are tasked with driving away the enemy's scouts to prevent them from discovering the full extent of their forces. Currently, the conflict between both sides largely hinges on which faction can field more archers. Arrows coated in zombie blood can be shot from a distance to inflict even minor wounds, thereby declaring the enemy's demise. To counteract the arrows, it is necessary to recruit more shield bearers. Each shield bearer can protect themselves and one additional soldier, thus necessitating that half of any given unit comprises shield bearers. The alternative would be to recruit more archers or more shield bearers. With Sui possessing the talent of 1-star unerring shot, it is only natural for him to prioritize the recruitment of archers. In this type of combat, enhancing the range of arrows seems more advantageous than merely improving their accuracy. Chapter 23. The enemy approaches. During the morning hours, the reincarnation territory faced no enemy assaults. The scouts successfully lured large hordes of zombies from 2 abandoned territories back to the reincarnation territory for extermination, significantly expanding their sphere of influence in the process. Sui continued to recruit subjects, primarily to bolster the transportation team. By the end of the morning, the reincarnation territory had amassed over 200 cubic meters of wood. Sui then proceeded to the territory page to construct a new basic dwelling adjacent to the first one. As construction commenced, the wood piled on the vacant land seemed to levitate, akin to a game of stacking blocks, and within the span of just 1 minute, a new basic dwelling was erected. This new structure matched the specifications of the initial dwelling, occupying 666 square meters and containing 10 residential units, amounting to a total of 30 bedrooms. Given the substantial number of subjects, the timeline for erecting the third basic dwelling remains uncertain, leading to overcrowding in the second. Each bedroom accommodates 2 individuals, the living room houses 2, and the kitchen serves 1, allowing a single basic dwelling to house up to 90 individuals. Such overcrowding inevitably results in a decline in the loyalty of the subjects, as their lack of proper housing further diminishes their allegiance. Only Lu Xingda, Feng Yuxuan, and Yu Zhiye, distinguished blue-named subjects, receive special consideration. For the time being, the 3 reside in 1 residential unit, each occupying a separate bedroom. The territory is capable of constructing not only basic dwellings, but also intermediate and advanced residences, as well as basic, intermediate, and advanced courtyards. Both intermediate and advanced dwellings cover an area of 666 square meters and resemble apartment buildings. An intermediate dwelling comprises 6 residential units, with each unit spanning 80 square meters, while an advanced dwelling contains 5 units, each measuring 100 square meters. Blue-named subjects should be assigned to intermediate residences, while purple-named subjects ought to reside in advanced ones. A basic courtyard covers 200 square meters, an intermediate courtyard spans 400 square meters, and an advanced courtyard occupies 600 square meters. Upgrading a courtyard does not increase its floors, and given the limited land available in the territory, such construction is not advisable. Once the basic dwelling was completed, the remaining would prove insufficient for constructing an arrow tower. The reincarnation territory requires not an arrow tower, but a watchtower, which is not classified as a territorial building. Thus, arranging for subjects to construct it will demand a significant amount of time. An arrow tower can serve as a makeshift watchtower, and as long as enough materials are available, it can be erected swiftly. The reincarnation territory is in dire need of additional wood to build the arrow tower and to construct more dwellings. Throughout the morning, the reincarnation territory eliminated a total of 363 zombies, including 225 zero-tier zombies, 71 first-tier zombies, 37 second-tier zombies, 16 third-tier zombies, 9 fourth-tier zombies, and 5 fifth-tier zombies. Among them were 4 blue-named zombies, yielding 4 advanced treasure chests, which upon opening yielded a bottle of blood coagulant, 100 points, a betting set, and a zero-tier longbow, 2 stars. Coincidentally, there exists a blue-named archer among Su Yi's ranks, who also possesses a 1-star commanding talent. After acquiring the high-quality longbow from the treasure chest, Su Yi generously bestowed it upon Feng Yuxuan, allowing him to better harness its power. In gratitude for Su Yi's gift, Feng Yuxuan's loyalty increased by 3 points. The elimination of 363 zombies granted Su Yi a total of 195 points and 840 experience points. During the morning, Su Yi expended 3,000 points to recruit 30 subjects, comprising 14 archers, 5 shield bearers, 5 sword and shield soldiers, 4 spear bearers, and 2 scouts. Currently, the number of subjects under Su Yi's command has reached 162, with archers constituting a significant 75 of them. After purchasing arrows and provisions, Su Yi retains 478 points, with only 75 experience points remaining, as the recently acquired experience has almost been entirely utilized. Among the 162 subjects, 134 are 5th tier. The gap between Su Yi's standings and the second-ranked territory continues to widen. Even if the latter acquires purple-named subjects and rare equipment, they cannot surpass the reincarnation territory. In the realm of the Great Xia, the Blue Alliance possesses a numerical advantage over the Chun civilization. Presently, the reincarnation territory also holds a numerical advantage over the territories trailing behind in the rankings. Following the afternoon break, Su Yi prepared to assign tasks to the subjects. As he was organizing the assignments, a scout returned with reports of unusual activity in the surrounding territories. Members of the Long Live Freedom Group have begun assembling subjects, preparing to form an alliance to assault the reincarnation territory. Due to the dispersion of the 6 members around the reincarnation territory, it was decided that each of the 6 domains would dispatch troops to directly encircle the reincarnation territory. Some members' domains were situated far from the reincarnation territory and needed to mobilize earlier, while others, being closer, could afford to set out later. This strategy would ensure that they arrived at the periphery of the reincarnation territory nearly simultaneously, thereby completing the encirclement. The scouts of the reincarnation territory quickly detected that forces from neighboring domains were advancing towards them and hastened back to report to Su Yi. They have come. At long last, they have come. Although Su Yi felt a modicum of confidence in the strength of his domain, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He dispatched scouts to further investigate the enemy's capabilities. With the impending assault, he also organized the gathered citizens. They could not be sent away now. So the combat-ready members were fully armed and prepared for battle. The scouts continuously relayed intelligence back, confirming that a total of 6 domains had mobilized, each sending approximately 20 soldiers, culminating in around 120 adversaries. Among these, fewer than 50 were archers, and not all were at level 5. Some were even level 4 or 3 citizens. Given such a disparity in strength, it was clear that they would not pose a significant threat to the reincarnation territory. Su Yi's objective was to eliminate as many enemies as possible while minimizing his own losses. As the enemy began their siege, the reincarnation territory also dispersed its personnel to the periphery. Su Yi took command of the northern and western citizens, instructing Feng Yuxuan to lead those in the south and east. The tactic was straightforward. Once the enemy entered the archer's range, they were to unleash their arrows without restraint. The arrowheads were tainted with zombie blood, and the melee fighters' weapons were similarly contaminated. In the heat of battle, even if the enemy was not slain outright, any injury would result in infection by the zombie virus, leading to their transformation into zombies or their demise at the hands of their own ranks before the transformation could occur. As the enemy advanced toward the reincarnation territory, the combat-ready citizens had spread out. The shield bearers and sword and shield warriors stood at the forefront, while the archers were positioned behind them, and the pike men maintained a greater distance. Should the enemy's archers release their arrows, the shield bearers and sword and shield warriors could provide cover, and the pike men would remain out of range. Outside the reincarnation territory, 6 squads drew ever closer, with Frankmeyer leading the charge, brimming with confidence. With a total of 120 soldiers dispatched, surely they would obliterate the Chun civilization territory. This was merely the beginning. Under the illustrious leadership of Frankmeyer, all territories of the Chun civilization in this region would fall, and all lords of the Azure Alliance would bow before him. Chapter 24, An Easy Triumph. Among the 6 territories, only Lord Frank personally led his troops, while the other 5 lords remained behind in their own domains. Staying within the safety of their domains seemed prudent, as venturing outside posed unpredictable dangers. Frank, having taken command of the 120-man army, noted that more forces appeared to be deployed on the eastern front of the reincarnation territory. He reasoned that as long as he could hold the enemy at bay without entering their archers' range, they would suffer no losses. Moreover, killing would yield no benefit. It was better for the other squads to storm the enemy's territory, resulting in greater casualties on the opposing side. With this mindset, Frank ordered his scouts to relay commands to the other 5 squads. Do not halt. Advance directly. Attack without delay. The scouts, bearing their lord's orders, hurried away. At the encircled center, the reincarnation territory had no formidable terrain advantages, only 2 key factors: a greater number of defenders and superior knowledge of the surrounding area. For instance, the maximum range of the reincarnation territory's archers had already been established, and once the enemy crossed into this range, they would be met with a hail of arrows. Even though the arrows would lose potency over distance, any injury could lead to infection by the zombie virus. The reincarnation territory was fully prepared. Feng Yuxuan gripped his high-quality longbow, his gaze frequently darting towards the enemy forces in the south and east. He soon noticed a particularly notable individual among the eastern enemy ranks, flanked by 2 shield bearers and adorned in ornate equipment, suggesting a person of significant status. Conversely, no such prominent figure was present among the southern enemy troops. The Lord had bestowed this prized bow upon him, and Feng Yuxuan aspired to utilize it for the greater glory of his domain. 3 minutes later, a squad from the west of the reincarnation territory first entered the archers' range. After a brief pause, Sui commanded, "Archers, fire." At his command, the archers from the western flank drew their bows at a 45-degree angle, launching their arrows towards the enemy. This angle maximized their flight distance. 18 arrows soared towards the 20 foes. Upon seeing the oncoming projectiles, the enemy commander shouted for the shield bearers to raise their shields. Those without shields, including archers, pikemen, and axemen, scrambled behind the shield bearers. The scene was chaotic. They had battled zombies before, but had never faced human adversaries. As the 18 arrows rained down, many were deflected by shields, and some landed harmlessly on the ground. Yet 4 enemies sustained injuries. Realizing the arrows were tainted with zombie blood, the injured knew that being struck meant death. Before the commander could issue a decisive command, a second volley of arrows struck, wounding 3 more. With only 20 soldiers, 7 were already injured. If they did not eliminate the threats now, they would soon face a horde of zombies, requiring 13 to combat 7 undead. Most critically, the arrows from the reincarnation territory showed no signs of abating. Faced with no other choice, the commander ordered a retreat. At his command, the soldiers hastily retreated in the direction from whence they came, the injured among them trailing behind. Once they reached a safe distance, 9 of the 20 were injured. The commander, unable to bear the thought of ordering the execution of the wounded, could only instruct them to temporarily separate from the group, hoping they would not succumb to the transformation before they could regroup. The conflict erupted first on the western front of the reincarnation territory, with subsequent battles igniting in the south and north. While the eastern enemy forces advanced at a slower pace, Feng Yuxuan had departed from the southeastern corner of the territory, moving north along the wooden palisade. His eyes fixated on Frankmeyer at the rear of the enemy ranks, observing the battles unfolding in the other directions. Frank was increasingly reluctant to hasten his own troops into combat, aiming to minimize losses for his domain. Eventually, Frank's forces entered the archer's range. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, releasing an arrow tainted with zombie blood from his high-quality longbow. The arrow sped towards the enemy, threading through the gaps between soldiers. By the time Frank sensed the imminent danger and tried to evade, it was too late. The arrow pierced through his eye socket and into his brain. Witnessing this, Feng Yuxuan shouted in exhilaration, "Archers, fire!" Simultaneously, an alert appeared in Su Yi's system. "Your citizen Feng Yuxuan has slain the lord of the AI Li civilization, Frankmeyer." This was a remarkably effortless battle for the reincarnation territory, as 120 adversaries, armed solely with experience in slaying zombies, divided into 6 factions to besiege the territory, only to be effortlessly vanquished by arrows shot from the archers of reincarnation territory. At least 50 foes were struck by arrows, while the remaining unscathed enemies fled back to their stronghold. Su Yi soon learned of Feng Yuxuan's accomplishment in slaying an enemy lord. This lord, named Frankmeyer, was likely the commander of this coalition of the Azure Alliance. With the lord deceased and the territory abandoned, there remained a significant number of inhabitants, and this territory was relatively close to reincarnation territory. After some contemplation, Su Yi summoned Feng Yuxuan. "Take 80 men and capture this territory. It would be ideal to seize all the inhabitants, then infect them with zombie blood, and subsequently eliminate them. Once the territory is destroyed, lead a transport team to bring back the timber." Understood. Feng Yuxuan complied with Su Yi's orders. Within a minute, he departed the territory with 80 men, swiftly advancing toward Frank's domain. Originally, Frank's territory had reached its population limit. However, With the Lord now dead and 12 individuals wounded during the recent battle, only 37 remained. Without a Lord to command them, Frank's territory descended into chaos. As Feng Yuxuan's team approached, the archers unleashed a volley of arrows, killing and injuring several foes, prompting the remaining enemies to surrender. Feng Yuxuan commanded his men to bind the surrendered and injured with ropes. If ropes were unavailable, they would resort to breaking the limbs of these individuals, ensuring they remained alive for a brief period, only to be transformed into zombies by the infection before being slain. Once the inhabitants contracted the zombie virus, they would become zombies of similar rank and quality. Your inhabitants have conquered a territory. Please choose, occupy or destroy. Destroy. By destroying a territory, you acquire 150 cubic meters of timber and 3 cubic meters of stone. Chapter 25, 2-Star Qualification Stone. Although the population of Suyi's territory had reached 162, he chose not to occupy Frank's domain. The number of inhabitants was still insufficient. Even with an additional officer possessing commanding talent, Suyi would refrain from dividing his forces to occupy other territories for the time being. He would consider such matters once the number of his inhabitants increased. Suyi also opted not to recruit the captives. Having once been enemies, their loyalty would be exceedingly low, and they would likely face ostracism from the other inhabitants. With differing languages, skin tones, and hair colors, Suyi would only attempt to recruit these inhabitants should he encounter those belonging to other lords of the Chun civilization after their leaders had perished. He had no intention of attempting to recruit inhabitants from other civilizations, nor would other lords of the Chun civilization. Moreover, the process of integrating an outsider into his territory as an inhabitant would cost 100 points, and the newly recruited inhabitants would revert to level 0. The zombie world is quite repugnant, yet it offers a singular advantage. While killing enemies does not yield points or experience, one can transform foes into zombies with the zombie virus, thereby earning points and experience upon their demise. The reincarnation territory was in dire need of such zombie kills. Following the destruction of Frank's domain, the influence of reincarnation territory continued to expand. Scouts roamed to lure zombies back to slay, while Feng Yuxuan led the transport team to carry back timber, and the majority of the inhabitants remaining in reincarnation territory were still lightly digging pits outside their stronghold. Reincarnation territory returned to its normal state. After the annihilation of Frank's domain, Suyi had no intention of pursuing other foes, especially since the lords of the other 5 territories remained alive. Their inhabitants had suffered losses, but they might possess ample points and experience to swiftly recruit replacements. With a commanding lord, the forces of reincarnation territory would face casualties in their attempts to breach strongholds. For now, it would be prudent to spare them. Once the strength of reincarnation territory grew sufficiently formidable, it would easily obliterate these domains. Meanwhile, the lords of the 5 territories surrounding reincarnation territory, trembling with fear, employed every means at their disposal while awaiting the arrival of the reincarnation army. They actively sought reinforcements, yet none could be found in the immediate future. The forces dispatched from the 5 territories were decimated by the archers of reincarnation territory, and as they fled back to their stronghold, scouts encountered them, bringing news of their plight. The coalition had been defeated. Prior to the coalition's collapse, they had noticed the icon of their ally Frank Mir had dimmed, signaling his demise. Frank Mir had led the coalition's assault on reincarnation territory, and with his death, it was highly probable the coalition had been vanquished. There remained a slim possibility that the coalition had breached reincarnation territory, resulting in Frank Mir's untimely death. Once the scouts returned with news of their own forces' defeat, they could finally ascertain that the coalition had indeed been crushed. With the coalition defeated, what should they do next? In the now leaderless, Long Live Freedom group, the 5 lords deliberated. They speculated on the nature of the battle. Frank had previously mentioned targeting this Chun civilization territory, where the lord was suspected to possess the Earth talent, likely a 1-star Earth talent. The possibility of having a 4-star Earth talent was exceedingly slim. In this context, a coalition of 120 individuals should have been sufficient to conquer the enemy's territory. The 5 lords compiled their information, realizing that the population within the enemy's territory exceeded their expectations, possibly even surpassing that of the coalition. Could it be that this Chun civilization possessed a 5-star or even 6-star Earth talent? A 5-star Earth talent allows for a population cap of 130 in a 0-tier territory, while a 6-star Earth talent permits a cap of 210. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They could not believe their fortunes would align so favorably with an opponent possessing 5-star or even 6-star Earth talent. Instead, they preferred to believe it was a trap. Perhaps, during the previous night, other lords of the Chun civilization had dispatched individuals to this territory. The coalition's assault on this territory had led them into a trap, resulting in their effortless defeat at the hands of the Chun civilization forces. Regardless of the cause, it indicated the presence of a powerful enemy adjacent to their territories. This formidable foe had just triumphed over the coalition and subsequently annihilated Frank's domain. Would they next turn their sights on attacking theirs? The 5 lords hastily expended all remaining points and experience to recruit inhabitants and upgrade them, awaiting the inevitable arrival of the Chun civilization coalition. They searched far and wide for reinforcements, but the external chaos had erupted, with numerous locations embroiled in conflict between the Chun Civilization Coalition and the Azure Alliance, leaving no assistance available for them, unless they chose to mobilize their entire forces, gathering all inhabitants from the 5 territories. They might surpass 200 individuals and assemble a larger coalition capable of defeating the Chun Civilization forces. Yet, for various reasons, the coalition failed to materialize. The 5 territories prepared themselves for the impending judgment of fate, yet they found themselves waiting in vain for the arrival of the Chun Civilization Coalition. They dispatched scouts to observe the restoration of Reincarnation territory to its former state, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Perhaps they had encountered a lord who cherished peace and abhorred conflict, one who would not initiate an attack unless provoked. Nevertheless, having such a powerful neighbor instilled considerable concern in the 5 lords. Without Frank Mir to organize the coalition, they could only seek new alliances. More than half of the organizers of the Azure Alliance coalition hailed from the Eli civilization, as the Eli civilization was the dominant force of the Azure Alliance. Su-Yi remained oblivious to the shifting sentiments of his adversaries, focusing solely on the development of his own territory. By the end of the afternoon, the number of zombies slain by Reincarnation territory had reached 348, including 143 level 0 zombies, 68 level 1 zombies, 33 level 2 zombies, 17 level 3 zombies, 25 level 4 zombies, and 62 level 5 zombies. It is abundantly clear that the number of level 5 zombies slain has significantly escalated. The primary reason for this surge is the defeat of the Azure Alliance and the annihilation of Frank's territory, which resulted in a substantial number of level 5 subjects being infected by the virus and transformed into level 5 zombies. The count of level 4 zombies eliminated has also seen a considerable increase. Among the 348 zombies dispatched, only 3 bore blue names, yielding 3 prestigious treasure chests, which upon opening revealed level 0 heavy armor, 1 star, 2-star qualification stone, and 100 points. The 2-star qualification stone is intended for the subjects capable of enhancing their quality, effectively elevating their innate talents. For instance, a white-named archer using the 2-star qualification stone would transition into a blue-named archer, with their archery talent advancing from 1 star to 2 stars. Should a white-named subject possess multiple 1-star talents, employing a 2-star qualification stone would directly enhance their profession-related abilities, and further use of the stone would randomly boost other talents. If Su-Yi were to allocate this 2-star qualification stone to Feng Yuxuan, her 1-star command talent would directly elevate to 2 stars. However, there is no pressing need for such an enhancement at present, as the number of subjects remains relatively modest. Notably, a 2-star command talent allows for the flexible command of up to 1,000 individuals. The use of the 2-star qualification stone will be considered in due course. Chapter 26, The Strategy of Night Raids. This afternoon, having dispatched such a multitude of zombies, Su-Yi amassed a total of 790 points and 785 experience. He subsequently expended 400 points to recruit 44 subjects, comprising 18 archers, 6 shield bearers, 6 sword and shield soldiers, 6 spearmen, 6 scouts, 1 cook, and 1 carpenter. During the recruitment of a sword and shield soldier, a blue-named soldier emerged. Name, Shinkai, blue name. Age, 23. Profession, sword and shield soldier. Level 0. Talent, sword and shield technique, 2 stars. Equipment, level 0 one-handed shield, 1 star. Level 0 broadsword, 1 star. Level 0 heavy armor, 1 star. Loyalty, 80. By the end of the afternoon, the number of subjects under Su-Yi's command had surpassed 200, reaching a total of 206. Among them, there were 93 archers, 31 shield bearers, 29 spearmen, 29 sword and shield soldiers, 17 scouts, alongside 3 carpenters and 3 cooks, with 1 blacksmith. The total number of blue-named subjects amounted to 4. Of these 206 subjects, 178 had risen to level 5, while 28 remained at level 0. By evening, before dinner, Su-Yi found himself with merely 564 points and 110 experience remaining. Throughout the afternoon, Su-Yi gradually augmented the personnel and handcarts for the transport team led by Feng Yuxuan, and astonishingly, before dinner, the team managed to transport back 150 cubic meters of timber from Frank's territory. The construction of the 3rd primary dwelling could commence tomorrow morning. However, in the short term, the subjects would continue to reside in cramped conditions within the basic accommodations. As Su-Yi dined, he perused the chat content within the group, One Blade, One Group. During the day, across the vast expanse of the Great Xia world, various coalitions of the Chun Civilization and the Azure Alliance had been formed. Whether it was the Chun Civilization attacking the Azure Alliance's territory, or vice versa, skirmishes were frequent, and even the Reincarnation territory faced assaults from the Azure Alliance. The clashes between humans erupted abruptly, while the battles with zombies seemed to diminish rapidly. This was primarily due to the swift decline in the number of zombies in the wild. Currently, zombies were predominantly found in 2 locations, cities and forests. In the cities, zombies were relatively concentrated, and given the original population, there was a possibility of encountering purple-named or even silver-named zombies. The forests, being expansive and previously inhabited by a multitude of animals, attracted zombies, thus resulting in a greater presence of undead within the woodland. Occasionally, zombies would wander out from the forests. Even with the formation of coalitions, it was deemed unsuitable to enter the woods to combat zombies. Many coalitions aimed for the cities where zombies were more densely populated. Before besieging a city, it was imperative to eliminate the enemy first. Therefore, as the external zombie population dwindled, encounters between the lords of the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance surged. The objective was to determine a victor before venturing into the cities. It would be unwise to explore the cities independently, caught between zombies ahead and enemies behind, thus facing a pincer attack. Due to the scarcity of zombies outside, Sui noted in the chat that members of One group were no longer inclined to lure zombies to assault enemy territories that night. Instead, they planned to dispatch troops for a surprise attack on enemy lands. The simplest method involved sending the archers into battle lightly equipped. Carrying fewer arrows, they would swiftly approach the enemy territory, fire their arrows into the enemy's domain, and then rapidly retreat. The arrows, smeared with zombie virus, would injure the enemies. Even if the damage inflicted were minimal, it would still disrupt the enemy's rest. Some even proposed forming coalitions at night to obliterate the Azure Alliance's territory. As Sui contemplated the chat content, he reflected on his own territory. Based on the afternoon's zombie hunting, his territorial influence had expanded, yet there remained few zombies to slay. It seemed unlikely that any enemies would lure zombies to attack tonight. Considering that among the 348 zombies he had slain that afternoon, 62 were level 5, a new strategy began to form in Suyi's mind. Eliminating a level 5 zombie granted 30 points and 50 experience, while a level 0 zombie yielded a mere 5 points and 5 experience. The external environment was rife with level 0 zombies. In contrast, enemy territories predominantly housed level 5 subjects. Given the lack of zombies to hunt, it was prudent to shift targets and directly assault enemy territories, injuring their subjects, infecting them with the zombie virus, and subsequently dispatching them. Sui was not alone in this line of thought. Other lords with fully developed territories sought to accrue more points and experience. Points and experience would not vanish upon leaving the task world. As territories leveled up, the ability to recruit more subjects would necessitate the use of these resources. Moreover, points could serve as a medium of exchange, making them ever more desirable. Now, only one question remained. When confronting zombies that lacked intelligence, even if a larger number of zombies attacked, the reincarnation territory could eliminate them with minimal or no losses, given that zombies lacked ranged attacks. Conversely, in combat against enemies equipped with archers and crossbowmen, ranged units, casualties were inevitable. Especially as everyone was coating their arrows with zombie blood, any injury sustained would count as a loss. This would undoubtedly escalate combat losses significantly. The loss of a single subject equated to a deficit of 100 points and 150 experience. Slaying 3 level 5 zombies would not suffice to recruit and train a single level 5 subject, leaving a gap of 10 points. Nonetheless, in the absence of numerous zombies to hunt, this method must be trialed. Tonight would serve as a test. After dinner, Sui summoned Feng Yuxuan to discuss the plan for attacking the enemy territory that night. Feng Yuxuan possessed a 1-star command talent, enabling her to adeptly command up to 100 soldiers. With only 206 subjects under Suyi's command, deploying 101 for the expedition while retaining 105 to defend the territory seemed a judicious distribution. All of the 101 deployed were level 5, ensuring that the level 0 subjects remained within the territory. The reincarnation territory's area showed a significant decline in zombie presence, and neighboring territories were unlikely to harbor many either. Sui and Feng Yuxuan conferred on tactics. The obliteration of the enemy territory was not the primary aim. The more crucial task was to convert the enemy into zombies before eliminating them. Directly killing the enemy would preclude their transformation into the undead. 2 strategies emerged. The first entailed a direct assault into the enemy territory for close combat, swiftly targeting the enemy lord for elimination. Without their leader, the enemy might be compelled to surrender under the weight of their inferiority. The second tactic involves a grandiose assault on the enemy's territory. Upon detection by the adversary, their forces assemble to confront the troops of the reincarnation domain. From a considerable distance, the reincarnation forces launch arrows, leading to a volley exchange. Utilizing their numerical superiority, the reincarnation troops inflict numerous injuries upon the enemy, awaiting the inevitable transformation of the fallen. Soon, Sui and Feng Yuxuan discern a pronounced flaw in this second tactic, as the enemy lord might order the immediate execution of the wounded subjects. Possessing points and experience, they would swiftly recruit new subjects and ascend in level. The most effective strategy remains to eliminate the enemy lord as quickly as possible, thereby compelling the enemy subjects to surrender. Much like this afternoon when Feng Yuxuan skillfully dispatched Frankmere with a single arrow. As a blue-named subject wielding a high-quality longbow, Feng Yuxuan still harbors the potential to slay the enemy lord amidst battle. Chapter 27. The Onset of the Onslaught. The night raid plan of the reincarnation domain ultimately remained unexecuted. The rationale is straightforward. Su-E has always been cautious, opting to observe the night raid situations of other lords first. Before 8 o'clock, messages circulated in the group chat indicating that an allied coalition had organized an attack on the enemy territory. Although they succeeded in obliterating the enemy stronghold, the losses incurred far outweighed the gains. The primary reason being the nocturnal conditions severely hampered combat efficacy. At level 0, individuals are akin to ordinary humans. As levels rise, so too does strength and night vision capabilities. In the darkness, while battling zombies within one's own territory is manageable, engaging the enemy proves perilous, significantly escalating casualties. Particularly in this world of the Great Xia, where zombies roam, any injury translates to combat losses. Nighttime can even lead to friendly fire incidents, causing chaos during assaults on enemy territory. Under such circumstances, not only the Lord of the Chun civilization but also the Lords of the Azure Alliance have abandoned large-scale confrontations. While no extensive battles are taking place, night raids may still occur, such as dispatching a group of archers to approach the enemy territory, shoot arrows, and then swiftly retreat, inflicting some losses upon the adversary and creating disturbances. As others refrained from nighttime skirmishes, Su-E too relinquished the night raid plan. However, this strategy is not entirely without merit. During daylight, they can continue to execute this approach against the enemy territory. Perhaps this night, the subjects of the reincarnation domain may enjoy a well-deserved 8 hours of rest. Scouts are divided into 3 shifts, patrolling outside the territory, while other subjects are organized into 3 teams to stand guard and patrol within. With the number of zombies outside diminishing, there are no adversaries to lure them into an attack this night. In the shadows, a few zombies wander in from the influence of other territories or the forests. But as long as they do not approach the reincarnation domain, they are of no concern, to be dealt with at dawn. As the new day dawns, Su-E awakens refreshed. However, the previous day's achievements leave much to be desired. 2 days prior, he had vanquished 1,048 zombies, whereas yesterday yielded only 711. The number of newly recruited subjects also fell short compared to the day before. The reincarnation domain remains at the pinnacle of the Great Xia World Territory Power Rankings. Yet without forming an alliance with other territories of the Chun civilization, it cannot withstand the larger forces of the Azure Alliance. The reincarnation domain must slay more zombies, garner additional points and experience, and recruit and train more subjects. Thus, in line with his previous thoughts, Su-E commands Feng Yuxuan to lead a contingent of 100 level 5 subjects into battle. Feng Yuxuan hastily finishes breakfast and begins selecting personnel. Su-E also permits the blue-named Sword and Shield warrior, Shinkai, to join Feng Yuxuan's ranks. The prowess of a level 5 blue-named Sword and Shield warrior is comparable to that of a level 6 white-named warrior. Given the single level difference, a level 5 blue-named warrior can swiftly dispatch a level 5 white-named warrior in mere moments. Feng Yuxuan plans that if he cannot directly slay the enemy lord, Shinkai will lead the charge to eliminate the enemy commander. White-named subjects do not warrant the use of a 200-point antidote for the zombie virus, while blue-named subjects do. Su-E hands over the antidote he acquired from a chest to Shinkai, instructing him to use it promptly if injured. Compared to the close combat Shinkai, Feng Yuxuan, as an archer, faces a lower probability of being injured. At 6:30 in the morning, Feng Yuxuan leads a force of 40 archers, 20 shield bearers, 20 sword and shield warriors, and 20 spear bearers, totaling 100 soldiers, into the fray. Their objective lies in the northeast direction of the reincarnation domain, a straight distance exceeding 900 meters to the enemy territory. Initially, among the neighboring territories surrounding the reincarnation domain, 3 have already been annihilated, leaving only 2, one to the northeast and another to the southwest. The plan is to first eradicate the nearest enemy territory, thereby obtaining timber, which is logistically convenient for dispatching subjects to transport. Feng Yuxuan leads over half of the reincarnation domain's forces into battle, and for the moment, Su-E refrains from sending additional subjects to gather timber, instead assigning scouts to lure back the zombies within the reincarnation domain's influence for extermination. Securing even a modicum of points and experience proves beneficial. Meanwhile, the 5 lords of the Azure Alliance who had formed a coalition to assault the reincarnation domain yesterday afternoon have been vigilantly monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing a contingent of 100 emerge from the reincarnation domain, heading northeast, Jiao Wu Meihui from the Liang civilization becomes notably anxious. Her territory lies directly in the northeast of the reincarnation domain, making it the first target of their expedition. Jiao Wu Meihui urgently seeks assistance from her allies, hoping they will dispatch forces to support her. Those further away from her territory can launch an offensive against the reincarnation domain, while those closer can send troops directly to her aid. Jiao Wu Meihui not only solicits help in the Long Live Freedom group, but also reaches out in other chats, even promising various forms of compensation, including her own body. Dea, whose territory is relatively near, shares her concerns as a fellow female lord, fearing that once the reincarnation domain overwhelms Jiao Wu Meihui's territory, They would then turn their sights on her lands. However, the reincarnation domain's mobilization comes as a shock. Their scouts hastily report the troop movements back. By the time her territory is prepared to respond, the reincarnation forces may already be launching an assault on Jiao Wu Meihui's domain. There is also the risk that once her own forces are dispatched, they themselves could be attacked by other lords of the Chun civilization. In this state of indecision, the reincarnation troops have already reached the outskirts of Jiao Wu Meihui's territory. She cannot flee. Should her domain fall, her lord's estate be destroyed. She would be stripped of her status and expelled from the task world. Even in the absence of reinforcements, Jiao Wu Meihui must rally her subjects to resist fiercely. Outside, under Feng Yuxuan's command, the reincarnation forces swiftly divide into two teams. The first team comprises 20 archers, 15 shield bearers, and 15 spear bearers, while the second team consists of 20 archers, 20 sword and shield warriors, 5 shield bearers, and 5 spear bearers. They launch their assault from the south and west flanks of the enemy territory. The archers remain positioned in the rear, temporarily avoiding the range of the enemy's ranged units. The shield bearers protect the spear bearers, while the sword and shield warriors, equipped with their own shields, charge toward the enemy territory, braving the rain of arrows. Should the enemy's projectiles target the advancing melee troops, the archers swiftly advance a few paces to unleash their own arrows in support of the front line. Feng Yuxuan stands alongside the first team of archers, wielding his high-quality longbow, scanning for the enemy lord within the territory, seeking to dispatch him with a single shot. If he is unable to slay the enemy lord directly, he will rely on Shun Kai to penetrate the territory and eliminate the enemy commander. The number of shield bearers remains insufficient. Feng Yuxuan has already requested the lord to recruit more, ideally matching the combined total of archers and spear bearers. As the melee units of the reincarnation domain commence their charge, Jiao Wu Meihui directs her archers to return fire. The enemy's arrows rain down upon the melee forces of the reincarnation domain, prompting their archers to step forward and retaliate. As arrows rained down, the command of Mihoko Kikoya faltered, resulting in the injury of over a dozen of her subjects. Shortly thereafter, a second volley of arrows was unleashed. Protected by 2 shield bearers, Mihoko Kikoya felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In Chapter 28, the prowess of the 1-star and 2-star commanders is revealed. The archers dispatched by the reincarnation territory numbered 40, while the total population of Mihoko Kikoya's domain was merely 50. The archers relentlessly loosed their arrows, effectively suppressing the enemy, leaving the archers within the enemy territory with scant opportunity for retaliation. More critically, an increasing number of individuals fell victim to the arrows, already infected by the zombie virus, and it would not be long before they succumbed to transformation. At that moment, the archers from the reincarnation territory ceased fire. Yet Mihoko Kikoya felt no relief, for the melee troops from the reincarnation territory charged forward. With a mere push, the wooden barricade was toppled, allowing them to surge into her territory and strike at the disarrayed foes. They did not deliver fatal blows outright. Rather, they inflicted severe injuries upon their enemies. Shinkai, in coordination with several knife and shield soldiers, advanced relentlessly towards Mihoko Kikoya. In the course of this assault, it was inevitable that he would slay several adversaries. Faced with the advancing Shinkai, Mihoko Kikoya trembled as she drew her longsword, yearning to defend herself, only to be struck down by a single blow from Shinkai. "Your lord is dead. Surrender at once," Shinkai bellowed. Although the two sides spoke different tongues, many had witnessed the death of their leader. The overwhelming strength of the enemy rendered them helpless, and one by one, individuals began to abandon their resistance, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground. Those who continued to resist were met with strikes to their arms and legs from the soldiers of the reincarnation territory, ensuring that even if limbs were severed, they would not bleed out immediately. Soon, Feng Yuxuan arrived with the archers, swiftly subduing all remaining enemies. "Your subject Shinkai has slain the lord of the Sunfire civilization. Mihoko Kikoya, your subject has conquered a territory. Please choose, occupy or destroy." Destroy. By destroying a territory, you acquire 150 cubic meters of wood and 3 cubic meters of stone. Half an hour later, Sui compiled the battle records. The enemy territory contained a total of 50 individuals, of which 10, including the enemy lord, were directly killed during the conflict. The remaining 40 succumbed to the zombie infection and were subsequently dispatched, all classified as white names. Among these 40, there were 2 at level 3, 5 at level 4, and the remaining 33 at level 5. Conversely, among the 101 individuals dispatched by the reincarnation territory, 11 sustained injuries but ultimately transformed into zombies and were slain. The battle yielded Sui a bounty of 1505 points and 2,460 experience. This was sufficient for Sui to recruit 15 new subjects and elevate 16 subjects from level 0 to level 5. The gains outweighed the losses. Furthermore, this marked the first offensive led by a lord against a territory, and future assaults might see diminished losses and increased net gains. As for the fallen subjects, their deaths elicited little emotion from Sui. it was not the first instance of subject casualties. The only concern was maintaining the loyalty of the remaining subjects, ensuring it did not decline too significantly. With victories secured in external conflicts, even with personnel losses, the majority of survivors experienced an increase in loyalty. Additionally, the issue of housing required urgent attention. Feng Yuxuan was soon to lead the team back to the reincarnation territory for rest, allowing the transport team to commence the retrieval of wood. Only 50 cubic meters of wood stood between them and the construction of the next primary residence. With some time remaining, Su-yi approached the recruitment altar, spending 1,500 points to recruit 15 subjects, primarily to replenish the losses from the recent battle, and additionally recruited 4 shield bearers with the surplus. All 15 newly recruited subjects were white names. Yet one of the shield bearers surprised Su-yi with the revelation of possessing a 1-star leadership talent. Name, Shirua, white name. Age, 22. Occupation, shield bearer. Level 0. Talent, shield technique, 1 star. Leadership, 1 star. Equipment, level 0 great shield, 1 star. Level 0 one-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 heavy armor, 1 star. Loyalty, 80. Su-yi hesitated to use the qualification stone in his possession on Shirua. It would be better utilized on Feng Yuxuan, which would elevate Feng Yuxuan's 1-star leadership talent to 2 stars. Given that Feng Yuxuan might soon lead over 100 individuals into battle, it seemed prudent to bestow the 2-star qualification stone upon him. Su-yi elevated Shirua to level 5, assigning him to lead the transport team for wood retrieval. The 50-member transport team was now assembled, and Feng Yuxuan returned with the expedition team. After offering a few words of praise to the deployed subjects, Su-yi summoned Feng Yuxuan aside. This is your reward. With that, Su-yi produced a white, cubical 2-star qualification stone and placed it in Feng Yuxuan's hands. Use. The 2-star qualification stone transformed into a surge of energy that rapidly integrated into Feng Yuxuan's body, elevating his leadership talent from 1 star to 2 stars. Feng Yuxuan could feel a shift in his mind, allowing him to adeptly command a larger force on the battlefield. Thank you, my lord, for this gift, Feng Yuxuan exclaimed, kneeling on one knee. Name, Feng Yuxuan, blue name. Age, 20. Occupation, archer. Level 0. Talent, archery, 2 stars. Leadership, 2 stars. Equipment, level 0 longbow, 2 stars. Level 0 one-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 16 level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty, 93. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Yuxuan's loyalty had reached an impressive 93. Meanwhile, the demise of Mihoko Kikoya instilled fear in the remaining 4 members of the Long-Live Freedom Group. With her territory obliterated, who would be next? Most likely, the nearby Lorient territory, which was now in a state of panic, desperately seeking reinforcements. The fear that gripped Lorient also extended to the other 3 members. If Mihoko Kikoya's territory fell so easily, Lorient's would not withstand for long either. Without decisive action, all 4 territories might succumb to the reincarnation territory before nightfall. Where were the reinforcements? The 4 lords had been searching for allies since the previous afternoon, yet had found none thus far. Or rather, they had failed to locate any free assistance. They could not afford the price of non-free reinforcements. Furthermore, the coalition forces were reluctant to provide support, instead urging them to contribute troops to the coalition. Already in a perilous situation, they were expected to send their subjects to join the coalition, which would not offer any assistance in return, thereby exacerbating their peril. Regret consumed the 4 lords. They lamented the absence of Frankmere. Had he lived, they could have dispatched more subjects under his leadership, decisively annihilating the reincarnation territory at that time. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed, and without Frank's guidance, the lords from various civilizations were unable to unite against the reincarnation territory, resulting in their systematic defeat. In stark contrast to the 4 frightened lords of the Azure Alliance, Lu Wei, the lord of the Chun civilization and Su-yi's neighbor, found himself in high spirits. A powerful lord from the Chun civilization might emerge in his territory. Though this individual appeared somewhat aloof, their strength was undeniable, capable of standing against the surrounding Azure Alliance territories, ensuring the safety of his own domain. He wondered if opportunities for alliance would arise in the future. Chapter 29. The dominant leader is here. The obliteration of Mihoko Kikoya's territory did not significantly exhaust the soldiers of the reincarnation territory engaged in battle. After a brief half-hour respite in the reincarnation territory, Feng Yuxuan prepared to lead them into battle once more. This time, the target was the Lorient territory located to the southwest of the reincarnation territory. The size of Feng Yuxuan's command had increased, replenishing the personnel lost in the previous skirmish and adding 10 more shield bearers to his ranks. A total of 40 archers, 30 shield bearers, 20 spearmen, and 20 sword and shield warriors have assembled. Additionally, scouts are tirelessly darting about to ascertain enemy movements and relay information. In contrast to the battle that obliterated the territory of Koya Mieko, the conquest of the Lorient territory proceeded with greater ease. During the clash, Feng Yuxuan seized an opportunity and felled the Lord of Lorient with a single arrow. encircled by the forces of the reincarnation domain. The majority of the enemy opted for surrender, with only a handful meeting their demise. The losses for the reincarnation domain in this skirmish were restricted to a mere 7 personnel. As time swiftly elapsed, Feng Yuxuan led his troops to vanquish 3 enemy territories within a single morning. Throughout the conflict across these territories, the reincarnation domain incurred a total loss of 26 individuals. Yet, by midday, the population under Su Yi's command had surged from 206 to 233. Among them, 208 were level 5 citizens, while a mere 25 were at level 0. The number of level 5 citizens in the reincarnation domain has already surpassed the combined total of 4 fully realized 0-level territories. When it comes to slaying zombies, the reincarnation domain has suffered minimal losses. Although losses increased during the morning engagement with foes, the gains outweighed them, ensuring no deficit. In the absence of sufficient zombies to hunt, the only recourse is to dismantle enemy territories, capturing foes to transform them into zombies for elimination thereafter. This plan will continue into the afternoon. However, there remains a concern that the actions of the reincarnation domain might attract the attention of more lords from the Azure Alliance, potentially leading to an allied assault. Despite this, Su Yi harbors little fear of such an eventuality. The assembly of an alliance is presently limited to nearby lords, resulting in a modest coalition size. The previous alliance led by Frank comprised merely over 120 individuals, fewer than the population of the reincarnation domain. Given the current population, at least 10 territories would be required for an alliance to mount a challenge, and a coalition of a dozen territories would be necessary to have any hope of defeating the reincarnation domain. Thus far, no formidable Azure Alliance coalition has been observed in the vicinity of the reincarnation domain. Those from the Azure Alliance situated too far away will not arrive swiftly, as they have other opponents within the Chun civilization to contend with. During the morning hours, the transport team led by Shi Ruo successfully delivered over 60 cubic meters of timber back to the reincarnation domain. The stockpile of timber within the territory has exceeded 200 cubic meters. Su Yi utilized 200 cubic meters of timber to construct a third basic dwelling within the territory. The 3 basic dwellings combined can accommodate a maximum of 270 inhabitants. Su Yi finds himself in a predicament, struggling to acquire spatial artifacts in this novice task realm. If only he possessed a large capacity spatial artifact, he could swiftly transport the timber back to the territory. Although Su Yi has a small world of his own, it is unfortunately bound to the territory, rendering him unable to access it externally. Presently, Su Yi is lacking in points and experience, as well as timber. Truly, he finds himself in dire need of nearly everything. He had even contemplated establishing a marketplace to sell a 2-star qualification stone, which could potentially yield over 10,000 points, thereby increasing his citizen count by over 100. Ultimately, however, Su Yi restrained himself. The 1-star Dominion talent is insufficient for the needs of the reincarnation domain. As Feng Yuxuan leads an ever-growing number of soldiers, it is only with a 2-star Dominion talent that he can adeptly command all under his charge. Conversely, other lords, typically having only 49 citizens, find that a 1-star Dominion talent suffices for the time being. Only in the event of forming coalitions of hundreds would there be a need for officers possessing 2-star Dominion talents to lead. The development of the territory remains painfully slow. Su Yi muses inwardly. The small world has raised the territory's population cap to 10,050, yet on the 5th day of entering the Daxia world, the total population of the reincarnation domain, including its lord and citizens, stands at only 234. When will the population cap of the reincarnation domain be reached? Even upon the completion of the 30-day survival task in the Daxia world, it seems unlikely that the population will reach its limit. If only the territory were closer to a city, where zombies are more densely concentrated, he could continuously lure them out. However, this could also lead to peril, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies that the territory could not sustain, resulting in its obliteration. Alternatively, he might inadvertently lure out more formidable purple-named zombies. While enjoying his lunch and perusing the group chat, Su Yi noticed that more avatars in the 1-cut-1 group and Daxia World Group 216 had dimmed, indicating that they had departed from the Daxia world. Even employing underhanded tactics, the number of territories obliterated by zombies remains low. Currently, direct conflict between the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance has resulted in the annihilation of numerous territories. In just the morning, the reincarnation domain has decimated 3 territories belonging to the Azure Alliance. Who knows how many territories will remain after the 30 days have elapsed? Scrolling through the group chat messages, Su Yi discovered that someone was searching for him. Lu Wei from the Jingming territory. Is the esteemed one at the coordinates, reincarnation domain coordinates, available? Please add me as a friend. Lu Wei, if you have any needs, feel free to mention them. Our region relies on you to hold it together. You could even take the lead in forming an alliance. Lu Wei, has the esteemed one not joined the group? Curiosity piqued, others in the group inquired about the reincarnation domain, prompting Lu Wei to share all the information he knew regarding the domain. This included the reincarnation domain's defeat of an Azure Alliance coalition and the dispatch of troops to obliterate several Azure Alliance territories. Lu Wei speculated that the Lord of the Reincarnation domain possessed the rare Earth Master talent, and that it was not merely 1-star or 2-star, but rather above 3 stars. The Earth Master talent is inherently rare among Lord talents, with a 1-star talent having a probability of 1 in 100, a 2-star talent 1 in 10,000, and a 3-star talent an astonishing 1 in a million. The combination of these probabilities is even more staggering. Perhaps this esteemed individual is the one ranked first. Lu Wei's conjecture ignited further discussions among the group members. Could they truly be fortunate enough to be in the same region as the top-ranked individual? The enigmatic nature of the hidden information surrounding the top-ranked individual only deepens the mystery. If this individual truly holds the top rank, their formidable strength means that should they choose to lead, there's a possibility that the lords of the Chun civilization could swiftly eradicate all the Azure Alliance lords in this region. Those ranked highly often conceal their information, likely to avoid drawing the attention and targeting of enemies. After all, no single territory, no matter how powerful, could stand against a coalition of several territories. By not concealing their information on the rankings, one can ascertain strength through rankings when forming alliances, thus easily securing the position of commander. Observing others discussing him, Su Yi's mind began to contemplate. Given his slow territorial development, could he rely on other lords of the Chun civilization to accelerate his progress? Chapter 30. I am the top rank. Su Yi conceals his information on the rankings not solely to evade the attention and targeting of the Azure Alliance, but also due to concerns that his territory's combat value may appear exaggerated, leading to unrest upon his return to Azure Star. The zero-level territory population cap under the effect of a 6-star Earthmaster talent is merely 210. Can a potential 6-star or higher Earthmaster talent compare to the current population cap of 10,050 in the reincarnation domain? Su Yi doubts it. The effects brought by the small world are simply too extreme. Should he choose not to conceal his information, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny and targeting of the Azure Alliance in the Daxia world. Even after the Novice task concludes, the attention and targeting from the Azure Alliance would persist. If Su Yi were an orphan, he would not feel apprehensive. On one hand, the Chun civilization is relatively united, and the likelihood of betrayal is low. On the other, as long as he holds the title of Lord, he will not face untimely death on Azure Star. In the event of unexpected circumstances, a Lord can promptly return to their territory within the Lord's world. Su Yi has family, yet none of his family members possess Lord status. While others cannot harm him, they could potentially threaten or harm his family. For the sake of his family, Su Yi must meticulously safeguard his information. At this moment, Su Yi conceived the idea of leveraging the other lords of the Chun civilization to expedite the development of the reincarnation territory. Regarding the information about the reincarnation territory, it is imperative to keep the hidden information on the leaderboard confidential. The name of the reincarnation territory can be disclosed, as it is a newly established domain that could share its name with others. Indeed, there exist other territories named reincarnation within the vast realm of Daxia. However, his identity and appearance must remain concealed. Previously, he had lived on Azure Star, where various information had to be registered. If others were to discover his name and visage, or even just his name, it would be feasible for them to track him down. When Su Yi joined the Daxia World 216 group and the 1/1 group, he concealed his name, presenting himself merely as the Lord of the Reincarnation Territory. He could even join anonymously, as both group chats only permitted non-Chun civilization lords. Lu Wei from the Juming territory had already surmised that he was the top-ranked individual, which constituted a degree of identity exposure. Making an appearance in the group could be beneficial, allowing him to seek assistance from other lords of the Chun civilization. Once the reincarnation territory flourished, Su Yi intended to reciprocate the aid he received from the other lords. After a brief contemplation, Su Yi dispatched a message in the 1/1 group. Lord of the reincarnation territory, Lu Wei of the Juming territory, you have indeed discovered my identity. Very well, I shall no longer hide it. I am the number 1 on the leaderboard. Upon sending this message, a flurry of responses erupted within the group. The top-tier lord is truly in our region. Is this for real? Could it be a ruse? Why not have the top-tier lord display the leaderboard information for verification? I hope this is genuine. It would be fantastic to have the top-tier lord lead us against the Azure Alliance. Lu Wei remarked, I cannot ascertain its authenticity either. The lord of the reincarnation territory inquired, Lu Wei of the Juming territory, your territory coordinates are XXXXXX. Would you like me to send a team to scout outside your territory? Lu Wei replied, this is absolutely true. I have never shared my territory's coordinates in the group before. If the Lord knows my coordinates, then it must be correct. Our territories can connect directly. We are neighbors. Seeing Lu Wei's confirmation, many in the group began to believe him, although some still suspected it might be a collusion to deceive. Others inquired whether Su Yi's lordly talent was How Tuesday. Su Yi merely responded with a cryptic confidential. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Su Yi articulated his request for assistance. Lord of the reincarnation territory, I currently lack points and experience. I have nearly eradicated all the zombies within my territory's domain. The only option left is to attack the Azure Alliance's territories, capturing enemies and converting them into zombies to gain points and experience. If anyone knows where large hordes of zombies can be found, I would be immensely grateful if you could lure them to my vicinity. Upon realizing that Su-yi sought large hordes of zombies, many who had previously deemed him a fraud began to reconsider. If one were to deceive, they would typically aim for points or other items, not for vast swarms of zombies. The currently active hordes of zombies in the outside world are formidable enough to overwhelm even single, fully developed territories or coalition forces. Su-yi's willingness to confront such vast numbers of zombies signified the formidable strength of the reincarnation territory. After Su-yi's declaration, Lu Wei was the first to respond, indicating knowledge of a sizable horde of over 500 zombies and promptly shared the coordinates with Su-yi. Others chimed in. I know of a large horde of zombies too, though it is somewhat distant from the Lord's territory, and it may be inconvenient to lure them during the day. Could we possibly lure them at night? The Lord of the Reincarnation Territory replied, Nighttime is acceptable. Please inform me beforehand, and I shall dispatch scouts from my territory to assist. Others then inquired if Su-yi could lead the formation of a coalition army. Su-yi declined, emphasizing that the priority was the development of his own territory. After exiting the Lord's manor, he summoned the blue-named scout Yu Jie, commanding him to lead a team to the coordinates provided by Lu Wei to locate the horde of zombies. With the strength of the Reincarnation Territory, they could eliminate this zombie horde in 3 separate incursions. With zombies to slay, Su-yi momentarily set aside plans to assault the Azure Alliance's territory. Although the potential gains outweighed the losses, the net benefit remained relatively low. It was far more advantageous to eliminate zombies. Yu Jie, leading 4 white-named scouts, swiftly proceeded to the designated location. Lu Wei had not spoken falsely. Indeed, there was a massive horde of zombies there, numbering over 500. Yu Jie harbored concerns that the horde might include agile blue-named zombies, whose speed could surpass that of white-named scouts of the same level. Should a level 5 agile purple-named zombie appear, Yu Jie would find himself in peril. The likelihood of encountering a purple-named agile zombie was relatively low, so he instructed the 4 white-named scouts to maintain their distance while he personally drew the large horde of zombies. Under Yu Jie's guidance, the horde began to move. There were multiple leader zombies within the horde, and during their movement, very few zombies strayed from the group. Yu Jie directed the horde toward the reincarnation territory, while scouts from surrounding territories were dispatched to observe, concerned that Yu Jie might inadvertently lead the zombies toward their lands. Among them was a scout sent by Lu Wei, who further confirmed that the lord of that territory was indeed the lord of the reincarnation territory. As for whether the lord of the reincarnation territory was indeed the top-ranked individual, that remained to be verified. Single, fully developed territories found it exceedingly challenging to contend with such a vast horde of zombies, particularly with the presence of level 5 blue-named agile zombies. Numerous lords had previously dispatched level 5 white-named scouts to lure zombie hordes to attack enemy territories, only to have them pursued and killed by level 5 blue-named agile zombies. Without level 5 blue-named scouts, it was best to avoid engagement with the horde. Even with level 5 blue-named scouts, it was unwise to assume one could eradicate such a large group of zombies. The optimal strategy was to entice this horde to assault enemy territories. Now, under Yu Jie's allure, the massive horde of zombies swiftly advanced towards the reincarnation territory, with scouts from various territories trailing behind them. Chapter 31. The Annihilation of the Freedom Long Live group. Yu Jie led the horde of zombies for over 2,000 meters, finally reaching the outskirts of the reincarnation territory, which extended at least 1,200 meters. As Yu Jie coaxed the large horde of zombies closer to the territory, a white-named scout approached the horde and successfully lured away approximately 1/3 of the zombies. Yu Jie then maneuvered the remaining horde away from the reincarnation territory. The white-named scout, now with over 170 zombies in tow, continued to approach the reincarnation territory. Su-yi and Feng Yuxuan had already directed their combat-oriented citizens to assemble outside the territory, positioned before the traps. Over 100 archers stood at the forefront, one hand wielding a bow and the other an arrow. The zombies at the front were now less than 60 meters away from the archer formation, who readied their arrows, aiming for the vital points of the undead. As the zombies entered a range of 45 meters, the archers began releasing their arrows in succession, toppling the advancing zombies. After merely 3 volleys, no zombies remained standing on the battlefield. The closest zombie was now approximately 15 meters away, before the archers lay traps, enticing the zombies to step into their demise. Having decimated one wave of zombies, another white-named scout approached the horde led by Yu Jie. This white-named scout was unfortunate, as he inadvertently drew the attention of a level 5 blue-named agile zombie. The scout fled desperately towards the territory, with the blue-named agile zombie closing in. Ultimately, a single arrow saved the scout's life, striking down the blue-named zombie. It was revealed that Feng Yuxuan had stepped forward, shooting the blue zombie from over 100 meters away. Once the archers eliminated this batch of zombies, Yu Jie returned with the remaining zombies, and the archers completed the extermination of this third and final wave. The entire horde of over 500 zombies was eradicated by the reincarnation territory. Among them were 7 blue-named zombies, granting Su-E 7 high-level treasure chests. Elated, Su-E returned to his territory to open the treasure chests, subsequently utilizing his points to recruit citizens and leveling them up to level 5 in the order of their recruitment. Meanwhile, scouts from other territories reported back to their lords with the information they had gathered. Listening to the scouts' reports, the lords were astonished by the formidable strength of the reincarnation territory. The fact that over 500 zombies were annihilated by a single domain raised questions about its true power. Could it truly be the top-tier overlord? Both Lu Wei, the lord of the Jiuming territory, and Lu Qianyan, the lord of the Guizhi territory, shared the same thought. In the group chat 1/1 group, Lu Wei excitedly sent a message. Jiuming Lord Lu Wei, Reincarnation Lord, you are truly incredible. To have dispatched over 500 zombies so effortlessly is astonishing. It seems your territory has suffered little to no losses. Still skeptical of Lu Wei and Su Yi's supposed deception. Just as Lu Qianyan was about to send a mocking message, she too chimed in. Guizhi Lord Lu Qianyan, I have witnessed it as well. The Overlord is indeed formidable, daring to confront such a vast horde of zombies and eliminating them entirely. I implore the Overlord to take me along to the reincarnation territory. Moments later, Su-E replied in the group chat. Reincarnation Lord, it was quite the exhilarating slaughter. I hope to encounter more large groups of zombies. Currently, I possess little of value but shall repay in due time. Following Su Yi's message, several group members shared coordinates for large zombie hordes, while others suggested they could lure zombies to the reincarnation territory at night. Su-E examined the coordinates, finding them quite distant. Even sending scouts would be impractical, as they might encounter the forces of the Azure Alliance. It appeared that this afternoon would only yield the one large group of zombies, with no other significant hordes available. He decided to send Feng Yuxuan to lead the troops into battle, while attacking enemy territories yielded minimal net gains. It was still preferable to doing nothing in the safety of their own territory. The defeat of over 500 zombies had significantly increased the population of Su Yi's domain, allowing Feng Yuxuan to lead a contingent of 140 soldiers into the fray. With the increase in expeditionary forces, the transportation team, led by Shi Ruo, also needed to expand. Soon, Feng Yuxuan's expeditionary force departed the territory, advancing towards the northern land of the Dea Lord of the Bharat civilization. The reincarnation territory's annihilation of such a large horde of zombies had already demonstrated its strength, prompting surrounding lords to dispatch scouts to monitor its movements. The lords of the Azure Alliance, particularly those in opposition to the Chun civilization, were especially vigilant, fearing for their own territories with such a powerful neighbor nearby. As the reincarnation forces advanced, the lords of the Azure Alliance were filled with dread, apprehensive that the reincarnation territory might target their lands. Observing the direction of the reincarnation army, it was clear that Dea's territory was their objective, yet the other lords of the Azure Alliance did not relax their vigilance. Once Dea fell, their territories would inevitably be next. In truth, there were scarcely any lords remaining. Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan were elated to witness the reincarnation army's expedition, hoping that the fewer Azure Alliance territories surrounding them, the safer their own domains would be, though they had yet to fully ally with the top-tier overlord. Having such a powerful neighbor undeniably enhanced their security. Should their territories face an assault from the Azure Alliance, they might yet beseech the top-tier overlord for assistance, perhaps receiving reinforcements due to their shared kinship, especially given that Lu Wei had contributed the coordinates of a significant horde of zombies. In the face of the encroaching reincarnation forces, Dea was unable to summon allies and, despite fierce resistance, was ultimately obliterated by the reincarnation army. The best-suited Azure Alliance reinforcements for Dea would have been those organized by Frank Mir. However, with Frank's untimely demise, the surrounding lords could no longer unite in coalition, each unwilling to yield to the others. With Frank's death, the Azure Alliance in the area of the reincarnation territory found it impossible to form a united front, leading to the sequential downfall of their territories. Su-E remained unaware that the last members of the Long Live Freedom Group had departed from the Great Xia world today. In contrast, the Chun civilization fared slightly better, as all were lords of the same civilization. Lacking a leader, they could still convene for discussions. If they did not unite, they would inevitably fall to the Azure Alliance. The reincarnation territories region was an anomaly, being the strongest among the Chun civilization and ideally positioned to form a coalition. Yet the reincarnation territory remained passive, simply biding its time. Had Su-E proposed the formation of a coalition, both Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan would have unhesitatingly joined. With their territories bolstered in security, they now focused on having their subjects lure the scattered zombies within their influence, while also dispatching their citizens to gather resources nearby. The most crucial material for a Tier 0 territory was wood. The Jiuming and Guizhi territories did not require the construction of additional dwellings, but did need to build arrow towers to enhance territorial defenses, and even establish markets for trade with other lords. While the reincarnation territory was preoccupied with constructing dwellings, the market's establishment had also been prioritized. Although lacking items for sale, they could purchase inexpensive food from the market, thereby reducing their expenditure of points on sustenance. Chapter 32, The Advanced Blacksmith Workshop. During the afternoon, upon exterminating over 500 zombies, Su-E obtained 7 advanced treasure chests, followed by the elimination of 2 blue-named zombies, yielding 2 additional advanced treasure chests. From these 9 treasure chests, Su-E opened a number of valuable items. 1 bottle of 2-liter cola, 100 points. 1 piece of level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 1 blacksmith workshop, 2 stars. 10 yellow feathered chickens. 10 packs of braised beef-flavored instant noodles, 100 points. 10 pounds of rice seeds. 1 level 0 longsword, 2 stars. The most significant of these was the 2-star blacksmith workshop, also referred to as the Advanced Blacksmith Workshop. Territorial buildings possess tiers. Yet there are no items akin to qualification stones that can elevate a building's quality. The quality with which a building is constructed remains unchanged indefinitely. Lords can construct generic territory buildings from the territory page, all of which are of ordinary quality. However, special territory buildings can be obtained from treasure chests, varying in quality. The higher the quality, the more advantageous the building. Now, with the acquisition of an advanced blacksmith workshop from the treasure chests, it implies that as long as the reincarnation territory has blacksmiths and materials, they can forge high-quality equipment. A white-named blacksmith working with an advanced blacksmith workshop has a 10 chance of crafting high-quality equipment. A blue-named blacksmith with an ordinary blacksmith workshop has a 20 chance of doing so. Meanwhile, a blue-named blacksmith utilizing an advanced blacksmith workshop can achieve a 100 success rate in crafting high-quality equipment, provided the necessary materials are available. As long as Su-E recruits a blue-named blacksmith and prepares the requisite materials, he can mass-produce high-quality equipment at the advanced blacksmith workshop. This equipment would not only benefit the citizens of the reincarnation territory, but could also be sold in the market. Currently, lords could only acquire high-quality equipment through treasure chests, in limited quantities typically allocated to blue-named citizens. If they could produce high-quality equipment in bulk, it could be distributed to white-named citizens, significantly enhancing the strength of their territory. The acquisition of an advanced blacksmith workshop from the treasure chest was a stroke of fortune for Su-E, yet he refrained from utilizing it just yet. The reincarnation territory lacked blue-named blacksmiths, and materials for crafting would need to be purchased from other lords in the market, with the market yet to be constructed. Su-E also had limited points to spend on materials. Therefore, the utilization of this advanced blacksmith workshop would have to wait. Among the other items from the treasure chests, the high-quality longsword was personally claimed by Su-E, despite his lack of intent to engage in combat himself. The 10 yellow-feathered chickens, both male and female, would be raised in the future once a farm was established. The cola and instant noodles were luxuries meant to enhance their quality of life. Given the limited availability of ingredients, the chefs would find it challenging to prepare exquisite meals. Moreover, the chefs of the reincarnation territory all possessed only 1-star talents, meaning their culinary creations would be limited to the standards of home-cooked meals. In fact, one can procure cola and instant noodles from the marketplace. For instance, the cheapest instant noodles can be purchased for just 10 points per pack. This price is not exorbitant. However, Su-E is reluctant to make such purchases, especially considering that rice costs merely 1 point per pound. The reincarnation territory, with a population cap exceeding 10,000, is severely lacking in points, exceedingly short on points. While it would be acceptable to obtain points from treasure chests, under the current circumstances, Su-E finds it impossible to acquire these items from the marketplace. The prospect of enjoying a better quality of life will have to wait until the territory develops and points are no longer a concern. Throughout the afternoon, Su-E amassed a considerable amount of points. Merely by vanquishing an initial wave of over 500 zombies, he earned nearly 5,000 points. Feng Yuxuan also led a team to eliminate 2 enemy territories. The scouts successfully lured a small number of zombies back within the domain of the reincarnation territory to be dispatched. The majority of the points Su-E acquired were utilized to recruit citizens, increasing the population from 233 at noon to 295 by evening. Such a large number of inhabitants would not even fit in 3 basic residences, even if they were overcrowded. Fortunately, many enemy territories had been obliterated, yielding at least 150 cubic meters of lumber per destruction. Su-E continuously expanded the size of the transport team, with the number of wheelbarrows also steadily increasing. Before evening fell, the stockpile of lumber within the reincarnation territory had surpassed 200 cubic meters, allowing Su-E to construct a 4th basic residence. Each basic residence occupies 666 square meters, and 4 of them collectively cover 664 square meters, exceeding half the area of a 0-tier territory. Additionally, there is an 800 square meter farm, while the Lord's Manor and altar occupy somewhat lesser space. In the future, when constructing more residences, Su-E will need to build within the small world. The afternoon's recruitment yielded several citizens, including 2 promising talents, a blue-named shield-bearer, Meng Wanghua, and a white-named archer, Zheng Gaoyuan. This is primarily due to Su-E's current focus on recruiting archers, followed closely by shield-bearers, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering talented individuals in these professions. Name: Manhwaaudiobook, blue named. Age, 21. Profession, shield bearer. Level 0. Talent, shield technique, 2 stars. Equipment, level 0 large shield, 1 star. Level 0 short sword, 1 star. Level 0 heavy armor, 1 star. Loyalty, 80. Name, Zheng Gaoyuan, white named. Age, 24. Profession, archer. Level 0. Talent, archery, 1 star. Management, 1 star. Equipment, level 0 longbow, 1 star. Level 0 short sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 20 level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty, 80. Compared to Manhwaaudio, Zheng Gaoyuan holds greater significance for the reincarnation territory. Zheng Gaoyuan is the first citizen recruited by Su Yi to possess the management talent, while there are already 2 citizens with the leadership talent. Individuals endowed with the leadership talent are suited to become officers or even generals, while those with management talent are fit for administrative roles. Although Zheng Gaoyuan is a combat-oriented archer, a skilled officer can indeed possess archery skills, regardless of their background. Carpenters manufacture wheelbarrows, cooks prepare meals, and blacksmiths repair weapons and armor. Su Yi can entrust various affairs of the territory to Manhwaaudio. As the population continues to swell, it becomes increasingly crucial for Su Yi, as the Lord, to cultivate a larger number of officers and officials, alleviating the need for him to oversee every task personally. With loyalty displayed, the Lord need not fear treachery from the citizens. Among the current 295 citizens of the reincarnation territory, there are 121 archers, making them the most numerous, followed by 57 shield bearers, 39 spear wielders, 38 sword and shield warriors, and 25 scouts. Additionally, there are 5 carpenters, 6 cooks, and 3 blacksmiths. The blue-named citizens have increased to 5. Among the 295 citizens, 272 have reached level 5, leaving only 23 at level 0. Should Su Yi fail to devise a method to accrue additional points, all level 0 citizens in the reincarnation territory will inevitably ascend to level 5. With the citizenry on the rise, Su Yi's reserve of points has also grown. After expending the last of his points for dinner ingredients this afternoon, he still retains 614 points. With a total of 296 individuals in the territory, one meal requires 296 points. It is imperative to establish a market tomorrow to procure relatively inexpensive food from other lords. Chapter 33, Dangerous Mission. As night fell, several reincarnation territory lords were present in the 1/1 group. Su Yi refrained from adding anyone as a friend. Once he did, his name would no longer be concealed. He has kept his information hidden on the leaderboard and within the 1/1 group. He is only identified as the reincarnation lord. Others naturally grasp Su Yi's intent, and any rejection of friend requests is met with no resentment. Within the group, Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan have been extolling Su Yi's virtues, and since he has not engaged in any deceitful actions within the group, an increasing number of members believe Su Yi to be the top figure on the leaderboard. With the formidable adversary of the Azure Alliance looming, the lords of the Qin civilization must unite and assist one another. Su Yi requires a large horde of zombies, and other lords of the Qin civilization are eager to share the coordinates of such hordes, even offering to dispatch scouts to lure the zombies toward the reincarnation territory. After careful consideration, Su Yi decided against relying on the scouts of other lords to lure the zombie horde, and resolved to send his own scouts to entice the zombies back. Although they all belong to the Qin civilization and share a common language, they are ultimately not citizens of the same territory, and misunderstandings may arise during interactions. Only the scouts from his own territory can ensure a more harmonious collaboration. Moreover, nighttime battles are inherently more perilous than those fought during the day, as the visibility of the citizens diminishes. This is particularly true for ranged units such as archers, who need to draw the zombies closer to ensure a single arrow can eliminate them. During the day, sending scouts to lure zombies from a distance is not feasible. The battlefield is rife with clashes between the Qin civilization's forces and those of the Azure Alliance, making it easy for the scouts of the reincarnation territory to be detected and encounter danger. As night descended, the intensity of battles significantly decreased compared to the previous evening. Even level 5 citizens have limited night vision capabilities. While fighting zombies at night is manageable, engaging with enemies could lead to heavy casualties. Even in the event of a victorious outcome, the Great Xiao world is, after all, a nightmarish realm of zombies, where the grotesque undead spread their vile contagion. Weapons and arrows smeared with zombie blood can infect anyone who suffers even the slightest wound. If blue-named citizens become infected, the Lord can produce an antidote worth 200 points to cure them. However, he cannot bear to extend the same compassion to white-named citizens. It is anticipated that there will not be much combat tonight. At most, the archers may conduct some harassment. Under the cover of darkness, the scouts will venture toward the location of the large zombie horde to lure them back. By moving away from the territory, the scouts will also aid Su Yi in expanding the map. After having dinner and resting briefly, the blue-named scout Yujie set out with 4 white-named scouts. It is essential for Yujie to take the lead in luring the large horde of zombies. The remaining large zombie hordes are either too vast for other lords to dare engage or contain level 5 blue-named agile zombies, which no lord without a level 5 blue-named scout would even consider confronting. Blue-named scouts are not common among the citizenry. The probability of recruiting a blue-named citizen using points is merely 1, making it impossible to guarantee which profession will be blue-named. The most effective method to obtain a blue-named scout is to open treasure chests to acquire high-level citizen recruitment scrolls and select the scout profession. Su Yi's blue-named scout was recruited in this manner. It is worth noting that Su Yi is the #1 figure in the entire Great Xia world, having recruited the most citizens and possessing the greatest strength, yet he has only 5 blue-named citizens to date. In the present realm of the Great Xia, it can be observed that the majority of lords lack blue-named scouts. Without a level 5 blue-named scout, few dare to engage with the formidable hordes of level 5 blue-named agile zombies. Su Yi possesses a level 5 blue-named scout, and his territory boasts considerable strength. Moreover, due to his position at the pinnacle of the rankings, he can acquire the coordinates of large swarms of zombies from other lords of the Qin civilization. Nevertheless, this mission undertaken by Yu Jie carries significant risks. Su Yi has but a single blue-named scout and hopes fervently for Yu Jie's safe return. To this end, Su Yi removes the high-quality leather armor he wears and offers it to Yu Jie. The high-quality leather armor provides superior defense compared to ordinary leather armor and is somewhat lighter. Adorned in the esteemed armor of the Lord, Yu Jie feels a surge in loyalty, vowing to fulfill his master's task. Under the cover of night, Yu Jie's scouting team departs from the reincarnation territory, progressing at a steady pace to conserve energy. They must not move too swiftly at the outset, for the return journey entails being pursued by a horde of zombies, particularly the level 5 blue-named agile ones. Should Yu Jie find himself fatigued and slow, there exists a perilous possibility of being overtaken and devoured by the undead. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Yu Jie is prepared to wield his weapon, turning to confront the level 5 blue-named agile zombies. As long as he can vanquish the agile zombies, subsequent events will become considerably easier. Su Yi has already entrusted Yu Jie with an unused antidote for the zombie virus. The scout team traverses various territories, encountering both Qin civilization and Azure Alliance domains. They even catch glimpses of scouts and archer squads, uncertain of their allegiance. Regardless of whether they are foes or allies, Yu Jie opts to evade them. The team meticulously records their route to avoid losing their way. Ultimately, they arrive at a location over 3,000 meters from the reincarnation territory, where they discover a significant swarm of zombies, possibly numbering close to 600. In the dim light, the scout team takes a brief respite to regain their strength, after which Yu Jie separates from his 4 white-named scout companions. He approaches the zombie horde alone. As he draws near, the swarm is stirred into motion. Yu Jie lures the zombies onto the path leading back to the reincarnation territory. When the level 5 blue-named agile zombie moves to the forefront, Yu Jie quickens his pace to avoid being caught. After advancing a distance, the agile zombie creates a considerable gap from the others and unexpectedly halts. This is likely a command from the leader of the zombie horde, forbidding the agile zombies from straying too far from the group. As the agile zombie pauses, Yu Jie also halts, waiting for it to reunite with the horde before continuing his advance. Along the way, the swarm attracts the attention of scouts from nearby territories, who fear the zombies may be drawn by enemies. Should the horde approach their territory, the scouts must signal their domain and attempt to lure away a portion of the zombies. Yu Jie's route avoids any territories, successfully guiding the horde through various domains back to the reincarnation territory. Upon returning to the territory's influence, they have effectively completed the majority of their mission. The next step involves segmenting the zombie horde for systematic extermination. Yu Jie continues to lead the zombies closer to the territory, but must not charge directly in. Instead, he maintains a parallel distance to ensure the zombies remain unappealing to any living beings within the domain. At this juncture, other scouts approach the horde, enticing a portion of the zombies away. Even if the level 5 blue-named zombies are drawn away, they will be met with swift demise by the archers positioned outside the territory before they can reach the level 5 white-named scouts. Chapter 34, Rare Treasure Chest. 3-star quality stone. Killed 0 level zombie, white-named. Earned 10 points, 5 experience. Killed 3 level zombie, blue-named. Earned 40 points, 60 experience. High-level treasure chest. Killed 5 level zombie, white-named. Earned 30 points, 50 experience. Killed 5 level zombie, purple-named. Earned 120 points, 200 experience. Rare treasure chest. Upon witnessing a notification flash across the system panel, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. A purple-named zombie? Did a purple-named zombie truly exist among this horde? Typically, one encounters a purple-named zombie amidst nearly 10,000 zombies. Yet here it is, so soon. Since entering the Great Xia realm, the reincarnation territory has only eliminated just over 3,000 zombies. Is this a stroke of luck? Su Yi felt otherwise. A truly fortunate lord might encounter a purple-named zombie after slaying merely dozens of zombies. The probability of a purple-named zombie appearing within the vast horde facing the reincarnation territory should indeed be higher. The earlier mass of zombies eliminated during the day contained no purple-named zombies, and now this horde lacks one as well. Perhaps the next large swarm will feature one. Under normal circumstances, the stronger a territory, the more zombies they defeat, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering high-quality zombies. By systematically eliminating this substantial horde of zombies, the reincarnation territory incurs no losses. The zombie corpses are temporarily left outside as the residents return to the territory to rest. Su-e seeks out Yujia, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and offering words of commendation, which further elevates Yujia's loyalty. Having dispatched such a large number of zombies this evening, Yujia has grown quite fatigued. Thus, it is ill-advised for him to venture out again tonight. Su-e returns to the Lord's manor to review the system records. A brief tally reveals that in this battle, the reincarnation territory has successfully killed a total of 583 zombies, including 1 purple-named and 7 blue-named, yielding Su-e a total of 595 points and 810 experience. With such a wealth of points, Su-e can directly recruit 50 residents in the morning by expending 5,000 points. The time has come to open the treasure chests, 7 high-level chests, and 1 rare chest. First, he opens the high-level chests, 1x0 level crossbow, 1 star. High-level farmer recruitment scroll, 1 large iron pot, a box of cold medicine, 1 star talent, a gun like a dragon, 100 points, 50 gene of carrots. Among the 7 high-level chests, a notable item emerges, the high-level farmer recruitment scroll, which will allow Su-e to increase his ranks by 1 blue-named resident. The 1-star talent, a gun like a dragon, refers to the 1-star lord talent that enhances the attack power of spear-wielding troops. Given the circumstances of the Great Xia realm, the talent aiming true is evidently more suitable for use. Once another talent replaces aiming true, it cannot be reverted unless obtained through a treasure chest or purchased in the market. Ordinary lord talents like a gun like a dragon, particularly at 1 star, hold little value. They may only be sought after in tasks conducive to spear-wielding combat or by lords who favor recruiting such troops. Otherwise, they hold no resale value in the Great Xia realm or back in the Lord's world. For Su-e, the high-level farmer recruitment scroll is far more advantageous. Finally, he takes a deep breath and opens the rare treasure chest, which glows with a purple hue. 3-star quality stone. He has struck gold. As long as a blue-named resident utilizes this 3-star quality stone, they will transform into a purple-named resident. As the number 1 on the Great Xia territory combat power rankings, Su-e will finally have a purple-named resident. His mind immediately drifts to Feng Yuxuan, who possesses a 2-star commanding talent. Once Feng Yuxuan evolves into a purple-named archer, her archery talent will enhance, making it easier for her to slay enemy lords with a single arrow when leading an assault on rival territories. However, Su-e soon shakes his head. Slaying the enemy lord with a single arrow is not paramount. The reincarnation territory possesses superior strength and can simply crush foes with overwhelming might. Feng Yuxuan ought to be appointed as the commander to lead the troops into battle. Unless Feng Yuxuan has already attained the status of a purple-named vassal, the 3-star aptitude stone should be bestowed upon him to elevate his 2-star commanding talent to 3 stars. Only then would Su-e contemplate such a decision. In contrast, Su-e perceives that this 3-star aptitude stone is more suitably allocated to Yujia, allowing him to become a purple-named scout, endowed with enhanced speed. It is imperative to note that the regulations of the Lord's world dictate that neither talent stones nor aptitude stones can directly enhance talents beyond 1 star. White-name vassals cannot directly utilize 3-star aptitude stones. They must first employ a 2-star aptitude stone to ascend to blue-name vassals before they can subsequently use a 3-star aptitude stone to attain purple-name status. Once Yujia transforms into a purple-name scout, Su-e would feel more at ease, allowing him to lure hordes of zombies away from the reincarnation territory. Should the horde contain level 5 blue-name agile zombies, Yujia, now a purple-name scout, could easily dispatch the agile zombies with a few swift strikes before continuing to draw the zombie horde back. Only through the extermination of zombies can the reincarnation territory develop expeditiously. With this thought in mind, Su-e retrieved the 3-star aptitude stone from the storage box. Instantly, a luminous circle appeared on the ground before him, and in the next moment, the light within the circle dissipated rapidly, leaving only the 3-star aptitude stone behind. At this hour, Yujia should have already succumbed to slumber. Rather than summoning him, Su-e chose to personally visit Yujia's dwelling. Upon awakening to find the Lord himself before him, Yujia felt no anger. Instead, his loyalty surged, remaining unwavering. "My lord, please command your humble servant." Su-e smiled at Yujia and instructed, "Extend your hands." Obediently, Yujia extended both hands, and Su-e placed the 3-star aptitude stone into his left hand. Use. The 3-star aptitude stone instantly transformed into a surge of energy, infusing itself into Yujia's body. This remarkable energy swiftly enhanced Yujia's physical attributes, with his legs and feet experiencing the most significant improvement, bestowing him with unprecedented speed. Name, Yujia, purple name. Age, 22. Profession, scout. Level 0. Talent, Agility, 3 star. Equipment, Level 0 one-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 2 star. Loyalty, 95. Yu Jie, feeling the transformation within his body, comprehended that this was a gift from the Lord, and his loyalty further intensified, reaching 95 points. I vow to serve you, my lord, unto death, he proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. Su-yi extended his hand to help Yu Jie rise, encouraging him to rest well. After a moment of reflection on his newfound abilities, Yu Jie declared, my lord, with 3 more hours of rest, I shall be fully restored. I wish to venture forth once more to lure another horde of zombies. Su-yi consented. Chapter 35, The Territory Relocation Order. On the evening of the 5th day in the Daxia world, Su-yi reveled in the exhilarating hunt for zombies. Yu Jie ventured out twice during the night. Having become a purple name vassal, he successfully lured 2 large hordes of zombies back to the reincarnation territory. With the formidable strength of the reincarnation territory, both incursions resulted in the complete annihilation of the zombies without sustaining any losses. The first horde consisted of 583 zombies, granting Su-yi 595 points and 810 experience, along with a 3-star aptitude stone and a high-level farmer recruitment scroll from the treasure chest. The second horde comprised 646 zombies, yielding 140 points and 430 experience, as well as 9 high-level treasure chests. Upon opening all 9 treasure chests, the most significant items included a 1-star arrow tower, a folding umbrella, 100 points, territory random relocation order, 2 star, 20 gene of white bread, a level 0 broadsword, 1 star, a pair of cows, and a level 0 leather armor, 2 star. Among these treasures, the territory random relocation order, 2 star, stood out as the most valuable. Both the territory relocation order and the territory random relocation order enable the alteration of a territory's position within the task world. However, the territory relocation order permits relocation solely to areas that have been unlocked on the system's map, whereas the territory random relocation order allows for movement without such restrictions, enabling a territory to be randomly relocated to any location. The quality of the relocation orders signifies the maximum distance a territory may be moved. 1 star allows for a maximum of 100 kilometers, 2 star for 1,000 kilometers, and 3 star for 10,000 kilometers. Despite the substantial maximum relocation distances, the randomness of the territory random relocation order can yield unpredictable results. One might find themselves relocated a mere few dozen kilometers even when utilizing a 3-star order, in comparison to the actively selectable territory relocation order. The territory random relocation order is typically employed only in times of peril, such as when surrounded by enemy territories, necessitating a hasty relocation to a new area to restart. It is crucial to note that territories cannot be relocated while engaged in active combat with enemies. The probability of obtaining a territory relocation order from treasure chests is significantly lower than that of acquiring a territory random relocation order. Contemplating the territory random relocation order, 2 star, Su-yi was struck by numerous thoughts. If his territory were to develop sufficiently in the current area, eliminating all enemies, thoroughly exploring the city, and vanquishing the majority of zombies, he could employ the territory random relocation order to move to a new location for further development. Acquiring multiple territory random relocation orders would be advantageous, allowing for extensive exploration across the Daxia world. After the territory random relocation order, the high-quality leather armor and the ordinary quality arrow tower became the next items of significance. The high-quality leather armor that Su-yi had previously worn now adorned Yu Jie, prompting Su-yi to don the new high-quality leather armor. As for the ordinary quality arrow tower, it could be constructed on the territory page with ample wood, lacking any unique characteristics. The creation of an arrow tower requires merely 25 cubic meters of wood, yet many territories have yet to build an arrow tower. The reincarnation territory also has not constructed an arrow tower, as its formidable strength renders such defenses unnecessary. For weaker territories, however, it is prudent to construct an arrow tower as soon as possible. Equipped with a giant crossbow, the arrow tower may fire slowly, yet its projectiles possess immense power and range, capable of piercing or shattering the ordinary shields of shield bearers. Enemies struck by the crossbow bolts are either severely injured or slain. Furthermore, the arrow tower can serve as a lookout point. A territory may construct an arrow tower at each of its 4 corners, or even more. Each tower must be manned by at least 3 individuals, one of whom must be an archer or crossbowman. However, in the Daxia world, the effectiveness of arrow towers is somewhat diminished. Ordinary archers can incapacitate enemies long before they reach the towers. Even though constructing an arrow tower requires only 25 cubic meters of wood, many territories have yet to accomplish this. The collection of wood for his territory is slow, and purchasing wood from the shop is prohibitively expensive. Additionally, the bolts used for the giant crossbow must also be procured from the shop. A single ordinary arrow costs 1 point, while a giant crossbow bolt costs 50 points. The points required to recruit a single vassal can only purchase 2 giant crossbow bolts, making it a burden for ordinary lords. Successfully constructing an arrow tower for use as a lookout point is already a noteworthy achievement. Among the 6 enemy territories annihilated by the reincarnation territory, only one managed to construct an arrow tower, resulting in a loss of 2 fighters during the conflict. As a new day dawned, Su-yi first made his way to the northeastern corner of the territory, retrieving a model of an arrow tower and placing it on the ground before swiftly stepping back. The arrow tower model rapidly expanded, transforming in a mere 3 seconds into a grand structure covering an area of 16 square meters and soaring to a height of 10 meters. Su-yi arranged for the subjects to take turns keeping watch atop the tower. As for purchasing the massive crossbow arrows with points, that would be a futile endeavor. They were neither necessary nor affordable. After hastily finishing breakfast, Su-yi arrived at the recruitment altar and expended 11,000 points to enlist 110 subjects, including 40 archers, 20 shield bearers, 15 spear wielders, 15 sword and shield soldiers, and 10 scouts. Additionally, he recruited 4 chefs, 3 carpenters, and 3 blacksmiths. Ultimately, he employed a high-level carpenter recruitment scroll to secure a blue-named carpenter, and among the 110 newly recruited subjects, 2 surprises emerged: the blue-named farmer Sun Qing, the blue-named archer Xiao Yong, and Li Xinhong, a white-named scout endowed with a 1-star leadership talent. Following this recruitment, Su-yi's subjects now totaled 406, surpassing the combined population of 8 ordinary 0-tier territories. A single reincarnation could mobilize 250 level 5 combat class subjects. In contrast, to achieve such a scale, allied territories typically required the collaboration of 10 lands. Presently, Su-yi's level 5 subjects numbered 368, with 38 remaining 0-level subjects, 1 purple-named subject, and 6 blue-named subjects. Su-yi still retained 342 points in reserve. Once all subjects had completed breakfast, Su-yi commenced task assignments. Feng Yuxuan led an army of 200 to conquer and clear the surrounding territories of the Blue Alliance, systematically annihilating them from afar. If, during this endeavor, large hordes of zombies were encountered, the siege could be paused to first eliminate the undead. After all, the primary goal of dispatching Feng Yuxuan's forces was to accrue points and experience. Isolated zombies, unless attracted by the army, would be disregarded, with scouts luring them back to the territory for extermination. Newly recruited white-named scout Li Xinhong was assigned to the expeditionary force for training. Shi Ruo commanded a transport team of 100 to ferry timber back to the territory, with the addition of the carpenters continuously crafting unicycles. A single trip could transport 30 cubic meters of wood, potentially accumulating close to 300 cubic meters within a single morning. By the conclusion of the morning, a market and a basic residence could be constructed. Chapter 36, The Alliance of Allen Strikes. With the construction of another basic residence, the reincarnation territory would boast 5 such dwellings, accommodating a maximum of 450 residents. Purple-named, blue-named, and white-named subjects possessing leadership or management talents would not be subject to overcrowding. Each individual would have their own room, with the hall and kitchen remaining unoccupied, thereby providing them with relatively comfortable living conditions. Aside from the expeditionary and transport teams, a handful of subjects assisted the chefs and carpenters, while the majority, under Su-yi's direct supervision, excavated graves to bury the zombie corpses outside the territory. Should scouts lure zombies back, those responsible for digging would engage in combat. With the inclusion of blue-named farmer Sun Qing, the farm could now be utilized for planting fast-growing vegetables. Once Su-yi completed his arrangements, the entire reincarnation territory began to operate swiftly, for its development could not afford to pause even for a moment. The influence of the reincarnation territory was steadily expanding, now encompassing both the Lu village and Xiaolu village within its domain. There was little of value left to explore in these 2 villages. These ancient villages, reminiscent of the background of the Qin kingdom, were inhabited by impoverished farmers, with the most valuable resource being the food stored by the villagers, which was not in abundance. The exploration teams entering these villages primarily aimed to seize the food and collect a modest amount of metal, with some teams even carrying away wooden items. Further exploration by the reincarnation territory would yield no significant treasures. In contrast, a modern urban setting during a zombie apocalypse would offer a wealth of valuable resources, albeit with greater peril. How many inhabitants could a city from ancient times support, while a modern metropolis could shelter millions, even tens of millions? The terrifying zombie horde could easily obliterate all territories in its path. The initial tasks for novice lords posed no substantial difficulty. The Daxia world, akin to the ancient backdrop of the Qin kingdom, served as a fitting stage for a zombie apocalypse. However, the zombie world remained quite repulsive for lords, as combat with enemies proved clumsy, leading to the annihilation of foes while inflicting severe losses on their own forces. Yu Jie had already led his army toward the northern expanse of the reincarnation territory. Currently, within a straight line of 1,000 meters, there were no enemy territories. The focus was now on clearing enemies within a 2,000-meter radius. Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan's territories lay to the north of the reincarnation territory, and Su Yi held a favorable view of these two individuals, particularly Lu Wei, who provided coordinates for a zombie horde. Thus, the plan was to first eradicate the northern Blue Alliance territories, ensuring greater safety for Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan's lands. As the most formidable territory in the region, the surrounding lands would dispatch scouts to observe the reincarnation territory. The lords of the Blue Alliance were particularly concerned about the potential assault from the reincarnation territory's troops, fearing the obliteration of their own lands. Now that the reincarnation territory's army was once again on the move, advancing northward, the Blue Alliance lords to the east, west, and south breathed a sigh of relief, while the northern Blue Alliance lord fell into a state of panic, desperately seeking reinforcements. However, such aid was not easily found, and even if located, it would be challenging to arrive swiftly. Typically, at night, the Allied forces would disband, returning to their respective territories, only to regroup during the day. This was especially problematic for armies from different civilizations, as language barriers made command exceedingly cumbersome. Unless all lords personally led their forces into battle, the lords, despite their linguistic differences, possessed the ability to understand each other through the powers inherent in the realm of lords. Most lords would not personally lead their subjects into the coalition forces, as the external world might not present any immediate dangers. Should external subjects suffer losses, the lords could simply expend points to recruit new subjects within their territories. The Blue Alliance lords surrounding the reincarnation territory had formed a group chat named Justice Prevails. Members such as Frank Meyer, Dia, and Jiao Wu Meihui were also participants in this chat. These lords frequently discussed the reincarnation territory within the Justice Prevails group. Naturally, they were unaware of the territory's true name, referring to it instead as the Chun Civilization Territory, often preceded by descriptors such as powerful or evil. They claimed that the reincarnation territory was immensely strong, with its lord allegedly possessing a high-level earthly talent, and boasted a substantial population capable of forming an army from a single domain. The continuous annihilation of group members by the reincarnation territory drew the attention of more Blue Alliance lords within the Justice Prevails group. While some Blue Alliance lords contemplated uniting to obliterate the reincarnation territory, others were held in check by the presence of Chun civilization lords. Should a coalition be dispatched to engage the reincarnation territory, it was likely that other Chun civilization forces would attack the Blue Alliance territories. The priority was to first eradicate the Chun civilization coalition in the vicinity, eliminating their influence before embarking on an expedition against the reincarnation territory. Conveniently, to the north of the reincarnation territory, the Blue Alliance coalition formed by the Alan Kayerd of the Ali civilization had already vanquished their adversaries, leaving no Chun civilization territories in the surrounding area. Initially, Alan had intended to assist other allied forces or possibly explore the nearby Shunning city. Upon seeing a plea for help in the Justice Prevails group this morning, and with the proximity of the seemingly powerful and malevolent reincarnation territory capturing his attention, Alan altered his plans, deciding to lead the coalition to eliminate the perceived threat of the reincarnation territory. Regardless of its strength, the reincarnation territory remained but a singular domain, incapable of contending with the coalition of 11 territories he commanded. However, the coalition required time to assemble, and it appeared that they would be unable to arrive in time for assistance. "We shall avenge you." In the Victory of Justice group, Alan's words prompted despair among those seeking aid. Within his own small circle, he commanded the formation of the coalition of 11 territories. Each territory was required to dispatch at least 25 individuals, and if more were willing to join, it would be even better. Typically, no lord would be inclined to send forth additional troops, and Alan, as the commander of the coalition, shared this sentiment. Even though the 11 territories assembling the coalition were situated in an area devoid of the Chun civilization territory, there remained the possibility of a surprise attack from the Chun coalition when the forces set out. Should the number of defenders dwindle, they risked being overrun one by the Chun forces. Conversely, a larger contingent of defenders could swiftly mobilize a second coalition to withstand the impending assault from the Chun civilization. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxuan and his reincarnation legion successfully obliterated a territory of the Azure Alliance. Simultaneously, Alan led the assembled coalition, now dubbed the Alan Coalition, setting forth with a formidable force of 275. As the Reincarnation Legion prepared to launch an offensive against another Azure Alliance territory after eliminating the mutated captives, the Alan Coalition approached, prompting scouts from the Reincarnation Legion to swiftly return and report back to Feng Yuxuan. Recognizing the strength of the approaching enemy, Feng Yuxuan discerned that his own forces would be insufficient to withstand the Alan Coalition and immediately ordered a retreat. Only by consolidating the entire Reincarnation Legion could they hope to vanquish their foes. Chapter 37. Overwhelming Domination. Both the Reincarnation Legion and the Alan Coalition were comprised of various units, and their marching speed was hampered. Once the Reincarnation Legion retreated, the Alan Coalition would not be able to catch up. However, Alan understood that while the monks could escape, the temple could not. Regardless of how far the Reincarnation Legion withdrew, Should the coalition assault the reincarnation territory, they would be compelled to return for assistance. Even if they did not manage to annihilate the Reincarnation Legion, the mere obliteration of the Reincarnation territory would constitute a victory. The Reincarnation Legion and the Allen Coalition advanced toward the Reincarnation territory, one in pursuit of the other. 2 scouts dispatched by Feng Yuxuan returned. One relayed information to Su Yi, while the other hurried to the transport squad, instructing them to drop their cargo of timber and handcarts and return to the territory at once, for the impending battle loomed. This exemplified Feng Yuxuan's decisiveness. Had he only sent scouts to Su Yi, it would have necessitated further delays as Su Yi dispatched scouts to summon the transport squad back. Fortunately, the transport squad was able to return to the territory swiftly, allowing for a brief respite before gearing up for battle. Leading a team of diggers, Su Yi had maintained a light excavation approach, preserving their combat effectiveness. Moreover, most of the zero-level defenders, shield bearers, spearmen, and sword and shield warriors, were among the transport squad. It was expected that the invading enemy forces would primarily consist of 5th-level defenders, and pitting zero-level defenders against them would result in grievous losses. Based on the available intelligence, Su Yi deduced that victory was all but assured for the Reincarnation territory. The enemy's forces numbered fewer than 300, while the Reincarnation territory boasted over 370 5th-level defenders. Earlier in the day, the Reincarnation territory had housed 368 5th-level defenders. But after suffering losses while annihilating the First Azure Alliance territory, Su Yi had begun recruiting anew, replenishing losses and increasing their numbers. Additionally, the enemy's forces were composed of defenders from various civilization territories, leading to language barriers and difficulties in command. Against such an Azure Alliance coalition, the Qin civilization forces often triumphed despite being outnumbered, not to mention the Reincarnation territory. Although this conflict would not come without its own casualties for the Reincarnation territory, battle was inevitable. They must instill fear into their adversaries. To prevent the Reincarnation territory from revealing too much of their strength and dissuading the enemy from engaging, they opted to conceal their capabilities until Feng Yuxuan and his troops returned, at which point they would launch a unified assault to decisively crush the enemy. Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan, upon witnessing the approach of the Azure Alliance coalition and the pursuit of the Reincarnation Legion by the Allen coalition, sought to send reinforcements to Su Yi through the 1/1 group chat, as they were not among Su Yi's close allies. They were aware of the vast population within the Reincarnation territory, which appeared deceptively similar in size to an ordinary zero-level territory. If the Lord possessed the Earth's bounty talent, the territory's area should be somewhat larger. They speculated on how the Reincarnation territory had augmented its population cap, perhaps through an even rarer Lord talent than Earth's bounty, to leave a favorable impression on Su Yi. They refrained from divulging further information about the Reincarnation territory in the group chat. Noticing Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan's messages in the group chat, Su Yi pondered for a moment before responding. I do not require your support. I shall swiftly vanquish the enemy. If you are willing, you may dispatch a portion of your defenders to intercept the retreating foes, ideally eliminating their commander. Immediately after Su Yi sent his message, Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan concurred in their response. They conferred privately, each deciding to send 25 5th-level defenders, with Lu Qianyan's officer possessing a 1-star commanding talent to lead the effort. The Allen coalition pursued the Reincarnation Legion, closing the distance to the Reincarnation territory. Ultimately, Feng Yuxuan's Reincarnation Legion halted before the traps set to the north of their territory, forming ranks. The wooden palisade walls of the zero-level territory proved largely ineffective, at times even hindering the defenders. Upon witnessing the Reincarnation Legion finally come to a standstill, Alan Chider burst into laughter, commanding the coalition to halt, re-establish their formation, and then proceed at a deliberate pace toward the Reincarnation territory. However, as they advanced, the ranks became increasingly disordered, primarily due to the language barriers among soldiers from various territories complicating command. As the distance between the two forces dwindled, Su Yi commanded his 5th-level combatants to position themselves behind Feng Yuxuan's troops. All defenders from the Reincarnation territory were now under Feng Yuxuan's command. Soon, the gap between the two forces narrowed to less than 180 meters. 200 meters was the maximum range for the ordinary quality zero-level longbows wielded by the archers. Under Feng Yuxuan's direction, the Reincarnation Legion swiftly reformed, over 140 archers converging to unleash a volley of arrows at the Allen coalition. Observing the change in the Reincarnation Legion, which appeared to have significantly increased in number, Allen found himself unable to react in time. The Allen coalition faced the initial barrage of arrows from the Reincarnation Legion. Those equipped with shields raised them to deflect the incoming projectiles, while others clustered close to shield bearers, even pressing against one another tightly. At such a distance, the arrows lacked significant force, yet even the smallest wound could prove fatal. How could the enemy have so many archers? Allen cursed in frustration as the Allen coalition braced for the first wave of arrows, resulting in dozens of soldiers sustaining injuries. Just as Allen was about to organize a counterattack with the coalition's archers and crossbowmen, Chaos erupted among the ranks due to the initial volley. It's over. I'm injured. Who can save me? Will I become a zombie? The Azure Alliance's diverse lords led to a rapid decline in loyalty among some defenders, dropping below 60 points. The wounded soldiers comprehended that injuries signified transformation into the undead or death. Some wept uncontrollably, others shouted in panic, and a few even drew their blades against their comrades. Before the archers and crossbowmen of the Allen coalition could mount a counteroffensive, a second wave of arrows from the Reincarnation Legion descended upon them. This second volley was halved in number compared to the first, yet a third wave quickly followed, with the Reincarnation Legion's archers splitting into two groups to continuously rain arrows upon the Allen coalition under Feng Yuxuan's command. Simultaneously, shield bearers provided cover for the spearmen and sword and shield warriors as they surged forth from the flanks of the Reincarnation formation, charging into the increasingly chaotic ranks of the Allen coalition. Counterattack! Counterattack! Archers, shoot quickly! Allen shouted, yet amidst the chaos, only a few soldiers from the various territories comprehended his commands. The majority of the troops were utterly bewildered, preoccupied with seeking refuge and finding objects to shield themselves from the arrows launched by the archers of the Reincarnation territory. They even resorted to seizing other shields. A fully armored shield bearer, even without a shield, would not succumb to arrows, so why not relinquish your shield for my use? The day prior, Allen's coalition had vanquished the lesser forces of the Chun civilization and its territories. Today, however, they faced a significantly larger contingent from the Reincarnation territory, and mere waves of arrows sent them into disarray. The situation had become irretrievable. Allen had no choice but to shout for retreat, leading 7 of his subjects away first. Chapter 38, The New and Old Coalition. With the commander having fled, the confusion within Allen's coalition deepened. Some followed in flight, while others engaged in fierce combat with soldiers from other civilizations. The melee troops of the Reincarnation territory surged forward, cutting down Allen's soldiers mercilessly. The urgency of the situation had diminished. Reincarnation soldiers aimed to inflict grievous wounds upon their enemies' arms and thighs, awaiting the inevitable transformation of the wounded into zombies due to the infection. During the struggle against Allen's soldiers, those who resisted tenaciously inflicted casualties upon the Reincarnation forces as well. This loss was significantly less than Sue had anticipated. Among Allen's coalition were numerous archers, yet they were caught off guard as the Reincarnation archers swiftly overwhelmed the enemy, who offered no counterattack. Sue recalled their previous encounter with the Azure Alliance coalition, which had been composed of troops dispatched from various territories to besiege the Reincarnation territory. The battlefield had not been as chaotic, yet it had also allowed for easier dismantling of the enemy forces. This Azure Alliance coalition had combined soldiers from different civilizations, and under the overwhelming might of the Reincarnation territory, they were easily shattered, unable to mount even a single counteroffensive. There was a reason why the Chun civilization could stand against the Azure Alliance alone. The Azure Alliance appeared formidable, yet it harbored too many hindrances within. On the battlefield, after Allen's coalition was shattered, a substantial number fled northward, with Allen leading his 7 personal guards at the forefront. As they ran, a contingent of 50 appeared, resembling soldiers from the Chun civilization. Allen was taken aback and hastily led his followers on a detour. The combined forces of the Zhu Ming and Guizhi territories had been waiting for some time and immediately pursued, closing the distance between the two sides. In the midst of this chase, Allen was even struck by an arrow. He expended 200 points to purchase an antidote for the zombie virus, thereby avoiding transformation into a zombie. However, this delay brought the two sides closer together, ultimately resulting in Allen's demise within the northernmost reach of the Reincarnation territory's influence. After killing Allen, the combined forces did not disperse but continued to hunt down the fleeing enemies. When the soldiers of the Reincarnation territory dispatched the last level 5 zombie, the great battle finally drew to a conclusion. The losses for the Reincarnation territory amounted to 31 white-named civilians, significantly fewer than anticipated. The gains were substantial throughout this conflict. A total of 207 level 5 zombies were slain, 2 of which were blue-named. Sue earned 6, 270 points and 10, 450 experience, sufficient to recruit 62 civilians, all of whom could be promoted to level 5. It was a resounding victory, yielding considerable profit. Yet it paled in comparison to the eradication of any single zombie horde the previous night. In addition to the enemies and zombies slain by the Reincarnation territory, the combined forces of Zhu Ming and Guizhi also eliminated numerous foes and zombies, most crucially dispatching the enemy commander, with fewer than 20 enemies managing to escape. The news of the enemy commander's death was not disseminated within the group chat by Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan. Instead, they dispatched scouts to convey the message. The Reincarnation territory had effortlessly triumphed over what had appeared to be a powerful coalition of the Azure Alliance, leading Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan to place greater trust in the Lord of the Reincarnation territory. With the conclusion of the battle, the Reincarnation territory required a period of recuperation. The archers, having only released a few volleys of arrows, were not significantly fatigued and incurred minimal losses. It was the melee troops who charged into combat who bore the brunt of exhaustion. The morning's gains were barely sufficient. The melee troops who participated in the skirmish sought rest while the archers divided into two groups, one to dig pits and the other to join the transport team in moving timber. With the archers' assistance, they were still able to accomplish the tasks of establishing a market and a basic residence by midday. As tranquility returned to the reincarnation territory, Alan Child's death had a considerable impact within the Justice Prevails group. Just yesterday, Alan had led a coalition of 11 territories to a great victory, annihilating the Chun civilization's coalition and its territories, only to be ambushed today while attacking a territory of the Chun civilization. Many within the Justice Prevails group believed that Alan's coalition had fallen into a trap laid by the lord of the Chun civilization. It was implausible for a single territory from the Chun civilization to so easily dismantle Alan's coalition. There must have been a more formidable force behind the scenes. Of the 11 lords who had formed Alan's coalition, only Alan had taken to the battlefield, while the other 10 remained to defend their territories. Now that Alan was dead and the coalition dismantled, the remaining lords quickly expended points to recruit new civilians. In a climate of fear and trepidation, the 10 lords reassembled a new coalition, electing Schmidt from the Puman civilization as their commander. Schmidt, now the coalition commander, was greatly perturbed. The enemy was formidable beyond imagination, having obliterated Alan's coalition of 275 soldiers. According to the accounts of the few civilians who returned, the enemy vastly outnumbered them, with a significant presence of archers who swiftly decimated Alan's forces. Had it been a coalition of 10 lords from the Puman civilization, Schmidt might have had confidence in their ability to withstand the enemy. However, with a coalition composed of lords from various civilizations, even if their numbers increased, Schmidt lacked faith in their capacity to hold the line. Yet, they had no choice but to stand firm. Their territories were at stake, and retreat was not an option. It was preferable to face the enemy than to be extinguished one by one. Should the enemy launch an assault, they must fight with all their might, with each territory striving to dispatch as many civilians as possible to form a coalition exceeding 400 strong. Soon, more good news arrived. 2 lords from the south intended to join the coalition, increasing Schmidt's forces to 12 lords. However, Schmidt could also discern a glaring issue. The 2 southern territories were closer to the enemy's stronghold, and should the enemy advance, the coalition might be unable to provide timely assistance. In the now tranquil reincarnation territory, the transport teams worked diligently to amass 100 cubic meters of timber, enabling Su-E to establish the market. The market was somewhat unique. It could not be constructed within the inner space of the small world, but rather only on the outer space of the 5,000 square meter land. Within this outer space, there already existed a 50 square meter lord's domain, a 785 square meter recruitment altar, a 16 square meter arrow tower, an 800 square meter farm, and a 666 square meter basic residence, collectively occupying 4 structures. This left 13,915 square meters of vacant land. Su-E regretted placing the basic residence in the outer space and felt it should have been built directly within the inner space. Fortunately, the positions of territorial buildings could be altered. After the territory leveled up, changes to building positions could be made free of charge. At other times, points could be spent to modify the locations of structures. For now, the territorial space was still manageable, and he planned to adjust the building positions after completing the current task and upgrading the territory. The market occupied an area of 100 square meters and presented as an unremarkable wooden structure. Upon entering the market, one would find it divided into individual rooms, furnished with wooden tables and chairs, each equipped with a luminous screen resembling a system panel. However, this screen was visible to all. The information displayed on the screen was singular, the market. Not only could Su-E utilize the market to trade with other lords through the screen, but he could also send civilians to the market to engage and trade with other lords. Following the establishment of the market, Su-Yi's system panel featured an additional market icon. The lord need not venture to the marketplace, as transactions can be conducted directly through their system interface. Items obtained from treasure chests first enter a temporary storage, and now these items can be directly placed on the market for trade. Chapter 39, Fixed Spatial Gate. Su-E peruses the prices of goods available in the marketplace, since he is in a task world. The current buyers and sellers in the market are all lords from the Great Xia world. Upon returning to the realm of lords, the buyers and sellers in the market will comprise the entirety of the lordly world. Presently, there are not many lords capable of establishing markets in the Great Xia world. However, with a vast base of 750,000 lords, numerous individuals have nonetheless set up marketplaces for trade. Typically, lords of the Chun civilization prefer to transact with their fellow Chun civilization lords, while those of the Azure Alliance tend to engage with their own kind or even their own civilization as lords. Trading serves the purpose of exchanging unnecessary items for those that are needed. Some lords even assume the role of merchants, buying low and selling high, thereby monopolizing the market. Now that the reincarnation territory has established a market, Su-E primarily aims to procure food. With a population of 446, including himself, Su-E will need to spend 446 points purchasing ingredients from the mall by noon to satisfy everyone's food requirements. even if the population remains unchanged. Sui observes that the prices of food items in the market are lower than those in the mall. Any item priced higher would not be listed in the market, as it would not attract buyers. Due to the limited number of lords engaging in trade, the prices of food items do not drop significantly. According to the current dietary standards of the reincarnation territory, sourcing food solely from the market would average only 0.95 points per person, given the current population size. A single meal could save 223 points, resulting in a total savings of 669 points over 3 meals in a day. As the population of the territory continues to grow and more lords offer food items in the market, the potential savings in points will increase further. Sui feels financially constrained and is keen to save where possible. His initial intention of purchasing arrows from the market has become unnecessary. The arrows used for slaying zombies have been recycled, and defeating enemy forces also yields an ample supply of arrows, weapons, and armor. Arrows, being consumables, are in demand. However, only a few lords offer them in the market, with the lowest price being 0.96 points per arrow. Ordinary quality weapons and armor are also available at low prices, yet buyers are nearly non-existent. This is partly due to the slow wear of such items. Even when worn, they can be repaired by blacksmiths, carpenters, or leatherworkers. Additionally, spoils from victorious battles against enemies contribute to the supply. Sui browses the market for a while, noting that the highest quality items being sold by lords have reached the rare 3-star level, albeit in extremely limited quantities and at exorbitant prices, which Sui cannot afford. His current plan is to continue increasing the population of his territory. Once it is sufficiently robust, he intends to clear the surrounding Azure Alliance territories and then conquer the nearest city, Shunning County. Within this county, there may be purple-named zombies and other valuable treasures. After successfully capturing the city and clearing the Azure Alliance territories, he plans to use a territory random relocation token to move elsewhere and repeat the process. Perhaps Sui will find himself short on points before reaching the population cap of his territory. To achieve this cap, he requires a staggering 96,040,000 points, which is still a distant goal. It remains to be seen when he can begin to snowball his expansion. The stronger the territory becomes, the faster its development will accelerate. After procuring a batch of ingredients from the market, a luminous circle transports the food directly to Sui's designated location on the territory map. Notably, market transactions incur no handling fees, which is a fortunate circumstance. The territory is in dire need of resources, and it is uncertain when he will be able to sell goods in the market to swiftly accumulate points. Closing the system panel, Sui has another task at hand. Before noon, he should be able to construct the 5th primary residence of his territory, which will be built within the inner spatial realm. The interaction between the inner and outer spaces necessitates personnel movement, and the 0-tier small world can accommodate 2 spatial gates, 1 fixed position gate and 1 bound gate that Sui can activate anywhere within his territory for brief periods. Sui now needs to find a suitable location to fix the fixed position spatial gate. This gate is not permanently fixed. Relocating it will require some time. Unsure of the most appropriate site, he decides to place the spatial gate temporarily, with the option to adjust its location later if necessary. Ultimately, the spatial gate is established in the open space to the west of the Lord's Manor. The gate's height is set at 2 meters, with a width of 6 meters, allowing for simultaneous entry and exit of multiple individuals. While the gate could be made larger, Sui opts to keep its height below that of the wooden fence to maintain a sense of discretion. Before lunchtime, thanks to the efforts of the transport team, 200 cubic meters of timber are gathered, and under Sui's direction, the 5th primary residence of the reincarnation territory is erected within the small world. The residence is located a mere 20 meters from the spatial gate in the small world. Sui assigns Zheng Gaoyuan, a white-named citizen with a 1-star management talent, to arrange for those citizens without housing to move into the new residence. Zheng Gaoyuan promptly takes action. Soon, both the citizens entering the small world and those remaining outside become curious about the spatial gate and the small world itself. As there is no danger within the small world, the citizens do not feel fear. Sui describes the small world as a paradise, a concept that resonates well with the citizens. Their lord possesses a veritable paradise. The loyalty of the citizens noticeably increases. Level 0 represents the standard of ordinary individuals, and while progressing to level may 5th not yield dramatic improvements, the notion of a paradise far surpasses ordinary expectations. Even though the small world is still quite limited and barren, the citizens remain awestruck. Many citizens eagerly request to enter and reside in the small world. After the midday break concludes, Feng Yushuan resumes leading the army into battle. Compared to the morning, the population of the territory has significantly increased. Yet Sui does not expand the size of the expeditionary force, maintaining it at 200 individuals. With a force of 200 attacking an enemy territory, they can annihilate it with minimal losses. Should they encounter the coalition of the Azure Alliance, the reincarnation army can retreat. If pursued, they can return to the reincarnation territory and regroup for another engagement. If the coalition does not pursue, The reincarnation forces will simply change their direction and attack another Azure Alliance territory. By not increasing the size of the expeditionary force, the transport team can continue to expand, allowing for the transport of more timber back to the reincarnation territory in the afternoon. The reincarnation territory is critically short on wood, not only for constructing residences, but also for establishing farms, pastures, carpentry workshops, and other structures. As the population of the territory continues to rise, Sui recognizes the necessity of addressing food production independently for future development, rather than relying solely on the mall or the market, which incurs excessive point expenditures. For a typical territory, small-scale agricultural endeavors demand considerable points and effort, while simultaneously diminishing military strength. However, the reincarnation territory possesses the capacity for large-scale agricultural production, significantly reducing food expenses for its citizens. Chapter 40, A Back and Forth. Feng Yuxuan leads the army with the objective directed at two Azure Alliance territories situated to the north of the reincarnation territory's influence. Shortly after the expeditionary force departs, scouts from these two Azure Alliance territories observe them. The scouts hurriedly return to report to their lord, who promptly seeks assistance from Schmidt. Schmidt meticulously inquired about the number of troops dispatched by the reincarnation territory and learned that there were merely around 200. Immediately, he issued orders within the small group, instructing each household to send forth 25 subjects to gather at the domain of the Radiant Sun Civilization's lord, Shi Zhonghong. Excluding the two Azure Alliance territories closest to the reincarnation territory, Shi Zhonghong's domain is situated at the southernmost point of the Allied forces, allowing them to minimize the time required for reinforcements. By the time Schmidt's coalition had assembled in Shi Zhonghong's territory, the reincarnation army was already approaching their target domain. As the reincarnation forces annihilated this Azure Alliance territory, the Schmidt coalition remained en route. This was the issue Schmidt had previously discerned. Unless the coalition gathered in advance, they would be unable to provide timely support. With their allies having already been obliterated by the reincarnation army, Schmidt found himself wavering. Should he advance and engage the reincarnation forces or divert his course to assist another ally? Schmidt was disinclined to confront the reincarnation army directly. The reincarnation forces would likely sustain some casualties in their conquest of the Allied territory. Although the Schmidt coalition boasted a larger army, it was comprised of 10 factions from diverse civilizations, which might still render them unequal to the reincarnation troops. Schmidt refrained from excessively enlarging the coalition's size. If each faction dispatched 40 subjects, only the lord and 9 subjects would remain to defend their territory, making it effortless for any single lord from the morning civilization to obliterate such a domain. However, by sending out 25 subjects per household, coupled with the 49 subjects designated for support, they could nearly withstand the reincarnation forces. Should the reincarnation army continue northward, Schmidt would have no choice but to risk expanding the coalition further. The coalition paused momentarily, and Schmidt conferred with his allies before ultimately deciding to alter their course and advance toward the location of another allied territory. Should the reincarnation army target this ally's domain, the coalition would provide support and engage in battle. If the reincarnation forces opted to head north, the coalition would swiftly retreat while simultaneously mobilizing more subjects from various territories to obstruct and potentially defeat the reincarnation army. The Schmidt coalition had already been detected by reincarnation scouts, and their decision to halt their advance pleased Feng Yuxuan. The reincarnation army had just decimated this territory, and the captives and severely wounded enemies had yet to undergo decomposition. Had the Schmidt coalition pressed on, Feng Yuxuan would have been compelled to eliminate all those who had not yet perished, resulting in significant losses for the reincarnation territory. Feng Yuxuan had no intention of engaging the Schmidt coalition in battle. From the previous encounter, he had discerned the coalition's vulnerabilities, realizing that a smaller force could indeed prevail against a larger one. However, the individual combat prowess of the coalition's soldiers was not to be underestimated. Defeating them would incur substantial losses on his side as well. Only by concentrating superior forces could the reincarnation army minimize their own losses while reaping substantial gains. The reincarnation scouts closely monitored the movements of the Schmidt coalition, and upon observing their pause after advancing a certain distance toward another Azure Alliance territory, Feng Yuxuan began to grasp the intentions of the Schmidt forces. After dispatching all the decomposed enemies, he led the reincarnation army in retreat. Recognizing that this location was unsuitable for siege warfare, they redirected their efforts toward other directions for conquest. After the reincarnation army withdrew, the Schmidt coalition soon followed, halting at Shi Zhonghong's domain to rest temporarily before disbanding by evening to return to their respective homes. Feng Yuxuan returned to the reincarnation territory, where Sui had already recruited new subjects, bolstering their expeditionary force to 200. Despite the morning's recruitment efforts yielding few exceptional subjects, one remarkable individual emerged, Feng Heng, a white-named sword and shield soldier possessing a 1-star management talent. Sui appointed Feng Heng to the transport team as an assistant to Shi Ruo. Once Feng Heng acclimated to the transport team's operations, he would take over its management, allowing Shi Ruo to join the expeditionary forces instead. After all, Shi Ruo possessed commanding talent, while Feng Heng was suited for management. The expeditionary team took a brief respite within the territory before embarking once more under Feng Yuxuan's leadership, this time targeting the Azure Alliance territory located to the east of the Reincarnation domain. However, complications soon arose. Before the Reincarnation army could approach their target, an Azure Alliance coalition emerged, numbering only around 170, bolstered by the 49 defenders of the target territory, surpassing the Reincarnation army in strength. Simultaneously, a message from the Tianling territories Zhu Dehui reached Su Yi, Lord of the Reincarnation territory. Could you assist us in restraining the Azure Alliance coalition? 3 of our territories are preparing to unite their forces to obliterate 1 or 2 Azure Alliance domains. After contemplating, Su Yi replied, certainly. The commander leading the expedition is one of my officers. I shall send scouts to relay the message to him. Please hold for a moment. Zhu Dehui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. In truth, Su Yi had an additional suggestion that went unspoken. He advised them to hold out until the next day, when the Reincarnation territory would dispatch greater forces to eradicate the more distant Azure Alliance coalition and territories. The presence of the Schmidt coalition to the north and the Azure Alliance coalition to the east made Su Yi apprehensive about Feng Yuxuan's expeditionary team successfully obliterating another Azure Alliance territory. The area was swarming with Azure Alliance forces, albeit constrained by the presence of other Morning Civilization coalitions. Only when the Allen coalition had vanquished the territories of the Morning Civilization in the region would they be able to march southward unimpeded. In light of these circumstances, it was prudent for the Reincarnation territory to first assemble a formidable army to eliminate the surrounding enemies before pursuing further development. There was a possibility that neighboring Morning Civilization territories would fall one after another, leaving the Reincarnation territory besieged by multiple Azure Alliance coalitions. This evening was pivotal. Su Yi would still dispatch the purple-named scout, Yu Jie, to lure large hordes of zombies, ideally enticing one group in the first half of the night and another in the latter half. When dawn broke, Su Yi planned to recruit another wave of subjects, which would significantly increase the total population of the Reincarnation territory, thereby enabling the dispatch of a sufficiently powerful army while still retaining a considerable number of defenders. In the external realm, Feng Yuxuan had yet to receive Su Yi's orders. Observing that capturing the target territory would require considerable cost, he directed his forces to commence a retreat. Soon after, scouts delivered Su Yi's command, prompting the Reincarnation army to withdraw. The expeditionary team did not head directly back to the Reincarnation territory, but instead took an alternate route, stopping by a ravaged territory to salvage some of the accumulated lumber. Given that all members of the team were fully armed, each individual could carry only a limited amount of wood. Upon returning to their territory, 150 individuals set down their weapons and armor, temporarily joining the transport team to assist in transporting the lumber. The remaining 50 individuals were tasked with safeguarding the transport team. The size of the transport team grew rapidly, reaching 300 members, with the number of wheelbarrows exceeding 50, enabling them to transport over 70 cubic meters of lumber in one trip. Before nightfall, the transport team completed their final haul of lumber, resulting in the addition of 2 new basic residences within the small world, bringing the total number of basic residences in the Reincarnation territory to 7, capable of accommodating up to 630 inhabitants. Su Yi's population of subjects has reached 454, and their living quarters have become considerably more spacious. From the last shipment of timber, Su Yi utilized 60 cubic meters to construct a farm within his small world. Tomorrow, he plans to recruit an additional farmer to facilitate agricultural cultivation, thereby establishing another farm to provide drinking water for the subjects residing in this miniature realm. Throughout an entire afternoon, Yu Jie took the opportunity to rest within his territory. After having dinner, Yu Jie set out on his journey. This time, he would venture further from the Reincarnation territory, with a direct distance exceeding 3,000 meters. He chose not to bring any other scouts along. In the Reincarnation territory, Yu Jie is the sole purple-named scout, while the others are white-named, lacking blue names. Compared to leading white-named scouts, Yu Jie's solitary expedition proves to be more secure and efficient. Under the cover of night, Yu Jie traversed through the territories of various factions, including the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance. He has even been spotted by enemy scouts, as his agility talent does not grant him stealth. Nevertheless, once detected, no one could catch up to him, except perhaps for other purple-named or silver-named scouts. The subjects are unaware of coordinates. Such details are only visible on the Lord's system map. Su Yi provided Yu Jie with precise directions and an approximate distance, leaving the rest to Yu Jie's own navigation. Upon reaching the target area, Yu Jie easily spotted his objective, which was quite conspicuous, a horde of zombies. He climbed a tree to rest and recuperate his strength before luring the zombie horde back to the Reincarnation territory. As the relatively swift level 5 blue-named agile zombies approached, Yu Jie dispatched them with 2 swift strikes. With his small target size against the vast horde trailing behind him, the surrounding territory scouts kept a keen eye on the zombies. Should Yu Jie guide the horde into their territory, they would spring into action. It was only after Yu Jie led the zombies away that the scouts could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Lord of the Chun civilization received reports from scouts and speculated that this must be the scout dispatched by the #1 Lord of the Reincarnation Territory. Occasionally, in discussions within the Chun civilization, they pondered the talents of the Reincarnation Lord, questioning what abilities could lead to such a formidable territory. The speculation surrounding the how-to talent had already been dismissed. With the agile zombies eliminated from the horde, Yu Jie adeptly guided the remaining zombies back into the Reincarnation Territory, prompting the level 5 combat profession subjects to spring into action. Archers, shield bearers, spear wielders, and sword and shield soldiers formed their ranks outside, with scouts dispersed around the area. As Yu Jie drew the large horde closer, a white-named scout stepped forward to lure away a portion of the zombies toward the formation. The horde Yu Jie lured consisted of just over 600 zombies. Given the current strength of the Reincarnation Territory, they could annihilate the horde in a single night engagement, sustaining only minimal personnel losses. To mitigate territorial losses, Sui opted for a more cumbersome approach, dividing the horde into 3 groups. The Reincarnation Territory successfully dispatched the entire horde, killing a total of 627 zombies, yielding Su E5, 960 points and 215 experience. Including the agile zombies dispatched by Yu Jie, 8 blue-name zombies were taken down, granting Su E8 high-level treasure chests. Su E commanded Yu Jie to return and rest properly, planning another foray later in the night. He himself returned to the Lord's mansion, seated on the bed, and opened all 8 high-level treasure chests. 100 points. A level 0 one-handed sword, 2 stars. 10 packs of 100-gram barbecue-flavored potato chips. A reclining chair. A level 0 warhorse, 1 star. 100 points. High-level subject recruitment scroll. A level 0 longbow, 1 star. Rubbing his eyes with his right hand, Su E beamed at the sight of the high-level subject recruitment scroll. This marked the second time he had obtained such a scroll from a treasure chest. The first high-level subject recruitment scroll had been used to recruit Yu Jie. This time, which profession of blue-name subjects should he recruit? The thought of a blue-name blacksmith crossed Su Yi's mind first, considering he possessed a high-level blacksmith workshop. With a blue-name blacksmith and a high-level workshop, he could guarantee the crafting of high-quality equipment, provided he had the suitable materials, which he could subsequently sell to other lords for points. The Reincarnation Territory had a blue-name blacksmith and a high-level workshop, but lacked crafting materials and heating fuel. These missing items could be purchased in the market, and the value of crafted equipment would far exceed the points needed for materials and fuel. It all came down to the potential profits. While other lords recruited 49 subjects and elevated them to level 5, achieving a complete 0-tier territory. To enhance territorial combat power further required either recruiting high-quality subjects or improving the quality of existing subjects, alongside equipping them with better gear. The Reincarnation Territory did not face such a need, as it had numerical superiority. A blue-name blacksmith was the first choice, but what followed? Among combat profession subjects, the Reincarnation Territory was particularly lacking in high-quality scouts. Blue-name scouts were insufficient, and purple-name scouts were necessary. Other combat professions were of lesser importance, and direct recruitment of subjects with commanding or management talents was not feasible. The recruitment scrolls were subject to chance as well. After much contemplation, Su E concluded that recruiting a blue-name blacksmith was most suitable. Tomorrow morning, he would recruit subjects, and the blacksmith might also attract a few, with a small chance of directly recruiting a blue-name blacksmith, at which point circumstances might change. The items obtained from the treasure chests were most favorable, with the high-level recruitment scroll being the best, followed closely by a high-quality one-handed sword. Upon waking later in the night, Su E planned to bestow this one-handed sword upon Yu Jie. Since he already owned a warhorse, the prospects of forming a cavalry unit were slim. Perhaps the warhorse might be used to pull a cart, necessitating a carpenter to construct a 2-wheeled cart. Setting an alarm, Su E turned off the system panel, allowing his thoughts to drift until he soon fell into slumber. Chapter 42, 2-Star Talent Stone. With approximately an hour remaining until dawn, the Reincarnation Territory successfully eliminated yet another horde of zombies lured back by Yu Jie. A total of 563 zombies were slain, granting Su E5, 350 points and 460 experience. Among the slain zombies, 7 were blue-named, yielding 7 high-level treasure chests. Upon opening these high-level treasure chests, Su E received a remarkable item, 2-Star Talent Stone. Seeing the 2-Star Talent Stone, Su Yi's eyes brightened. The value of the 2-Star Talent Stone surpasses that of both the 2-Star Quality Stone and the high-level Subject Recruitment Scroll. A 2-Star Talent Stone can elevate a 1-Star Lord's talent to 2 stars. If utilized by Su E himself, it could enhance his 1-Star Perfect Aim talent to 2 stars. However, he had no intention of using it himself, although the Perfect Aim talent is quite beneficial in the Great Xiao world. Su E yearns for the Sovereign talent even more. The small world is akin to an infinitely enhanced how-to talent. Combining the how-to talent with the Sovereign talent equates to invincibility. Rather than using the 2-Star Talent Stone himself, Su E had no intention of hoarding it. Upon returning to the Lord's world, Purchasing a 2-star talent stone in the market is relatively easy. However, in the Great Xia World Market, few 2-star talent stones are available for sale, and those that are often come with exorbitant prices, seemingly flaunting their value. Su-yi deeply desires the sovereign talent. Yet a 2-star talent stone cannot be exchanged for it. Selling the 2-star talent stone for points would yield the best outcome, ideally fetching over 10,000 points, allowing him to recruit at least 100 additional subjects. The more subjects he has, the quicker he can accumulate points. There are 3 trading methods in the market: purchasing with points, bartering items, or time-limited auctions. Su-yi decided to place the 2-star talent stone from his temporary storage up for auction in the market with a starting price of 5,000 points, requiring a minimum increment of 100 points and lasting for 8 hours. After placing the 2-star talent stone up for auction in the market, Su-yi made his inaugural statement in the World Chat channel. The Lord of Reincarnation declared, auctioning a 2-star talent stone limited to 8 hours, exclusively for the lords of the Chun civilization. The World Chat channel allows 1 free message per hour, while the regional chat offers a free message every minute. Once the free messages are exhausted, one must spend points to communicate. Su-yi resolved to post an update every hour in the World Chat channel, even before dawn. While the majority of lords were still in slumber, a few had already awakened. Su-yi's announcement in the World Chat garnered their attention. A 2-star talent stone? Such a valuable item. Why auction it off instead of keeping it for personal use? Is it possible that the lords interested possess a minimum of a 2-star talent and have no need for this stone? A clearance sale is underway. Search my name. 100 battles Lord Jiang Yan. In the market, where all items are being sold at a 20 discount, I wish to bid on this 2-star talent stone. How infuriating that only lords of the Chun civilization are permitted to purchase. If restrictions were lifted, more points could be garnered from the auction. Rumor has it that the Lord of Reincarnation auctioning the 2-star talent stone might be a top-tier player. Su-yi indeed searched for 100 battles Lord Jiang Yan in the market and found an array of items for sale, including various equipment, food, and other miscellaneous goods. Though the prices of the items had dropped, they did not reflect a full 20 discount, and some were even priced higher than those in the shop. Su-yi spent some points to acquire a portion of the ingredients. Gradually, other lords began to bid on the 2-star talent stone, and Su-yi decided to refrain from further involvement, simply posting once an hour in the World Chat channel. Before the break of dawn, chefs and their assistants had already risen, preparing breakfast. By the time the sun fully illuminated the sky, breakfast was ready. Su-yi swiftly consumed his meal and proceeded to the recruitment altar to commence his first recruitment of the day. The recruitment cost a total of 10,000 points, yielding 10 new subjects, which included 38 archers, 18 shield bearers, 13 pikemen, 13 sword and shield soldiers, 8 scouts, 4 chefs, 3 blacksmiths, 2 carpenters, and 1 farmer. Among the 100 newly recruited subjects, 2 exceptional talents emerged: a blue-named scout named Jin Jingping, and a white-named archer named Wang O, who possessed a 1-star command talent. Despite not securing a blue-named blacksmith through points, Su-yi subsequently used a high-level recruitment scroll to summon the blue-named blacksmith, Chen Yi. With the recruitment concluded, Su-yi's population of subjects reached 555, with a staggering 205 archers among them. Even in the cramped confines of 7 basic residences, there was still ample space to accommodate everyone. Although overcrowding typically diminishes loyalty among subjects, residing in the small world bolstered their allegiance, effectively balancing the 2 factors. Su-yi utilized his experience points, elevating the number of level 5 subjects to 520, with 35 remaining at level 0. He retained 846 points, ensuring a more substantial reserve for future procurement of materials and fuel from the market, intending for Chen Yi to forge high-quality equipment for sale. Zheng Gaiyuan and Feng Heng were tasked with settling the newly recruited subjects into the small world's basic residences. Su-yi also entered the small world. The spatial portal faced 3 rows of basic residences. Examining the small world's layout, the spatial portal was centrally located, with the basic residences to the south and the soul farm to the west. Su-yi selected the high-level blacksmith workshop from the storage box. An illuminous aura transported a model of the workshop before him. He carried the model east of the spatial portal, selected a suitable area, and placed the model on the ground before hastily departing. Upon activation, the model swiftly enlarged into a wooden structure spanning 300 square meters. Although the high-level blacksmith workshop was wooden, its appearance surpassed that of the basic residences, constructed from superior timber adorned with intricate patterns. Su-yi summoned Chen Yi and several white-named blacksmiths to enter the high-level blacksmith workshop. Upon opening the grand door, Chen Yi and the white-named blacksmith's eyes lit up with excitement. While recruited blacksmiths could only carry a few portable tools, enough to make minor repairs, the workshop was equipped with substantial forging tools. More importantly, the tools within the high-level blacksmith workshop were of superior quality, allowing Chen Yi to craft high-quality equipment with greater ease. The white-named blacksmiths could also use these superior tools, with a chance to produce high-quality gear. A single blacksmith workshop could accommodate up to 10 blacksmiths, along with a few assistants. Su-yi had precisely 10 blacksmiths at his disposal. After familiarizing themselves with the environment and tools of the workshop, they were ready to commence work. Su-yi had already envisioned the first high-quality piece that Chun-yi would forge, a broadsword, the weapon wielded by the sword and shield soldiers. The most commonly recruited unit among lords was the archer, but the bows they utilized were primarily wooden, the domain of carpenters, not blacksmiths. Su-yi had a blue-named carpenter, Lu Xingda, under his command, but crafting the bowstrings was even more intricate than the bow itself, and the reincarnation lord lacked a high-level carpentry workshop. Chapter 43, The Army Marches Eastward. The lords predominantly recruited archers, followed by shield-bearers and sword and shield soldiers. Each possessed shields to withstand arrows. During exchanges between archers and crossbowmen, shield-bearers protected their archers and crossbowmen from incoming projectiles. In a charge, shield-bearers shielded their melee units, such as pikemen and broadsword soldiers, from arrows. Sword and shield soldiers carried shields, albeit single-handed ones, sufficient for personal protection against arrows. They did not require others to guard them. They could raise their shields and charge forward, wielding their broadswords against the enemy. In the market, the prices for high-quality bows were the highest, followed closely by the high-quality broadswords usable by sword and shield soldiers. Both items were priced above 500 points, over 20 times the cost of ordinary bows and swords in the shop. Under normal circumstances, the price difference would be around tenfold. But demand far exceeded supply, causing the prices of high-quality equipment to soar. Numerous lords aspired to craft high-quality gear for sale, yet faced significant hurdles. Some lords recruited blue-name blacksmiths, but lacked a high-level blacksmith workshop. Others obtained a high-level blacksmith workshop from treasure chests, but failed to recruit blue-named blacksmiths. Many lords possessed neither blue-named blacksmiths nor high-level blacksmith workshops. Few lords managed to assemble both, like Su-yi. Despite the price inflation of high-quality equipment leading to a corresponding rise in material costs, lords who possessed both could still profit, albeit the extent of their earnings varied. Su-yi granted Chun-yi authorization to utilize the market, allowing him to spend up to 1,000 points on materials and fuel. Once the 1,000 points were exhausted, Chun-yi could request additional funds from Su-yi. With the subjects having finished breakfast, Su-yi convened the officers and officials to assign them tasks. Currently, the reincarnation lord had 4 officers and 2 officials. The 4 officers included blue-named archer Feng Yuxuan, white-named shield-bearer Shi Ruo, white-named scout Li Xinhong, and white-named archer Wang O. Only Feng Yuxuan possessed a 2-star command talent, while the remaining 3 had 1-star command talents. The 2 officials were white-named archer Zheng Gaoyuan and white-named sword and shield soldier Feng Hong, both with 1-star management talents. Su-yi appointed Feng Yuxuan as the commander, leading 180 archers, 90 shield bearers, 60 pikemen, 60 sword and shield soldiers, and 20 scouts, totaling 410 personnel, tasked with vanquishing the Azure Alliance coalition and obliterating its territory. Su-yi did not assign direct tasks to Zheng Gaoyuan and Feng Hong, instead allowing them to accompany him, instructing them to assist as needed. While the territorial army waged war abroad, Su-yi refrained from dispatching the inhabitants to transport timber. Following Su-yi's orders for the expedition, the 4 officers, Feng Yuxuan, Shi Ruo, Li Xinhong, and Wang O, immediately sprang into action, selecting a formidable contingent of 410 combat-capable inhabitants to form the expeditionary force. Su-yi then proactively reached out to Zhu Dehui of the Tianling territory within the group chat. Ruler of the cycle, Zhu Dehui of the Tianling territory. I am dispatching 410 inhabitants who will soon march towards your domain, intent on annihilating all territories of the Azure Alliance. You may create some commotion to draw the enemy's attention. Upon receiving Su-yi's message, many rulers observing the group chat were taken aback. Goodness, 410 inhabitants. Am I mistaken? Is it truly the cycle lord deploying 410 inhabitants from a single territory, rather than over 10 territories combined? The 6-star How-To talent effect allows for a maximum of 209 inhabitants. The number being dispatched by a prominent figure is nearly double that, indicating it cannot be a 6-star How-To talent. Could it possibly be a higher grade How-To talent, or some other unprecedentedly powerful lordly ability? The prospect of this formidable ruler sweeping across the land is imminent. We implore the Great Lord to swiftly eradicate all territories of the Azure Alliance in our district. Within mere seconds of Su-yi's message, Zhu Dehui responded eagerly. Great Lord, invincible. We shall mobilize at once and vanquish those miscreants. Zhu Dehui swiftly contacted 2 neighboring rulers from the Chun civilization, as their territories shared borders, allowing for collaborative action. The combat-capable inhabitants of the 3 Chun civilization territories quickly assembled outside their domains, preparing for the expedition. The scouts of the Azure Alliance, upon witnessing this scene, immediately reported back, prompting a flurry of activity among the Azure Alliance rulers as they began to mobilize their inhabitants, readying for confrontation against the 3 Chun civilization territories. As the Azure Alliance rulers in the east and the Chun civilization rulers alike commenced their movements, the army of the cycle territory had already completed its assembly. Feng Yuxuan commanded the forces to split into 2, leading the vanguard of 200, while the remaining 200 would follow shortly. With 10 scouts dispatched to gather intelligence on the enemy. Some scouts from the Azure Alliance also observed the movement of the Cycle territory, with a portion hastily returning to report to their lord, while others trailed behind Feng Yuxuan's advancing troops. The scouts' gaze was fixated on Feng Yuxuan's forces, failing to notice another equally sized contingent departing from the Cycle territory. To the east, within the Azure Alliance's territory closest to the Cycle territory, Lord Musaid received the scout report with utmost urgency. Upon learning of the Cycle territory's mobilization, Musaid immediately relayed the information to a small group, seeking reinforcements from fellow rulers. Once this message was disseminated, the rulers of the Azure Alliance comprehended the situation. It became clear that the Tianlang territory and the two neighboring Chun civilization territories were creating a diversion to assist the Cycle territory in drawing their attention. They must repel the army of the Cycle territory while simultaneously restraining the three Chun civilization territories. Otherwise, they risked experiencing a repeat of the previous afternoon, when an allied territory was obliterated before aid could arrive. Each territory was compelled to dispatch a greater number of inhabitants. The rulers convened rapidly and resolved that each territory would send forth 45 inhabitants, leaving merely 5 or fewer behind to defend. In total, the 7 territories amassed 315 inhabitants. Among them, 215 would be led by the mightiest ruler of the Gili civilization, Jim Sweat, to confront the army of the Cycle territory, complemented by 5 from Musaid's territory, totaling 220. The second strongest, Li Mingzhong of the Gaussian civilization, would lead 100 to restrain the 3 Qin civilization territories. The 7 territories of the Azure Alliance swiftly gathered towards 2 fronts. As Feng Yuxuan's vanguard neared Musaid's territory, the 220 inhabitants had already assembled, intending to utilize their domain as a bulwark against the impending assault from the Cycle territory. Jim Sweat was acutely aware that 220 inhabitants from 7 different civilizations, united in action, would not stand a chance against the army of the Cycle territory. Previously, when 8 territories of the Azure Alliance faced off against 3 Chun civilization territories, they failed to eradicate them and instead witnessed one of their own territories fall to the opportunistic Chun rulers. Now, with the army of the Cycle territory advancing once more, failure to withstand would mean the annihilation of all 7 Azure Alliance territories. To stave off the Cycle territory's forces and restrain the 3 Chun civilization territories, they had no choice but to mobilize to the limits, leaving merely a handful to remain behind. The outcome of this battle would determine everything. Jim Sweat's expression grew grave, the weight of immense pressure settling upon him. Just then, he beheld the suddenly enlarged army of the Cycle territory, and his face drained of color. In Chapter 44, Great Loss, Greater Gain, Jim Sweat had initially contemplated positioning Musaid's inhabitants at the forefront, as Musaid still possessed points and experience. Should Musaid's inhabitants perish, he could swiftly recruit replacements. However, that was no longer feasible. The army of the Cycle territory vastly outnumbered their own. It was insurmountable. They truly could not match them. Under Feng Yuxuan's command, the united army of the Cycle territory formed ranks, with shield bearers at the forefront and archers positioned behind them. As the army drew nearer to Musaid's territory, the arrows of the Azure Alliance coalition were the first to rain down. The shield bearers effectively deflected the majority of the incoming projectiles, while 180 archers, including the wounded, retaliated, suppressing the Azure Alliance's archers and crossbowmen. The archers split into 2 groups, relentlessly loosing arrows towards Musaid's territory, firmly pinning the enemy down and inciting chaos. 60 sword and shield warriors, under Sher Rua's leadership, surged forth from both flanks, shields raised as they charged into Musaid's domain. Following closely were 60 spearmen. Upon breaching Musaid's territory, Commander Jim Sweat did not flee. He recognized that defeat was inevitable. The enemy was too formidable, and all territories would fall to the Cycle territory's army. Soon, the forces of the Azure Alliance were routed within Musaid's territory, leaving only a few to escape. Jim Sweat perished, Musaid perished, and Musaid's territory was razed to the ground. The army of the Cycle territory paused briefly within Musaid's domain, awaiting the transformation of captives and critically wounded into zombies, dispatching them before continuing their advance. The injured from the Cycle territory would likewise be eliminated upon their transformation. Though slaying comrades turned zombies weighed heavily on some, it was deemed more acceptable than executing them prior to their transformation. The Cycle territory's army, after dealing with the zombies, split into 2 divisions, each targeting a different territory of the Azure Alliance. Zhu Dehui of the Tianlang territory, along with 2 allies, formed a coalition of 100 to assault the nearest territory of the Azure Alliance. Ultimately, the army of the Cycle territory obliterated 4 territories of the Azure Alliance, while the coalition led by Zhu Dehui also dismantled one. I extend my gratitude to the Great Lord for the annihilation of so many Azure Alliance lords. The spoils of war shall be shared among us 3, with all belongings rightfully belonging to the Great Lord. In truth, there was little in the way of spoils. primarily comprising timber acquired from the destruction of territories and the equipment of the fallen foes. The Great Xia world remains impoverished and underdeveloped, with essential resources concentrated within cities, leaving ordinary lords without opportunity to collect materials. He simply replied with a terse mm. The members of the group began to express their envy, as Zhu Dehui's previously precarious position had improved, while he was not in immediate danger of being obliterated by the allied forces of the Azure Alliance. The 3 territories of the Chun civilization had suffered considerable losses. Relying solely on the strength of these 3 territories made it difficult to defeat the 8 territories of the Azure Alliance. However, with the intervention of the Reincarnation territory, the 3 Chun civilization territories now enjoyed a measure of safety, allowing them to form a coalition with Lu Wei and Lu Qianyan. On the battlefield, Feng Yuxuan led his troops back to the Reincarnation territory, casually carrying some spoils of war, primarily food, arrows, and a few other miscellaneous items. They did not transport any timber, as the populace was already fatigued from the campaign against the Azure Alliance and the destruction of 5 of its territories. They aimed to return to the Reincarnation territory for rest, as further expeditions awaited them in the afternoon. Within the territory, Su Yi conducted a battle assessment. In this skirmish, the forces of the Reincarnation territory had dispatched 376 zombies, the majority being level 5, including 6 blue-named level 5 zombies. Su Yi garnered a total of 155 points and 330 experience. Although the Reincarnation territory reaped significant rewards, it also sustained notable losses, with 61 individuals perishing. Fortunately, the ample gains not only compensated for these losses, but also bolstered the strength of the Reincarnation territory. Su Yi allocated the majority of his points to recruiting new citizens, pushing their numbers beyond 600. He welcomed 2 new talents, the blue-named shield bearer Yao Chong and the white-named spear fighter Liang Yongkong, who possessed a 1-star management talent. While the expeditionary force was still en route back, Su Yi assembled 150 citizens to form a new transport team, managed by Feng Hong, to retrieve more timber. The 7 initial residences could accommodate up to 630 individuals. However, due to the separate housing arrangements for purple-named, blue-named, and citizens with special talents, the actual capacity was significantly diminished. With another expedition planned for the afternoon, it became apparent by evening that the 7 initial residences were insufficient, necessitating the construction of additional dwellings. The Reincarnation territory, in alliance with the 3 Chun civilization territories, had successfully eradicated 8 Azure Alliance territories over the course of yesterday afternoon and this morning, making a profound impact within the Justice Must Prevail group. Before their demise, Jim Swyatt and Li Mingzhong had alerted the group to the formidable strength of the Reincarnation territory, urging other Azure Alliance lords to remain vigilant and consider uniting their forces to eliminate this burgeoning threat. Failure to do so would soon see them facing obliteration at the hands of the Reincarnation territory. Schmidt was among those most apprehensive of the Reincarnation territory. Having witnessed the defeat of the coalition led by Alan Child, who ultimately perished, Schmidt had been appointed as commander. Although the Reincarnation territory refrained from pressing further north, Schmidt felt a measure of relief, unaware that they had already annihilated the Azure Alliance territories to the east. The true threat of the Reincarnation territory's formidable capabilities loomed large. Schmidt's coalition would stand no chance, nor would the Azure Alliance forces in the other 2 directions. The absence of the Chun civilization coalition could be seen as both a blessing and a curse for Schmidt. Should the Reincarnation territory choose to attack the Azure Alliance forces in other directions, Schmidt could either provide support or launch a direct offensive against the Reincarnation territory. Regrettably, he had not offered aid to Jim Swyatt, a decision he now lamented. The possibility remained that the forces of the Reincarnation territory might march northward to engage Schmidt's coalition, while the other 2 Azure Alliance forces were restrained by the Chun civilization coalition. This Chun civilization territory posed a significant threat. Was there any way to eradicate it? A larger coalition must be formed. Yet the presence of other Chun civilization forces hindered the assembly of a more formidable alliance. Frustration mounted as they pondered how this Chun civilization territory had grown so powerful, surpassing even that of a unified coalition. Chapter 45. The Group Leader's Intelligence. The morning passed swiftly. In an assault on the Eastern Azure Alliance territory, Su Yi secured 6 high-level treasure chests, albeit yielding little of value. Thanks to the diligence of the transport team, by midday, the Reincarnation territory had constructed its 8th initial residence, capable of accommodating a maximum of 720 individuals. The blue-named blacksmith Chun Yi forged the first high-quality great sword, which cost over 400 points. Su Yi marked it up by 100 points for sale in the market, and it was sold promptly. In the afternoon, Chun Yi managed to craft another high-quality great sword, and with his increasing proficiency, the production costs would gradually decrease, potentially allowing him to produce 3 swords in a single day at peak performance. Under optimal conditions, Chun Yi could earn Su Yi at least 700 points daily. A high-level blacksmith workshop could accommodate up to 10 blacksmiths working simultaneously. If Su Yi could recruit 10 blue-named blacksmiths to forge great swords together, The daily earnings could surpass 7,000 points. Such a figure would be exceedingly lucrative. However, the likelihood of recruiting blue-name blacksmiths was exceedingly low, and even if he secured high-level citizen recruitment scrolls, success was not guaranteed, as it depended on the subsequent development of the territory. During the midday break, Lu Wei invited Su Yi to join a small group, to which Su Yi consented. Adding friends would allow for the viewing of real-time information, but joining a group would not afford such insights. Su Yi entered Lu Wei's newly created small group as the Lord of the Reincarnation Territory. The group consisted of only 3 members, Su Yi, the group leader Lu Wei, and the leader of One Sword, One Group, Gu Jinglong. Gu Jinglong was an official external personnel of the Qin Kingdom. Upon noticing Su Yi's entry into the group, Gu Jinglong promptly sent a message, Reincarnation Lord. I have something to inform you. I have received intelligence that 3 Azure Alliance forces surrounding you are preparing to unite against you. Regardless of which Azure Alliance force you engage, the other 2 will mobilize against your territory. Upon reading Gu Jinglong's message, Su Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gu Jinglong had obtained this intelligence from informants. One Sword, One Group, likely had Azure Alliance informants, making it inappropriate to share such information within that group. Unable to add Su Yi as a friend, Gu Jinglong probably hesitated to expend points on creating a second group chat, prompting Lu Wei to establish one for free. After some contemplation, Su Yi replied, I understand. Thank you for the notification. This afternoon, I will continue to dispatch troops while ensuring sufficient forces remain in the territory. I hope the other 2 Qin civilization lords can create some distractions to divert part of the enemy's forces. Su Yi's message astonished Gu Jinglong, who marveled at Su Yi's audacity to send troops under such circumstances. How powerful was the Reincarnation Territory, the foremost on the territory power ranking of the Great Xiao world? Gu Jinglong of the Yaolong territory replied, just let us know in One Sword, One Group, when the time comes. With your current prestige, they will be more than willing to cooperate. Su Yi responded affirmatively, understood. Gu Jinglong added, additionally, I have an official matter to inquire about. Your Reincarnation Territory is remarkably strong. Could you disclose its secrets? Our officials are willing to support you in accelerating your territory's development. The Qin Kingdom's officials were wealthy, and their assistance could propel the Reincarnation Territory to new heights. However, the secrets of the small world were too significant. Su Yi could divulge other secrets, but not those pertaining to the small world, as they were tied to his identity as a traveler. He declined the offer, and Gu Jinglong took no offense. Recognizing that even the strongest individuals had their secrets, sole reliance on one's abilities would not suffice to cultivate a powerful territory. Lu Wei observed the conversation within the group chat and recalled the Reincarnation Lord's auction of a 2-star talent stone, surmising that the Reincarnation Lord was in need of points. Given the enhanced safety of the Guizhi territory, Lu Wei was more than willing to bestow a sum of points upon the Reincarnation Lord as a form of protection fee. The only obstacle was that the market for the Guizhi territory had not yet been established, making it impossible to facilitate any transfer. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction for the 2-star talent stones concluded, fetching an astonishing price of 13,800 points, significantly exceeding Su Yi's initial expectations. He allocated all 138 million points to recruit subjects, successfully enlisting a total of 138 individuals, primarily of combat professions. Among the many recruits, only a single talent emerged, mirroring the initial situation when Feng Yuxuan was first recruited. He Yu, a blue-named sword and shield soldier, possessed a 1-star command talent. With the application of another 2-star quality stone, He Yu's command talent could be elevated to 2 stars. Upon the conclusion of the recruitment, the number of subjects under Su Yi's command reached 743, rendering the existing 8 basic residences insufficient, necessitating the construction of more basic housing in the afternoon. The sudden influx of subjects significantly bolstered the strength of the Reincarnation Territory. However, all newly recruited subjects were at level 0, and Su Yi lacked the experience to upgrade them, presenting a dilemma. He also contemplated the strategy for the afternoon's military expedition. It was certain that Feng Yuxuan would lead the army into battle in the afternoon. The initial target was the Blue Alliance coalition to the north, while the southern and western coalitions were occupied by the Chun Civilization coalition. However, it appeared that despite the Chun Civilization's involvement, they could still allocate some forces to assault the Reincarnation Territory. The Northern Blue Alliance coalition comprised at least 10 territories, with the potential to muster up to 450 troops. To swiftly vanquish such a formidable enemy, Feng Yuxuan's forces must match or exceed them in strength and consist entirely of level 5 subjects. After all, while the enemy's individual strength was commendable, their lack of unity due to language barriers hindered their command. The garrison forces in the Reincarnation Territory were predominantly composed of level 0 subjects, and should the enemy strike, they could withstand the assault but would suffer considerable losses. Consequently, Su Yi resolved to abandon the offensive against the Northern Blue Alliance coalition and redirect his focus towards the Southern coalition. This would allow the Western Blue Alliance coalition to potentially gather some forces to attack the Reincarnation Territory. The The Northern Blue Alliance coalition could not mobilize more than 350 troops against the Reincarnation territory. The number of subjects each territory could deploy varied between offense and defense. During an offensive, a territory could send out as many as 30 individuals, while maintaining 20 in reserve to guard against potential raids. In defense, a maximum of 45 could be dispatched, leaving only a handful to guard the territory. On one hand, the Allied forces were in close proximity, and on the other, the enemy was at their doorstep, necessitating a full commitment. In this scenario, the Reincarnation territory would eliminate the enemies restrained by the Chun civilization forces before ultimately defeating those to the north who were unimpeded. At 1:30 p.m., the expeditionary forces assembled, consisting of an impressive 300 level 5 subjects, who departed through the southern gate of the Reincarnation territory under Feng Yuxuan's command. Shortly thereafter, Sui dispatched a message in the One Strike, One Group, to urge the Chun civilization forces on both sides to take action and engage a portion of the enemy's troops. At that moment, the enemy's scouts were still rapidly returning. Chapter 46, Annihilating 3 Armies. The Reincarnation territory has deployed the Southern Blue Alliance coalition led by the Bharat civilization lord, Krish, the Western Blue Alliance coalition commanded by the Sunlight civilization lord, Nansuanho, and the Northern Blue Alliance coalition led by the Puman civilization lord, Schmidt, all sprang into action. The 3 Blue Alliance coalitions had remained in a state of mobilization throughout the morning, and upon learning of the Reincarnation territory's deployment, they began to move. Realizing that the Reincarnation army was advancing southward, Krish's expression darkened considerably. With part of his forces constrained by the Chun civilization coalition, he could muster no more than 250 troops to confront the Reincarnation army. Given that the Reincarnation forces outnumbered his own, he knew it would be impossible to hold them back. Krish could only hope that the Schmidt coalition and Nan Sunho's coalition would swiftly obliterate the Reincarnation territory or compel their army to return. Nan Sunho's coalition, partially restrained by the Chun civilization forces, could only deploy around 150 troops. In contrast, Schmidt's coalition, unimpeded, assembled a full 330 troops. With over 480 troops from the 2 Blue Alliance coalitions advancing on the Reincarnation territory, should the Reincarnation army fail to return, their annihilation was certain. This was the collective sentiment among the Blue Alliance lords in the Justice Prevails group. Meanwhile, the lords of the Chun civilization in One Strike, One Group, upon aggregating intelligence, discerned the peril facing the Reincarnation territory. Lu Wei, Lu Qinyan, Zhu Dehui, and other nearby lords promptly expressed their willingness to provide support. Concerned about potential traitors within One Strike, One Group, relaying information to the enemy, Sui did not refuse the support from the surrounding Qin civilization lords, though he restricted each territory to send only 20 troops. Upon learning of the Reincarnation territory's reinforcements, Schmidt's coalition and Nan Sunho's coalition hastened their advance, aiming to obliterate the Reincarnation territory before the reinforcements arrived. As the 2 Blue Alliance coalitions marched, Feng Yuxuan's Reincarnation army engaged in battle with Krish's coalition. When the Reincarnation army decisively routed Krish's forces, he fled with a handful of subjects just as the 2 Blue Alliance coalitions arrived outside the Reincarnation territory, preparing to launch their assault. The Reincarnation army, having defeated Krish's coalition, sustained some losses. Feng Yuxuan, seizing the momentum, led 150 troops to continue the offensive, while the remaining forces guarded the captives and severely injured enemies, waiting for them to transform into zombies before eliminating them. Outside the Reincarnation territory, the garrison forces engaged in combat with the 2 Blue Alliance coalitions. As nearly 400 combat profession subjects surged forth from the Reincarnation territory, both Schmidt and Nan Sunho were taken aback. How could the garrison forces, already having dispatched around 300, have even more troops remaining? Had they fallen into a trap? Had reinforcements from the Reincarnation territory already returned? It seemed implausible. Krish's coalition had been routed by the Reincarnation army. Was it possible that other Qin civilization forces had arrived? At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. They could not allow the Reincarnation territory to survive. If they failed to annihilate it, the surrounding Blue Alliance territories would face devastation. Both Schmidt and Nan Sunho recognized that a considerable number of level 0 subjects were present within the Reincarnation garrison, leaving them with a significant chance of victory. As both sides exchanged volleys of arrows and crossbow bolts, shield bearers raised their shields to protect themselves and the archers. Sui positioned subjects with command talents to direct the battle, while he stood before the recruitment altar. Kill 5 level zombie, white name. Gain 30 points, 50 experience. Kill 5 level zombie, white name. Gain 30 points, 50 experience. The system's record displayed repeated notifications, causing Sui's points and experience to accumulate continuously. Standing before the recruitment altar, Sui simultaneously used points to recruit combat profession subjects while consuming experience to upgrade the level 0 subjects fighting outside against the enemy. The newly recruited combat profession subjects, guided by the life profession subjects, hurried toward the battlefield to join the fray. As the battle outside the Reincarnation territory progressed, the strength of the garrison forces grew increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, the two Blue Alliance coalitions, lacking reinforcements, saw their strength rapidly decline. As the skirmish intensified, the reincarnation garrison gained the upper hand, especially with the arrival of additional reinforcements from other Qin civilization lords, further amplifying their advantage. Victory was within reach. The reincarnation garrison, along with their reinforcements, successfully crushed the two Blue Alliance coalitions. Realizing the inevitable defeat, Schmidt and Nan Tsuenho hastily retreated with a portion of their forces, knowing that if they could return, they could regroup and form a new coalition. They had not been entirely vanquished. The majority of the reincarnation garrison, alongside other Qin civilization reinforcements, formed a coalition to pursue the fleeing Nan Tsuenho to the west. The ultimate goal was to annihilate the Blue Alliance territories that constituted Nan Tsuenho's coalition, with the final objective being the territories of Schmidt's coalition. In the southern expanse of the reincarnation domain, General Feng Yuxuan leads his forces in a relentless siege, dismantling both the undead and the coalition forces of the Azure Alliance in this region. After vanquishing the zombies, a contingent of the Qin civilization's coalition joins the fray, providing Feng Yuxuan with ample manpower to obliterate the entirety of the Azure Alliance territories within this area. Meanwhile, Su Yi remains steadfast at the recruitment altar, tirelessly enlisting new subjects and upgrading their ranks. Outside the reincarnation domain, the defending subjects engage in a grim slaughter, eliminating the undead foes and their fellow countrymen alike from the ground. The majority of the afternoon passes in fierce combat for the denizens of the reincarnation domain. The Azure Alliance territories of the Krish Coalition are utterly annihilated, as are those of the Southern Village Coalition. Only the Northern Azure Alliance territories remain, where the lords expend their dwindling points to recruit new subjects, yet the largest among them barely exceeds 40 inhabitants. Upon the return of the two dispatched armies, Su Yi selects the most vigorous subjects and, combined with the newly recruited who have not yet seen battle, forms a new contingent of over 250 soldiers, still under the command of Feng Yuxuan. Surrounding lords of the Qin civilization await the return of their subjects, dispatching another 20 each to the reincarnation domain or waiting along the route. Ultimately, a force exceeding 450 soldiers, commanded by Feng Yuxuan, marches northward. Schmidt, gritting his teeth, leads a reconstituted coalition of just over 300 men into battle against Feng Yuxuan's forces, only to be decisively crushed. Schmidt does not flee. He meets his end on the battlefield. The forces of the Qin civilization annihilate the Azure Alliance territories that formed the Schmidt coalition, and just before nightfall, the reincarnation domain's army returns home. Those soldiers stationed far from their base navigate their way back in the dark. Thankfully, the ordeal has come to an end. The Qin civilization emerges victorious. Centered on the reincarnation domain, within a radius of 40 to 50 square kilometers, all Azure Alliance territories have been eradicated, leaving only 13 territories of the Qin civilization. For the time being, the lords of the Qin civilization can develop at will, slaying the zombies that have inexplicably emerged from the woods and gathering timber, stone, and metal. Many lords prioritize the construction of markets as their foremost task. For with a market, trade with other lords becomes possible. Despite leading the lords of the Qin civilization to a grand victory, Su Yi finds little joy in the aftermath. The reincarnation domain has suffered grievously after an afternoon of conflict. Chapter 47, Negative Returns. Feng Yuxuan, leading 300 men, decimates the Krish coalition and wipes out numerous Azure Alliance territories, yet the losses on his side exceed 100 men. In the defensive stand of the reincarnation domain, losses approach 200. During the obliteration of the Western Azure Alliance territories, over 60 men are lost, and the same number falls during the destruction of the Northern territories. By the end of the afternoon's battles, the reincarnation domain has suffered a total of 425 casualties. It is noteworthy that prior to the afternoon's engagement, the reincarnation domain had only 743 subjects. Excluding those in non-combat professions, the number of combatants barely surpassed 700, meaning that 60% of the fighting populace has perished. In truth, a substantial number of newly recruited subjects have met their demise. Despite the eradication of 3 Azure Alliance coalitions and the destruction of territories on 3 fronts, the reincarnation domain does see some gains. In one afternoon, they slay over 1,700 zombies, the majority being level 5, with 16 blue-named zombies among them. Su Yi acquires 4,130,000 points and 6,880,000 experience. Utilizing these points, he recruits 413 combat-oriented subjects, including 3 blue-named and 4 with special talents. However, by the end of the afternoon, the population of the reincarnation domain has actually decreased by 12. Although victorious, the significant losses have resulted in a general decline of at least 2 points in loyalty among the subjects. Fortunately, this is within Su Yi's manageable limits. In reality, the substantial points and experience gained can also be attributed to the retreat of other lords from the Qin civilization. Witnessing the reincarnation domain's heavy losses, the zombies were allowed to be slain by its inhabitants, thus providing Su Yi with the accrued points and experience. Under normal circumstances, Su Yi would claim the bulk of the benefits while other lords shared the remainder, given that they also incurred losses. However, this time, Sui reaps almost all the rewards. Although the participating lords faced losses, they have all successfully recruited their subjects and leveled them to 5. In contrast, the reincarnation domain's numbers dwindle. Most subjects of the reincarnation domain hurriedly consume their evening meals before returning to their dwellings for rest. That night, Sui plans to send Yujia out to lure a horde of zombies back for slaughter, but he must wait until the early hours. A battle in the morning may be manageable, but the afternoon's near-constant fighting has left the participating subjects weary, necessitating ample time for recuperation. The 4 battles that transpired in the afternoon, centered around the reincarnation domain, have made significant waves in group chats such as / for each horde, and justice will prevail. In the span of a single day, the reincarnation domain has led 12 territories of the Chun civilization to form a coalition, collectively obliterating 37 Azure Alliance territories. The number of Azure Alliance territories nearly triples that of the Chun civilization, yet it is the latter that emerges victorious. The reasons for this triumph are evident to all: the reincarnation domain and its formidable lord. From an external perspective, the reincarnation domain appears comparable in size to other zero-tier territories, likely because its lord does not possess the earthly talent. Had he possessed such a talent, the territory's area would have expanded, making it visually larger. Despite lacking the earthly talent, the reincarnation domain has fielded an unexpectedly vast army. A rough estimate suggests that excluding the newly recruited, the reincarnation domain has mobilized nearly 700 soldiers. Is this a form of cheating? Even with a 6-star earthly talent, a zero-tier territory can recruit a maximum of 209 subjects. The reincarnation domain's mobilization exceeds that of 3 6-star earthly talent territories combined. Is 700 the population cap of the reincarnation domain? No one knows. It may be approaching the limit, or perhaps it has not even come close. Even if it has reached its limit, the reincarnation domain remains extraordinarily powerful, undoubtedly the foremost territory in the Great Xia world. In the Great Xia world territory power rankings, the reincarnation domain holds the top spot without contest. If the reincarnation domain is not first, one can only imagine the strength of the one that is. Such a formidable reincarnation domain poses a significant threat to the Azure Alliance territories within the region. The lords of the Azure Alliance are eager to see the reincarnation domain brought to ruin, yet accomplishing this proves elusive. Upon entering the Great Xia world, new lords are divided into various districts according to geography, with some having numerous lords while others are sparsely populated. Beneath each district, smaller areas can be delineated. Typically, these smaller regions witness conflicts among about 10 Azure Alliance lords and 3 to 5 from the Qin civilization, culminating in the complete annihilation of one side. Azure Alliance lords can only organize armies to attack other areas after achieving victory within their own. Furthermore, due to the relative distances involved, each lord can only dispatch a maximum of 25 subjects. Currently, there are not many areas where decisive victories have been determined. Centered around the reincarnation domain, 5 regions have seen the reincarnation domain first eradicate the Azure Alliance territories within its own area. The northern region, initially dominated by the Allen Coalition, has seen all Qin civilization territories obliterated, concluding the regional conflict. However, the struggles in the southern, eastern, and western regions surrounding the reincarnation domain remain unresolved. After the reincarnation domain concluded its regional conflicts, Sui dispatched his forces to engage in battles across the 4 adjacent regions. Now, these 5 interconnected regions fall entirely under the control of the Chun civilization lords. For the Azure Alliance lords to eliminate the reincarnation domain, they must also eradicate the 12 Chun civilization territories surrounding it. Should the reincarnation domain face peril, these 12 territories will undoubtedly mobilize to provide assistance. In the realm of reincarnation, the reincarnation territory can mobilize 700 troops, while the 12 territories of the Chun civilization can muster a maximum of 480. This amounts to a total of 1,200 personnel. To vanquish this coalition of 1,200 troops, the Azure Alliance would require a minimum of 1,600 soldiers. In the context of external warfare, a single territory of the Azure Alliance can dispatch a maximum of 25 fighters. Therefore, it necessitates the collaboration of over 60 territories within the Azure Alliance to assemble a force of 1,600. Such a feat, involving the cooperation of 7 or 8 regions, is evidently a daunting task within a brief time frame. Meanwhile, the reincarnation territory remains undeterred in its advance, placing nearby territories of the Azure Alliance in peril. Within the group titled One Cut, One Group, the lords of the Chun civilization surrounding the reincarnation territory are fervently hoping that the reincarnation territory will dispatch troops to assault their respective regions the following day. In exchange, they are willing to forego any spoils of war, permitting the forces of the reincarnation territory to eliminate all zombies. For the moment, Sui has not responded. Merely exterminating zombies is a gain, whereas engaging in conflict with the Azure Alliance may yield minimal profit, or even result in a loss. Despite the reincarnation territory's considerable strength, it is still in a developmental stage. Its population cap has reached 10,050, yet it has not even attained 1/10 of this limit. Su-yi prefers to quietly develop his forces, ultimately launching a formidable army to minimize losses and maximize gains. However, the question remains whether some lords of the Chun civilization can endure through prolonged development. Unity is essential for the Chun civilization to resist the Azure Alliance. When the reincarnation territory is besieged, neighboring lords of the Chun civilization come to its aid. Su-yi must ponder this matter thoroughly. In Chapter 48, Reincarnation Town in all directions. After careful consideration, Su-yi first contacts Lu Wei, instructing him to include the 11 neighboring lords of the Chun civilization into a group chat he has created. Shortly thereafter, Lu Wei renames the chat to Reincarnation Town in all directions. Once all lords are present, Su-yi sends a message in the group. I intend to continue dispatching troops for external warfare tomorrow to assist other lords of the Chun civilization. Will you join me? Lu Wei, Lu Qinyan, Zhu Dihui, and others express their willingness to participate, each contributing a maximum of 30 soldiers. With the reincarnation territory positioned centrally, there are no enemies in the 5 adjacent areas. Should foes arrive, they can call for support from the reincarnation territory and other territories of the Chun civilization, leaving 20 defenders in their own land sufficing. This exemplifies the unity of the Chun civilization. While a minority may hesitate to send 30 soldiers, the majority concurs, thereby compelling the rest to follow suit. Su-yi proposes, let each of you send forth 25 soldiers. Together, the 12 of you will provide 300 troops, and I will also contribute 300, forming a coalition of 600 soldiers, commanded by one of my generals with a 2-star leadership talent. The spoils of battle will be split, with me taking half and the remaining half distributed among you. Upon hearing Su-yi's offer, all 12 lords consent. With each territory only required to send 25 soldiers, they can still allocate rewards equitably. Most crucially, the coalition's strength of 600 will easily sweep through an area with minimal losses. Su-yi continues, I must remain at my domain and cannot engage in battle personally. But the coalition requires a lord to accompany it for constant communication. Who among you is willing to fight? Lu Wei is the first to volunteer. Alongside him, Wang Xiefeng, the lord of the Shanhe territory to the south of the reincarnation territory, also joins the fray. Thus, the plan is set. Tomorrow morning, each territory will select personnel, bringing enough provisions for a meal, and convene at Zhu Dui's Tianlang territory to march eastward. After finalizing these arrangements, Su-yi shuts down the system interface and retires for the night. At 2 in the morning, Yu Jie arrives at the Lord's mansion, and Su-yi informs him of a location swarming with zombies. Yu Jie embarks alone under the cover of night towards the designated area. By 5 o'clock in the morning, the reincarnation territory's forces have successfully annihilated the horde of zombies Yu Jie lured in, totaling 672, among which 9 are blue-named zombies. Su-yi earns 6,300 points and 7,700 experience. Previously, he obtained 16 high-grade treasure chests, and now he acquires 9 more, yielding several valuable items. A pasture, 2-star, high-quality shield-bearer recruitment scroll, territory migration order, 1-star, 20 zero-level arrows, 2-star, a medium courtyard, 1-star, high-quality civilian recruitment scroll having previously acquired a high-grade blacksmith workshop. Su-yi now possesses a high-grade pasture, where he can raise cattle, horses, chickens, and other livestock. However, for the time being, he has no intention of utilizing the pasture or raising livestock due to a lack of feed. The 1-star territory migration order allows him to relocate his territory up to 100 kilometers on the system map. The 20 high-quality arrows will be entrusted to one of his 2 blue-named archers, Xiao Yong, while the other, Feng Yuxuan, will command the battle and refrain from direct engagement. Su-yi contemplates using the 400 square meter medium courtyard as his residence, given that the current lord's mansion spans only 50 square meters. As a lord overseeing over 700 subjects, he considers investing some points to enhance his living conditions, perhaps hiring a maid or a chef, and even acquiring a steed along with a groom, among other comforts. The cramped lord's mansion cannot accommodate many individuals, while the spacious medium courtyard offers ample room. Su-yi plans to position the medium courtyard within the small world, near the spatial gate, as he intends to spend the majority of his time there. Should he amass sufficient timber, he could also construct a high-grade courtyard spanning 600 square meters for habitation. Following this, he aims to expend some points to recruit attendants and relish a lifestyle befitting a lord. At present, Su-yi, like most lords in the day-summer world, shares hardships with his subjects, living at a similar standard. Being a novice lord, enduring initial struggles is acceptable. The key lies in completing tasks, after which leisure can be afforded. He acquires another high-quality civilian recruitment scroll, but is uncertain about what profession to recruit next. If he utilizes the high-grade pasture, he could enlist a blue-named rancher. The high-grade blacksmith workshop could accommodate more blue-named blacksmiths, generating additional points for Su-yi. Yet, he muses that he might uncover other high-quality buildings from treasure chests that require different blue-named civilians. Regarding blue-named combat profession civilians, the reincarnation territory has achieved a numerical advantage. the presence of one more or less bears little consequence. Thus, he decides to hold off on their deployment for now. As dawn breaks, a new day arrives, Sui's 7th day in the day-summer world, with 23 days remaining until the task concludes. After a hasty breakfast, Sui approaches the recruitment altar and spends 6,000 points to recruit 60 civilians, yielding no exceptional talents. Among this recruitment, for the first time, he acquires 2 female civilians, a newly adult maid and a chef in her 20s. The maid's appearance was rather unremarkable, characterized by a slender frame, while the female cook possessed a slightly plump figure. Sui harbored no particular interest in them. His sole concern was their ability to attend to his needs, with the prospect of replacing them with more suitable candidates in the future. In due course, he planned to recruit appropriate female subjects from the reincarnation domain, and at the right moment, he would permit the formation of families between female and male subjects. Naturally, procreation was not permitted within the realm of the Lord. Offspring could only be sired on the Azure planet. Following the completion of the recruitment, the population of the reincarnation domain had swelled to 791 individuals. Among the 5 combat professions, there were 292 archers, 155 shield bearers, 110 polearm soldiers, 141 sword and shield warriors, and 50 scouts. The scouts participated infrequently in combat, primarily tasked with reconnaissance, luring monsters, and relaying commands, resulting in a gradual decline in their recruitment numbers. Of the 791 subjects, 683 had reached level 5, while 108 remained at level 0. Additionally, the number of blue-named subjects had risen to 13. The reincarnation domain was growing increasingly powerful, albeit still in its developmental phase. Chapter 49, Shattering the Rebirth Overlord. At 6:30 in the morning, Feng Yuxuan assembled 300 individuals and departed through the eastern gate of the territory, en route to the Sirius domain. With 300 individuals having left, nearly 500 remained in the reincarnation domain, though 108 of them were still level 0 subjects. Centered around the reincarnation domain, 5 regions were under its influence, with the remaining territories belonging to 12 other civilizations. The reincarnation domain could deploy personnel to scour such a vast area for zombies, without the necessity of luring them back to the territory due to the considerable distance. However, the number of zombies outside had dwindled, with only a few emerging from the mountains and towns. Slaying these few zombies would yield minimal points and experience for Sui. Fortunately, with the coalition led by Feng Yuxuan, the anticipated gains from this endeavor should outweigh the losses. Sui was not content, however, and sought to eradicate more zombies to accumulate points and experience. The mountainous terrain was complex and vast, making the discovery of a significant number of zombies challenging and unsuitable for team combat. He planned to later dispatch at least blue-named scouts into the mountains to locate and lure out the zombies. For the time being, he would turn his attention to the nearby town of Shunning, located over 3,000 meters northeast of the reincarnation domain. As a county town, it was expected to have originally housed a population of over 10,000, all of whom had since transformed into zombies, with some having escaped into the surrounding areas. It was estimated that thousands, if not nearly 10,000, zombies remained within the town, and it was highly likely that a purple-named zombie resided there. After the Blue Alliance, led by Alan Sild, wiped out the territories of the Chun civilization, they had contemplated exploring Shunning. However, given the strength of Alan's coalition, venturing into Shunning would be perilous, with the risk of total annihilation. The reincarnation domain mobilized a significant portion of its forces, supplemented by personnel from the 12 surrounding territories, to create a coalition exceeding 800, barely sufficient to attempt an assault on Shunning. At present, Sui could not dispatch a large army for the assault. However, he prepared to send Yuzi on a reconnaissance mission to Shunning. Even if a purple-named zombie, or a purple-named agile zombie, were to emerge, they would be unable to catch Yuzi, a purple-named scout. Yuzi could scale the town walls of Shunning and observe the situation within from a vantage point, with Yuzi conducting preliminary reconnaissance and gathering ample intelligence. The Chun coalition or the independent forces of the reincarnation domain could then launch an assault on Shunning. Thus, on this day, or rather just this morning, Sui had dispatched more than half of the combat profession subjects from his domain to transport timber. He also sent out 50 level 5 combat profession subjects, divided into 4 teams, to seek and eliminate zombies. While the life profession subjects were preoccupied with their tasks, the remaining combat profession subjects were outside the domain digging pits to bury the zombie corpses. The entire reincarnation domain operated in a swift and efficient manner. By 7:10 a.m., the 600-strong Chun coalition assembled outside the Sirius domain. This coalition, led by Feng Yuxuan, included Lu Wei and Wang Xiefeng serving as liaisons for the campaign. Under Feng Yuxuan's command, the army advanced eastward, as the Chun civilization lords had already initiated movements to restrain a portion of the Blue Alliance's forces. The scouts of the Chun coalition dispersed, requiring minimal concern about falling into enemy traps. The Chun coalition did not even need to employ any elaborate strategies. They simply overwhelmed the enemy with sheer strength. Over the course of the morning, the Chun Coalition annihilated 19 territories of the Blue Alliance across 2 regions. The Reincarnation Town Quadrant Group welcomed 7 new members. The losses sustained by the Chun Coalition under Feng Yuxuan's leadership were minimal, with fewer than 200 casualties. And the newly joined 7 members each dispatched 25 individuals to the coalition, resulting in a net decrease of less than 20 personnel. Should the coalition exert its full strength, it could potentially eliminate the Blue Alliance territories across 3 regions within a single morning. After engaging in combat across 2 regions in the morning, they planned to rest at noon before continuing their campaign into 2 additional regions in the afternoon. Initially, Su Yi and the other Qin civilization lords intended to supplement the coalition with the newly recruited subjects from the morning, but that was no longer necessary. Thanks to the efforts of the transport team, over 400 cubic meters of timber had been successfully delivered back to the reincarnation domain. This timber would be utilized to construct 2 additional basic dwellings within the small world, raising the total number of basic dwellings in the reincarnation domain to 10, capable of accommodating up to 900 individuals. Su Yi was not yet satisfied. He aimed to establish 2 more basic dwellings in the afternoon, along with new farms. The Chun Coalition's obliteration of the Blue Alliance territories instilled a sense of panic among the lords of the Justice Prevails group. Originally, the Justice Prevails group boasted over 200 members. However, as the Blue Alliance and Qin civilization had not engaged in large-scale conflict, both sides resorted to luring zombies to attack one another, resulting in a nearly 20% reduction in membership. The territories of the Blue Alliance, independently annihilated by the reincarnation domain, along with the coalition's efforts, had reduced the Justice Prevails group to fewer than 100 members. Crucially, the Chun Coalition did not intend to halt its advance. If this continued, all members of the Justice Prevails group would face annihilation. The lords of the Blue Alliance sought ways to counter this formidable Chun Coalition, but found no viable solutions, simply due to the overwhelming strength of the reincarnation domain. The Chun Coalition numbered 600, with 300 hailing from the reincarnation domain alone, as the coalition relentlessly eradicated Blue Alliance territories. The liberated territories of the Chun civilization would send subjects to join the coalition. If this trend persisted, not only would the territories within their chat group face destruction, but the entire region's Blue Alliance territories would be obliterated, leading to the Chun civilization's ascendance as the dominant power. Among the most anxious was Zhenbei Baoxiong from the Sunfire civilization. Contrary to being merely 18 years old, he was already 25. Last year, his territory had reached the 26th tier, but it had been destroyed by the Chun coalition during a mission. Following the failure of this mission, Zhenbei Baoxiong returned to the Azure Planet, relegated to the status of an ordinary person. Yet, he still had one opportunity left. He had fortuitously obtained a Lord Certificate from a mythical treasure chest. Any Azure Planet human who had reached the age of 18 could reclaim their Lord status through the Lord Certificate, even if they had lost their title. The Lord Certificate, which was only obtainable from a mythical treasure chest, was immensely valuable, akin to a resurrection token in the realm of lords, even starting from scratch. It remained a coveted item. Those who had previously faltered might find a path to resurgence through the Lord Certificate. Zhenbei Baoxiong possessed but a single Lord Certificate, now expended. Yet, should he successfully complete the novice quest and return to the realm of lords, he could retrieve various treasures previously placed by friends, accelerating his ascension. However, at this juncture, Zhenbei Baoxiong found himself bereft of opportunity. He had pledged to offer treasures in exchange for aid from the Azure Alliance, beseeching the Lord of the Chun civilization to spare his territory. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the coalition led by Feng Yuxuan of the Chun civilization obliterated Zhenbei Baoxiong's domain. No. Chapter 50, targeting Shunning County City. Throughout the afternoon, Feng Yuxuan commanded the Chun Civilization Coalition, which annihilated 2 more regions of the Azure Alliance's territory. Membership in the Reincarnation Town Four Corners group swelled by 6, bringing the total to 27 lords of the Chun Civilization. Within a nearly 100 square kilometer area, not a single Azure Alliance territory remained visible. Only 26 territories of the Chun Civilization scattered about, even if the Reincarnation Domain refrained from dispatching troops. The other 25 territories could muster a coalition of 625 soldiers by contributing 25 from each. On this day alone, the Reincarnation Domain suffered a loss of 172 individuals. The number of slain zombies reached 154, with over half being level 5, including 9 named blue zombies. Su Yi garnered a total of 620 points and 700 experience. Over the course of the day, Su Yi successfully recruited 220 new subjects, bringing the total population of the Reincarnation Domain to 839, an increase of 48 since morning. Notably, the number of level 0 subjects decreased to 83, while the level 5 subjects reached 756. Among the 220 newly recruited subjects were several talents, including 3 blue-named subjects and 2 white-named subjects possessing unique abilities. Despite a day filled with activity, an increase of merely 48 subjects left Su Yi somewhat dissatisfied. However, he remained resolute in his commitment to continue external campaigns. In times of capability, it was imperative to assist his compatriots. Mutual support among comrades and unity among the lords of the Chun civilization were essential to counter the Azure Alliance. Tomorrow's campaigns could indeed see a reduction in deployed forces, with each of the other 25 Chun civilization territories contributing 20 individuals. A total of 500 could be assembled. Should the reincarnation domain contribute an additional 100, a coalition of 600 soldiers could be formed. The leadership of the coalition also required reassessment. Su Yi's only subordinate with a 2-star command talent was Feng Yushuan. A 1-star command talent could only adeptly manage 100 individuals, which proved insufficient. It would be more prudent to allow other lords to lead the coalition in battle. Su Yi understood that the coalition formed under the reincarnation domain had undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Azure Alliance, which sought to eradicate this force and perhaps even obliterate the reincarnation domain itself. While they lacked the ability to annihilate the reincarnation domain, they might well target the coalition engaged in external conflict. A 600-strong coalition was formidable, even if the Azure Alliance managed to assemble a 1,000-strong coalition. The Qin civilization forces could likely withstand the onslaught. Should they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful coalition from the Azure Alliance, retreat would be the prudent course, awaiting the deployment of greater forces from the reincarnation domain to collectively vanquish the enemy. With merely 48 new subjects acquired in a day, Su Yi looked forward to the night. He wondered if Yu Jie could entice 2 large hordes of zombies back. This would require Yu Jie to travel further afield. If a greater number of zombies could be slain tonight, it would facilitate the recruitment of more subjects come morning, enabling the dispatch of a sizable army to conquer Shunning County City. Earlier that morning, Yu Jie had scouted Shunning County City, returning with substantial intelligence. Most of the zombies within the city were dispersed across various regions, lacking any significant congregation. Should they have assembled into a massive horde of thousands, the reincarnation domain would struggle to contend with such a threat. Nonetheless, other lords were equally hesitant to send scouts into Shunning County to lure out the zombies. For a momentary misstep could attract hundreds or even thousands of zombies, which a solitary territory could not withstand. During the afternoon, through the diligent efforts of the transport team, the reincarnation domain constructed 2 additional basic residences and a farm. Currently, the reincarnation domain boasts 12 basic residences and 3 farms. With 12 basic residences, a total of 1,080 individuals could be accommodated. Su Yi was reluctant to have his subjects live in cramped quarters. Ideally, a basic residence should house 30 individuals. The available space within the reincarnation domain was ample for constructing additional residences. Although suitable locations for construction existed, there was a shortage of timber necessary for building. Presently, the population of the reincarnation domain necessitated 28 basic residences, leaving a deficit of 16. Each basic residence required 200 cubic meters of timber, summing to 200 cubic meters for the remaining structures. This was an overwhelming amount. Furthermore, with Su Yi's continuous recruitment efforts, it would be challenging to provide the subjects with spacious living quarters in the short term. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that during the task period in the Great Summer World, the ordinary white-named subjects would have to endure cramped living conditions. Upon returning to the realm of lords, perhaps with a greater number of points at his disposal, Su Yi might procure affordable timber from the market, allowing for the large-scale construction of residences. The timber in the marketplace was excessively priced, and that in the Great Summer World market was also not cheap. After all, a standard 0-tier territory typically housed only 49 subjects, and transporting timber from destroyed territories was a slow process. Lords also needed to construct various buildings within their domains, making it unlikely for substantial quantities of timber to be available for sale in the marketplace, with prices only marginally lower than those in the mall. As night fell, both the reincarnation town 4 corners and 1 slice, 1 group were abuzz with activity. Arriving in the Great Summer World, the lords found scant entertainment options. Few would squander points on hiring a maid for frivolous pursuits. The majority of lords focused solely on recruiting combat-oriented subjects, eschewing even blacksmiths, let alone chefs. Equipment could be repaired if damaged, but the loss of subjects was far more detrimental. It was preferable to equip the fallen subjects' gear onto those who survived. The lack of entertainment led lords to engage primarily in lively discussions within chat channels and groups before retiring for the night. In the chat channels, they exchanged barbs with lords of the Azure Alliance. The discussions within the chat groups were markedly more serious. Whether in the reincarnation town 4 corners or 1 slice, 1 group, the primary focus of conversation was the reincarnation domain and the coalition it spearheaded, known as the Reincarnation Coalition. The coalition had garnered significant attention in the region, having systematically dismantled 4 territories of the Azure Alliance throughout the day. It was widely anticipated that the Chun civilization would dominate this area, with the reincarnation domain contributing the most. Many lords engaged in battle with the Azure Alliance expressed their hope for the Reincarnation Coalition to advance into their respective territories. The reality was evident to most lords of the Chun civilization. The Reincarnation Coalition would not advance in a singular direction, but rather expand outward from the Reincarnation domain. Some lords suggested that with the strength of the Reincarnation Coalition, a division of forces into two paths could more efficiently decimate the territories of the Azure Alliance. Sui, however, was reluctant to split their forces. Most members of the Reincarnation Town Four Corners shared this sentiment. Dividing forces necessitated greater troop deployment from each territory. Yet each realm had its own developmental needs. The more subjects sent to war, the fewer remained to nurture their own domains, slowing their progress. The returns from external campaigns proved minimal. Chapter 51. Why is the Reincarnation domain so powerful? Kill a level 5 zombie, purple name, gain 120 points, 200 experience. Rare treasure chest. As the clock approached 5 in the morning, the Reincarnation Legion eradicated the second wave of zombies lured into the fray by Yujia. Su-Yi had yet to see the system log the elimination of the purple-named zombie, but he did notice an additional rare treasure chest emanating a violet glow within his inventory. This marked the second rare chest he had acquired since arriving in the Daxia world. The first rare chest yielded a 3-star quality stone, which Su-Yi had utilized on Yujia, thereby elevating him to become the first purple-named citizen of the Reincarnation Legion. He harbored hopes that this second rare chest would similarly yield something valuable. With the intention of testing his luck, he decided to open a series of high-grade chests. After vanquishing 2 hordes of zombies that night, Su-Yi had amassed a total of 16 high-grade chests, all of which he opened, yielding a variety of items comparable to those from the 9 high-grade chests he had opened earlier in the day. These included recruitment scrolls, equipment, territorial buildings, food, seeds, and various miscellaneous items. However, he was disappointed to find no special items, such as talent stones or lordly talents. Among the recruitment scrolls, one stood out, the Advanced Doctor Recruitment Scroll. Under normal circumstances, even a 0-tier territory would require a doctor to treat injured citizens, thereby mitigating territorial losses. Yet, in the zombie-infested Daxia world, some lords resorted to unsavory methods, forcing others to adapt. Any injury sustained by citizens during combat, even a minor one, could lead to infection by the zombie virus. White-named citizens were not worth the 200 points required for the antidote to the zombie virus. Nonetheless, it was time for the Reincarnation Legion to recruit a doctor, especially since the number of blue-named citizens was steadily increasing. By nightfall, there were already 15 blue-named citizens. Infected blue-named citizens could be treated with the zombie virus antidote, but those with more severe injuries would require a doctor's care. Once dawn broke, Su-Yi planned to recruit a blue-named doctor and, depending on the circumstances, potentially construct a medical facility, as well as recruit additional doctors and nurses. After opening the high-grade chests, Su-Yi turned his attention to the solitary rare chest, which yielded 1,000 points. Upon seeing what the rare chest provided, Su-Yi fell into silence. At least it hadn't turned up something of ordinary quality. 1,000 points were not too shabby, allowing for the recruitment of 10 citizens. It was a pity, however, that no rare quality treasures had been unveiled. A new day dawned, marking Su-Yi's 8th day in the Daxia world. Last night, he had slain a total of 1,381 zombies, earning 13,120 points and 15,880 experience. He promptly withdrew 130,000 points to recruit 130 citizens, primarily focusing on combat-oriented individuals, while also bringing in a few from the living professions, such as chefs, to proportionately increase the number of culinary specialists in line with the total citizen count. Among the 130 recruits, 2 exceptional talents emerged, a blue-named archer and a white-named shield-bearer endowed with the leadership talent. Following the recruitment with points, Su-Yi utilized the Advanced Doctor Recruitment Scroll to enlist a blue-named doctor. With 2 Advanced Citizen Recruitment Scrolls now in his possession, he contemplated and ultimately decided to recruit another blue-named blacksmith. With both blue-named blacksmiths collaborating, their daily net profit could exceed 1,000 points, and at peak efficiency, they could earn over 1,400 points in a single day. After the recruitment concluded, the number of citizens in the Reincarnation Legion reached 971. Even when purchasing ingredients from the market, a single meal would cost over 900 points. Fortunately, the diligent efforts of the 2 blacksmiths could cover the points required for a meal in a day. The officers and officials had finished their breakfast, and Su-Yi convened them to allocate tasks. Among the 971 citizens of the Reincarnation Legion, 921 were combat-oriented, while 50 were engaged in living professions. Out of these, 862 had attained level 5, while 109 remained at level 0. Su-Yi commanded the white-named archer Wang-O, who possessed a 1-star leadership talent, to lead a contingent of 100 level 5 citizens into battle. Surrounding territories of the Chun civilization dispatched 20 individuals each, forming a 600-strong coalition army. This coalition would be commanded by the lord of the Chun civilization himself, as Su-Yi did not seek the position of commander. In contrast to the assault on the Azure Alliance territory, the Reincarnation Legion had an even more pressing mission today, the conquest of Shunning County. The territory required a garrison of 200 citizens, allowing for a maximum deployment of 671 individuals. The 671 citizens dispatched were all level 5 combatants, led by Feng Yuxuan, tasked with breaching Shunning County. Originally, Su Yi had intended to mobilize at least 800 individuals for the siege of Shunning County. Although he was short by over 100, he was still determined to engage the city, albeit with the risk of potential casualties. The Reincarnation Legion was now in a position to sustain some losses. All living profession citizens and those at level 0 remained in the territory, while Su Yi maintained a stronghold there. Whether it was Wang O's squad or Feng Yuxuan's, as long as they eliminated zombies to earn points and experience, Su Yi could rapidly recruit new citizens and expedite the leveling of level 0 individuals to level 5. Scouts from the Qin civilization were active throughout the area. Should the enemy attack, they would quickly detect it, and most neighboring territories would dispatch citizens to support the Reincarnation Legion. Although the number of citizens left to guard the territory was small, the Reincarnation Legion was adequately secure. At 6:30 in the morning, the initial contingent of 100 led by Wang O set out. By 7, Feng Yuxuan led the main force from the Reincarnation Legion towards Shunning County. During their march, scouts from other territories of the Qin civilization spotted Feng Yuxuan's troops and reported back to their respective lords. This large-scale army surpassed even the coalition forces assembled that day, clearly indicating it was a military expedition from the Reincarnation Legion. Observing the direction of their advance, it was evident that their target was Shunning County. This sparked envy among other lords of the Qin civilization. Resources in the wild were exceedingly scarce, primarily consisting of wood and stone. Acquiring metals proved exceptionally challenging. Only a handful of villages yielded any metal. Most metals were found within city walls. Locating metal veins necessitated a substantial workforce, and extracting or required extensive refining to eliminate impurities before it could be considered metal. With so few citizens in a zero-tier territory, lords would prefer to have all their citizens in combat professions, making it nearly impossible to establish a smelting workshop for industrial development within their territories. Cities were a treasure trove, housing not just wood and stone, but also food, metals, and even zombies. Zombies represented a resource as well, providing ample points and experience for lords. As the number of zombies dwindled in the wild, and the larger hordes became too daunting to confront, they could only take on the occasional stragglers that emerged from the forests. Within the city, however, zombies were abundant. But the sheer number made it perilous for solo territories to engage, and the assembled coalition would be hesitant to confront them if they were outnumbered. Upon learning of the Reincarnation Legion's military deployment aimed at conquering Shunning County, many lords of the Qin civilization contemplated hitching a ride. However, having already dispatched 20 citizens to form the coalition and leaving only 29 behind to guard their territories, they could hardly spare many citizens to accompany them into battle. Furthermore, whether the Reincarnation Lord would allow them to tag along was another matter altogether. The Reincarnation Lord had not indicated in the group chat any intention of including them in the assault on Shunning County. Disappointment began to fester, even giving rise to a tinge of jealousy. Why was the Reincarnation Legion so formidable? Nonetheless, this jealousy was far from sufficient to instigate any thoughts of undermining the Reincarnation Legion. Chapter 52. The exaggerated gains of capturing a city. Feng Yuxuan led his army to the southern gate of Shunning County. The gate stood wide open, with zombies milling about inside, and even more staggering from the gate itself, where they encountered the Reincarnation Legion. As the Reincarnation Legion approached, the zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, charged toward them. The zombies atop the walls leapt down, with the weaker ones sustaining injuries upon impact. Under Feng Yuxuan's command, the Reincarnation Legion swiftly formed ranks, and the archers at the forefront began to systematically eliminate the approaching zombies. Yu Jie, you shall first enter the city and lure out a suitable number of zombies, commanded Feng Yuxuan, who stood beside him. Despite Yu Jie being a purple-named citizen and Feng Yuxuan a blue-named one, the latter was the commander, with Yu Jie serving under him. Complying with Feng Yuxuan's orders, Yu Jie ventured alone into Shunqing County. Once inside the city, he remained vigilant, observing the surrounding zombie situation with keen awareness. The army led by Feng Yuxuan was sufficiently large. Even if 2,000 zombies charged forth, they could sustain some losses and still eradicate the undead. However, there was fear of provoking 3,000 or more zombies, a force that even the Cycle Legion could not withstand. Yu Jie wandered around the southern city gate, successfully luring several hundred zombies out through the south gate, while archers incessantly unleashed their arrows, slaying the undead. He repeated this process, enticing more zombies to exit the city, where they were eliminated in the open spaces outside. The Cycle Legion was reluctant to enter the city, as it was cluttered with buildings and narrow terrain, unsuitable for their operations. Should they encounter hordes of zombies in such constricted spaces, the losses would be significant. Thus, Feng Yuxuan's strategy was to draw out the easily provoked zombies first and eliminate them outside the city before his troops entered, splitting into smaller teams to clear the zombies from courtyards and houses. As the Cycle Legion busied themselves with slaying zombies, Su Yi's system panel continuously refreshed with new information. Kill level 4 zombie, white name. Gain 25 points, 40 experience. Kill level 1 zombie, white name, gain 15 points. 10 experience. Kill level 5 zombie, blue name, gain 60 points, 100 experience, advanced treasure chest. Observing the steady increase in points and experience, Su-yi approached the recruitment altar to continue enlisting citizens. By recruiting more citizens, he could establish a transport team to carry wood. Furthermore, once Feng Yuxuan's troops cleared a portion of Shanxing County, Su-yi could dispatch transport teams to retrieve supplies. In just 2 short hours, Feng Yuxuan's forces had eliminated a greater number of zombies than the 2 groups vanquished the previous night. The population of the Cycle Legion surged past 1,000. The resources, both food and metal, obtainable from Shanxing County were substantial. The sheer volume of points and experience gained from slaying zombies was a bountiful harvest for Su-yi. Whether it was the Chun civilization or the Azure Alliance, to conquer a small city like Shanxing County, a conservative estimate would require at least 20 territories to send troops, with each territory dispatching 25 individuals to form a 500-strong coalition. While such a coalition would certainly slay a considerable number of zombies, the rewards would be divided among 20 lords, resulting in diminished gains for each. Now, the Cycle Legion was independently conquering Shanxing County, with rewards so abundant they could be described as extraordinary. By midday, without even entering the city, relying solely on Yu Jie's efforts to lure zombies, they had collectively dispatched an astounding 962 zombies, including 35 blue-named ones. This brought Su-yi a remarkable 28, 135 points and 34, 070 experience. The Chun Civilization's coalition also contributed to Su-yi's points and experience through their own zombie slayings, but with losses incurred by Wang Ou's troops. The net gain was relatively minor and thus could be overlooked. During the morning, the rewards from Feng Yuxuan's forces alone enabled the Cycle Legion to increase its population by 283 citizens. Of these, 280 were recruited through points, while 3 were blue-named citizens acquired via recruitment scrolls. Among the point-recruited citizens, 3 were blue-named, raising the Cycle Legion's blue-named citizen count to 24. By noon, the population of the Cycle Legion had reached 264. This figure was equivalent to the combined population of 25 zero-level territories. However, they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the territory's population cap. In merely a morning's effort conquering Shanxing County, the population of the territory had surged dramatically. Su-yi understood that to expedite the Cycle Legion's growth in the Great Xia world, capturing cities was essential. He planned to eliminate the Azure Alliance territories in the regional area once Shanxing County was secured, utilizing the random territory migration order to move on to the next location for further conquests. The land of the Great Xia world held more than just small cities like Shanxing County. It also boasted medium-sized cities inhabited by tens of thousands and large cities with populations exceeding 100,000, even colossal cities housing hundreds of thousands. The potential rewards from conquering such a massive city would be staggering. However, Su-yi was cautious until the territory reached its population cap. He dared not assault a colossal city that could potentially harbor hundreds of thousands of zombies. In reality, zombies in the forests far outnumbered those in cities, as some had fled from urban areas into the woods. Alas, the vast expanse of the forests made it challenging to lure zombies out, and entering them for combat was equally daunting. The transport team established in the morning had also facilitated the construction of 2 additional basic dwellings for the Cycle Legion. Coupled with a basic dwelling, 1 star, obtained from an advanced treasure chest, the Cycle Legion's total of basic dwellings reached 15. This allowed for the accommodation of up to 350 individuals, barely sufficient to house all current citizens of the Cycle Legion. Given the performance of Feng Yuxuan's army, Su-yi anticipated substantial gains in the afternoon, necessitating the construction of more basic dwellings. In total, 36 advanced treasure chests were acquired in the morning, with Wang Ou's troops contributing 1 as well. Although the majority of the chests yielded ordinary quality items, some contained high-quality goods, including recruitment scrolls, equipment, and aptitude stones. Remarkably, 1 2-star Lord talent, Inspiration, was also obtained. The 1-star version of Inspiration could slightly enhance citizen morale, while the 2-star variant offered a modest uplift in morale. Despite being a 2-star Lord talent, the actual value of 2-star Inspiration paled in comparison to the 1-star talent Arrow of Destiny. The reason was simple: loyalty. As long as citizen loyalty remained high, morale during combat would not wane. If the effects of Inspiration could extend to the coalition personally led by the Lord, its value would significantly increase. However, as it only applied to his own citizens, its worth was evidently limited. Su-yi's citizens were numerous, yet, in the Great Xia world, archers and crossbowmen held greater significance. Thus, 2-star Inspiration was inferior to Su-yi's own 1-star Arrow of Destiny. Having already acquired 2 rare Lord talents from treasure chests, Su-yi had yet to obtain anything he truly needed. Chapter 53. Purple Name Sword and Shield Soldier Li Jun. When Feng Yuxuan's troops set off in the morning, they brought along a meal's worth of provisions, resting outside Shanxing County by noon. The morning's battles had not fatigued Feng Yuxuan's forces significantly, as the zombies were drawn out in waves, with intervals serving as rest periods. Coupled with a 2-hour break at noon, The majority of Feng Yuxuan's troops had fully regained their stamina and energy. The most exhausted was Yu Jie, yet as a purple-named citizen with high aptitude. His recovery was swift, allowing him to continue luring zombies into the afternoon. Sui arranged for scouts to relay information between the Cycle Legion and Feng Yuxuan's forces. In the morning, he utilized a recruitment scroll to summon a blue-named scout, bringing the Cycle Legion's blue-named scouts to 2. Both scouts were deployed along the route from the Cycle Legion to Shenxing County. Wang O's troops suffered some losses in the morning. Not only the Cycle Legion but other territories also incurred casualties, yet reinforcements were unnecessary. As before, they planned to annihilate the Azure Alliance territories within the area, allowing lords from the Chun civilization to send citizens to join the Chun civilization coalition. The overall strength of the coalition declined slowly, but it remained sufficient to support the afternoon's battles. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Yu Jie once again stepped into Shenxing County. Feng Yuxuan intended for Yu Jie to lure out a few more groups of zombies before the army would enter the city. However, as Yu Jie lured the second group of zombies, an unexpected surge of undead stirred around him, charging towards him with alarming ferocity. As a level 5 purple-named scout, Yu Jie was considerably swifter than the level 5 purple-named agile zombies. After dispatching several of the undead with a flurry of sword strikes, he managed to break free from their encirclement. Yet, a vast throng of zombies surged in his wake. As he sprinted forward, the relentless pursuit intensified, with an ever-growing number of zombies joining the chase. Yu Jie swiftly resolved that he could not afford to take a longer route. The more he delayed, the larger the horde behind him would become. It was far more prudent to draw this horde out of the city, where the forces of the Reincarnation Legion could eradicate them. If he were to detour and allow 2,000 or 3,000 zombies to congregate, it would spell disaster. While Yu Jie could devise a means to evade the pursuit, any delay would hinder the Reincarnation Legion's plans to conquer Shunning City. Having made his decision, Yu Jie dashed towards the southern city gate, all the while signaling to Feng Yuxuan to prepare accordingly. Outside the city, upon noticing Yu Jie's signal, Feng Yuxuan immediately commanded everyone to remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Although traps had not been dug in the front line, makeshift barricades fashioned from felled trees had been erected. Before long, Yu Jie emerged from the southern city gate, and as he exited, he quickened his pace to distance himself from the horde. With a multitude of zombies streaming out behind him, Feng Yuxuan ordered the archers to unleash their arrows. The vulnerabilities of zombies mirrored those of humans, only with a higher tolerance for pain. In the initial volley, over 250 arrows were loosed, and those zombies at the forefront fell under the onslaught. One zombie, however, was an exception. Adorned with several arrows, it continued its relentless pursuit, casting off the projectiles with little injury. With a deafening roar, it charged forward, leading the horde towards the Reincarnation Legion's formation. This was no ordinary defensive zombie. It was likely a purple-named defensive type. Among the archers, 2 blue-named marksmen wielding high-quality longbows swiftly knocked premium arrows and aimed them at the leading purple-named defensive zombie. Both arrows found their mark. The purple-named defensive zombie sustained severe injuries but pressed onward. Another pair of high-quality arrows flew forth, and at last, the purple-named defensive zombie fell, swiftly meeting its demise. Su Yi's system, record, updated with a new entry. Killed a level 5 zombie, purple name, gained 120 points, 200 experience, rare treasure chest. The gates of Shunning City were far broader than those of the Reincarnation Legion's territory, but for a horde of over 1,000 zombies, the southern gate was still too narrow. The archers of the Reincarnation Legion managed to eliminate most of the zombies, causing the remaining undead to retreat. Feng Yuxuan sensed that there were still significant zombies among them, and promptly commanded the melee troops to pursue. As a sword and shield soldier dispatched a seemingly ordinary zombie, Su Yi's system, record, refreshed once more. Killed a level 5 zombie, purple name, gained 120 points, 200 experience, rare treasure chest. Information regarding fallen citizens, slain enemies, and defeated zombies would consistently appear in the system, record. Throughout the day, Su Yi remained acutely aware of the ebb and flow of battle thanks to the system panel that followed him. Upon witnessing the rapid succession of notifications regarding the demise of 2 level 5 purple-named zombies, Su Yi's heart raced with excitement. Could there be a third purple-named zombie lurking within Shunning City? The likelihood seemed slim. Having eliminated 2 was already a considerable feat. Without bothering to open other high-level treasure chests, Su Yi proceeded to unveil the 2 rare treasure chests he had acquired. Level 0 Great Sword, 3 stars. Rare Sword and Shield Soldier Recruitment Scroll. The second purple-named citizen joined the ranks of the Reincarnation Legion. Standing before the recruitment altar, Su Yi promptly summoned the purple-named Sword and Shield Soldier. Name: Li Jun, purple name. Age: 24. Profession: Sword and Shield Soldier. Level: Level 0. Talent: Sword and Shield Technique, 3 stars. Command: 1 star. Equipment: Level 0 One-Handed Shield, 1 star. Level 0 Longsword, 1 star. Level 0 Heavy Armor, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Upon recruiting Li Jun, Su Yi was further elated to discover his 1-star command talent. He immediately retrieved a 2-star quality stone from the storage box and bestowed it upon Li Jun, elevating his command talent to 2 stars. With both Feng Yuxuan and Li Jun being the only 2 officers in the Reincarnation Legion with 2-star command talents, they could adeptly lead 1,000 men. Should Sui acquire a 3-star quality stone, he would be inclined to bestow it upon Li Jun, granting him the capability to command 10,000 troops. Suyi's recruitment endeavors were far from over. He continued to spend points to recruit more citizens. The majority of newly recruited citizens would enter the transport team, tasked with hauling additional timber back to the territory. He also maintained constant communication with Feng Yuxuan, ready to dispatch the transport team at a moment's notice should there be any significant breakthroughs in the siege of Shunning City. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxuan's forces had already infiltrated Shunning City. According to Yu Jie's reconnaissance, the zombies currently wandering the streets were primarily concentrated in the northern sector. Most zombies in the southern area and the central region had already been lured out and exterminated by Yu Jie. A considerable number of zombies remained hidden within courtyards and residences, yet to emerge. Feng Yuxuan's troops prepared to methodically scour each household for resources in the southern part of Shunning City, aware that they would face the lurking undead within the courtyards and homes. While losses outside the city had been minimal, the toll would undoubtedly increase in the ensuing confrontations. Chapter 54, Grain sold at low prices. Engaging in close-quarters combat with zombies necessitated the presence of melee troops, shield-bearers, pikemen, and sword-and-shield soldiers. The remaining archers were divided into 2 groups. One ascended the city walls, while the other took to the rooftops, seeking advantageous positions to strike from above. In the realm of the Great Xia, most city layouts placed the affluent at the center, with a ring of wealthy households surrounding them, and the common folk beyond that. As the Reincarnation Legion began to eliminate the zombies lurking in various courtyards and homes, they discovered that these abodes belonged to ordinary citizens. While other resources were scarce, food supplies were abundant. Every household typically stockpiled provisions, with some storing enough for 3 months, while others amassed enough for half a year or even longer. The grain gathered from just a few households sufficed to feed all the citizens of the Reincarnation Legion for a single meal. Even when procuring relatively inexpensive ingredients from the market, the Legion would spend over 3,000 points daily, enough to recruit more than 30 citizens. Now, with the prospect of collecting food from Shunning City, the Reincarnation Legion's expenditure on provisions would significantly decrease. Moreover, once the food reserves became sufficiently plentiful, they could even sell a portion at the market, using the proceeds to acquire other necessary supplies. In the afternoon, after the transport team returned with an additional 400 cubic meters of timber, Sui dispatched them to Shunning City to retrieve the resources collected by Feng Yuxuan's troops. The 400 cubic meters of timber enabled the Reincarnation Legion to construct 2 more basic dwellings, raising their total to 17, with the capacity to accommodate up to 530 individuals. With a transport team of 400 and over 100 carts, they made 2 trips from Shunning City, primarily hauling food supplies, bringing back over 100,000 kilograms of grain. Even if the Reincarnation Legion reached its population cap, this bounty would suffice for at least a week's sustenance. And this merely represented a fraction of the food available within Shunning City. At present, the most scarce resource in the Reincarnation territory is points. After the transportation team successfully brought back the first batch of grain, Sui promptly placed a substantial quantity of food for sale in the market. Observing the prices, rice is priced at 1 point per pound in the mall, whereas the lowest price in the market stands at 0.93 points per pound. Across the vast lands of the Great Xia world, the reserves of grain in ordinary villages are quite limited. Grain is primarily concentrated in cities and select estates outside the city walls. Given the strength of novice lords, conquering a city is arduous. Yet forming a coalition to seize an estate poses no challenge. However, the prices of grain in the market remain elevated, presumably to maximize point acquisition. Points hold significant value in the Great Xia world, and even more so upon returning to the Lord's world, as everyone aspires to amass more points. At the very least, in the Great Xia world, points can be utilized to purchase high-quality items and even rare treasures from the market, thereby bolstering the strength of one's territory. However, as time progresses and the coalition of the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance captures more estates, even beginning to assault cities, the influx of grain will increase rapidly, leading to a swift decline in prices. Sui aims to swiftly accumulate points while simultaneously driving down grain prices, thereby enabling as many lords of the Chun civilization as possible to reduce their expenditure on food. This would allow them to allocate more points towards enhancing the strength of their territories, thereby bolstering the overall might of the Chun civilization faction in the Great Xia world. Sui promptly set the price for coarse grains at 0.5 points per pound and for fine grains at 0.6 points per pound. Before placing the grains on the shelves, Sui made an announcement in the Reincarnation Town Quadrant Group. Reincarnation Lord, I have procured a substantial amount of grain from Shun County City and will soon be placing it in the market. Coarse grains will be priced at 0.5 points per pound and fine grains at 0.6 points per pound. You may purchase some, but there is no need to buy excessively, as prices will continue to decline. By the afternoon, the Reincarnation Town Quadrant Group had welcomed 14 new members, bringing the total to 41. Among them were 2 individuals, Gu Jinglong, the leader of the One Knife, One Group, and Su Yi himself. The remaining 39 lords were from the surrounding territories of the Chen civilization. Upon reading Su Yi's message in the group, the members displayed little excitement. An ordinary zero-level territory can accommodate only 50 individuals, and with each meal costing 1 point per person, the daily total is a mere 150 points, far too scant. The expenditure on food for an ordinary zero-level territory pales in comparison to the Reincarnation territory, which boasts a population in the thousands. Nevertheless, upon seeing the Reincarnation territory's offer of affordable grain, many opted to purchase a portion, as every point saved is a point earned. Several lords were aware that the Reincarnation territory's ability to sell such a large quantity of grain evidently stemmed from its collection in Shun County City, a fact that elicited envy. Su Yi observed the conversations in the chat and, after some contemplation, sent another message. Reincarnation Lord, today, my forces have eliminated half of the zombies in Shun County City. By tomorrow, we will likely eradicate the majority of them. Once the Reincarnation territory has gathered some materials, you may send your citizens to collect resources in Shun County City. Upon hearing this, the members of the Reincarnation Town Quadrant Group expressed their gratitude. While it is true that the Reincarnation territory would collect the most vital resources, the remaining supplies still hold considerable value, and there exists the possibility of uncovering hidden treasures. After all, it is a common practice for affluent families to bury gold and silver in their fields. Members whose territories are distanced from Shun County City envied those closer, who could swiftly and conveniently gather resources. The most envious of all was Gu Jinglong, whose territory lay far from the Reincarnation territory and was currently joining forces with other Qin civilization territories to combat the Azure Alliance. It can be said that those lords nearer to the Reincarnation territory are, to some extent, benefiting from Su Yi's endeavors. The Reincarnation territory's grain was made available in the market, and within mere seconds, purchases began to roll in. There was no need for Su Yi to announce it in the chat. Word of the affordable grain spread swiftly, attracting lords from the Qin civilization. Most understood that prices would continue to plummet, and even though they did not purchase excessive amounts initially, the sheer number of lords buying grain led to swift depletion of Su Yi's stock. Other lords selling grain observed the influx of cheap grain in the market, impacting their sales and contemplated whether to lower their prices. Failing to do so would result in unsold stock. Witnessing the rapid sellout of inexpensive grain, they learned through various channels that it was the prominent Reincarnation Lord who had captured a city, thus acquiring a bounty of grain for sale. Remarkably, these lords refrained from lowering their prices, believing the Reincarnation Lord's grain stock was finite and could not sustain ongoing sales, thus prices would not drop precipitously. They even thought that if the Reincarnation Lord continued to offer cheap grain, they would seize the opportunity to hoard it, knowing that any acquisition would be profitable. Chapter 55, 2,500 Citizens. Su Yi placed 2 batches of inexpensive grain in the market, swiftly amassing over 100,000 points. This sum was sufficient for Su Yi to recruit 1,000 citizens. However, he did not intend to recruit them all at once. Instead, he planned to first increase the population to 1,500 today, and then recruit more citizens the following morning. The sole limitation on citizen recruitment was the lack of housing. The 17 basic residences could accommodate a maximum of 1,530 individuals. Purple-named citizens, blue-named citizens, and those with special talents, white-named citizens, each require their own rooms. Even with a population of 1,500, the 17 basic residences would prove insufficient. During the night, it is necessary to arrange for shifts to guard the territory, ensuring that everyone has a place to sleep. Tomorrow morning, a large-scale recruitment of citizens would take place, with most of the newly recruited being level 0, who would not engage in combat, but would instead join the transportation teams to relocate timber. This would facilitate the construction of sufficient residences to accommodate all citizens. During the morning hours, Feng Yuxuan's forces exterminated 962 zombies in Shun County City, and the afternoon saw a significant number as well, totaling 516, including 29 blue-named and 2 purple-named zombies. Su Yi earned 910 points and 930 experience. In the morning, Feng Yuxuan's forces incurred no losses. But with the need to clear zombies from courtyards and buildings in the afternoon, there were some casualties. A total of 58 individuals were lost, less than 1/10 of Feng Yuxuan's total force. Despite this loss, the returns brought to Su Yi by Feng Yuxuan's forces were extraordinary. In contrast, the returns from Wang Ou's forces were considerably less. Over the course of a day, the 100-member Wang Ou's unit suffered over half their numbers. Su Yi used Wang Ou's forces to eliminate zombies and acquire points to recruit new citizens, ultimately achieving a net gain of only 16 citizens beyond the number lost. It is evident that engaging in combat with the Azure Alliance yielded minimal returns for the Reincarnation territory. Nevertheless, Su Yi remained unconcerned about the meager gains, as assisting his compatriots held greater significance. He would even accept a negative return, especially with Feng Yuxuan's forces providing substantial benefits. By the afternoon, Su Yi utilized the points earned from selling grain to recruit 49 citizens, bringing the total population of the reincarnation territory to 1,500. Among these, 440 were combat-oriented citizens, while 60 were dedicated to civilian roles. There were 251 citizens at level 5, with 249 remaining at level 0. Su Yi's point total reached a staggering 102 for 158. The reincarnation territory's 500 citizens equated to the combined population of 30 zero-level territories. The Azure Alliance would require a minimum of 60 territories to assemble a coalition of such scale. However, the reincarnation territory has yet to reach its population cap. Tomorrow morning, Su Yi will directly expend 100,000 points to recruit 1,000 subjects, bringing the total number of inhabitants in the reincarnation territory to 2,500. This barely constitutes a quarter of the population limit. Although a significant portion of the new subjects are at level 0 and lack the experience necessary for promotion to level 5, they will inevitably ascend in the Great Xiao world by gathering grain from Shun County City and selling it. Su Yi envisions a swift path to attaining the population cap of the reincarnation territory. Once the population limit is reached, he can continue to slay zombies to gain points and experience, without the need to spend points on recruiting new subjects, thereby allowing for a gradual upgrade of the existing populace through experience expenditure. For all novice lords, beginner quests present both safety and peril. The safety lies in the simplicity of completing these quests. For instance, in the Great Xiao world, the zombies lack significant intelligence, making them easy to dispatch. The danger arises from the threats posed by rival factions. The Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance are in constant conflict, resulting in numerous novice lords perishing in what should be a straightforward task. Even seasoned veterans starting anew find it easy to fall in the beginner quest realm. Only by completing these tasks and returning to the Lord's world can they reclaim their stored wealth and rise swiftly. In Su Yi's next task world, he may face various formidable opponents, including veteran lords, second-generation lords, and newly cultivated talents from major forces. Ordinary lords may encounter even more challenging circumstances in the upcoming task world. However, Su Yi remains undaunted, opting to overwhelm with sheer numbers. The beginner quest world serves as a period of growth for Su Yi. With the current strength of the reincarnation territory, they should be invincible in the Great Xiao world. The Azure Alliance will struggle to assemble a coalition capable of defeating them, while treasures from the Great Xiao world may be scarce. Su Yi hopes to accrue more points and experience. Experience is essential for leveling up subjects. While points can be used to purchase various treasures upon returning to the Lord's world, particularly the coveted royal talents that Su Yi yearns for. On the night of the 8th day since Su Yi arrived in the Great Xiao world, he refrained from dispatching Yu Jie to lure zombies. This decision stemmed from the fact that the positions of large groups of zombies acquired from 1/1 group were relatively distant, and those closer had already been lured back by Yu Jie for extermination. Additionally, the bountiful harvest from the reincarnation territory during the day allowed Su Yi to retain 100,000 points, sufficient for recruiting 1,000 subjects, making a restful night appealing. Previously, most combat-oriented subjects in the reincarnation territory took turns guarding the night in 3 shifts. However, with the population now sufficiently large and many subjects residing in the small world, the need for night watchmen in the outer space has diminished, allowing most subjects to enjoy uninterrupted sleep until dawn. As a new day dawned, Su Yi, having partaken of breakfast, approached the recruitment altar, where officials such as Zheng Gaiyuan, Fang Heng, and Liang Yongkong had gathered, ready to organize the newly recruited subjects. Su Yi promptly spent 100,000 points to recruit 1,000 subjects across various professions, elevating the total number of inhabitants in the reincarnation territory to 2,500. The number of life-oriented subjects increased to 90, while combat-oriented subjects surged to 2,410. As the newly recruited subjects were all at level 0, Su Yi had no surplus experience to upgrade them, resulting in 249 level 0 subjects, just 2 fewer than their level 5 counterparts. Among the newly recruited 1,000 subjects, there were 11 blue-named individuals, one of whom was particularly noteworthy. Cheng Xingho, a blue-named spear wielder, possessed a 2-star management talent, marking the first subject in the reincarnation territory with such an ability, capable of managing up to 1,000 subjects efficiently. Additionally, there were 2 subjects with 2-star commanding talents, Feng Yuxuan and Li Zhan. Due to the increase in members of the Reincarnation Town Four Corners group, and the further distance of the newly added members' territories from the reincarnation territory, the formation of the Chun Civilization Coalition has undergone alterations. Each of the 39 Chun Civilization territories will contribute 25 troops, totaling 975 individuals. The reincarnation territory will deploy 225 level 5 subjects, summing up to 200, to form both Eastern and Western coalitions. The territories to the east of the reincarnation territory will form one coalition, while those to the west will form another, advancing toward their respective directions to annihilate the Azure Alliance territories. Perhaps today's efforts will result in the swift destruction of the Azure Alliance territories, potentially doubling the speed of yesterday's conquests, while also welcoming more members into the Reincarnation Town Four Corners group. Chapter 56, Grain Merchant Rush. The 225 level 5 combat-oriented subjects were dispatched to form the Chun Civilization Coalition, leaving 1,026 level 5 combat-oriented subjects remaining. Su Yi intends to eliminate most of the zombies in Shun County City today, assigning Feng Yuxuan to lead 800 level 5 combat-oriented subjects in the continued assault on the city. Over 200 will remain to defend the territory, while approximately 200 level 0 combat-oriented subjects will join the transport team. The transport team is divided into two groups, one comprising 800 individuals tasked with transporting timber from the devastated Azure Alliance territories. It is anticipated that by the end of the day, they will proceed to either Shun County City or to the nearby woods of the Reincarnation territory to harvest timber. Although there are further locations in the destroyed Azure Alliance territories, their distance renders them unsuitable for timber transport. The other group, consisting of 400 individuals under Cheng Xingho's management, is dedicated to transporting resources from Shun County City, primarily focusing on grain. Su Yi remains stationed in the territory, while life-oriented subjects engage in their respective activities. For instance, blacksmiths forge equipment, chefs prepare ingredients, and carpenters construct wheelbarrows and other wooden tools. At 6:30 in the morning, Shi Ruo and Li Xinhong each led over 100 level 5 combat-oriented subjects, one heading east and the other west. Additionally, for hunting parties, each comprising a dozen individuals, were organized to cleanse the sporadic zombies within the Reincarnation Territory's sphere of influence. At 7 o'clock, Feng Yuxuan's forces and Cheng Xingho's transport team set off towards Shun County City. The transport team of 800 was divided into multiple groups, dispatched to various locations to collect timber. After 7 o'clock, the population within the Reincarnation Territory rapidly dwindled to around 200 individuals. Little did anyone realize that, unbeknownst to them, the number of inhabitants in the Reincarnation Territory had already surpassed the total population of all member territories within the Reincarnation Town Four Corners group. Feng Yuxuan's forces cleared the scattered zombies they encountered and arrived outside the southern city gate of Shun County City. The previous day, Feng Yuxuan's forces had eliminated most of the zombies in the southern and central regions of the city, particularly in the southern area, where they meticulously cleared every household. It was unlikely that the zombie numbers had increased significantly overnight. Feng Yuxuan commanded Yu Jie to enter the city first to assess the situation. Once it was confirmed that there were no substantial increases in the zombie population, Feng Yuxuan left 200 level 5 combat-oriented subjects behind, led by Li Zhan. Li Zhan's team continued to clear the zombies house by house in the southern region, while Cheng Xingho's transport team gathered resources from the cleared courtyards and buildings to return to the territory. Feng Yuxuan personally led 600 individuals to encircle Shun County City, approaching the northern city gate, intending to commence the extermination of zombies from this entry point. As with the previous morning, Yu Jie entered the city to lure out the zombies. Feng Yuxuan's forces formed ranks outside the city, ready to eliminate the zombies that surged forth from the northern gate. Soon, Su Yi's system panel began to refresh with notifications of zombies being slain. His points and experience increased, and while the points were not immediately needed, Su Yi opted to expend experience to upgrade the level 0 subjects. Given that he had recruited 1,000 subjects all at once that morning, he decided to take a moment to pause. He would assess the quantity of timber transported back and the points he had accumulated before considering how many subjects to recruit in the afternoon, as he did not wish to recruit anyone else in the morning, due to the rapid accumulation of points from selling grain. Su Yi was also reluctant to recruit blue-named blacksmiths for crafting high-quality equipment for sale. The blacksmiths primarily bear the responsibility of repairing the weapons and farming tools that the subjects have worn out. At 8:30 in the morning, Cheng Xingho's transport team delivered the first batch of supplies for the day. This initial shipment consisted mainly of approximately 40,000 kilograms of grain, along with a modest amount of gold, silver, copper, and iron. After unloading the supplies, the Cheng Xingho transport team did not take a break and continued towards Shunning County Town. The team was now equipped not only with the unicycles they had brought in the morning, but also with additional two-wheeled carts and ox-drawn vehicles found in Shunning County Town. Lacking oxen or horses for traction, they resorted to human effort for pulling and pushing, which at least offered a more efficient means of transport than carrying everything by hand. The grain was piled in a clearing outside the territory of the cycle domain, where Su Yi opened the system panel, selected the grain, and listed it for sale in the market. Should anyone purchase the grain, it would vanish without a trace. Conversely, if the selected grain were to be moved, the sale would be cancelled. The prices today mirrored those of yesterday: coarse grain at 0.5 points per pound, and fine grain at 0.6 points per pound. While coarse grain is nutritionally superior to fine grain, the latter is more palatable, hence its higher price. albeit not excessively so. Grain merchant Wei Xinlan was the first to notice that the lord of the cycle domain had once again made affordable grain available in the market. Without hesitation, she expended the majority of her stored points to purchase a portion of the cheap grain, subsequently listing it for sale in the market. The price of coarse grain surged to 0.85 points per pound, while fine grain rose to 0.9 points per pound. After completing these transactions, she sent a message in a group named Food is Heaven, which gathered grain merchants of the Chun civilization from the Great Xia world, alerting them that the cycle lord had once again listed low-priced grain. At this juncture, new grain merchants began to discover the inexpensive grain offered by Su Yi, promptly spending points to acquire it. As Wei Xinlan's message spread within the Food is Heaven group, an influx of grain flooded the market as more merchants sought to purchase the low-cost offerings. It was not long before Su Yi's affordable grain was entirely sold out. Many ordinary lords attempting to buy the cheap grain found themselves unsuccessful but were not dismayed, even if all ingredients were purchased from the market. The additional expense in points would be minimal. Su Yi sold 40,000 kilograms of grain, averaging 0.55 points per pound, amounting to a total of 440,000 points. This figure appeared substantial, especially to ordinary lords. However, the grain of the Chun civilization in the Great Xia world was far more abundant, with hundreds of varieties currently available, and this number would only increase in the future. As the number of grain merchants grew, competition would intensify, leading to a continual devaluation of grain. Even if only 20 merchants pursued Su Yi's grain, an average contribution of 200 points from each would suffice. Many merchants, after purchasing the inexpensive grain, quickly resold it at slightly lower prices in the market, prompting some lords to begin buying this second-hand grain. Su Yi remained oblivious to the frenzy surrounding his grain sales. And even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with it. He had no intention of raising the prices of the grain he sold. The current sale price already yielded him significant profits while enabling a swift conversion of grain into points. Should he increase the prices, it was conceivable that merchants might refrain from purchasing his grain altogether, instead opting to reduce their own prices, thereby escalating competition in the grain market. Throughout the morning, Cheng Xingho's transport team returned from Shunning County Town with 3 batches of supplies, predominantly grain. Su Yi subsequently listed these 3 batches in the market, watching his accumulated points rise rapidly, reaching tens of thousands. Essentially, all 3 batches of grain were snatched up by the merchants. Chapter 57, A Touch of Luxury. In addition to grain and metals, the supplies brought back by Cheng Xingho's transport team included various sundries, such as ceramic bowls and dishes. The residences constructed by the lords came equipped with some wooden dishware, which sufficed for basic needs. Previously, due to a lack of points, Su Yi could not afford to spend points on acquiring additional ceramic dishware from the market. Whatever was available in Shunning County Town that could be utilized by the cycle domain was diligently transported back by the team. However, the primary focus remained on transporting grain, as selling grain in the market allowed Su Yi to rapidly accumulate substantial points. As his points grew swiftly, Su Yi began to entertain the notion of purchasing wood from the market and mall. In the morning, he dispatched 800 individuals to gather wood, and by midday, they had transported over 700 cubic meters back to the territory, sufficient to construct 3 primary residences. If they transported another 700 cubic meters in the afternoon, they could erect an additional 4 primary residences. Today, he could increase the number of primary residences by 7, with the original 17. This would result in a total of 24 primary residences, accommodating a maximum of 160 subjects. A standard residence should ideally house 3 individuals, yet currently, 9 individuals were crammed into each dwelling. This overcrowding caused a decline in the loyalty of the subjects, though the small world's balancing effect mitigated the decrease. The essential condition was that there must be shelter. Even if it was cramped, it still counted as housing. Without any shelter at all, loyalty would plummet. Loyalty, to some extent, reflects the sentiments and morale of the populace, and any newly appointed lords who had received proper education would understand the significance of maintaining their subjects' loyalty. In the morning, as some subjects fell in battle, Su Yi spent points to recruit new subjects to replenish his numbers, maintaining the population of the cycle domain at 500 individuals, a figure he hoped to sustain through the afternoon. By evening, however, hundreds would be without homes. During the morning hours, Feng Yuxuan's troops eliminated 175 zombies in Shunning County Town, surpassing the number slain the previous morning. This victory brought Su Yi a total of 165 points and 515 experience. However, the net gain was not as substantial as the previous morning, as yesterday's efforts incurred no personnel losses, while today's resulted in the loss of 34 individuals. The combined net gain of points from the 2 units led by Shi Ruo and Li Xinhong was merely over 200, with a slightly higher net yield and experience. When accounting for the points garnered from the complete sale of the grain transported by Cheng Xingho's team, Su Yi now possessed an impressive total of 162 for 192 points. With over 160,000 points, he could recruit 600 subjects, yet the cycle domain lacked sufficient wood to construct adequate housing for them. Previously, he faced shortages in both points and wood. Now, the deficiency lay solely in the wood, while points were relatively abundant. In reality, points were still lacking. Su-e would need to recruit 549 more subjects to reach the population cap of the cycle domain, which required 754,900 points, leaving him nearly 600,000 points short. Relative to points, wood was indeed in greater scarcity. Should he manage to recruit more subjects, the pace of point and wood acquisition would surely accelerate. Shunning County towns still harbored a vast quantity of grain and wood, and recruiting more subjects to join the transport teams for the journey to Shunning County town seemed a feasible solution. Thus, Su-e found himself contemplating the purchase of wood from both the market and mall. In the mall, 1 cubic meter of wood cost 10 points, while in the market, the minimum price was 9 points per cubic meter. Solely relying on the mall for wood purchases, constructing the market would necessitate 100 cubic meters of wood, equating to 1,000 points. To build a primary residence required 200 cubic meters of wood, totaling 2,000 points. Initially, Su-e hesitated to expend points on wood, as he was constrained by a shortage of points, and the cycle domain-esque construction needs exceeded mere single or double residences, amounting to dozens. When points were scarce, he was reluctant to spend. However, with a sufficient point reserve now, he felt inclined to indulge slightly. After finishing lunch, Su-e proceeded to purchase wood from the market, acquiring a substantial 6,000 cubic meters to construct 30 primary residences. Ultimately, he spent a total of 55,217 points, leaving him with 107,275 points remaining. Su-e expended 6,000 cubic meters of timber to swiftly construct 30 rudimentary dwellings within the small world, thereby augmenting the total number of primary residences in the cycle territory to 50. The common white-named citizens remained cramped in their accommodations, as the 50 dwellings could accommodate a maximum of 500 inhabitants. Su-e planned to invest an additional 100,000 points to recruit 1,000 citizens after his midday rest, which would elevate the population of the cycle territory to 3,500 souls. However, this number would still represent only 1/3 of the territory's population cap. During the morning hours, Su-e also kept a vigilant eye on the situation of the joint forces from the eastern and western routes of the Qin civilization. The lord in command of the dual armies frequently disseminated updates regarding their movements in the Cycle Town Quadrant group. The information, while not overly detailed or precise, was shared with caution, as the growing number of group members raised the risk of betrayal under the temptation of enemy points. Fortunately, both armies had yet to encounter any unforeseen circumstances, having successfully obliterated the territories of the Azure Alliance within 4 regions by midday. New lords from the Qin civilization joined the Cycle Town Quadrant group and dispatched citizens to bolster the forces, ensuring that they could continue their campaign into the afternoon. The strength of the joint forces was not primarily dependent on the cycle territory's military, leading Su-e to pay less attention to their affairs. As Su-e utilized points to procure timber from the market, his strategies began to evolve. The population of the cycle territory was set to increase at an accelerated pace, and soon, it would be time for the cycle territory to dispatch its own forces, organizing 1 or more contingents of 1,000 troops to swiftly eradicate the Azure Alliance territories within their current region. By that time, the city of Shuanxi would have been thoroughly conquered, all vital supplies gathered, and it would be time for the cycle territory to depart for other locales to combat zombies and collect resources while dealing with the Azure Alliance. As the midday break neared its conclusion, Su-e convened his management team at the recruitment altar, directly expending 100,000 points to recruit a total of 1,000 citizens across various professions. Upon completion of the recruitment, the population of the cycle territory reached 3,500 individuals, comprising 370 combat-oriented citizens and 130 in lifestyle professions. The number of level 5 citizens had reached 192, but the level 0 citizens outnumbered them significantly, totaling 2,008. Among the newly recruited 1,000 citizens, 11 were blue-named individuals, and several white-named citizens possessed special talents. However, the talents Su-e sought, those with 2-star command or management abilities, were conspicuously absent. Su-e's gaze fell upon 2 newly recruited individuals. One was the blue-named scout Jin Yuebin, endowed with a 1-star command talent, while the other was the blue-named shield-bearer Su Yan, possessing a 1-star management talent. After careful consideration, Su-e utilized 2 2-star qualification stones to elevate their respective 1-star talents to 2 stars. The cycle territory had been increasingly effective in eliminating zombies. With a substantial number of blue-named zombies dispatched, yesterday alone, they had secured over 60 high-level treasure chests. With such a plethora of high-level chests, it was reasonable to expect a few 2-star qualification stones to emerge, to enhance the special talents of white-named citizens. Two 2-star qualification stones were required for elevation to 2 stars. However, for blue-named citizens like Jin Yuebin and Su Yin, just 1 stone sufficed. Should Su Yi acquire a 3-star qualification stone, it would first be allocated to Li Zhan, the purple-named sword and shield soldier with 2-star command talent. Chapter 58, a singular effort to influence grain prices. With the recent recruitment of 1,000 citizens, Su Yi immediately expanded Cheng Xingho's transport team from 400 to 1,000 members. The Cheng Xingho transport team set forth towards Xuanxi County to transport supplies, accompanied by 34 level 5 combat citizens to replenish Feng Yushuan's forces. The now augmented transport team successfully returned with a substantial haul, including at least 100,000 kilograms of grain. Su Yi promptly placed the 100,000 kilograms of grain up for sale in the market at unchanged prices. The sudden influx of affordable grain astounded the merchants within the People's Food Group. Just how much grain did the Cycle Lord have for sale? Had the Cycle Lord captured a city? Should they continue to procure the grain offered by the Cycle Lord? Though Xuanxi County was merely a small city, its grain reserves were undoubtedly considerable. Assuming a pre-apocalyptic population of 15,000, with each individual consuming a pound of grain daily and an average reserve of 6 months' supply, the grain stock in Xuanxi County would exceed 1.3 million kilograms. Most of this grain was stored within the households of affluent families, whose granaries were well equipped to preserve the grain and prevent spoilage. From yesterday until now, the transport team had brought back only around 300,000 kilograms of grain, with at least 1 million kilograms still retrievable from Xuanxi County. Even disregarding the remaining 1 million kilograms, the fresh supply of 100,000 kilograms was enough to deter many grain merchants. Among the hundreds of members in the People's Food Group, not all aspired to remain grain merchants. Many sought to acquire a batch of grain to maximize their profit in the market, leading them to join the group. They had territories to develop and lacked the time to vigilantly monitor grain prices. At most, 1/5 of the members were dedicated to being grain merchants, aiming to profit from grain trading to further their territorial growth. They were the most eager to purchase the inexpensive grain, intending to resell it at a markup in the market. Now, on the 9th day since the new lords arrived in the Daxia world, a significant number of territories had yet to construct a market, forcing them to purchase grain directly from the mall. Second-hand grain would not sell as swiftly as the cheaper first-hand grain, consuming a portion of the merchant's points. With Su Yi introducing another substantial quantity of low-priced grain, the number of merchants willing to purchase plummeted. Regardless of their ambitions as grain merchants, the primary identity was that of a lord. They could not deplete their points entirely on grain purchases. Hoarding grain while the enemy enhances their strength would merely serve to fortify the adversary. Ultimately, Su Yi's 100,000 kilograms of grain were sold out, but the pace of sales was markedly slower than the previous batch in the morning. Even after this batch was sold out, grain prices in the market began to decline, with the lowest price reaching 0.8 points per pound. While merchants aimed to maximize their profits from grain trading, they were not unscrupulous. Across the entire market, few were willing to sell goods at such low prices as Su Yi. All lords sought to sell their goods at high prices to secure maximum profits for the better development of their territories. Su Yi, however, remained unfazed. Noticing his points had increased by 110,000. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi spent nearly 9,500 points to purchase 1,000 cubic meters of timber, constructing an additional 5 rudimentary dwellings in the small world. With a total of 55 primary residences, the cycle territory could now accommodate up to 4,950 individuals. With housing established, Su Yi returned to the recruitment altar, spending 100,000 points to recruit another 1,000 citizens, raising the population of the cycle territory to 4,500. This recruitment finally yielded a talent that pleased Su Yi, the blue-named spear soldier he son, endowed with 2-star command talent. After the Cheng Xingho transport team returned with the second batch of supplies, Su Yi promptly decided to divide the team. The 1,000-member Cheng Xingho transport team was split in half, with one half augmented by 500 newcomers to form a new transport team, while the other half also received 500 newcomers to create the Su Yin transport team. Having already accompanied Cheng Xingho on 2 trips, Su Yi then presented a 2-star qualification stone to elevate Su Yan's 1-star management talent to 2 stars, enabling him to effectively manage a transport team of 1,000 members. Before nightfall, both the Cheng Xingho and Su Yin transport teams were poised to return from Xuanxi County with another batch of supplies. 2 transportation teams set out, with Su Yi placing a new batch of 100,000 kilograms of grain on the market for sale, the price remaining unchanged. Alas, the grain prices are bound to collapse under the influence of the Reincarnation Lord. Who knows the true state of the Reincarnation Lord and how much grain he still has to sell? The price of grain will inevitably decline over time. The Reincarnation Lord has merely expedited this process. Perhaps we should lower our grain selling prices as well. I refuse to believe that the reincarnation lord can continuously sell grain in such large quantities. The grain merchants of the Food is Heaven group have already concocted several ideas and begun to act upon them. Soon, the market witnessed grain prices plummeting below the 0.5-point mark, though the quantities were scant and were quickly sold out. Before nightfall, the two transportation teams returned. Escorted by Feng Yushuan's troops, they brought back an impressive 200,000 kilograms of grain. This time, Su Yi chose not to place the grain on the market since the previous batch had yet to sell out. Thanks to a day's diligent efforts from Feng Yushuan's forces, the majority of zombies in Shunning City were eradicated. In the morning, 175 zombies were slain. And in the afternoon, 862 more fell, resulting in Su Yi gaining an additional 690 points and 21 for 115 experience. The morning saw a loss of only 34 personnel, but the afternoon's toll rose to 53. Perhaps a lord will send people to collect resources from Shunning City now that the zombie presence has dwindled. A typical territory has merely 49 subjects. How much can one gather in a single night? Surrounding Shunning City are the lords of the Chun civilization. And while a singular territory might discreetly collect a modicum of resources, they must also contend with the reincarnation lord's vigilance over Shunning City. Should word spread, the more people who know about Shunning City, the less likely others would dare to gather resources there. The Great Xia world remains an ordinary realm, where anything that possesses a level is fundamentally at level 0 and of common quality. The only exception is the zombies, which vary in levels, with a few exhibiting enhanced quality. Shunning City is neither overly large nor particularly small. Should some items go missing, Su Yi would hardly be concerned, for he had resolved that after collecting resources for his territory, he would allow the surrounding lords of the Chun civilization to benefit as well. Shi Ruo and Li Xinhong's teams returned to the territory before dark, suffering nearly half their personnel and losses, with their contributions to the reincarnation lord becoming nearly negligible. Grain continues to sell in the market, and Su Yi's points are steadily increasing. However, in the afternoon, aside from maintaining the population at 500, Su Yi refrained from recruiting any additional subjects. The next recruitment would have to wait until the following morning. Chapter 59, Attacking from All Sides. Currently, the territory boasts 55 rudimentary residences, barely sufficient for 500 subjects. No further construction of rudimentary residences took place in the afternoon, but Su Yi utilized the wood transported by the teams to construct 13 farms. This brings the total number of farms in the reincarnation territory to 13. In these zero-level farms, the growth rate of plants remains unchanged. However, once upgraded, the growth duration will be reduced. An additional significant purpose of constructing more farms is to provide a water source for the subjects. Those residing in the 55 rudimentary residences can be distributed among various farms to fetch water, thus avoiding overcrowding. Su Yi also plans to build pastures, utilizing the poultry and livestock obtained from treasure chests. Though less than half the grain in Shunning City has been moved, the reincarnation territory is already well stocked with food, making it feasible to allocate some for raising poultry and livestock. In the market, the inexpensive grain Su Yi listed continues to sell steadily. However, the grain he is currently selling can no longer be considered cheap, as lower-priced options occasionally appear and numerous merchants are listing grain at the same price. Su Yi intends to reduce the prices of listed grain tomorrow, though he does not anticipate a repeat of the frenzied purchasing seen this morning. As Su Yi lowers his grain prices, others seeking to quickly convert their grain into points will only offer even lower prices. Su Yi has successfully driven down the grain prices. On the side of the Azure Alliance, grain prices have yet to fall. A few merchants within the Chun civilization have slightly raised prices to make purchases possible for the lords of the Azure Alliance. These merchants conceal their identities, wishing to avoid detection by other lords of the Chun civilization for selling grain to the Azure Alliance, as such actions would ultimately strengthen the enemy. Su Yi has no intention of selling grain to the lords of the Azure Alliance. For now, small-scale sales will suffice, with larger quantities accumulating in his small world. These can serve as sustenance for the subjects or as feed for livestock. The land in the small world is relatively arid, and rain is scarce. Therefore, there is no immediate need to construct warehouses for grain storage. In 2 days, Su Yi has rapidly amassed a considerable number of points through the sale of inexpensive grain, resulting in a dramatic increase in the number of subjects in the reincarnation territory. He recruited 1,000 subjects in 3 separate instances. Such large-scale recruitment may not be easily replicated in the near future. The other resources collected from Shunning City, when placed on the market, either have low demand or are priced cheaply, yielding minimal points. Newer lords in the Great Xia world currently require high-quality equipment, subject recruitment scrolls, and quality stones. Recruitment scrolls and quality stones are rarely offered for sale, while high-quality equipment is more accessible, yet many lords are vying to acquire such gear to bolster their territorial strength. Generally, high-quality weapons are priced above 500 points. Contemplating equipment, Su Yi recalls that a lord from the Chun civilization had provided him with coordinates of a horde of zombies, and he intends to reciprocate with a gift. A single coordinate in exchange for 2 high-quality sabers valued at over 1,000 points collectively seems fair. These sabers are forged by the Reincarnation Territory's blacksmiths, with each high-quality saber costing less than 250 points to produce. For an ordinary 0-level lord, a piece of high-quality equipment holds considerable value. Su-E can acquire dozens of high-quality treasure chests in a single day, but this does not imply that other lords can do the same. Su-E is the top-ranked lord on the territorial strength rankings of the Great Xia world. An ordinary lord might only obtain 1 or 2 high-quality treasure chests in a day, with even a single chest being a challenge to procure. If luck is lacking, opening a high-quality chest could yield only common-quality items. For ordinary lords, obtaining high-quality equipment is no simple feat. Su-E has accumulated an abundance of points over the past 2 days, and the high-quality sabers crafted by the blacksmith have yet to be placed on the market. Tomorrow, he will dispatch the high-quality sabers, trading with lords who have access to the market, while sending scouts to deliver them to those who do not. Additionally, he will allow the surrounding lords of the Chun civilization who have aided the Reincarnation Territory to enter Shunning City, first to collect resources once it is opened. After dinner, Su-E strolled around the lord's manor before returning to the sole intermediate courtyard in his territory to rest, attended by a maid at all times. The maid presented a bottle of cola, a plate of sunflower seeds, and a plate of peanuts, placing them on the table. Su-E sat before the table, summoned the system panel, and while indulging in snacks and drinks, he perused the lively conversations among the lords of the Chun civilization in the chat group. Tonight, the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group buzzed with activity, welcoming 28 new members, bringing the total membership to 69. Perhaps the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group will soon supplant the One Strike One group. As the leader of the One Strike One group, Gu Jinglong paid little heed to this development. Rather, he hoped the coalition formed by the members of the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group would swiftly advance to the region where his territory resides. The members in the group are currently discussing the deployment situation of each territory for tomorrow. This morning, 39 territories dispatched 25 inhabitants each, while Su-E sent forth 225 inhabitants, culminating in a total of 200 individuals to form the Eastern and Western Allied forces, with each contingent comprising 600 soldiers. Numerous lords proposed that tomorrow, 67 lords should each send 25 inhabitants, while the Reincarnation Lord would contribute an additional 125, totaling 800 individuals, thus enabling the formation of 3 separate armies to strike in unison. After a moment's contemplation, Su-E also voiced his thoughts in the group. Reincarnation Lord, this plan is feasible. My territory will not only send 125 individuals, but will also allocate an extra 1,000 for an independent force. We shall launch a coordinated attack from the north, south, east, and west, swiftly annihilating all the lords of the Azure Alliance within the region. At that juncture, I shall utilize the territory migration order to relocate and support my compatriots elsewhere. Tianling territories, Zhu Dehui. Guizhi territories, Lu Qianyan. Yaolong territories, Gu Jinglong. Jueming territories, Lu Wei. As Su Yi's declaration echoed through the group, a flurry of exclamation marks appeared, expressing astonishment at the military force he proposed to deploy. How could a 0-tier territory possibly muster 125 individuals? This was utterly preposterous. Although the lords in the group were aware of the Reincarnation Lord's substantial population, they found it hard to maintain their composure. The Reincarnation Lord's ongoing siege of Shun County was no secret within the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group, and the ability to mobilize such a vast army indicated that Shun County had indeed fallen to their might, with nearly 10,000, if not more, zombies, including those of the rare purple variant, along with an abundance of food and resources. All would belong to the Reincarnation Lord. The previous days had seen the Reincarnation Lord engaging in large-scale sales of food in the market, evidently sourced from Shun County. Even with food prices being relatively low, the Reincarnation Lord amassed a considerable amount of points swiftly. The Reincarnation territory exceeded the wildest imaginations of all novice lords, single-handedly conquering a city. Who among the novice lords could achieve such a feat? It was said that the zombie world was exceedingly brutal, and the Reincarnation Lord was indeed a formidable entity. Chapter 60. 5,000 individuals. In stark contrast to the envy and admiration felt by the lords of the Chun civilization towards the strength of the Reincarnation Lord, the lords of the Azure Alliance within the same region were rendered utterly despondent. They had expended significant points to procure information from a member of the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group, which revealed that tomorrow, the members of the group would collectively deploy 800 troops, striking from all 4 cardinal directions. Among these, the Reincarnation territory alone would dispatch 125 individuals. The notion that a 0-tier territory could field such a number was astonishing. Why must they coexist with such a freak of nature in the same region? It could almost be stated that the Chun civilization faction held the upper hand in this district solely due to the influence of the Reincarnation Lord. With the power of a single Chun civilization territory, they had initially liberated several surrounding territories and then formed an alliance. embarking on campaigns to rescue even more territories of the Chun civilization. If this continued, all Azure Alliance territories within the region would surely face annihilation. Many Azure Alliance lords had previously expressed willingness to contribute 10 individuals each to form a larger alliance, not only to vanquish the reincarnation-led Chun Civilization Coalition, but also to defeat them. However, upon learning that the Chun Civilization Coalition would launch a four-pronged assault, numerous Azure Alliance lords began to retract their commitments. Should they dispatch troops from their own territories, the resulting alliance would be far removed from their stronghold, leaving them vulnerable when the Chun Civilization Coalition advanced. What of the greater good? When the Chun Civilization Coalition arrives, your territory may survive, but mine will undoubtedly perish. At such a critical juncture, who cares about your well-being? It would be wiser to consolidate forces and face the Chun Civilization Coalition head-on. As the situation grew more dire, the rifts within the Azure Alliance deepened. Numerous Azure Alliance lords still inclined towards sending troops hoped to position their fledgling coalition in the direction of their own territories, thereby potentially obstructing one flank of the Chun Civilization Coalition and ensuring their own temporary survival. Ultimately, after deliberating half the night, all plans to confront the Chun Civilization Coalition were abandoned, and the lords of the Azure Alliance decided to defend their territories in smaller units. The movements of the Azure Alliance lords were subsequently relayed by Gu Jinglong in the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group, prompting laughter throughout the group. The lords of the Chun Civilization were no longer intimidated by the prospect of the Azure Alliance assembling a coalition of equal or greater strength. After all, while the Azure Alliance was only forming one larger coalition, the members of the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group were preparing to establish 4 separate forces, thereby allowing them to send 2 contingents to counter the Azure Alliance coalition. The lords of the Chun Civilization enjoyed a restful night, welcoming the dawn of the 10th day since their arrival in the Daxia world. After breakfast, Su-yi glanced at his points, which amounted to 76,264. He resolved to allocate 50,000 points to recruit 500 additional inhabitants, bringing the total population of the reincarnation territory to a neat 5,000. Among the newly recruited 500 inhabitants, 5 bore blue names, and some possessed special talents as white-named inhabitants. Yet none were the coveted blue-named individuals with 2-star special talents that Su-yi desired. Upon the completion of recruitment, the reincarnation territory, now boasting 5,000 inhabitants, comprised 4,800 combat class inhabitants and merely 200 life class inhabitants. Among them, 1,601 were level 5 inhabitants, while 399 were level 0. Notably, the blue-named inhabitants had reached 82, surpassing the numbers typical of an ordinary 0-tier perfected territory. Currently, the newly recruited blue-named combat class inhabitants would swiftly ascend to level 5, subsequently being distributed among various units for deployment. In due course, Su-yi intended to establish elite forces centered around the blue-named inhabitants. With recruitment complete, Su-yi summoned his officers and officials for a meeting to issue directives. The most critical task was for Feng Yuxuan to lead 1,000 level 5 combat class inhabitants from the reincarnation territory northward to obliterate all Azure Alliance territories. Each member of Feng Yuxuan's contingent would carry provisions for 2 days, returning after a 2-day campaign. By then, the Azure Alliance territories located to the north of the reincarnation territory would be significantly diminished. Lu Wei, who shared a close relationship with Su-yi, would accompany Feng Yuxuan's forces, facilitating communication between Su-yi and Feng Yuxuan. And Su-yi would bestow substantial benefits upon Lu Wei. Additionally, 125 level 5 combat class inhabitants would be allocated to the 2 allied forces, with Su-yi appointing Shi Ruo and Li Xinhong as commanders. In total, 125 level 5 combat class inhabitants would be dispatched, and Su-yi further commanded Li Jun to lead a hunting party of 300 level 5 combat class inhabitants. The hunting party was tasked with cleansing the zombie presence within the territory of the Reincarnation Lord, with a particular emphasis on the remaining zombies in Shun County, as well as those along the route leading to Shun County from the Reincarnation Territory. Presently, the Reincarnation Territory contained the largest number of level 0 inhabitants, most of whom would be integrated into the transport units. To this end, Su-yi established 3 transport units, each comprising 1,000 individuals, under the management of Cheng Xingho. Su Yan, and Senator Cheng Xingho, was recruited as a blue-named spearman, endowed with a 2-star management talent. Su Yan, a blue-named shield-bearer, initially possessed a 1-star management talent, which Su-yi upgraded to 2 stars using a 2-star talent stone. Sun, a blue-named spearman with a 2-star commanding talent, lacked management abilities. While inhabitants with management talents could better oversee transport units, those with commanding talents were not incapable of fulfilling the role. With the population of the Reincarnation Territory reaching 5,000, the number of officials and commanders endowed with 2-star management or commanding talents was limited, necessitating Su-yi's flexible utilization of their capabilities. The mission of the 3 transport units was to journey to Shun County, collecting materials to bring back food, metal, wood, tools, and any other resources beneficial to the reincarnation territory. However, items of little value or utility, such as antiques, were to be left behind. The lords have encountered myriad worlds. Thus, the antiques of the Great Xia realm are hardly remarkable to them. Ultimately, apart from the zombies, the Great Xia realm is merely an ordinary world, with valuable items being exceedingly scarce. For the time being, Su-yi cannot fathom what else he might sell to swiftly amass a significant number of points. The grain trade will not cease entirely. It will flow steadily. Before departing from the Great Xia realm, Su-yi can continue to sell grain in the market. As more lords of the Chun civilization establish markets, the number of those purchasing grain from the market will also increase. With a substantial quantity of grain listed by Su-yi, he will effectively set the upper limit on grain prices. If other lords list their grain at prices higher than Su-yi's, their products will remain unsold. To convert grain into points expeditiously, they can only offer prices lower than Su-yi's. To maximize profit, they must match or slightly undercut Su-yi's pricing. In the regional district, the reincarnation domain holds the highest prestige among the lords. The reincarnation lord has taken the lead in forming a coalition to rescue other lords of the Chun civilization. Those lords typically prefer to procure grain from the reincarnation lord when making purchases in the market. Nevertheless, the grain transported back from Shunning City by the reincarnation domain remains substantial. Su-yi must construct a farm to raise poultry and livestock. Chapter 61, Before Departure. In the blink of an eye, 2 days and 1 night have passed. Feng Yuxuan led 1,000 men into battle, but fewer than 500 returned. The loss of over 500 men was the price paid for completing Su-yi's directive, obliterating most of the Azure Alliance territories to the north of the reincarnation domain. The resistance from the Azure Alliance lords posed no challenge against the formidable might of Feng Yuxuan's forces. The other 3 divisions of the Chun Civilization Coalition faced some minor obstacles, but ultimately succeeded in vanquishing these impediments. The territories of the Azure Alliance that fell to Feng Yuxuan's troops nearly equaled the total conquered by the other 2 coalition forces combined. After 2 days of effort, the remaining Azure Alliance territories in the reincarnation domain amount to less than half of those belonging to the Qin civilization. Su-yi resolved to leave the remaining Azure Alliance territories to be dealt with by other lords of the Qin civilization. The resources in Shunning City have also been largely gathered. Su-yi prepares to utilize a random relocation order for his territory tomorrow morning, moving to a new location to continue his campaigns and resource collection. After 2 days of warfare, Feng Yuxuan's formidable forces, despite suffering significant losses, reaped considerable rewards. During this time, they exterminated over 600 zombies, the majority being level 5, yielding Su-yi nearly 110,000 points and over 180,000 experience. The population of the reincarnation domain currently stands at 5,000. The numbers of combat-oriented and life-oriented citizens have seen little change, but the number of level 5 citizens has risen from 601 yesterday morning to 285 now. There remain 715 level 0 citizens. Su-yi possesses fewer than 150 experience points, but boasts a substantial 752 points. The grain sold over the past 2 days alone has garnered Su-yi 210,000 points. With over 100,000 points at his disposal, he could recruit 1,000 citizens. However, given the current surplus of level 0 citizens and the sufficiency of his transport teams, Su-yi has opted not to increase his citizen count. Retaining points is also advantageous, as there may be desirable items appearing in the market that he could purchase or bid on. Su-yi even expressed in the World Chat channel a high-priced desire to acquire the sovereign talent, yet to no avail. As night fell, the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group became increasingly lively. Over the past 2 days, the group has welcomed 45 new members, bringing the total to 114. Most members of one group, have joined the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group. Reincarnation Lord, most of the Azure Alliance territories in our regional district have been eradicated. The remaining territories will be for you to handle. Tomorrow morning, I will use a random relocation order for my territory to explore elsewhere. Reincarnation Lord, additionally, I have gathered a portion of resources from Shunning City. You may send someone to inspect it tomorrow. There is not much of value, primarily grain and timber, with metals being quite scarce. The members engaged in the chat were momentarily taken aback by the Reincarnation Lord's announcement. The Reincarnation Lord is leaving? The Chun Civilization faction is poised to dominate the regional district, and yet the Lord who has made the greatest contribution is departing. The members were left somewhat flustered, though they quickly recognized this as a normal occurrence. After all, the reincarnation domain is no ordinary territory. In the Great Xia realm, no matter how powerful a territory may be, it remains commonplace beneath the reincarnation domain, even if it ranks second on the Great Xia territory combat power rankings. Even if a lord is exceptionally fortunate and begins with a 6-star talent of vast land, allowing for a population cap of 210, the reincarnation domain can deploy a 1,000-strong army on its own. If each territory were to send 25 individuals, It would require a full 40 territories to muster a 1,000-strong force. The reincarnation domain accomplishes this single-handedly. Ordinary territories beneath the reincarnation domain, even if they lead their allies to vanquish enemies and dominate the regional district, would not dare employ the random relocation order recklessly. At most, they would continue to form coalitions for expeditions. The reincarnation domain is powerful enough to act independently, even if it unexpectedly ventured into an Azure Alliance stronghold nearing completion of its regional dominance. The reincarnation domain possesses the strength to turn the tide of the entire district. Such is the might of the reincarnation domain. Following Su Yi's message, the reincarnation town quadrant group fell into a brief silence before erupting into a flurry of activity, with nearly all members chiming in. Thank you, Reincarnation Lord. Without your guidance, I would have likely perished during my novice tasks, overwhelmed by the surrounding Azure Alliance lords in the Great Xia realm. Now, I can take another step on the path of lordship and behold the vistas that lie further afield. Reincarnation Lord, may you triumph wherever you go, and may the Azure Alliance be utterly vanquished. We will continue to strive, even in your absence. We will form coalitions to obliterate the remaining Azure Alliance territories in our district and conduct expeditions to assist our compatriots in surrounding districts. The Azure Alliance lords in the Great Xia realm should pray not to encounter the Reincarnation Lord. No Azure Alliance lord can withstand our top-tier champion. As group members discussed Su Yi's impending departure, few mentioned the resource gathering in Shunning City. On one hand, Shunning City had already been thoroughly plundered by the reincarnation domain. Even if valuable items remained, they would likely be claimed by the reincarnation domain. On the other hand, the Great Xia realm, being an ordinary world, inherently lacks valuable goods. Additionally, the matter of distance plays a crucial role. The territories are too far from Shunning City to warrant sending citizens for resource collection. Amidst the lively chatter in the Reincarnation Town Quadrant group, the remaining Azure Alliance lords gathered in a separate chat, all expressing deep pessimism. Even the news of the Reincarnation Lord's imminent departure using the random relocation order failed to lift their spirits. With the number of remaining Azure Alliance territories being less than half that of the Chun Civilization territories, they would not stand a chance against the Chun Civilization faction, even in the absence of the Reincarnation domain. Unless the Azure Alliance lords from surrounding districts formed a coalition to provide support, they were doomed. The issue is that the district where the Reincarnation domain resides is likely the first to determine the victor between the Chun Civilization and the Azure Alliance factions within the entirety of the Great Xia realm. In the surrounding districts, the Azure Alliance and Chun Civilization factions remain embroiled in conflict, making it difficult to send reinforcements. Regardless of the presence of the Reincarnation domain, their fate awaits them, annihilation at the hands of the Chun Civilization coalition. How infuriating! Why must we be in the same district as such a monstrous Reincarnation domain? My path as a lord is on the verge of conclusion. One can only lament our unfortunate luck. In the realm of the Chun Civilization and the myriad of civilizations on the Azure Star, each year, an astonishing 200 to 300 million new lords emerge, among whom some fortunate souls arise, with the Reincarnation Lord being one such fortunate entity. However, the Reincarnation Lord is far more than merely fortunate. Their power approaches an extraordinary level. Were it not for the restrictions placed upon lords, I might have believed the Reincarnation Lord was exploiting some form of cheat, capable of summoning an infinite horde of troops. Nevertheless, I have resolved to recruit a few maidservants to indulge in a delightful evening, and I happen to possess a high-grade recruitment scroll for citizens, through which I intend to summon a blue-named maidservant. Chapter 62, Blossoming at the Center. Currently, Su Yi possesses a total of 7 migration orders. Among these are 1 2-star random migration order and 3 1-star random migration orders. Additionally, there is 1 2-star territory migration order and 2 1-star territory migration orders. The maximum distance for a 1-star migration is 100 kilometers, while the 2-star migration can cover up to 1,000 kilometers. Territory migration orders can only be utilized within areas of the system's map that have been revealed, meaning regions that Su Yi's citizens have previously traversed. Conversely, the territory random migration order is not bound by such limitations, but due to its randomness, it may result in a mere linear shift of a few kilometers, possibly remaining within the same region. Thus, Su Yi intends to utilize 1 2-star territory random migration order with a maximum migration distance of 1,000 kilometers, hoping to achieve a shift of more than 100 kilometers to at least enter a new region. A new day dawns. It marks the 12th day since the new lords arrived in the Daxia world. The Reincarnation Lord is about to embark on a journey. Before using the migration order, Su Yi ensures that his territory meets the necessary conditions, such as being in a state of peace, with no ongoing battles against enemies or monsters, and that all citizens are within the territory. Satisfied with these criteria, he retrieves a 2-star territory random migration order from his temporary storage. Prior to the usage of the migration order, Su Yi types a brief message in the regional chat channel. Farewell. Using territory random migration order, 2-star. Confirm. The palm-sized migration order vanishes from Su Yi's hand, and the reincarnation territory is enveloped by a semi-transparent shield, with a teleportation circle manifesting outside its borders. 3 seconds later, Su-E and the citizens in the outer space of the reincarnation territory feel a slight dizziness, and upon regaining their senses, they discover that the surrounding environment has transformed. The territory remains in a field, yet a river is visible not far away, and the expansive fields stretch out before them, dotted with low hills in the distance. Accompanied by a quaint village. Random migration complete. Migration distance, 351 kilometers. A linear migration of 351 kilometers certainly distances them from the previous region. The region bears no name nor number. Lords name their regions after the cities within them. The previous region, containing only the city of Shunning, was dubbed the Shunning region or Shunning district. Now, having arrived in this new region, Su-E is uncertain of its circumstances and decides to inquire in the regional chat channel. Reincarnation Lord. Could any lord from the Chun civilization enlighten me about the situation in our district? Goodness, the Reincarnation Lord? Is this for real? How could the top-tier powerhouse arrive in our Nanjing district? It must be a hoax. The top-tier powerhouse, the Reincarnation Lord, is in the Shunning district. Surely they wouldn't come to our Nanjing district. But what if it's true? I've heard the Reincarnation Lord's strength is unparalleled, while other territories may hesitate to roam freely. Perhaps the Reincarnation Lord is different. If the Reincarnation Lord truly graces our district, those wretched pups from the Azure Alliance are doomed. Reincarnation Lord. We are in the Nanjing district, with a central city named Nanjing County. Currently, our Chun civilization faction is evenly matched against the Azure Alliance. Neither side can gain the upper hand. As Su-E communicates in the regional chat channel, more lords from the Chun civilization are drawn to the discussion. Some express skepticism about Su-Yi's identity, while others believe it to be genuine, subsequently providing Su-E with insights about the Nanjing district. Su-E then joins the Chun Civilization Lord Group for the Nanjing District. Mutual Assistance Group. The group leader is Zhang Chuan from the Chuanxiu territory. Reincarnation Lord. Please bear with me for a moment. I have just arrived and am disoriented. I will first dispatch scouts to explore the surroundings and ascertain the situation before mobilizing to join you in battling the Azure Alliance. As Su-E joins the Mutual Assistance Group, an increasing number of lords from the Chun civilization begin to believe in Su-Yi's authenticity as the top-tier Reincarnation Lord. After all, being part of the Mutual Assistance Group signifies that Su-E must be a Chun civilization lord. Additionally, lords in the Nanjing district are messaging in the World Chat channel, seeking confirmation from lords in the Shunning district to verify that the Reincarnation Lord has indeed departed from the Shunning district. Su-E sends out 6 white-named scouts under his command. These 6 scouts differ from those previously recruited, as their innate talent lies in horsemanship rather than agility. Although they ride level 0 white-named warhorses, their speed exceeds that of the purple-named scout Yujia. The Reincarnation territory possesses ample provisions to sustain the warhorses. So Su-E places all the warhorses obtained from his treasure chest into the pasture for nourishment and specifically recruits scouts endowed with horsemanship talent. In addition to the 6 white-named warhorses, Su-E also uncovers a blue-named warhorse from his treasure chest, which serves as his personal mount. The 6 scouts ride their warhorses away from the Reincarnation territory, galloping in different directions. Merely 3 minutes later, one scout discovers a territory belonging to a Black Lord. Su-E instructs the scouts to venture no more than 10 minutes before returning. Should they encounter any territory, they are to return immediately. Within 3 minutes to the west, a Black Lord's territory is identified, and to the east, a White Lord's territory is spotted after approximately 5 minutes. The southern and northern explorations take slightly longer, but territories are also discovered. However, the scouts cannot ascertain whether these territories belong to the Chun civilization. All 6 scouts return successfully, and the intelligence they bring back leaves Su-E with a sense of being encircled by territories belonging to the Azure Alliance. Encircled? No. It is a blossoming at the center. Immediately, Su-E issues commands to Feng Yuxuan and Li Zhun to each lead 700 level 5 combat citizens into battle. Feng Yuxuan's forces head east, while Li Zhun's forces advance westward. The remaining level 5 combat citizens in the territory number over 800. And there are more than 2,500 level 0 combat citizens. Even if enemies were to attack from the south and north, the Reincarnation territory remains impregnable. Su-E even hopes that enemies might come forth, eager to meet their demise. Less than half an hour after issuing the orders, Feng Yuxuan's and Li Zhun's forces set forth, marking the Reincarnation territory's inaugural expedition into the Nanjing district. After the 2 armies depart, Su-E speaks once more in the Mutual Assistance Group. Reincarnation Lord, I have dispatched 2 armies, one to the east and one to the west, to assault the Azure Alliance territories. You are free to act as you see fit. Though it is Su-E's first visit to the Nanjing district, the significant deeds accomplished by the Reincarnation Lord in the Shunning district have already spread through the World Chat channel, and the lords of the Nanjing district are increasingly aware of the Reincarnation territory's might. A query arises in the group. Reincarnation Lord, how many citizens have you sent into battle? Reincarnation Lord, A total of 1,400 level 5 combat citizens across both armies. Gasp. Many lords from the Qin civilization who witness Su Yi's proclamation in the Mutual Assistance Group are taken aback. A single territory deploying 1,400 level 5 combat citizens? Is this truly a zero-tier territory? Even a typical 10-tier perfected territory has a population cap of only 1,000. The top-tier powerhouse is indeed terrifying. The lords of the Qin civilization are astonished, yet in this brief moment, no one dares to suggest that the Qin Civilization Coalition confront the Azure Alliance Coalition to assist the Reincarnation Lord's forces. Without direct contact with the Reincarnation Lord, they remain hesitant to fully trust that the Reincarnation Lord has arrived in the Nanjing district, fearing it might be a trap laid by the Azure Alliance. Caution and prudence take precedence. Moreover, the Reincarnation Lord's formidable strength alleviates concerns regarding any potential danger to the Reincarnation territory. Chapter 63. Two regions in utter turmoil. The forces of Li Jun advanced westward, soon detected by scouts from the Reincarnation territory, who hastened back to report to their lord, Bad Sakurai, about the imminent threat of a large enemy contingent. In a state of urgency, Bad summoned the system panel and sought assistance from the dragon-slaying warriors. These warriors aimed to vanquish the dragon of the Qin civilization. Bad of Sakurai territory proclaimed, a coalition army from the Qin civilization is approaching from the east, numbering over 600. Please, come to my aid. Upon receiving Bad's plea, lords of the Azure Alliance, whether closely allied or merely on cordial terms with him, pledged to dispatch 20 subjects each to support Sakurai territory. Even those lords with whom Bad had strained relations expressed their intent to send aid, albeit with the intention of arriving only after Sakurai had fallen. It is worth noting that, at that moment, each territory within the Azure Alliance held merely 24 subjects, as the remaining 25 had been dispatched to form a coalition against the Qin civilization's forces prior to the arrival of the Reincarnation Legion. Thus, sending forth an additional 20 was the utmost limit, leaving each territory with only the lord and 4 subjects, a precarious situation indeed. In this time of crisis, extreme measures were the only recourse. Failure to deploy every available resource would spell doom for all territories. Jerome Philemon, the group leader, inquired of Bad in the chat. Where did this Qin civilization coalition come from? How could such a force appear so suddenly? Surely, this must be a mistake? Bad of Sakurai territory responded. There is no mistake. The enemy is less than 500 meters from my territory, and I have seen them with my own eyes. Alas, I fear I shall not live to see your aid. Faced with Bad's grave words, even those lords with whom he had poor relations grew anxious. Jerome then commanded the lords of the Azure Alliance to abandon their support for Sakurai and instead gather 500 meters to the west of Sakurai territory to form a second Azure Alliance coalition, tasked with halting the advancing forces of the Qin civilization. At this juncture, a member of the dragon-slaying warriors group speculated. Could the suddenly appearing Qin civilization army be the Reincarnation Legion? The thought sent waves of panic through them. Heavens, we are doomed. The formidable Reincarnation Legion is beyond our capacity to withstand. The news from both the dragon-slaying warriors and the United We Stand groups spread rapidly, and more lords from the Nanjing district confirmed that the first Reincarnation Legion had indeed arrived in their midst. The lords of the Qin civilization within the Nanjing district rejoiced, while those of the Azure Alliance fell into despair, as the second Azure Alliance coalition began to form, consisting of only 25 subjects. Sakurai territory was swiftly overwhelmed by the forces of Li Jun. The latter left behind a handful of troops to await the transformation of the wounded captives into zombies while the main force pressed onward. The Azure Alliance coalition, which had failed to fully assemble, commenced a retreat, while the Qin Civilization coalition finally mobilized to support the Reincarnation Legion. Li Jun's forces relentlessly advanced, and in a desperate bid to prevent further devastation of Azure Alliance territories, the hastily gathered coalition was compelled to engage in battle. This coalition, numbering less than 200, was easily shattered by Li Jun's forces, who unleashed a storm of arrows followed by a furious charge. At the very moment Li Jun's forces dismantled this Azure Alliance coalition, the eastern contingent led by Feng Yuxuan also obliterated another Azure Alliance territory. The lords within that region hastily rallied their subjects to form a coalition to resist Feng Yuxuan's troops. News of the Azure Alliance's movements reached another Qin civilization group chat, the Invincible Battle Group. The leader, Jiaming Su, declared, a Qin civilization army of at least 600 has annihilated an Azure Alliance territory, and the Azure Lords are forming a coalition to resist. Does anyone know the origin of this Qin army? The members of the Invincible Battle Group were situated in the neighboring Ruoyang district, while the Reincarnation Legion operated in the Nanjing district. Sui, not being in the Ruoyang district, was unaware of the source of Feng Yuxuan's troops. Even Sui himself was oblivious to the fact that his territory had been relocated to the border between the Nanjing and Ruoyang districts. The center of the Nanjing district housed Nanjing County, while the heart of the Ruoyang district was the bustling Ruoyang prefecture, which, prior to the apocalypse, boasted a population of nearly 100,000, far surpassing the modest county seats of Nanjing and Shun County. As the battle raged on, With the Reincarnation Legion having moved to a new location, none of the Chun civilization lords followed alongside the deployed troops, leaving Su Yi unable to establish swift communication with Li Jun or Feng Yuxuan, resulting in him relinquishing control over their engagements. Both Li Jun's and Feng Yuxuan's forces pressed forward relentlessly, capturing cities and easily dispatching any Azure Alliance coalition that attempted to obstruct their path. The strength of both armies was formidable, sustaining minimal losses. Provided their casualties remained bearable, they continued their advance, aiming to return to the Reincarnation territory before nightfall. Su Yi persisted in accruing experience points and recruiting new subjects, maintaining his populace at 5,000. Should the need arise, he would dispatch smaller contingents to bolster the ranks of both Li Jun's and Feng Yuxuan's forces. He aimed to utilize the experience gained to elevate as many level 0 subjects to level 5 as possible. The relentless sieges by Li Jun and Feng Yuxuan were making a profound impact across both the Nanjing and Ruiyang districts. The Azure Alliance lords endeavored to assemble coalitions to fend off the Reincarnation Legion's troops, and as the Azure Alliance forces mobilized, so too did the Chun civilization's armies. The conflict expanded from these two small regions to engulf the entirety of the Nanjing and Ruiyang districts, plunging both into chaos. At this pivotal moment, a Chun civilization lord from the Ruiyang district speculated on the origins of Feng Yuxuan's troops. The powerful lord of the Reincarnation territory has ventured into our neighboring Nanjing district. I suspect the Reincarnation territory is situated between the two districts. It is said that the Reincarnation Lord has deployed 2 armies, one eastward and one westward. Surely one must have infiltrated our Ruiyang district. In the World Chat channel, the lords of the Chun civilization from both the Ruiyang and Nanjing districts began to communicate, and even Su Yi joined in, piecing together that his territory lay at the intersection of the two districts. This realization, though significant, did not alter his course. He would engage in battle regardless of direction. The Reincarnation Legion was powerful enough to strike from multiple fronts, rendering a full-scale assault unnecessary for the time being. However, there was an advantage in this. Both Nanjing County and Ruiyang Prefecture awaited Su Yi's development, as the lords of the Chun civilization confirmed the situation regarding the Reincarnation Legion. The lords of the Azure Alliance followed suit. For the time being, they found themselves unable to withstand the might of Feng Yuxuan's and Li Jun's forces. In light of the overwhelming strength of the two formidable armies sent by the Reincarnation Legion, the Azure Alliance lords pondered whether the defensive capabilities of the Reincarnation Legion were presently weak. They contemplated gathering forces from the north and south to launch a surprise attack on the Reincarnation territory. Even if the ambush were to fail, it might compel the two armies dispatched by the Reincarnation Legion to retreat. Chapter 64. The renown reverberates throughout the world. As the morning wore on, 2 Azure Alliance coalitions, each numbering fewer than 200, advanced from the north and south toward the Reincarnation territory. This development was promptly relayed to the Reincarnation Lord. Su Yi merely acknowledged the message in the group chat, refraining from further elaboration. To say more might alert the Azure Alliance forces, potentially causing them to flee. The Reincarnation Legion remained poised, awaiting the approach of the 2 Azure Alliance coalitions. As they drew near, a hail of arrows descended upon them. The number of arrows released exceeded the total troop strength of the attacking Azure Alliance forces. Under the onslaught of the archers alone, the 2 coalitions began to crumble. The melee warriors then surged forth from the Reincarnation territory to engage the enemy. When the dust settled, the Reincarnation Legion had eliminated nearly 300 level 5 zombies, suffering only minimal losses, while only a handful of adversaries managed to escape. The forces of Li Jun and Feng Yuxuan have proven sufficient for external campaigns, and Su Yi refrained from deploying additional troops to pursue the enemy, instead dispatching scouts to chart the terrain. Initially, the 2 factions in the Nanjing district were evenly matched, while the Chen Wenming faction in the Ruiyang district was somewhat weaker. However, the Azure Alliance struggled to conquer the Chen Wenming faction, resulting in a stalemate. The sudden incursion of a formidable army from the Reincarnation territory into both districts dramatically altered the dynamics. In the span of a single day, the Reincarnation forces decimated all Azure Alliance territories across 9 regions. The Chen Wenming coalition also succeeded in obliterating several Azure Alliance territories within the 2 districts. Even if the Reincarnation territory ceased further military operations, it would only take time for the Chen Wenming faction to dominate both the Nanjing and Ruiyang districts. The transformations in Nanjing and Ruiyang sparked considerable commotion in the global chat channel, having vacated from the Shunning district just a day prior. The remaining Azure Alliance territories numbered less than 10, and the Chen Wenming coalition was poised to eradicate the last of these territories by tomorrow, potentially extending their influence into the Shunning district. The Reincarnation territory, having only spent a day in the Nanjing and Ruiyang districts, had already established a significant advantage over the Azure Alliance. Our district was nearly suffocated by the pressure from the Azure Alliance, prompting desperate pleas for the Reincarnation Lord to come to our aid. It seemed that luck played a role. The Reincarnation Lord likely utilized a territory random migration order, leaving the destination shrouded in uncertainty. Cursed be the day, How could such a monstrous force as the Qin Wenming emerge? One could only hope they would not migrate into our district. The Azure Alliance must devise a strategy to eliminate the reincarnation territory, preventing them from providing support to the Qin Wenming lords. With the reincarnation territory's reputation booming throughout the Daxia world after just a day in the Nanjing district, other regional lords became aware of their formidable presence, especially those in the Shunning district and its surroundings, where fear was palpable. The Qin Wenming lords quickly devised plans to gift territory random migration orders to the reincarnation lord, allowing for widespread relocation, enough to shift the balance in their favor within any district after just a day, ultimately enabling the Qin Wenming coalition to march into adjacent regions. It can be said that the reincarnation territory's migration to Nanjing has only altered the immediate situation in Nanjing and Ruiyang districts. Future repercussions are likely to extend to surrounding regions as well. Should the reincarnation territory traverse the entirety of the Daxia world, the Qin Wenming faction might very well dominate over half of the regions. A region not under the Qin Wenming hegemony does not guarantee Azure Alliance supremacy. Rather, it may lead to a prolonged standoff between the two factions. Currently, the lords in the Daxia world, including a vast majority of novice lords and a select few reincarnated veterans, have never encountered or heard of a territory as formidable as the reincarnation territory, capable of reshaping the structure of a task world with its singular strength. It is ironic that they coexist within the same world as such a prodigious territory. The Qin Wenming lords reveled in their fortune, while the Azure Alliance lords could only pray that the next migration would not befall their own district, nor the neighboring ones. The sudden surge in prestige did not overly concern Su Yi, though he recognized its potential benefits, such as the forthcoming acquisition of territory random migration and relocation orders. The reincarnation territory's mobility was one aspect. The other was to make the most of the remaining time in the Daxia world, striving to cultivate the territory. During the day, the reincarnation territory suffered a loss of 762 individuals. Had Su Yi not reinforced the forces of Li Jun and Feng Yuxuan, what began with 700 men in the morning would have dwindled to less than half by evening. The efficiency of their siege efforts would have drastically diminished. Despite significant losses, the gains were equally substantial, with over 4,000 zombies eliminated, predominantly level 5, along with dozens of blue-name zombies. Su Yi accumulated 120,000 points and 200,000 experience. The population of the reincarnation territory remained at 5,000, yet the number of level 5 citizens had reached 827, and there were still 127 level 0 citizens. The blue-named citizens exceeded 100, totaling 105. Su Yi's reserve points surpassed 160,000, yet he hesitated to recruit more citizens, primarily due to the excessive number of level 0 citizens. The enemy's populace predominantly consisted of level 5 individuals, and deploying level 0 combat citizens, despite their numerical advantage, would result in considerable losses. Thus, the level 0 combat citizens were primarily designated for logistical roles. As the reincarnation territory departed from the Shunning district, the necessity for such a large-scale transport team diminished. Should the need arise, Su Yi could mobilize a significant recruitment of citizens on short notice. Tomorrow morning, the reincarnation territory's position would shift once more. During daylight, the territory lost a total of 5 scouts, but successfully expanded the system's map to encompass Nanjing County and Ruiyang Prefecture, with a substantial zombie presence in Ruiyang Prefecture. Even the current reincarnation territory would not dare to engage lightly. Su Yi intended to first conquer Nanjing County before developing further, eventually turning his attention to Ruiyang Prefecture. Tomorrow morning, he would utilize a 1-star territory migration order to reposition the reincarnation territory to a location within close proximity to Nanjing County. He would concurrently dispatch troops to assault Nanjing County while launching strikes against the surrounding Azure Alliance territories. With the reincarnation territory's current capabilities, a single day would suffice to conquer Nanjing County, allowing for an immediate advance on Ruiyang Prefecture the following day. Should the assault on Ruiyang Prefecture prove successful, the reincarnation territory would experience a qualitative enhancement in power. Chapter 65, The Smile Fades. Using Territory Migration Order, 1 star. Confirm. The reincarnation territory, situated at the juncture of Nanjing and Ruiyang districts, vanished from its original location. 3 seconds later, it reappeared in an open area east of Nanjing County, less than 300 meters from the county itself. As the migration concluded, 4 detachments emerged from the reincarnation territory, each led by Feng Yuxuan, Li Jun, He-san, and Hiyu. Among them, Hiyu, a blue-named sword and shield soldier, had initially possessed a 1-star commanding talent, but had upgraded it to 2 stars using a 2-star qualification stone. Each detachment comprised 600 level 5 combat citizens, totaling 400 individuals. The reincarnation territory retained over 400 level 5 combat citizens. The 4 detachments commenced operations. Feng Yuxuan's forces attacked the zombies emerging from the western gate of Nanjing County, while Hiyu's troops engaged those from the eastern gate. Li Jun and He Sin's units focused their efforts around Nanjing County, targeting the Azure Alliance territories. Su Yi had also prepared 2 transport teams of 1,000 each, managed by Cheng Xingho and Su Yan. Once Feng Yuxuan and He Yu's forces began to clear zombies within Nanjing County, the transport teams would be able to enter the city to gather supplies, before the 4 detachments had even engaged in combat. The departure of the reincarnation territory from the border of Nanjing and Riyang had already reached the ears of the Azure Alliance lords. The lords of the Azure Alliance in Nanjing district, initially displaying smiles, soon learned of the reincarnation forces attacking a nearby Azure Alliance territory adjacent to Nanjing County. The good news was that the reincarnation territory had utilized a migration order. The bad news was that they had migrated right next to Nanjing County. In the heart of the South Jin district, adjacent to the town of Nanjing, the lords of the Azure Alliance could scarcely muster a smile. Rather, they were on the brink of tears, for their territories were soon to be besieged by the forces of the reincarnation domain. The hastily assembled coalition of the Azure Alliance stood no chance against the formidable reincarnation army. Only by uniting their entire military could they hope to withstand even a single contingent from the reincarnation domain. Yet the entanglements posed by the Chun Civilization coalition rendered such unification impossible. The lords of the Azure Alliance in South Jin could only watch helplessly as the reincarnation forces systematically dismantled their armies and obliterated their strongholds. The power of the Azure Alliance in South Jin plummeted swiftly. Meanwhile, the lords of the Azure Alliance in the neighboring Rayong district saw their smiles vanish just as quickly. The reincarnation domain had moved close to Nanjing, likely signaling their intent to conquer the town. Once Nanjing fell, would they not also set their sights on Rayong City? In contrast, the lords of the Chun Civilization in both South Jin and Rayong district remained unconcerned, regardless of the reincarnation domain's movements. In a single day, the Chun Civilization had already gained the upper hand in both districts. Even without the reincarnation domain, they could defeat the Azure Alliance in their respective regions, albeit at a slower pace. The reincarnation domain had not departed from South Jin. Instead, they had advanced to its very center, besieging Nanjing while simultaneously assaulting the territories of the Azure Alliance. Although many lords of the Chun Civilization harbored ambitions toward Nanjing, the assistance rendered by the reincarnation domain was so substantial that they would willingly surrender the town to its leadership. Some lords even volunteered to accompany the reincarnation forces, aiding Su Yi in the timely transmission of commands. Outside Nanjing, the troops of Feng Yuxuan and He Yu were positioned on either side, continually luring zombies from the town to be vanquished by their forces. At 9 in the morning, the first purple-named zombie within Nanjing met its demise. Su Yi opened a rare treasure chest, acquiring a carpenter workshop, 1 star. Half an hour later, he dispatched another purple-named zombie and opened another rare chest, securing a 2-star qualification stone. In the afternoon, while both troops systematically eradicated zombies from house to house within Nanjing, they managed to slay the 3rd purple-named zombie, which also happened to be the last of its kind in the town. Upon opening the chest, Su Yi was rewarded with 1,000 points. The contents of the 3 rare chests left Su Yi somewhat speechless. Could it be that his luck was simply poor today? He resolved to acquire more rare chests and accumulate them for a 10-fold opening. After a full day of effort from Feng Yuxuan's and He Yu's troops, the vast majority of zombies in Nanjing had been eradicated. Cheng Xingho and Su Yan's transport teams also successfully delivered a substantial quantity of supplies back to their territory, primarily consisting of food and timber. The timber would be utilized to construct additional buildings within their domain. Most of the food would be consumed internally, with a small portion available for sale in the market. With each passing day, the prices of the food Su Yi listed in the market would slightly decline, prompting other Chun Civilization merchants to follow suit. Nevertheless, Su Yi's daily sales of food continued to yield increasing points. Initially, grain merchants were the primary buyers, followed by the lords from the Shunning district, and now, lords from both South Jin and Rayong district were purchasing as well. The prices Su Yi set for his food were not the lowest, yet his aid to the lords of South Jin and Ruyang made them willing to buy from him, as the price difference was marginal in terms of points. Throughout the day, Feng Yuxuan's and He Yu's forces eliminated over 9,000 zombies within Nanjing, granting Su Yi nearly 90,000 points and over 100,000 experience. The losses for both troops were kept under 300, and all casualties occurred within the town. Li Zhun's and He Sen's forces dispatched over 3,600 zombies, predominantly level 5, contributing 110,000 points and 180,000 experience to Su Yi. The gains were substantial, yet so were the losses. Li Zhun's and He Sen's troops had set out with a total of 1,200 men and suffered over 600 casualties throughout the day. When combined, the total losses across the 4 troops amounted to an alarming 904. This was even greater than the previous day's losses. Currently, the population of the reincarnation domain remained at 5,000, with level 5 citizens numbering 502 and level 0 citizens dwindling to just 498. Su Yi's points reached a new high, surpassing 330,000, enabling him to recruit 300 citizens directly. Tomorrow morning, He could recruit 2,000 citizens. And the timber transported from Nanjing would suffice to construct ample housing for the newly recruited populace. Now, the sole concern for Su Yi was whether the strength of the reincarnation domain was sufficient to mount an assault on Ruiyang City. Given the scale of Ruiyang City, which had harbored a population of around 100,000 before the apocalypse, it was likely that a similar number of zombies now roamed its streets, with estimates suggesting that over 50,000 might still remain within the city. Not only was there a considerable quantity of zombies, but also a greater number of high-quality ones. It was anticipated that 4-star silver epic quality zombies, known as silver-named zombies, would appear within Ruiyang City. The power of level 5 silver-named zombies rivaled that of level 8 white-named zombies. The reincarnation domain had the capacity to systematically eliminate the zombies in Ruiyang City, though there was the looming threat of a silver-named commander directing thousands of zombies to assault the reincarnation forces. Furthermore, there was the concern of the Azure Alliance lords nearby amassing their forces to counterattack or potentially luring the zombies from Ruiyang City. Chapter 66. The Azure Alliance unites to exterminate evil. A new day dawned, and scouts from the Azure Alliance were already scattered around Ruiyang City. Upon discovering a territory that had suddenly appeared in the open space south of Ruiyang City, the scouts promptly returned to report to their lords. Upon receiving the scouts' reports, the lords of the Azure Alliance swiftly relayed this information to Judy Habaku, the leader of the Ili civilization. As a female lord, Judy's Habaku territory ranked within the top 1,000 on the strength rankings of the Great Xia world. Upon learning of the news, Judy quickly disseminated intelligence regarding the reincarnation domain's presence outside Ruiyang City to a recently established group chat named Exterminate Evil, dedicated to vanquishing the perverse overlord of the reincarnation domain. Over half the members of this group were lords of the Azure Alliance ranked within the top 100. Their sole purpose for joining the Exterminate Evil group was to obliterate the reincarnation domain. The reincarnation domain was simply too formidable, an entity of such incredible strength that it ought not to persist in existence. Thus, the lords of the Azure Alliance across the Great Xia world prepared to unite in swiftly eliminating the reincarnation domain. Since the reincarnation domain had already advanced to the vicinity of Ruiyang City, they would proceed with the original plan to lure the zombies within Ruiyang City to attack the reincarnation domain. The surrounding lords of the Azure Alliance would also form a coalition to assault the reincarnation domain. Members of the Exterminate Evil group, not stationed around Ruiyang City, contributed both funds and efforts. Soon, Judy procured 4 rare citizen recruitment scrolls at a discounted price of 1 point each from the market, along with over 200 advanced citizen recruitment scrolls, several rare quality equipment pieces, and a large quantity of advanced quality gear. Judy allocated 4 rare citizen recruitment scrolls, 6 advanced citizen recruitment scrolls, all rare quality equipment, and 12 advanced quality items for herself. The remaining advanced citizen recruitment scrolls were divided into sets of 10, paired with 10 pieces of advanced quality equipment, and traded to trustworthy lords of the Azure Alliance surrounding Ruiyang City. In the Habaku territory, Judy, accompanied by several highly loyal citizens, took action, slaying 10 relatively disloyal citizens who had already received orders to disarm. This allowed her to successfully recruit 4 purple-named scouts, 3 blue-named archers, and 3 blue-named sword and shield soldiers. Judy commanded the 4 purple-named scouts to infiltrate Ruiyang City and entice the horde of zombies to emerge and attack the reincarnation domain. Then Judy personally led 6 blue-named vassals into the fray, leaving only 14 vassals to guard their territory, while 25 others had allied with the vassals of other lords from the Azure Alliance to confront the forces of the Chun civilization. 4 purple-named scouts swiftly maneuvered towards the city of Ruiyang. The lords of the Azure Alliance, possessing high-ranking recruitment scrolls and superior quality equipment, hastily dispatched their troops, leaving merely themselves and 4 vassals to defend their territory, while all 10 newly recruited blue-named vassals were sent forth. Numerous lords of the Azure Alliance, who had gained nothing, also pushed their forces to the limit. The lords surrounding Ruiyang City were compelled to unite their efforts to obliterate the reincarnation domain. This development was foreseen by the lords of the Chun civilization in Ruiyang, who informed Su Yi. Yet, Su Yi remained steadfast in his plans. The reincarnation domain still approached the outskirts of Ruiyang City, albeit at a greater distance than the previous day when they had been near Nanjing County. The primary concern was the potential encirclement by tens of thousands of zombies. Given the current strength of the reincarnation domain, even a horde of thousands could be vanquished. As they fought the zombies, they would simultaneously accrue points and experience. Su Yi stood before the recruitment altar, continuously recruiting vassals, bestowing them with upgrades. However, the aftermath of the battle would undoubtedly incur significant losses for the reincarnation domain. Su Yi needed to mitigate these losses as much as possible. After all, the conquest of Ruiyang City was intended to yield greater rewards for the development of their territory, should the losses be substantial. It would be wiser not to engage with Ruiyang City at all. Upon arriving at Ruiyang City, Su Yi promptly dispatched 4 battalions of 1,000 soldiers each, led by Feng Yuxuan, Li Zhen, He Sun, and He Yu. The troops consisted entirely of level 5 combat class vassals. Li Jun's battalion was tasked with assaulting the neighboring Azure Alliance territories. Meanwhile, the missions of Feng Yushuan's, He Sen's, and He Yu's battalions were to conquer Ruiyang City. Unlike the previous strategy employed at Nanjing County, this time the 3 battalions did not disperse around Ruiyang City. Rather, Feng Yushuan's battalion advanced first, approaching Ruiyang City. Yu Jie would lure the zombies out of Ruiyang City to be eradicated by Feng Yushuan's battalion. If a large group of zombies appeared that Feng Yushuan's battalion struggled to eliminate swiftly, then He Sen's and He Yu's battalions would be dispatched. For the time being, He Sen's and He Yu's battalions remained within their territory, prepared for any underhanded maneuvers by the lords of the Azure Alliance. Li Jun's and Feng Yushuan's battalions set out in succession, with He Sen's battalion on standby outside the territory and He Yu's battalion preparing within. Sui, accompanied by a multitude of officials, approached the recruitment altar, expending 200,000 points to recruit 2,000 vassals. As each vassal emerged from the altar, Sui was suddenly taken aback by a remarkable surprise. Among the numerous white-named vassals was a single purple-named vassal. This marked the first occasion Sui had directly recruited a purple-named vassal using points. Name: Sun Hao, purple name. Age: 22. Occupation: archer. Level: 0. Talents: archery, 3 stars. Leadership: 2 stars. Management: 1 star. Equipment: Level 0 longbow, 1 star. Level 0 short sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 20 Level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Upon examining Sun Hao's information, Sui was further astonished. Sun Hao possessed both a 2-star leadership talent and a 1-star management talent. While Sui had previously recruited white-named vassals with 3 talents, the cost of nurturing them had proven excessive and unworthy. In contrast, Sun Hao was exceptionally suitable for development. If he were to acquire a 3-star aptitude stone, it could be first utilized by Li Jun and subsequently by Sun Hao, thereby enhancing their leadership talents to 3 stars. Fortunately, Sun Hao's leadership talent was not at 1 star, otherwise, with both his leadership and management talents at 1 star, using a 2-star aptitude stone on him would only provide a 50% chance of elevating his management talent to 2 stars. The reincarnation domain was predominantly composed of combat class vassals, and Sui required more officers endowed with leadership talent. With the conclusion of the recruitment of 2,000 vassals, the number of combat class vassals surged to 6,720, while the number of life class vassals only increased to 280. Sui had no experience points, and the count of level 5 combat class vassals remained unchanged. The reincarnation domain now boasted 3 purple-named vassals, with blue-named vassals rising to 142, the majority being combat class vassals. The reincarnation domain currently possessed 120 basic residences, which were overcrowded with ordinary white-named vassals. Even if the population cap were reached, it could barely accommodate all residents. To ensure the loyalty of the vassals, Sui needed to allocate a room for each vassal. Each basic residence could house only 30 individuals. Once the population cap was reached, 360 residences would be necessary, including intermediate and advanced dwellings. Chapter 67. The First Kill of a Silver-Named Zombie. Feng Yushuan's battalion had already commenced the extermination of the zombies lured from Ruiyang City. Li Jun's battalion was poised to launch an assault on the first Azure Alliance territory. The 4 purple-named scouts from the Habaga territory had entered Ruiyang City, preparing to lure large hordes of zombies from the city. The coalition of the Azure Alliance, led by Judy, was rapidly expanding. Learning that one of their territories was soon to be attacked by the forces from the reincarnation domain, Judy felt a mix of excitement and urgency. The excitement stemmed from the diminished forces left to defend the reincarnation domain due to its divided troops. The urgency, however, arose from the concern that the attacking forces might reach her territory. Judy hoped that before the reincarnation domain's army could reach her domain, they would be overwhelmed by the zombie horde, or that her coalition would successfully breach the reincarnation domain's defenses. Time flew by. 2 of the 4 purple-named scouts from Habagu had perished in Ruiyang City, while the remaining 2 successfully lured massive hordes of zombies out through the eastern and western gates. The combined number of these hordes likely exceeded 10,000. The divided forces of the reincarnation domain would undoubtedly struggle against such overwhelming numbers of zombies. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Judy carefully led her assembled coalition of the Azure Alliance towards the southern flank of the reincarnation domain. This coalition, numbering only over 400, consisted of half blue-named vassals, thus surpassing the strength of a typical Azure Alliance coalition of 800. The scouts from the reincarnation domain quickly reported the incoming hordes of zombies. Sui could have arranged for scouts to lure some zombies away, but he abandoned that plan, opting instead for a direct confrontation. The reincarnation domain had only 1 purple-named scout, and there was no time to instruct Yu Jie to lure any of the approaching zombies away. Deploying blue-named scouts risked their lives. Currently, the reincarnation domain boasted 400 level 5 combat class vassals, with over 2,000 level 0 combat class vassals also ready for battle. Among the approaching hordes of zombies were numerous level 0 zombies, allowing the level 0 combat class vassals to participate in the fray. Su Yi even summoned the scouts back to Feng Yushuan's battalion. The reincarnation domain had sufficient strength to annihilate the two approaching hordes of zombies without the need for additional recruitment, as Feng Yushuan's battalion was still in retreat. The enemy's two purple-named scouts had already lured large hordes of zombies into the archer's range outside the reincarnation domain. Judy equipped the rare quality gear to the purple-named scouts and implemented other measures to rapidly enhance their loyalty, to the point where they were now willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill Judy's orders. With a multitude of adversaries, the two hordes of zombies combined exceeded 10,000, appearing formidable and seemingly unstoppable. Yet the vassals of the reincarnation domain were undaunted. A series of victories had instilled in them a fearlessness towards any foe. They were stronger. Their enemies were merely a horde of mindless zombies. The archers drew the zombies closer, and under the command of Hiyu and his son, they unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. The two purple-named scouts and the foremost zombies fell one after another. Su Yi felt a profound sense of regret at the inability to transform the two purple-named scouts into zombies before slaying them, resulting in the loss of two rare treasure chests. The reincarnation stronghold boasted a formidable force of 2,000 archers, capable of unleashing a volley of 2,000 arrows in unison. As the rain of arrows fell, the advancing zombies were swiftly struck down, unable to advance even a step closer to the stronghold. Subsequently, Feng Yushuan's troops returned to join the fray, allowing the reincarnation stronghold to adeptly confront the two massive hordes of zombies. Meanwhile, Judy, concealed to the south of the reincarnation stronghold, sensed the dire situation unfolding. The loss of 4 purple-named scouts had summoned an overwhelming zombie army, and it seemed increasingly unlikely that she could obliterate the stronghold. With Li Zhen's forces drawing ever closer to her territory, time was of the essence. Any further delay could result in her land being annihilated by the armies of the reincarnation stronghold. Gritting her teeth, Judy resolved to take a gamble. The coalition of over 400 members of the Azure Alliance ceased their concealment and charged toward the reincarnation stronghold. Fortuitously for Judy, the archers of the reincarnation stronghold were deeply engaged in fierce combat with the zombie horde, leaving Su Yi with insufficient archers to counter the sudden emergence of the Azure Alliance coalition. However, the enemy's numbers were relatively few, and Su Yi deemed it unnecessary to hastily recruit archers, with melee units yet to engage. He promptly summoned a substantial contingent of melee-class citizens to fortify the southern defenses of the stronghold. In Judy's line of sight, what had previously appeared to be an empty area to the south of the reincarnation stronghold suddenly teemed with figures. There were scarcely any archers visible, but rather a plethora of swordsmen, shield-bearers, and spear-wielders. There were too many. How could the reincarnation stronghold muster enough strength to confront over 10,000 zombies, while simultaneously deploying troops to thwart her Azure Alliance coalition? The overwhelming might of the reincarnation stronghold unfolded before Judy, causing her advance to falter unknowingly. Could she truly eradicate the reincarnation stronghold? As she drew closer, Judy's confidence waned. When the melee citizens of the reincarnation stronghold clashed with the Azure Alliance coalition, the elite forces of the latter found themselves on the verge of being encircled by the former. Panic set in. Judy, utterly disheartened, turned to flee with a handful of her citizens. Few chose to follow her. The majority remained trapped within the encirclement of the reincarnation stronghold's troops. Soon, the surrounded Azure Alliance coalition was completely annihilated. To eradicate this elite coalition, the reincarnation stronghold incurred substantial losses. Among the enemies were numerous newly recruited blue-named citizens. Even with their commander's retreat, they did not surrender, fighting until the bitter end. This ultimately resulted in increased losses for the reincarnation stronghold. While the number of zombies slain diminished significantly, the net gain was directly negative, albeit not by a considerable margin. The Azure Alliance coalition led by Judy was merely a minor obstacle for the reincarnation stronghold. The two massive hordes of zombies were the true threat. The archers continued to rain death upon the approaching zombies. At that moment, a voice resonated in Su Yi's mind. Your citizens have slain a 4-star zombie, rewarding you with an epic treasure chest. An announcement will soon be made in the regional chat channel. Do you wish to conceal the name of your territory? Although hiding the territory name would not prevent the lords of the Ruyang region from deducing that it was the reincarnation stronghold that had slain the silver-named zombie, Su Yi opted to conceal it nonetheless, simply for his own preference. Conceal. In the next instant, a silver font system announcement appeared in the regional chat channel. Congratulations to the unnamed territory for exterminating a 4-star zombie, rewarding an epic treasure chest. Regardless of when the lords of Ruyang entered the regional chat, the latest content would always be this system announcement, leaving all who witnessed it astonished. Who had slain the silver-named zombie? Was it the reincarnation stronghold or some fortunate soul? Su Yi did not check the chat channel. His heart was already elated by the unexpected acquisition of the epic treasure chest from the slain, silver-named zombie. Chapter 68, 5,000-man teams. The surprise arrived so suddenly. Su-yi had suspected there would be silver-named zombies within the Royang city, but had not anticipated the rapid demise of one, resulting in an epic treasure chest. He summoned the system panel and opened the treasure chest. The dazzling epic treasure chest captivated all his attention. Following the epic treasure chest were 2 rare treasure chests and dozens of high-grade treasure chests. Su-yi planned to accumulate these treasures, intending to open them all in the evening. The 3 rare treasure chests he opened yesterday had left him deeply disappointed. The battle raged on, with the reincarnation stronghold primarily relying on archers, ultimately suffering no losses among its citizens while annihilating the 2 hordes of over 10,000 zombies. Su-yi received yet another rare treasure chest. Among the slain zombies, there had been 1 silver-named zombie and 3 purple-named zombies. He wondered whether there were still silver-named zombies remaining in Royang City. Ignoring the slight negative returns from the melee units surrounding the Azure Alliance coalition and the gains from Li Jun's forces engaging in battle, the total number of zombies slain by the reincarnation stronghold had now surpassed 11,000, yielding Su-yi over 100,000 points and more than 1.25 million experience. The total population of citizens remained stable at 7,000, with level 5 citizens increasing to 5,335 and level 0 citizens dropping to 1,665. The reduction in level 0 citizens indicated a decrease in the scale of the transport teams. After a fierce battle, the combat class citizens required time to recuperate, especially the archers, as the primary combatants needed ample rest. The melee units, however, were ill-equipped to independently assault Royang City without incurring significant losses. Su-yi convened his officials once more at the recruitment altar, spending 100,000 points to recruit 1,000 citizens. The population of the reincarnation stronghold had now reached 8,000, just 2,049 citizens shy of its maximum capacity. Progress was accelerating. The reincarnation stronghold was now akin to a snowball, rapidly enhancing its strength, capable of slaying even more zombies, garnering additional points and experience, and utilizing those points to recruit more citizens. Currently, the stronghold still faced a population cap, but once the territory was upgraded to the next tier, the small world would also advance and begin to grow. How much would the population limit of the reincarnation stronghold increase then? Presently, in the Great Xia world, a population cap of 10,050 was more than sufficient. The reincarnation stronghold's 0-tier perfection status boasted over 9,500 level 5 combat class citizens. It would require 194 0-tier perfected territories, each with all citizens present, to form such a large army. In reality, achieving such a feat is nearly impossible. Even with extreme measures, a territory must retain a few citizens for defense. Additionally, there were other celestial civilization coalitions entangled in conflict. Even without reaching a 0-tier perfected state, the reincarnation stronghold was still invincible within the Great Xia world. The recent battle, where purple-named scouts lured hordes of zombies to attack, alongside the elite Azure Alliance coalition, was clearly beyond what the lords of the Royang region could accomplish. It was likely that powerful lords from the Azure Alliance in the Great Xia world had begun to take notice of the reincarnation stronghold, seeking to eliminate it. Su-yi felt no fear. The formidable strength possessed by the reincarnation stronghold was more than capable of confronting any foe. Meanwhile, Judy, along with a few citizens, fled toward her own territory. As she ran, her figure gradually vanished from the Great Xia world. Judy's land had recently been seized by Li Jun's forces, resulting in her loss of lordship and subsequent expulsion from the Great Xia world. Her friends soon noticed that Judy's avatar had dimmed, particularly those in the Demon Slayer group, who understood that the recent plan against the reincarnation stronghold had likely failed. The investment had been substantial: 4 rare citizen recruitment scrolls, over 200 high-grade citizen recruitment scrolls, and a cache of rare and high-quality equipment. No lord could possibly part with such a wealth of resources. Even Su-yi could not do so. The collective might of the members of the Demon Slayer group was summoned to confront the reincarnation domain, yet they met with failure. The formidable strength of the reincarnation domain was once again substantiated. Despite this setback, the Demon Slayer group will not disband. Instead, they will continue to amass their power and prepare for their next strategy against the reincarnation domain, while the affairs of the Demon Slayer group remain largely unbeknownst to outsiders. Judy's initiative against the reincarnation domain has reached the ears of many allied lords, eventually spreading to the lords of the Chun civilization. Over 10,000 zombies launched an assault on the reincarnation domain, and a contingent of elite forces from the Azure Alliance also executed a surprise attack. Yet such grand schemes to target a single domain ended in failure. Upon learning of this, many lords of the Chun civilization were left speechless in astonishment. Is this something that a 0-tier domain could achieve? Yet, the reincarnation domain has done just that. Furthermore, while exterminating both the zombies and the forces of the Azure Alliance, the reincarnation domain succeeded in slaying a silver-named zombie, earning an epic treasure chest. Although there is a slight chance that it was the work of some fortunate individual within the Royang district, the majority of lords believe it to be the accomplishment of the reincarnation lord. The Reincarnation Lord prefers to remain anonymous, concealing their name on the Daxia World Domain Power Rankings. To this day, no one knows the true name of the Reincarnation Lord, nor can they ascertain whether reincarnation is indeed the name of the domain. Yesterday in the Nanjing district, Su-yi had already secured a greater advantage for the Chun civilization faction, prompting the lords of the Nanjing district to initiate a fervent offensive, aiming to dominate the region before moving on to other major areas. Today, the reincarnation domain has arrived in the Ruiyang district, with a contingent currently engaged in battle outside, while the allied forces of the Qin civilization have launched large-scale assaults. Within the reincarnation domain, the citizens rested for approximately an hour, after which Su-yi ordered Feng Yuxuan to reassemble a 1,000-strong troop. With only an hour of rest, most archers remained vigilant, and Feng Yuxuan selected the least fatigued archers to join his unit. Once the new troop was formed, Feng Yuxuan led them onward, advancing towards Ruiyang County City, where Yu Jie entered the city once more to lure out the zombies. Su-yi's points and experience continued to rise, with the number of level 5 citizens now increasing from 335. As time elapsed, more and more archers completed their rest, allowing the reincarnation domain to establish a 3rd, 4th, and 5th 1,000-strong troop. After forming 5 such troops, the reincarnation domain still had hundreds of level 5 combat citizens remaining. 3 of the 1,000-strong troops were tasked with besieging Ruiyang County City, while the other 2 centered around the city to attack the Azure Alliance forces and their territories. As the morning drew to a close, the reincarnation domain's army still hesitated to enter Ruiyang County City en masse. They had already eliminated over 16,000 zombies within the city, yet more than 30,000 remained. On open ground, the reincarnation domain could withstand such a multitude of zombie assaults. However, within the densely built confines of Ruiyang County City, the efficacy of the archers would diminish significantly, necessitating a considerable sacrifice to eradicate the zombies therein. Su-yi remained unperturbed, allowing the 3,000-strong troops to methodically eliminate the zombies within the city. Once the streets were largely devoid of wandering zombies, it would be the opportune moment for the reincarnation domain's forces to enter en masse. Chapter 69, Second Kill of a Silver-Named Zombie. Judy dispatched 4 level 5 purple-named scouts into Ruiyang County City to lure out the zombies. Unfortunately, 2 of the scouts perished within the city, while the remaining 2 succeeded in drawing large groups of zombies out. The fallen scouts did not meet their demise due to encounters with level 5 silver-named agile zombies. Rather, their ambition to attract a multitude of zombies, compounded by their unfamiliarity with the terrain on their first visit to Ruiyang County City, led them into a deadly trap. Under Su-yi's command, only Yu Jie served as a purple-named scout. Starting from the southern gate of Ruiyang County City, Yu Jie skillfully lured out hundreds to thousands of zombies each time. Although he faced perilous situations on several occasions, Yu Jie navigated these challenges with caution and agility, sustaining no injuries. Thanks to Yu Jie's efforts, the assembled forces of the reincarnation domain outside the city were able to annihilate the throngs of zombies he had lured out. As afternoon approached, Yu Jie's luring ground gradually neared the central area of Ruiyang County City. Upon crossing an invisible boundary, a multitude of zombies turned their attention towards Yu Jie and charged ferociously in his direction. Run! Yu Jie fled, pursued by an ever-growing horde of zombies. Fortunately, there were no level 5 silver-named agile zombies among them. One particularly swift zombie, a level 5 purple-named agile zombie, trailed closely behind, unable to catch up with Yu Jie. As Yu Jie sprinted towards the southern gate, he signaled the incoming horde of zombies. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of an incident in Shun County City when he had attracted the attention of a commanding zombie, which subsequently directed a vast horde to pursue him. The commanding zombie within Ruiyang County City could potentially command tens of thousands of zombies. However, Yu Jie did not worry excessively for his comrades outside the city. Due to the limitations of the gate's width, even with a massive horde, the zombies could not all exit at once, and the 3,000-strong troops outside were more than capable of dispatching them. As Yu Jie led the zombies through the southern gate, the 3,000-strong troops were already prepared for battle. As the horde of zombies surged out of the gate, the archers at the forefront unleashed a volley of arrows. One batch of zombies fell to the ground, only for another to charge forth, meeting the same fate amidst the rain of arrows. 3,000 zombies, 5,000 zombies, 10,000 zombies. Once the 3,000-strong troops had eliminated over 10,000 zombies, no new ones emerged from the southern gate. The commanders promptly ordered the melee fighters to charge from the flanks, bypassing the battlefield piled high with zombie corpses and directly storming into the city through the southern gate. Their objective, to slay the commanding zombie orchestrating the horde. The archers, weary from their exertions, took a moment to rest, while those who were still relatively unfatigued stepped out of formation to deliver finishing blows to the surviving zombies. 20 minutes later, Su-yi's mind echoed with the same announcement he had heard that morning. Your citizens have slain a 4-star zombie, earning an epic treasure chest. An announcement will soon be made in the regional chat channel. Do you wish to hide the domain name? Overwhelmed with joy, Su-yi promptly selected hide. Subsequently, A silver font system announcement appeared in the regional chat channel of the Ruiyang district, mirroring the one from the morning. Congratulations to the unnamed domain for exterminating a 4-star zombie, earning an epic treasure chest. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the work of the Reincarnation Overlord. Today, the Reincarnation domain had approached Ruiyang County City, where they were actively besieging it. Given the multitude of zombies within, the appearance of 2 silver-named zombies was hardly surprising. I could scarcely fathom how a 0-tier domain could single-handedly lay siege to Ruiyang County City, which is home to tens of thousands of zombies. I am utterly envious. I too wish to slay silver-named zombies and acquire epic treasure chests. Having secured 1 epic treasure chest in the morning and another in the afternoon, Su-yi felt the likelihood of a 3rd silver-named zombie appearing in Ruiyang County City was quite slim. Originally, Su-yi had intended to relocate his domain the following noon to a new district, with the silver-named commanding zombies gathering over 10,000 zombies. The Reincarnation domain's forces would easily eliminate them by the end of the afternoon, achieving the goal set for the following noon, to eradicate the majority of zombies within Ruiyang County City. Having slain 2 silver-named zombies, they had already obtained the finest rewards from the siege. Whether or not to eliminate the remaining zombies in the city was inconsequential, as new districts awaited Su-yi's conquest. The resources available in Ruiyang County City, primarily food and wood, could also be found in other cities. Thus, he could depart with his domain by the following morning. The melee units of the 3,000-strong troops began to methodically clear the remaining zombies from house to house. After clearing out the zombies in certain areas, Cheng Xingho and Su Yan, along with their respective transport teams, entered the city of Ruiyang County to collect supplies for transport back to their territories. The battle was managed by the officers, while the logistics and minor affairs within the territories were overseen by the officials. Su-yi primarily focused on recruiting citizens and upgrading their levels, a task that was quite effortless. They were set to relocate the territory the following morning, and the issue of the relocation orders posed a challenge. Su-yi had obtained only a limited number of relocation orders from the treasure chests. Although over 200 high-level chests awaited his opening, which might yield a few more relocation orders, he still wished to prepare additional ones. Relocation orders were indeed a valuable asset. The newly appointed lord had no recourse but to start from scratch in the first task world. The only way to acquire relocation orders was largely through opening treasure chests. Upon returning to the lord's world, it was imperative for the lords to prepare at least 2 relocation orders for themselves, 1 for territory relocation and 1 for random territory relocation. When entering the next task world, if one found themselves surrounded by enemies, they could promptly utilize the random territory relocation order to shift their territory to a new location. Alternatively, they could use the territory relocation order to move several territories of the Chun civilization lords into one area for mutual support. Relocation orders were essential items for lords, yet their chances of being obtained from treasure chests were relatively low, resulting in a high market price. Most ordinary lords could not afford relocation orders or could only purchase the cheapest 1-star orders as a contingency. In the Daxia world, if the Reincarnation territory randomly relocated to a new district, it would necessitate the use of a territory relocation order to find a city within that district. If luck was not on their side and the random relocation order resulted in a short distance move, another random territory relocation order would be required. Su-yi felt that no amount of relocation orders would suffice. Ideally, he hoped to purchase some from other Qin civilization lords while in the Daxia world. Currently, his points had once again surpassed 300,000. While that may seem substantial, he could not bear to pay exorbitant prices, especially for the relocation orders currently available in the market. It appeared that once the population cap of the territory was reached, the expenditure of points would significantly decrease. However, the issue lay in the fact that upon completing tasks and returning to the Lord's world, there would be numerous areas requiring point expenditure after the territory upgraded to the next tier. For instance, citizens reaching level 10 could then utilize level 10 equipment. A tier 1 territory had a population cap of 100, and the cost of equipping 100 citizens with level 10 gear would add up considerably. Not to mention, Su-yi's territory would need to manage the expenses of equipping 10,000 citizens with level 10 gear after reaching tier 1, which would require a hefty sum of points. In order to accumulate points, Su-yi aimed to economize on his expenditures. The Reincarnation territory was actively relocating, assisting the Chun civilization lords in attacking the Azure Alliance territories while also capturing cities along the way. In Su-yi's mind, both tasks were equally significant. For the Chun civilization lords, the former was evidently more critical. The formidable strength of the Reincarnation territory enabled them to launch large-scale assaults on the Azure Alliance territories while simultaneously deploying troops to capture cities. Most Qin civilization lords would not concern themselves with personal matters, often only feeling envy or jealousy towards the power of the Reincarnation territory. With the capability to assist the Chun civilization lords, once the Reincarnation territory entered a major district, the Qin civilization faction would swiftly triumph over the Azure Alliance within that district. Currently, The reincarnation territory was in need of relocation orders. Would any Qin civilization lords be willing to sell them at a lower price? Su-yi believed there would be such individuals. It was more probable that lords from Shunning District, Nanjing District, and Ruiyang District would be inclined to sell relocation orders to the lord of the reincarnation territory. The Qin civilization faction had already established dominance in Shunning District and would soon do the same in Nanjing District and Ruiyang District. The territories of the Chun civilization in these three districts were exceptionally secure, and the lords therein rarely required relocation orders as a backup. Those possessing relocation orders, yet leading insecure territories, remained ever ready to utilize them for escape. Only a select few could prioritize the welfare of the nation over their own. Su-yi was not among them. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yi opened the world chat channel and sent out a message seeking to purchase relocation orders. Reincarnation Lord, 10,000 points for a 2-star random territory relocation order, 2,000 points for a 1-star territory relocation order. Su-yi primarily required these two types of relocation orders. Thus he limited his request to them, offering prices significantly lower than those in the market. Awaiting to see how many would be willing to sell to him at a discount, his message quickly garnered the attention of lords across the world chat channel. Whether from the Chun Civilization faction or the Azure Alliance faction, all were keenly observing the reincarnation lord. The Chun Civilization lords hoped for the reincarnation territory to relocate and aid them in defeating the Azure Alliance across various major districts. Conversely, Azure Alliance lords feared the widespread relocation of the reincarnation territory. First Shunning District, then Nanjing District and Ruiyang District. The next district was uncertain. But once the three districts fell under the Chun civilization's control, the lords of the surrounding districts from the Azure Alliance would be in peril. The reincarnation territory was wielding the power of a single territory to reshape the dynamics of an entire task world. Not long after Su-yi's remarks, a lord from Shunning District expressed willingness to sell a 1-star territory relocation order. Seeing the message from the reincarnation lord, other Qin civilization lords began to disseminate the news across various group chats. Those without relocation orders, or who possessed them yet were reluctant to sell to the reincarnation lord, were eager to inform others of this development. Indeed, there were even lords willing to sell a 1-star territory relocation order to Su-yi for a mere 1 point. Ultimately, Su-yi expended 120,000 points to purchase 10 2-star random territory relocation orders and 10 1-star territory relocation orders. Reincarnation Lord, points are running low, so I'll start by purchasing 10 of each. Thank you all. No need for thanks, Great Lord. You've assisted so many of our compatriots. Go, Reincarnation Lord. Annihilate those wretched pups of the Azure Alliance. Although Su-yi felt a pang of regret at the expenditure of his points, witnessing the Great Lord obliterate so many territories of the Azure Alliance brought him immense satisfaction. As the events unfolded in the World Chat channel, the lords of the Azure Alliance could only silently pray that the reincarnation territory would not relocate into their own district, and preferably not into the surrounding districts either. Members of the Demon Slayers were still diligently consolidating their strength, preparing their next plan against the reincarnation territory. As night fell, all of Su-yi's citizens had returned to the territory. After dining, the weary citizens retired early to bed. Those less fatigued gathered to engage in casual conversation, their discussions primarily revolving around the territory, what activities they had undertaken during the day, and any amusing occurrences they had witnessed. The Lord regarded the citizens as normal individuals, and the citizens reciprocated this sentiment, viewing themselves and their companions as ordinary people. However, the citizens lacked parents or relatives since their arrival in this world. They had been alone. As time passed, they formed hierarchies, developed camaraderie, and possibly even friendships, though they would never know the joy of raising children. Many citizens came and went swiftly, their lives fleeting, returning to death. In contrast to the vast majority of zero-tier lords, the reincarnation territory boasted a larger population of citizens, with casualties among them far exceeding those of other zero-tier territories. Su-yi had grown indifferent to the deaths of citizens. A general success is built upon the bones of many, he mused, knowing that countless citizens would perish for their lord on the path of continuous territorial advancement. The majority of the white-named citizens he had recruited were beginning to blend into mere numbers in Su-yi's eyes. It was only the officers, officials, and other high-quality citizens who captured his attention. After a day of industrious efforts by the citizens, the reincarnation territory still numbered 8,000 residents, with the counts of combat and civilian professions remaining largely unchanged. However, there has been a significant fluctuation in the number of level 5 and level 0 subjects. The level 5 subjects have reached a total of 7,803, while only 197 level 0 subjects remain, primarily consisting of those engaged in civilian occupations. Su-yi possesses 280,000 points, sufficient to continue recruiting subjects and elevate the population of the reincarnation territory to its maximum capacity. After the territorial migration concludes tomorrow morning, he can recruit an additional 2,000 subjects, bringing the total to 10,000. This leaves 49 slots available for future needs. It would be imprudent to find oneself at the population cap only to receive a recruitment scroll, necessitating the elimination of an existing subject to recruit anew. The knowledge of such an event would undoubtedly diminish the loyalty of the subjects unless the Lord fabricates a plausible excuse, such as declaring the subject a traitor swayed by the enemy. After finishing dinner under the attentive care of his maid, Su-yi retreated to his chamber, where an important task awaited him, opening treasure chests. He had acquired several chests today, but refrained from opening any. Still reeling from the 3 rare chests he had opened the previous day. Currently, the system's treasure chest inventory includes 2 gleaming epic chests, 7 radiant rare chests, and over 300 advanced chests. Most novice lords in the Great Xia world are still striving daily for a single advanced chest. While Su-yi amassed more than 300 advanced chests, alongside higher quality rare and epic chests, advanced chests are within reach for ordinary lords. Whereas rare chests depend on luck or strength, and the same applies to epic chests. Su-yi considered himself of average luck, relying predominantly on his prowess, as conquering cities facilitated the acquisition of rare chests. Now he aimed to conquer the more undead-infested Ruoyang County city to secure higher quality epic chests. Taking a deep breath, Su-yi clicked to open an advanced chest. Chapter 71, Epic Subject Recruitment Scroll. A level 0 leather armor, 1 star. A high-class courtyard, 2 stars. 1-star talent, Fleetfoot. 2-star quality stone. Advanced Subject Recruitment Scroll. Territorial Random Migration Order, 1 star. After investing some time, Su-yi opened all 300 advanced chests, garnering numerous useful items, including a 2-star high-class courtyard. Su-yi currently resided in a 1-star medium courtyard. The high-class courtyard spans 600 square meters, and its 2-star quality enhances both its luxury and living comfort. Su-yi planned to move into this high-class courtyard tomorrow morning. The Fleetfoot talent is a commendable lord's talent, slightly increasing the movement speed of subjects. On the battlefield, the speed of advance is of paramount importance. Although 1-star Fleetfoot offers a meager boost, enhancing the talent's quality could yield greater movement speed. Presently, Su-yi possessed a 2-star talent stone, having auctioned off another previously. The 2-star Fleetfoot talent could modestly improve the movement speed of subjects, which would significantly benefit the Reincarnation Territory's army, as their travels often consumed considerable time. However, in the zombie-ridden world of Great Xia, the unerring shot talent seemed more advantageous. Consequently, Su-yi had recruited a substantial number of archers, making it unsuitable to switch to Fleetfoot talent for the time being. Moreover, Su-yi's primary desire was to acquire a sovereign talent that could enhance the chances of recruiting high-quality subjects. After unveiling the advanced chests, Su-yi inhaled deeply once more and shifted his gaze to the 7 rare chests, hoping to uncover some valuable treasures. 1,000 points. A 1-star arrow tower. A 3-star quality stone. 100 gene of jade crystal rice seeds, 3 stars. A set of silk sleepwear. A rare chef recruitment scroll. A level 0 longsword, 1 star. From the 7 rare chests, 3 items of 3-star quality emerged: the quality stone, jade crystal rice seeds, and the rare chef recruitment scroll. The jade crystal rice seeds were the least valuable, as upon returning to the Lord's world, better crop seeds could be purchased with points. The rare chef recruitment scroll was a welcome find, albeit not for a combat profession. Su-yi intended to recruit a female chef to serve as the Lord's dedicated cook. The previous white-named chef would remain, assisting the new purple-named chef. Su-yi had recruited over 100 chefs, yet had not managed to secure a single blue-named chef. With a purple-named chef on the verge of joining, even with limited ingredients, she could provide Su-yi with superior meals. The 3-star quality stone was the most valuable, leading Su-yi to abandon the notion of upgrading a blue-named scout to a purple-named one, opting instead to bestow it upon Li Jun. Li Jun is a purple-named sword and shield soldier with a 2-star commanding talent. Utilizing the 3-star quality stone would elevate Li Jun's commanding talent to 3 stars, enabling him to adeptly command up to 10,000 troops. Soon, the Reincarnation Territory would boast a population of 10,000 subjects, making it impossible for officers with only 2-star commanding talents to meet the demands of the territory. Officers with 2-star talents can command a 1,000-man unit, while Li Jun, with a 3-star talent, could command multiple 1,000-man units. The content derived from the 7 rare chests left Su-yi somewhat content, as it was an improvement over the previous day's disappointment. Only 2 epic chests remained. With anticipation coursing through him, Su-yi clicked to open the first epic chest. A level 0 longbow, 2 stars. Su-yi frowned slightly and proceeded to click on the second epic chest. Epic Subject Recruitment Scroll. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. The Reincarnation Territory was soon to welcome its first silver-named subject. This inaugural silver-named subject must be of a combat profession, and Su-yi planned to recruit a silver-named scout. While conquering Ruoyang County City today, he realized that the Reincarnation Territory possessed only 1 purple-named scout, leaving Yuzi to venture alone into the perilous Ruoyang County City to lure zombies. Even a purple-named scout faces grave danger in Ruoyang County City, and a moment of negligence could spell disaster. The reincarnation territory might soon conquer more cities teeming with zombies, and one purple-named scout would no longer suffice. At the very least, another purple-named scout was necessary, and the epic subject recruitment scroll from the epic chest prompted Sue-E to decisively recruit a silver-named scout. It would be even better if this silver-named scout possessed commanding talent. The anticipation stirred by the epic subject recruitment scroll brought Sue-E excitement. And with no other entertainment to occupy him, he spent a lengthy period in the world chat channel observing lords exchanging barbs, until he finally calmed his mind and succumbed to slumber. A new day dawned, marking the 15th day since Sue-Yi's arrival in the Great Xia world. With 15 days remaining until the completion of his task, the reincarnation territory had emerged as an unprecedentedly formidable zero-tier territory within the entire realm of lords. Seated at the dining table, Sue-E partook of breakfast while engaging in conversation in the Ruiyang region chat channel. Reincarnation Lord, we are about to set off. The majority of zombies in Ruiyang County City have been vanquished by my territorial army. The remaining zombies are primarily holed up in the courtyards and homes. You may assemble a coalition of hundreds to explore Ruiyang County City. Additionally, expedite the annihilation of the Azure Alliance territories and assist our compatriots in the surrounding regions. Acknowledged. Farewell, Reincarnation, Great One. The reincarnation territory is truly impressive. A single territory is on the verge of conquering Ruiyang County City. At most by tomorrow, we will eradicate all Azure Alliance territories in the regional area and march into other districts the day after. After finishing breakfast, Sue-E did not rush to recruit subjects, but instead departed from the small world to the external space of his territory, where he produced a migration order. Using the territorial random migration order, 2 stars. Confirm. 3 seconds later, the reincarnation territory arrived at a new location. Random migration complete. Distance traveled, 806 kilometers. The sudden relocation of 806 kilometers is indeed quite a distance. Whether it be Ruiyang District or Shunning District, they are certainly not in close proximity. Sue-E cast his gaze beyond his territory, where the realm of reincarnation continued to reside amidst the flat fields. Within his line of sight, he could discern a territory, uncertain whether it belonged to the Lord of the Chun civilization or the Lord of the Azure Alliance. Further afield, the outline of a city emerged, seemingly modest in scale. Perhaps a county seat, which spared Sue-E the need for a relocation order for a 1-star territory. As per his usual practice, Sue-E entered the regional chat channel to inquire about the situation in this expansive area. A lord from the Chun civilization promptly responded, indicating that this was the Sujiang district, with the center being Sujiang County. The Azure Alliance was growing increasingly formidable, while the Chun civilization was perilously close to collapse. Lord of Reincarnation, everyone, hold your ground. I will dispatch troops from the realm of reincarnation shortly. If you see the reincarnation flag, ensure to send someone to contact us in advance to avoid any unfortunate mishaps. Wonderful. The great Lord of Reincarnation has arrived. We are saved. Haha. The scoundrels of the Azure Alliance, your end is nigh. Cling to our leg. Cling to our leg. At 6:30 in the morning, for officers, Feng Yuxuan, He Sun, and Sun Hao, each commanded 1,000-strong battalion, advancing towards the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the realm of reincarnation. In Chapter 72, Luingjia with 4 innate talents. Sue-E refrained from dispatching Li Jun to attack the territories of the Azure Alliance. Sue-E retrieved a 3-star qualification stone from his temporary storage to elevate Li Jun's 2-star commanding talent to 3 stars. Initially, when Li Jun was recruited, his commanding talent was merely 1 star. After utilizing a 2-star qualification stone and a 3-star qualification stone, it was elevated to 3 stars. Feng Yuxuan, having seniority over Li Jun, would require 2 3-star qualification stones for his commanding talent to reach 3 stars. Even if Sue-E were to procure another 3-star qualification stone from a treasure chest, it would be allocated to the purple-named archer Sun Hao to elevate his 2-star commanding talent to 3 stars. Unless Sue-E finds an abundance of 3-star qualification stones in the future, he would consider granting one to Feng Yuxuan. With Li Jun's commanding talent elevated to 3 stars, his loyalty surged to an impressive 98 points. Sue-E commanded Li Jun to lead 3,000-strong battalions to assault Sujiang County, which was not far from the realm of reincarnation. After Li Jun's troops set forth, Sue-E convened his officials at the recruitment altar, expending less than 200,000 points, supplemented by various recruitment scrolls, ultimately recruiting 2,000 citizens. However, not a single purple-named citizen was procured through point-based recruitment. Using a rare chef recruitment scroll, he managed to recruit a purple-named female chef. Name, Hu Ling, purple-named, age, 23, occupation, chef, level 0, talent, culinary arts, 3 stars, management, 1 star, equipment, iron wok, 1 star, chef's knife, 1 star, loyalty, 80. To his surprise, Hu Ling possessed a 1-star management talent, making her suitable for overseeing a cadre of chefs, and she could also serve as a steward for the Lord's estate. Lastly, using an epic citizen recruitment scroll, he enlisted a silver-named scout. Name, Luingjia, silver named, age, 25, occupation, scout, level 0, talent, agility, 4 stars, command, 2 stars, horsemanship, 1 star, stealth, 1 star, equipment, level 0, one-handed sword, 1 star, level 0, leather armor, 1 star, loyalty, 80. Upon reviewing Luingjia's information page, Su-yi was momentarily taken aback. As expected of a silver-named citizen, Luingjia possessed 4 talents. He held agility, horsemanship, and stealth, 3 attributes of the scout branch. Remarkably, his primary talent, agility, reached 4 stars. Notably, Luingjia also possessed a commanding talent, rated at 2 stars. In the future, when utilizing a 3-star qualification stone to enhance Luingjia's commanding talent, Su-yi need not worry about mistakenly elevating an undesired talent. It could be said that Luingjia was now the most outstanding among the 10,000 citizens of the realm of reincarnation. Su-yi hesitated to assign him solely as a scout. Alas, the realm of reincarnation lacked high-quality scouts. And as it aimed to conquer cities larger than Ruiyang County, slaying silver-named zombies would yield epic treasure chests. Luingjia was merely the first silver-named citizen of the realm of reincarnation. More would undoubtedly follow in the future. With the recruitment of 2,000 citizens completed, the population of the realm of reincarnation had reached 10,000. Counting Su-yi himself, the territory was merely 49 citizens shy of reaching the 0-tier population cap. Currently, there were 9,600 combat profession citizens and 400 life profession citizens. Level 5 citizens numbered 7,803, while level 0 citizens stood at 2,197. There was 1 silver-named citizen, for purple-named citizens, and as many as 215 blue-named citizens. After the recruitment, Su-yi's points dwindled to below 90,000. Moving forward, large-scale citizen recruitment would no longer be necessary, as points would accumulate increasingly. The next significant expenditure would likely involve purchasing relocation orders. High-quality citizens deserved better treatment. At present, the most effective means of enhancing their conditions was through housing. With an ample supply of timber in the small world, Su-yi expended 200 cubic meters of wood to construct a high-grade residence. The high-grade residence, like the primary residence, covered an area of 666 square meters. But within a single high-grade residence, there were only 5 units, each spanning 100 square meters. Su-yi resolved to allocate 1 unit exclusively to Luingjia. In truth, this arrangement, when compared to other lords, could be considered somewhat modest in terms of housing conditions. Most lords opted for ordinary white-named citizens to reside in primary dwellings, blue-named citizens in intermediate residences, and purple-named citizens in high-grade residences. Silver-named citizens often occupied primary courtyards and were sometimes assigned servants and chefs. Legendary quality golden-named citizens resided in intermediate courtyards, while mythical quality red-named citizens occupied high-grade courtyards. Su-yi's decision to assign Luingjia to a high-grade residence was merely a precursor to constructing intermediate residences for the purple-named citizens. Ordinary white-named citizens would be crammed into primary dwellings. White-named citizens with special talents, alongside blue-named citizens, would also reside in primary dwellings, albeit each having their own room. Given the current limitations of the realm of reincarnation, Su-yi would alter arrangements as the territory developed. Should Luingjia eventually move to a primary courtyard, and perhaps be assigned servants and chefs, it might significantly boost his loyalty. For the time being, with Luingjia residing in a high-grade residence, Su-yi also bestowed upon him a set of high-quality equipment. Coupled with the favorable conditions of the small world, Luingjia's loyalty reached an impressive 86 points. Shortly thereafter, Luingjia set down his belongings and donned the high-quality equipment awarded by Su-yi. Su-yi assigned Luingjia the first task of assisting Li Zhen's troops in luring zombies within Sujiang County. Luingjia would first gather experience in attracting zombies in Sujiang County before being dispatched to larger cities for similar endeavors. The 3,000-strong battalions of the realm of reincarnation were currently besieging Sujiang County, while 4 additional battalions radiated outward from the realm of reincarnation, sweeping through the territories of the Azure Alliance. Initially, the Azure Alliance had held the advantage in the Sujiang district, while the Qin civilization had suffered severe losses, placing the situation in jeopardy. Yet, within an hour of the realm of reincarnation's arrival in the Sujiang district, the Azure Alliance's advantage evaporated. Wave after wave of Azure Alliance coalition forces attempted to halt the advance of the realm of reincarnation's army, only to be effortlessly vanquished. Along the path of the realm of reincarnation's advance, one Azure Alliance territory after another fell into ruin. Such was the overwhelming strength of the realm of reincarnation that it no longer required the Qin civilization to restrain a portion of the Azure Alliance's forces. They could not hold their ground. They were utterly incapable of resisting. The realm of reincarnation was simply too powerful. Not even a single battalion could they withstand. In the realm of reincarnation, each army consists of no fewer than 1,000 troops. It is inconceivable that such a modest 0-tier territory could muster such a force, let alone several thousand. How is it that reincarnation can recruit so many subjects? It is simply unfathomable. I possess a random relocation token for a 1-star territory. I shall take my leave and wish you all the best. The Azure Alliance is in disarray, and the lords of the Chun civilization rejoice in their triumph. Many lords in the Sujiang district had previously prayed for the reincarnation territory to migrate here, and their dreams have unexpectedly materialized. The reincarnation territory has indeed arrived, sweeping through all territories of the Azure Alliance in the Sujiang district. The Chun civilization is poised to dominate the Sujiang district. Chapter 73, Liangzhou City. The reincarnation territory lingered in the Sujiang district for merely half a day. After a brief respite, Su Yi utilized a 2-star territory relocation token to migrate to a new region. In this short span, the reincarnation territory successfully conquered the city of Sujiang, annihilating over 8,000 zombies, including 2 purple-named ones. The remaining zombies in the city are mostly confined within courtyards and houses. During this half-day, 4,000-strong squads from the reincarnation territory delivered devastating blows to the Azure Alliance in the Sujiang district, turning the tide in favor of the previously disadvantaged Qin civilization, which now holds absolute dominance. It is likely that by tomorrow, every territory of the Azure Alliance in the Sujiang district will be eradicated. Given this, the reincarnation territory departed the Sujiang district after just half a day, unwilling to squander time. With its current strength, conquering a county city requires no more than half a day, while a prefectural city necessitates a full day. As for the conquest of a state city, that remains uncertain. The reincarnation territory has yet to undertake such an endeavor, considering the quantity of state cities within the vast realm of the Great Xia. The probability of Su Yi using a 2-star territory relocation token to land in an area with a state city is relatively low, perhaps around 1%. Most randomly relocated districts contain at most a county city, and encounters with districts featuring prefectural cities are infrequent. Each migration of the reincarnation territory ignites the flames of victory for the Chun civilization across the surrounding regions. On the afternoon of the 26th day in the Great Xia world, the reincarnation territory randomly migrated to the Taining district. The reincarnation army struck from all directions while simultaneously laying siege to the county city of Taining. Soon after, Su Yi received promising news. In the central region of the Liangzhou district, north of Taining County, lies Liangzhou City, teeming with hundreds of thousands of zombies. With only 4 days remaining until the mission concludes, Su Yi had believed he would not encounter a state city. Yet, here it is, right next door. After a moment's hesitation, he dispatched scouts to map the Liangzhou district. Su Yi's hesitation stemmed primarily from the overwhelming number of zombies within a state city, and the potential for the Azure Alliance to disrupt his plans. Should over 100,000 zombies besiege the reincarnation territory, it could spell danger. Over the past 10 days, the reincarnation territory has conquered 2 prefectural cities, each time facing purple-named scouts sent by enemies to lure zombie hordes into attacking the reincarnation territory, as well as elite forces from the Azure Alliance launching surprise attacks. However, the reincarnation territory's strength proved formidable, allowing them to eliminate all incoming adversaries with minimal losses. With the assistance of the reincarnation territory, an increasing number of districts within the Great Xia world have been completely claimed by the Qin civilization. Nevertheless, a few districts have fallen under the control of the Azure Alliance, and even fewer, without the aid of the reincarnation territory, have seen the lords of the Chun civilization striving to vanquish the Azure Alliance on their own. In the remaining districts, the 2 factions continue their relentless struggle. Officials from the Qin kingdom have procured detailed intelligence for Su Yi, indicating that the Azure Alliance's territories rank among the top 1,000, even the top 100. In the Great Xia world, they have formed a Demon Slayer group, with the objective of obliterating the reincarnation territory. To achieve this end, members of the Demon Slayer group have willingly sacrificed rare recruitment scrolls, high-quality recruitment scrolls, and both rare and superior quality equipment. They have already launched 3 assaults against the reincarnation territory and show no signs of relinquishing their efforts. The reincarnation territory has also decimated territories belonging to members of the Demon Slayer group. Should they conquer Liangzhou City, the members of the Demon Slayer group will certainly seize this opportunity. The reincarnation territory boasts 10,000 subjects, all of whom have reached level 5. With over 9,500 being combat-oriented citizens, Su Yi still possesses a significant reserve of points and experience. If faced with an onslaught of over 100,000 zombies, he believes the reincarnation territory can withstand the assault. While losses may be substantial, it remains feasible to conquer Liangzhou City, potentially slaying golden-named zombies and acquiring legendary treasure chests in the process. To date, the World Chat channel has only reported 2 instances of 5-star zombies being slain, with the names of the territories concealed. These must be 2 fortunate individuals who unexpectedly encountered golden-named zombies. Su Yi, lacking such luck, must rely on strength to vanquish golden-named zombies and obtain legendary treasure chests. He hopes to uncover exceptional items within these chests. Not only does he yearn to slay golden-named zombies, but he also seeks to eliminate more zombies to enhance his mission evaluation. After 26 days in the Great Xia world, the reincarnation territory has dispatched over 400,000 zombies. This is a staggering figure. A typical zero-tier territory, including its lord, comprises only 50 individuals, each needing to slay 8,000 zombies to reach that number. Even if spread over 30 days, each would need to eliminate at least 266 zombies daily. A daunting task indeed. Sui believes his mission evaluation is poised to achieve an S rating, thereby earning a mythic treasure chest. The mythic treasure chest represents the pinnacle of quality obtainable by lords, especially those awarded for mission evaluations, which can yield 3 items of the same quality as the chest itself. This is in stark contrast to the treasure chests obtained from slaying zombies, which yield only 1 item, the quality of which remains uncertain, ranging from the highest to merely ordinary. Were he just an ordinary lord, Sui would already be immensely satisfied. Achieving an S evaluation, previously considered ordinary, would render him anything but ordinary henceforth. Speculations abound among the titans of 30-tier territories that there may exist evaluations surpassing S, and treasure chests of even higher quality beyond mythic. Sui feels confident in his capabilities and is determined to press forward, seeking higher evaluations and superior quality treasure chests. A single Liangzhou city cannot extinguish the reincarnation territory. On the morning of the 27th day since the arrival of new lords in the Great Xia world, Sui used a 1-star territory relocation token to move the reincarnation territory to the open land south of Liangzhou City. The distance between the reincarnation territory and Liangzhou City exceeds 800 meters. Sui did not hastily dispatch troops to besiege Liangzhou City. Instead, he first sent scouts to survey the vicinity of the reincarnation territory and the conditions of Liangzhou City. The forces of the reincarnation territory, under the command of Generals Li Jun and Sun Hao, commenced excavating pits and setting traps outside their domain, strategically placing caltrops. These caltrops were no longer rudimentary constructs made from hastily felled trees. Rather, they were meticulously crafted by the skilled carpenters of the reincarnation territory, sturdy, dependable, and razor-sharp. The residents handling them had to exercise caution, lest they suffer injuries. Scouts from the Azure Alliance reported their findings back to their lord, ultimately conveying intelligence regarding the reincarnation territory to the demon slayers. It was evident that the reincarnation territory was taking precautions against them. The lord of the reincarnation territory was aware, and so were the members of the demon slayers. Now, the question remained, whose strength would prevail? Would the undead army triumph? Or would the reincarnation territory withstand the onslaught? 17 purple-named scouts, under orders from their respective lords, surged into Liangzhou City, aiming to lure as many zombies as possible out of the city to attack the reincarnation territory. The Azure Alliance territories surrounding Liangzhou City also dispatched their residents, with over half of them being high-ranking blue-named citizens recruited from the Demon Slayers, elite recruitment scrolls. Should the zombie army of Liangzhou City fail to annihilate the reincarnation territory, the assembled elite coalition of the Azure Alliance would launch a final assault. If they could not eradicate the reincarnation territory, then those territories closest to it within the Azure Alliance would face obliteration. The lords of the Chun civilization in the Liangzhou region sought to send reinforcements to the reincarnation territory, but Sui declined their offer, suggesting they instead attack the Azure Alliance territories. As the commotion within Liangzhou City intensified, even the scouts from the reincarnation territory took notice and hurried back to report to Sui. Sui pondered how many zombies the enemy would manage to lure from Liangzhou City. The more zombies that were drawn out, the greater the pressure on the reincarnation territory. Yet Sui remained confident in its resilience. Subsequently, the siege of Liangzhou City would become considerably more manageable for the reincarnation territory. Liangzhou City, which once boasted a population of several 100,000 before the apocalypse, was fortified with 12 city gates. At the moment the apocalypse struck, it was likely daytime, and nearly all city gates in the Great Xia world were ajar. Thus, some zombies wandered out through the open gates, while others might have been lured away by animals. The numerous gates of Liangzhou City also facilitated the enemy's efforts to entice zombies outside. Of the 17 purple-named scouts, 9 perished within the confines of Liangzhou City, while the remaining 8 successfully lured countless zombies out through various gates. The eastern gate of Liangzhou City witnessed the most congestion, with tens of thousands of zombies emerging, possibly including a silver-named zombie leader among them. Even if other large clusters of zombies lacked a silver-named leader, there would surely be purple-named leaders present. Otherwise, it would be improbable for thousands of zombies to pursue a single living soul. Normally, it would be excessive for over 1,000 zombies to chase one person. With the traps and caltrops set around the reincarnation territory, Sui commanded Generals Li Jun and Sun Hao to lead the forces of the reincarnation territory in preparation for battle against the undead horde. Under their command, over 9,500 level 5 combat class residents stepped out of the territory, forming ranks around their domain. The reincarnation territory now boasted 2 silver-named residents. One was Lu Yingjia, a silver-named scout endowed with a 2-star command talent, for whom Sui had prepared a 3-star aptitude stone. The other was Du Zhan, a silver-named lumberjack recruited via an epic lumberjack recruitment scroll, who possessed an additional 1-star management talent and 1-star axe proficiency talent. Sui provided him with a 2-star aptitude stone, and fortune favored him, elevating his management talent to 2 stars. Naturally, Sui would not assign Dujan to fell trees. Instead, he would serve as an official to assist in managing the territory. In the first 3 assaults by the Demon Slayers against the Reincarnation territory, they had only managed to lure around 10,000 zombies each time. However, this time, the Reincarnation territory faced a significantly larger number, potentially exceeding 100,000 zombies. With 9,500 troops, they were set to confront an overwhelming horde. Fortunately, the combat class residents were all level 5, while the approaching zombies averaged below level 2. The enemy scouts endeavored to direct the mass of zombies to attack the Reincarnation territory from all sides, encircling it completely. Unfortunately, some scouts met untimely ends, falling victim to the very zombies they sought to manipulate. Nonetheless, the scouts ultimately achieved their objective, ensnaring over 100,000 zombies around the Reincarnation territory. A multitude of humans, limitless and boundless. 100,000, touching the heavens. The Reincarnation territory found itself enveloped by a sea of zombies, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the seasoned veterans of the Reincarnation territory. It was not fear per se, but rather the immense pressure exerted by such a vast horde of over 100,000 undead. As the foremost zombies approached the range of the archers, Li Jun and Sun Hao issued the command to fire. Nearly 4,000 archers from the Reincarnation territory unleashed their first volley of arrows. The archers did not require precise aim. Their arrows found their marks among the zombies, though they may not have struck vital points. Many zombies, despite being pierced by arrows, continued their relentless advance toward the Reincarnation territory. Nevertheless, the initial volley from the archers resulted in the downfall of over 1,000 zombies on the battlefield. Some of the zombies who were not immediately slain met their demise beneath the feet of their fellow undead, costing Sui valuable points and experience. As thousands of zombies fell, even more surged forward. The archers ceased their coordinated volleys, each now hastening to release arrows at the quickest pace possible. The trailing zombies, stepping atop the corpses of their fallen brethren, finally drew near to the Reincarnation territory, where they would encounter a series of traps and a final line of caltrops. Shield bearers, spear wielders, and sword and shield soldiers advanced. The shield bearers and sword and shield soldiers positioned themselves behind the caltrops, while the spear wielders thrust their weapons through the gaps. Zombies colliding with the caltrops, even if they did not perish, would be impaled by the spears or cleaved by the swords of the sword and shield soldiers. The archers at the rear continued to rain arrows down upon the horde until their arms could no longer draw their bows. In a distant part of the battlefield, a contingent of over 600 elite soldiers from the Azure Alliance gathered, commanded by 5 lords, 1 primary and 4 deputies. They watched in astonishment as the Reincarnation territory engaged in combat with the undead army. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying, the sight of over 100,000 zombies, an endless tide, being staunchly held at bay by the Reincarnation territory. Just how formidable was the Reincarnation territory to withstand such a powerful undead force? Was it truly merely a zero-tier territory? Why was the Reincarnation territory allowed to emerge in the Great Xia world? The zombie army must, without fail, obliterate the Reincarnation territory. Yet, as the 5 lords of the Azure Alliance observed, the size of the zombie horde gradually diminished, while the Reincarnation territory remained unyielding, never consumed by the legions of the undead. The Reincarnation territory stood as an indomitable fortress amidst the mass of zombies, unassailable and steadfast. Chapter 75. Enormous losses, enormous gains. Kill, kill, kill. Soldiers wounded by zombies plunged fearlessly into the horde, felling several more zombies before they themselves were overwhelmed and bitten to death by the encircling undead before they could even succumb to the transformation. Sui ensured that all residents were well fed, providing meals that balanced meat and vegetables, crafted by dedicated chefs, ensuring the quality remained high. As the Reincarnation territory continued to construct new residences, even ordinary white-named residents could now enjoy their own private rooms, which the residents regarded as a paradise. Through a series of initiatives, the loyalty of the residents of the Reincarnation territory steadily increased, with many willing to lay down their lives for Sui. Yet the overwhelming number of zombies, over 100,000, besieged the Reincarnation territory. While the Reincarnation territory held firm, it also incurred severe losses. Sui remained at the recruitment altar, continuously summoning new residents and swiftly leveling them up from level 0 to level 5. Newly arrived residents were quickly guided to the battlefield, ready to join the fray. Even some of the newly recruited subjects fell on the battlefield merely 10 minutes after their enlistment. In the face of such dire circumstances, even archers unable to draw their bows unsheathed their one-handed swords to fend off the encroaching zombies. Ultimately, the entire horde of zombies charging towards the Reincarnation territory was vanquished. However, several groups of zombies lingered nearby, undoubtedly led by a commanding zombie. Li Jun initially intended to direct the remaining soldiers with strength to charge forward and eradicate all the zombies, but Sui intervened. The zombies were stationary. Even if they attempted to flee, they would not venture far. A brief respite was necessary before continuing the extermination of these undead fiends. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and the inhabitants of the reincarnation territory, exhausted, had no time to clear the field. They retreated behind their defenses to rest. Some scouts, who had not participated in the battle, roamed both within and outside the territory, scouting for potential enemies. Over 100,000 zombies had been obliterated by the reincarnation territory. The 5 lords of the Azure Alliance, concealed within the nearby woods, remained silent. They exchanged glances, silently questioning each other about whether to lead the coalition in an assault against the reincarnation territory. Witnessing the reincarnation territory's annihilation of such a vast number of zombies instilled fear in the 5 lords. They anticipated heavy losses for the reincarnation territory. Yet the lord would accrue numerous points for slaying so many zombies, enabling continual recruitment of subjects. Their elite forces stood no chance of conquering the reincarnation territory. "Let us retreat," the commander finally spoke, and the other 4 vice commanders nodded in agreement. Not only did they decide to retreat, but the coalition was also disbanded, with each returning to their own domains. With only a little over 3 days remaining until the completion of their mission, they could only hope that the reincarnation territory would focus its efforts on conquering Liangzhou City and refrain from dispatching large forces to assault the surrounding lands of the Azure Alliance. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they might endure until the mission's conclusion. Unfortunately, without a territory migration order, they were unable to distance themselves from this perilous locale. Someone reported the battle's outcome in the Demon Slayer group, after which the group fell into silence. Over 100,000 zombies had been thwarted by a mere 0-tier territory. Forget it. Let it go. Such a formidable reincarnation territory had become insurmountable in the world of Great Xia. They hoped not to be assigned to the same mission world as the reincarnation territory next month. Soon, individuals began to exit the Demon Slayer group. 2 hours after the battle's conclusion, Li Jun reassembled 2,000-strong teams and led them to pursue the remnants of the zombie horde. Their primary target was the largest group, which still comprised over 3,000 zombies. Half an hour later, a voice resonated within Su Yi's mind. "Your subjects have slain a 4-star zombie, rewarding you with an epic treasure chest. An announcement will soon be made in the regional chat channel. Would you like to conceal the territory's name?" Conceal. In the next instant, a silver font system announcement appeared in the Liangzhou regional chat channel. "Congratulations to the unnamed territory for exterminating a 4-star zombie. Rewarded with an epic treasure chest." The lords of the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance in Liangzhou understood that this silver-named zombie had been dispatched by the reincarnation territory. Su Yi was dissatisfied with merely slaying one silver-named zombie. Despite the numerous zombies eliminated, not a single gold-named zombie had emerged. If a gold-named zombie existed within Liangzhou City, it would certainly not be a commanding zombie. Li Jun led the charge to eradicate as many zombies as possible that had fled Liangzhou City but abandoned their assault on the reincarnation territory. Only then could this grand battle be deemed conclusively over. Over 110,000 zombies had besieged the reincarnation territory. Yet the territory had not lost as many zombies as it had slain. Some injured zombies lay on the ground, trampled to death by others. Nevertheless, Su Yi garnered over 1,000,000 points and more than 120,000 experience. The reincarnation territory suffered a loss of over 5,000 subjects, which, to some extent, translated to 1 in every 2 subjects having perished in battle, had it not been for the high loyalty of the subjects. With the newly recruited subjects maintaining an 80 loyalty rating, the severely depleted reincarnation army could very well have collapsed under the zombie onslaught. Regardless, the reincarnation territory emerged victorious in this battle. Although it sustained significant losses, they were outweighed by the benefits. Su Yi's points swelled by nearly 500,000, and his experience increased by over 400,000. Furthermore, this battle considerably eased the difficulty of conquering Liangzhou City. Following the midday respite, the reincarnation territory resumed its assault on Liangzhou City. Given that over 110,000 zombies had already been exterminated within the city, Su Yi deployed 2,000-strong teams to target the surrounding territories of the Azure Alliance. Li Jun commanded 6 teams of 1,000 to besiege Liangzhou City. The reincarnation territory retained 2,000 defenders, yet fewer than 500 were from the civilian class. Should enemies approach, the scouts dispersed throughout could detect them early on, allowing for the recall of Li Jun's forces for support if needed. Su Yi sensed that the objective of conquering Liangzhou City would be unattainable by the afternoon, and even the following morning seemed bleak. He hoped to eliminate any potential gold-named zombies within Liangzhou City before the afternoon of the next day. Should they manage to eradicate the gold-named zombies in advance, the reincarnation territory would have effectively achieved its conquest of Liangzhou City ahead of schedule, while the mission remained ongoing. The reincarnation territory continued its migration to the next major region to assault the Azure Alliance territories. The Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance were locked in a relentless struggle. While peace could be maintained on Azure Star, conflicts were forbidden in the Lord's world, in the mission world. The Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance were fated to determine a victor unless the task's duration expired. The news of the reincarnation territory's obliteration of over 100,000 zombies swiftly circulated through the world chat channel. Lords across the Great Xia world were left astounded. A territory surviving an onslaught of over 100,000 zombies. How could a zero-tier territory be so extraordinarily resilient? What? The extraordinary territory is the reincarnation territory? The lords quickly accepted this revelation. They had long come to terms with the reincarnation territory's formidable power, and any further exaggeration of their capabilities was readily accepted. With the impending conclusion of the mission, the lords of the Azure Alliance hoped to never encounter the reincarnation territory again, while the lords of the Chun civilization wished to fight alongside the reincarnation territory in the next mission world. Chapter 76, The Final Day. As the second day approached noon, a voice suddenly echoed in Su Yi's mind, prompting a smile of joy to spread across his face. Your subjects have slain a 5-star zombie, rewarding you with a legendary treasure chest. An announcement will soon be made in the world chat channel. Would you like to conceal the territory's name? Conceal. In the next moment, a golden font system announcement appeared in the world chat channel. Congratulations to the unnamed territory for exterminating a 5-star zombie, rewarded with a legendary treasure chest. This marked the third legendary treasure chest to emerge in the world of Great Xia. The previous two were awarded to territories that had slain gold-named zombies, both of which concealed their names, leaving others guessing as to who had obtained the legendary treasure chest. However, for this third chest, lords unanimously believed it belonged to the lord of the reincarnation territory, currently besieging Liangzhou City. It was entirely reasonable for a territory capable of withstanding over 100,000 zombies to slay a gold-named zombie. The lords of the Qin civilization were envious, while some harbored jealousy. The lords of the Azure Alliance felt a mix of jealousy and hatred, wishing for nothing more than the reincarnation territory's downfall. Within the reincarnation territory, Su Yi summoned the system panel, opening the treasure chest page, where he beheld a resplendent golden legendary treasure chest, accompanied by 2 shimmering silver epic treasure chests, alongside a staggering 13 rare treasure chests and over 1,000 high-grade treasure chests. Su Yi had no intention of opening the legendary or epic treasure chests at this moment. He would refrain from opening the rare and high-grade treasure chests as well. He planned to wait until the mission concluded and he returned to the Lord's world, at which point he would elevate his territory to first tier before opening the chests. Treasure chests yielded equipment, and a zero-tier lord would only receive level 0 gear, while a first-tier lord would procure level 10 equipment. Clearly, as the tier of the territory increases, so too does the quality and performance of the equipment obtained. In the current circumstances of the reincarnation territory, there is no necessity to initiate the acquisition of new treasure chests. Su Yi summoned a scout to relay the command to Li Zhan, who was engaged in the conquest of Liangzhou City, to withdraw the troops. Having already slain a gold-named zombie, the primary objective of this endeavor can be deemed fulfilled, as the likelihood of encountering another gold-named zombie in Liangzhou City is minimal. Furthermore, the remaining zombies within the city are largely dispersed across various courtyards and residences, necessitating a considerable investment of time to eradicate them, which would only exacerbate the losses for the reincarnation territory. It is time to relocate the territory and proceed to eliminate some of the Azure Alliance's domains, while also assessing whether these regions' cities have been conquered. As time hastily passes, the 30th day since the arrival of the new lords in the Daxia world comes to a close, ushering in the 31st day. In reality, it is not truly the 31st day. The day the new lords arrived was at 8 a.m. in the Daxia world, with the task's conclusion set for 8 a.m. on the 31st day. Now, with less than 2 hours remaining until the task's end, the conflict between the Chun civilization faction and the Azure Alliance faction has also concluded, with all subjects residing within their territories. The lords await the completion of the task time, engaging in idle chatter within the group chat and communication channels. Su Yi summoned the system panel to review his accomplishments over the 30 days in the Daxia world. He first accessed the personal page. Name: Su Yi. Lifespan: 19. 100 years. Talent: unerring archery, 1 star. Level 5. Equipment: Level 0 metal light armor, 3 stars. Level 0 longsword, 3 stars. Points: 35, 183, 000. Experience: 44, 627. 000. If other zero-level lords were to learn of the points and experience at the bottom, they would likely be overwhelmed. With 35, 183, 000 points, one could recruit 35, 183 subjects. As the novice task concludes, returning to the Lord's world allows for the lavish procurement of level 10 equipment and materials to upgrade territorial structures. Of course, this would apply to other lords. For Su Yi, however, procuring level 10 ordinary quality equipment for his 10,000 subjects would necessitate a substantial expenditure of points. The larger the populace, the greater the points required for their sustenance. Thus, while 35, 183, 000 points may seem ample, they are woefully inadequate. Su Yi began contemplating the notion of purchasing fewer level 10 equipments, intending to assault the Azure Alliance's territory upon entering the task world and seizing level 10 gear for his subjects. with 44,627,000 experience points. Elevating subjects from level 5 to level 10 requires 400 experience points. Consequently, advancing 10,000 white-named subjects from level 5 to level 10 necessitates 4,000,000 experience points. The reincarnation territory, of course, does not consist solely of white-named subjects, but also harbors numerous blue-named, purple-named, and silver-named subjects, each requiring more experience for advancement. The prospect of recruiting new subjects in the future raises concerns, as there may not be enough experience available for their elevation. Newly recruited white-named subjects require a total of 550 experience points to progress from level 0 to level 10. Reflecting upon the impending elevation of his territory to the first tier, Su-Yi sighed and closed the personal page, subsequently opening the territory page. Reincarnation territory. Lord, Su-Yi. Affiliation, Chun Civilization. Tier, 0 tier. Area, 5,000, 100 square meters. Population, 1,000, 150, 1,000 individuals. Buildings, 0 tier Lord S Mansion, 0 tier Recruitment Altar, 0 tier City Walls. 0 tier Market, 0 tier Medical Center, 3 stars. 0 tier Advanced Courtyards, 2 stars. 0 tier Blacksmith Workshop, 2 stars. 400 0 tier Basic Residences, 1 star. 50 0 tier Intermediate Residences, 1 star. 2 0 tier Advanced Residences, 1 star. 50 0 tier Farms, 1 star. Affiliates, Minor World 0 tier. Currently, the reincarnation territory boasts only one rare quality building, the Medical Center, which accelerates the recovery of injured individuals. In the Daxia world, white-named subjects injured in battle lack the opportunity to receive treatment at the Medical Center. Su-Yi continues to reside in the 2-star Advanced Courtyard. The abundance of residences ensures that each subject possesses a room, while silver-named and purple-named subjects each have their own set of accommodations. Numerous farms have also been established, currently providing short growth cycle vegetables for the territory. Among the 10,000 subjects, 531 are combat professionals, while 469 belong to the livelihood professions, all having reached level 5. Among them are 2 silver-named subjects, 12 purple-named subjects, and 837 blue-named subjects. Should a blue-named subject contract the zombie virus due to injury, Su-Yi is willing to expend 200 points to purchase an antidote for treatment. With only 12 purple-named subjects, more could have been achieved. For instance, granting the 3-star quality stones to blue-named subjects would enable their ascension to purple status. However, Su-Yi opted to bestow the 3-star quality stones upon the purple-named subjects to enhance their commanding talents. Presently, the reincarnation territory boasts 3 generals endowed with 3-star commanding talents: the silver-named scout Lu Yingjia, the purple-named sword and shield soldier Li Zhan, and the purple-named archer Sun Hao. No officials with 3-star management talents yet exist, although the silver-named lumberjack Du Zhan possesses a 2-star management talent that could be enhanced with 3-star quality stones. Nevertheless, Su-Yi currently lacks any 3-star quality stones, and given the limited number of livelihood professionals in the reincarnation territory, there is no pressing need for officials with 3-star management talents. Should there be a power ranking of 0-tier territories in the Lord's world, the reincarnation territory would undoubtedly secure the top position, its might far surpassing that of the second-ranked territory. Su-Yi perceives the reincarnation territory as excessively formidable, necessitating the utmost discretion in concealing the territories and his own information, lest outsiders become aware. If the Azure Alliance were to learn of this, while he could conceal himself within the Lord's world, his family would be at risk. Su-Yi then accessed the treasure chest page, noting 1 legendary chest, 2 epic chests, 18 rare chests, and 726 advanced chests, all awaiting the elevation of the territory to the first tier before being opened. This storage box also contains numerous items, including talents for lords that Su-Yi himself cannot utilize, the migration orders obtained from the chests, and a shipbuilding workshop that is not presently needed for the territory. Among others, Chapter 77, S rating, Mythical Treasure Chest, 0758, 0759, 0800. As the clock struck 8, all territories across the Daxia world were enveloped once more by a translucent, invincible shield. 3 seconds later, all territories vanished from the Daxia world as if they had never existed. The territories that disappeared from the Daxia world reappeared in the boundless expanse of the Lord's world. Within the Lord's space, there is neither sun, moon, nor stars. Each territory resembles a star in this realm, a sky filled with stars. As the lords returned from the task world, the system panel materialized before them, revealing a task settlement page. Su-Yi gazed at the information displayed on his system panel. Task settlement. Survived for 30 days, earning an E rating. Eliminated 736, 185 zombies, elevating the rating to S. Acquired 26 territory experience, rewarded with a mythical treasure chest. Having vanquished over 730,000 zombies, yet only attaining an S rating raises the question: must one slay over 1 million zombies to achieve a higher rating? The brevity of the Daxia world's task duration, limited to merely 30 days, renders it implausible for the reincarnation territory to eliminate an additional 200,000 zombies. An ordinary zero-tier territory, with the Lord included, comprises only 50 individuals. To slay 1 million zombies within 30 days, each person would need to eliminate 666 zombies daily. Even for a target of 100,000, each individual would still need to dispatch 66 zombies daily. Killing 100,000 zombies might yield an A rating, rewarding a legendary treasure chest. Although the Daxia world is exceedingly harsh as a zombie apocalypse setting, without the strife between factions, it would be relatively straightforward for new lords to survive the 30 days and complete the task, while achieving the minimum rating is uncomplicated. The difficulty of attaining a higher rating increases substantially. In the realm of the Great Xia, achieving an A rating is no small feat, let alone an S rating. Yet, Su-yi has managed to attain the latter, even daring to challenge the possibility of a higher evaluation. Although he did not succeed in garnering a superior rating this time, he remains resolute to make another attempt in his next endeavor. As for the experience points associated with territorial evaluations, an E rating yields 1 point. A D rating offers 11 points. A C rating grants 12 points. A B rating provides 14 points. An A rating awards 18 points. And an S rating bestows a generous 26 points. Ascending from 0 tier to 1st tier requires merely 1 experience point. From 1st tier to 2nd tier necessitates 4 points. And each subsequent tier increase demands 5 points. The elevation of territory tier relies solely on experience points, devoid of any other requirements. Even if a lord consistently receives E ratings, it remains conceivable for their territory to ascend to the 30th tier. However, no such territory has yet emerged within the current world of lords. As Su-yi pondered these matters, the reincarnation territory, having accrued 26 experience points, automatically advanced from 0 tier to 1st tier, consequently altering its characteristics. The external area of the territory, previously limited to 5,000 square meters at 0 tier, has now doubled to 10,000 square meters upon reaching 1st tier. The Lord's Mansion, Recruitment Altar, and City Walls, the 3 principal structures of the territory, similarly underwent transformation. The alteration to the Recruitment Altar was minimal, nearly imperceptible to the casual observer. In contrast, the changes to the Lord's Mansion and City Walls were significant. The area of the Lord's Mansion expanded to 100 square meters, maintaining a consistent ratio of 1% of the external territory size. As the territory ascends, its area increases. And likewise, the Lord's Mansion evolves into a more magnificent structure. Presently, the 100 square meters occupied by the Lord's Mansion lacks grandeur, prompting Su-yi to temporarily reside in a 2-star superior courtyard. The 0-tier city walls, initially mere wooden palisades, have transformed into robust wooden panel walls at the 1st tier. Arrows shot by level 10 white-named archers are rendered ineffective against these sturdy wooden barriers. Changes within the territory's external space are mirrored in its internal space. With the territory's elevation to the 1st tier, the bound miniature world also ascends accordingly. The land area of this newly elevated world does not experience an immediate surge, but rather increases by 1 square kilometer daily, signifying a continuous expansion. This growth occurs regardless of whether one is in the Lord's world or the task world. By tomorrow at this time, the land area of the miniature world will reach 2 square kilometers, coinciding with the external territory's area of 10,000 square meters, thus establishing a population cap of 2,100 individuals. With each passing day, the maximum population of the reincarnation territory will rise by 10,000. Su-yi realizes that recruiting subjects to reach the territory's population limit will soon become an arduous task. Upon the miniature world achieving the 1st tier, an additional spatial gate has been established, facilitating easier access for the inhabitants. Following the completion of the territory's elevation, there remains an hour of complementary time to relocate territorial structures, which can be utilized at any moment, though this time cannot be divided. Su-yi does not feel an urgent need to move any structures at present. Having spent 30 days in the Great Xia world, 15 days have elapsed in the Blue Star. The time in the Great Xia world does not synchronize with that of the Blue Star. When a lord completes tasks in the task world and returns, it has been 15 days in the Blue Star, and a new task will commence on the 1st of the following month. Only lords who fail their tasks return to the Blue Star prematurely. After such a prolonged separation from his family, Su-yi finds himself yearning for them. Setting aside other matters, he decides it is time to return home. After informing his officers and officials, he silently intones, "Return." Su-yi's figure vanishes from the territory. On the Blue Star, in the living room of Su-yi's home, his father Su-chingda, mother Guqin, elder brother Su-en, and younger sister Su-yi each hold a mobile phone, engrossed in their screens as they await Su-yi's return. The spot on the sofa where Su-yi sat has been intentionally left vacant. His family is aware that Su-yi has likely enjoyed good fortune in completing his novice tasks. However, Su-chingda, Guqin, and Su-en, having previously held the title of Lord, are uncertain about the extent of Su Yi's journey along the path of lordship. Nonetheless, they are delighted by his success in completing the novice tasks. Their gazes, fixed on their phones, suddenly flicker towards the empty sofa as Su Yi's figure materializes before them. Dressed as he was a fortnight prior, in short sleeves and shorts. I'm back. Big brother, you're finally home. Xiaoya has missed you so much. Tell me, what was your first task world like? The now 15-year-old Su Yi squeezes beside Su Yi, tugging at his arm with eager curiosity. Su Qingde, Guiqin, and Suan also share an interest in Su Yi's novice task world. The inhabitants of the Blue Star, whether former lords, current lords, or those who may one day ascend to that title, remain perpetually captivated by the world of lords throughout their lives. Though lords cannot transfer their extraordinary powers to the outer world, the influence of the inner world of lords profoundly impacts the entirety of the Blue Star. Observing the curiosity of his family, Su Yi proceeds to share a brief account of the Great Xia world. In this narrative spanning 30 days, he portrays himself merely as a fortuitous ordinary lord of the Chun civilization, while the powerful reincarnation lord occupies a more substantial portion of the tale. His family is left in awe, astonished to discover such an extraordinary new lord emerging from the Chun civilization, utterly unanticipated to be Su Yi himself. Chapter 78, Song Jixia. Su Yi departed precisely at noon on January 1st. His return occurs around noon on January 16th, slightly later, as he lingered in the Lord's world to elevate his territory to the first tier before heading home. Su Yi regales his family with stories for over an hour. The formidable nature of the reincarnation lord piquing their curiosity to the extent that they momentarily forget to inquire if he wishes to have lunch. Only after Su Yi concludes his storytelling does his mother remember this matter. I'm not hungry. I had breakfast 3 hours ago. I'll wait for the grand feast you prepare for dinner. The culinary skills of the purple-named chef Hu Ling may surpass Guiqin's. Yet the dishes crafted by Guiqin resonate with a profound sense of home. After sharing so many tales, Su Yi feels somewhat fatigued, and the family of 5 continues engrossed in their phones. As the lords return from their tasks, intriguing stories abound, especially those concerning the reincarnation lord, which rapidly spread and garnered the attention of various national authorities. The government of the AI nation even publicly invited the reincarnation lord to immigrate, promising the best treatment available. Su Yi remains indifferent to these developments and instead opens the instant messaging application WeChat to check who had sought him out over the past fortnight and to respond to their messages. Upon entering WeChat, he notices 3 pinned conversations, one with his family group, another with his graduation class group, and the last with his best friend, Song Jixia, who lives in the adjacent building. The two have been inseparable since childhood, having attended kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together, often commuting to and from school side by side, save for instances when they were not in the same class. Before awakening his past life memories, Su Yi harbored a crush on the charming and cheerful Song Jixia during his adolescence, though he lacked the courage to confess. After the awakening of his former memories, a more mature Su Yi found the courage to express his feelings to her. Yet, with the notion of carrying the weight of an older soul, he felt it peculiar to confess to someone so much younger. Now, having become a lord, he realizes that most of his time will be devoted to the conquests across myriad worlds, leaving him with only 15 days each month to spend on the Blue Star. Lords are unable to bear offspring in the Lord's world or during tasks, and can only do so on the Blue Star. The emergence of the miniature world propels Su Yi forward on his path of lordship. However, all of Su Yi's family reside on the Azure Star, and it is likely that in the future, he will also marry and have children there. In Su Yi's heart, Song Jixia is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for a wife. Over the next fortnight, he plans to find the right moment to confess his feelings to her. Upon receiving a message from Song Jixia, Su Yi made his decision. On the 3rd day of entering the task world, Song Jixia returned to Azure Star. Clearly, she had failed her task and lost her lordship. Although Su Yi had not yet returned, Song Jixia sent him messages daily. She bore little sorrow over her failure in the novice task. After all, Su Yi's lordly abilities were average, and hers were even less impressive. Thus, she did not believe she could make significant strides on the path of a lord. Song Jixia had resolved to strive for admission to a prestigious university. Despite her lack of lordly prowess, her academic performance was commendable, making her acceptance into a good university quite feasible. I'm back. I was just chatting with my family. Su Yi texted after reviewing Song Jixia's messages. She was likely occupied with her phone, as she replied swiftly. Just returned today. It seems Su's classmate has completed the novice task. Congratulations. I wish you well on your journey to becoming a great lord. Su Yi expressed his gratitude for her kind words. Their conversation continued for quite some time, during which Song Jixia shared her recent endeavors, primarily focused on acquiring knowledge for her university entrance exams. Su Yi also recounted some stories from the Great Xia world. He understood that while Song Jixia might not be too disheartened by her failure, she must have felt considerable disappointment. For nearly every human on Azure Star aspired to become a great lord. Eventually, they agreed to go out together when time permitted, concluding their chat. As Su Yi glanced at the class group chat, it was abuzz with activity. Out of a class of over 40, Only 11, including himself, had successfully completed the novice task, yielding an approximate 1 in 4 chance. Many classmates with superior lordly abilities had been eliminated by the Azure Alliance lords due to bad luck. The fierce conflict between the Chun Civilization faction and the Azure Alliance had substantially diminished the probability of novice lords completing their tasks. In Chen's territory, new lords still had a 1 in 4 chance of success, but in other nations, the odds were even lower. This year, the likelihood of novice lords completing their tasks on Azure Star was merely 1 in 5. Before the fierce battles between the Chun Civilization faction and the Azure Alliance divided humanity on Azure Star, the chances of succeeding in novice tasks were significantly higher. In the Great Xia world where Su Yi's novice task took place, 100,000 lords initially descended, but by the end, fewer than 20,000 remained, including approximately 80,000 from the Chun Civilization. The completion rate for novice tasks among Chun Civilization lords in the Great Xia world reached an impressive 40%. The cycle of reincarnation contributed immensely to this outcome. The mortality rate among lords during novice tasks was exceedingly high, but the subsequent tasks would be significantly more manageable. Capable lords would prepare their teleportation orders, allowing them to relocate their territories even when surrounded by enemies. By banding together, lords could prevent the annihilation of their domains. After Su Yi announced his completion of the novice task in the class chat, he accepted his classmates' congratulations and soon faded from the conversation. It was time to return to his territory, which had just leveled up, and there were numerous matters to attend to. I'm heading back to my territory. I'll return before dinner, he informed his family before retreating to his bedroom, swiftly transitioning back to his realm in the Lord's world. Upon returning to his territory, the first order of business was to rearrange the positions of the buildings while also considering the placement of 2 spatial gates. Su Yi decided to position one spatial gate near the eastern gate of the territory and the other near the western gate. Initially, he contemplated placing one gate close to the recruitment altar, but realized that it would be more practical to activate the personal spatial gate after recruiting citizens. He planned to relocate the arrow towers to the 4 corners of the territory, with new ones to be constructed later. Eventually, there would be 12 arrow towers in total, with the territorial advantages making their deployment unlikely. Each arrow tower occupied only 16 square meters, totaling less than 200 square meters for 12, serving more as decoration for the reincarnation territory. To conceal the internal space from the outside world, the territory's structures must be visible externally. Although Su Yi primarily aimed to position high-quality buildings in the external space, such as a 3-star medical clinic, a 2-star blacksmith workshop, and a 2-star advanced courtyard. After moving the external buildings, he then adjusted the internal structures, ensuring that different types were neatly organized within distinct areas. The 2 spatial gates in the internal space were placed one at the center of the small world and the other at the center of the residential area. Chapter 79, Divine Execution Crossbow, Proof of Lordship. Name, Su Yi. Lifespan, 19. 110 years. Talent, Unerring Archery, 1 star. Level 10. Equipment. Level 0 Metal Light Armor, 3 stars. Level 0 Longsword, 3 stars. Points, 35, 183, 000. Experience, 44, 623, 000. After rearranging the buildings, Su Yi elevated his level to 10, which increased his lifespan from 100 to 110 years. Prior to reaching level 100, for every 10 levels gained, his lifespan would extend by 10 years. This applied to both lords and citizens. Su Yi had only spent 30 days in the Great Xia world. In the upcoming task world, he might reside for months or even years. By the time he returned to the Lord's world after completing the task, only 15 days would have passed on Azure Star. Having completed his leveling, it was now time to open the treasure chests. He had 1 mythic chest, 1 legendary chest, 2 epic chests, 18 rare chests, and 1,726 advanced chests. He began with the lower quality chests to accumulate some luck. Su Yi swiftly opened each advanced chest, yielding various high-level citizen recruitment scrolls, an array of level 10 high-quality equipment, and numerous 1-star and 2-star buildings. Among the treasures were also 2 lordly talents, both rather ordinary, likely fetching little in the market. After exhausting the advanced chests, he proceeded to the rare chests. Rapidly, he opened all 18 rare chests, garnering his most coveted items: a rare citizen recruitment scroll and a 3-star qualification stone, along with a rare farmer recruitment scroll. With 4 chests remaining, Su Yi steadied his emotions and opened the 2 epic chests in succession. A basic residential building, 2 stars, 3-star talent, rapid growth. The rapid growth talent would accelerate the growth of animals within the territory, while a similar talent would expedite the growth of plants. The 3-star quality offered some value. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi turned his attention to the lone legendary chest and clicked to open it. 4-star talent stone, though it was not a legendary quality item. The acquisition of a 4-star talent stone left Su Yi exceedingly satisfied. Finally, he approached the mythic chest, a reward for task evaluation, certain to yield 3 mythic quality items. He opened it. Level 10 Divine Execution Crossbow, 6 stars. Mythic Citizen Recruitment Scroll, Proof of Lordship, Upon witnessing the 3 items unveiled from the mythic chest, Suyi's heart surged with excitement. The mythic quality Divine Execution crossbow, at level 10, possessed capabilities equivalent to a level 20 legendary crossbow, a level 30 epic crossbow, a level 40 rare crossbow, a level 50 advanced crossbow, and a level 60 ordinary crossbow. This formidable weapon could easily pierce the walls of a first-tier territory and slay enemies from a distance of 1,000 meters. Most importantly, mythic quality equipment possesses growth potential. For instance, by amalgamating materials of mythic quality suitable for the God-slaying crossbow, at level 20, the crossbow can be upgraded to level 20. However, it is imperative that only archers or crossbowmen of at least level 20 can fully harness the formidable power of the level 20 God-slaying crossbow. While a level 10 crossbowman can wield the level 20 God-slaying crossbow, the damage they inflict may be less than that of a level 10 crossbow. Su-yi has already conceived a plan to utilize the mythic citizen recruitment scroll to enlist a red-named crossbowman. With a red-named crossbowman and the God-slaying crossbow, the reincarnation territory will soon boast the most formidable sniper in the forthcoming task world. As the reincarnation army engages in battle, they can directly use the God-slaying crossbow to eliminate enemy commanders, thereby facilitating the army's victory over adversaries with greater ease. The final, proof of lordship, has also brought great astonishment to Su-yi. This proof allows any human from the Azure Star who has reached the age of 18 to reclaim their status as a lord and enter the novice task world alongside the new lords on January 1st each year. It appears that there are numerous reborn elites in the Great Xia world who have utilized the proof of lordship, and some have even had their territories obliterated by the reincarnation territory. It remains uncertain whether they possess new proofs of lordship to use. Su-yi's father, mother, brother, and Song Jixiao have all lost their lordly identities, but now they can utilize the proof of lordship to once again become lords come next January 1st. However, Su-yi senses that neither his family nor Song Jixiao are suited to wield the proof of lordship. Most importantly, Su-yi has concealed his identity as the Lord of Reincarnation from his family. Suddenly presenting them with such a precious proof of lordship would necessitate an explanation. It is not merely a concern over his family inadvertently revealing the secret, but rather that discussing such matters would incite worry among them, disrupting their previously stable lives. Furthermore, Su-yi requires substantial points to develop his territory and aspires to acquire a royal talent, which he might be able to trade for using the proof of lordship. While Su-yi can obtain a single proof of lordship, he can acquire more in the future, and his family must wait until next January 1st to use theirs, as the first month of this year has not yet elapsed. Additionally, given his family's capabilities as lords, Su-yi suspects that they would merely face elimination in the novice task world, just as reborn elites might. After contemplating this, Su-yi resolves to attempt trading the proof of lordship for a royal talent. The proof of lordship can only be obtained from mythic treasure chests, and the probability of acquiring a rare royal talent from such chests is exceedingly low. However, higher-tier chests may yield a royal talent. Su-yi even perceives that a single proof of lordship holds greater value than a 1-star royal talent. Among the various lordly talents, there are others that rival the royal talent in merit, such as the Haodu talent that increases territory size, and the Tianming talent that enhances luck. With these thoughts in mind, Su-yi promptly opens the world chat channel to announce his trading intentions. Reincarnation Lord, I possess a proof of lordship and wish to trade it for a royal talent, exclusively with lords of the Chun civilization. If interested, please respond in the world chat channel. No friend requests, please. Su-yi soon notices that his appearance in the world chat has stirred a considerable commotion. Unbeknownst to him, the unusual prowess of the reincarnation territory, as relayed by lords returning from the Great Xia world, has swiftly captured the attention of officials across the Azure Star, alongside a multitude of lords. In truth, those who returned early from the Great Xia world have already disseminated information regarding the reincarnation territory, causing it to circulate in a limited capacity throughout the Azure Star, prompting officials to take notice. By the time today's returning lords complete their tasks, the news will have spread through the lordly realm, a zero-tier territory that has recruited over 8,000 citizens. Anyone hearing this would think it impossible, utterly inconceivable. Yet, so many lords in the Great Xia world are aware of the reincarnation territory's exploits, having even witnessed them firsthand. The veracity of the matter implies the reincarnation territory's distinctiveness. Perhaps the initial lordly talent of the reincarnation lord exceeds the quality of 6-star mythic. Should the reincarnation territory be nurtured, it could potentially achieve the ultimate task. During this time, numerous nations are intensifying their efforts to track down the reincarnation lord. The currently known information indicates that the reincarnation lord is from the Chun nation, but the true name and appearance of the territory remain uncertain. If the reincarnation lord can maintain their anonymity, the Chun nation's officials would be elated, as the reincarnation lord fights for the Chun civilization. As for the Azure Alliance, their conflict with the Chun civilization over the reincarnation lord has not ceased. Chapter 80, 6-star royal talent. The world chat channel rapidly fills with a plethora of information related to the reincarnation lord. Some seek to add friends, Others invite immigration or propose joining alliances, guilds. Among them, one individual continuously posts the same message, capturing Su Yi's attention. Tianxian Territories, Yijinghuan. The Tianxian Territory is a Tier 29 territory, currently capable of being upgraded to Tier 30. More significantly, Yijinghuan holds the position of the current leader of the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance ranks first on the Alliance power rankings. As the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Yijinghuan's status is evidently elevated. The reason why the leader of the Heavenly Alliance isn't a powerful figure from a Tier 30 territory relates to the ultimate task, which remains distant from Su Yi. Reincarnation Lord, I am the leader of the Heavenly Alliance and wish to trade the proof of lordship with you. Please join the group chat for further discussion. Naturally, Su Yi accepts the invitation from the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, as it merely involves joining a group chat rather than adding a friend, thus safeguarding his identity. Were he to add a friend, just his real name could be swiftly traced back to him by the Chun Nation's officials among this year's new lords. Su Yi, under the guise of the Reincarnation Lord, smoothly joins the previously singular Tianxian Reincarnation Group, chat hosted by Yijinghuan. Reincarnation Lord, greetings, esteemed one. Are you indeed willing to trade a royal talent for my proof of lordship? Tianxian Territories, Yijinghuan. Indeed. I am prepared to exchange a royal talent for your proof of lordship. Additionally, I have a query. Does your territory's ability to accommodate such a multitude of citizens relate to your lordly talent? Reincarnation Lord, it does not pertain to lordly talent. My initial lordly talent is 1-star never miss, allowing me to recruit additional citizens, thus making the royal talent most suitable for me. Tianxian Territories, Yijinghuan. Are you aware of what constitutes a quality beyond 6-star mythic? Reincarnation Lord, I am not. In a sprawling territory spanning an impressive 42 square kilometers, Yijinghuan felt a wave of disappointment upon reading the Reincarnation Lord's reply. All lords of Tier 30 territories, or those nearing Tier 30, are striving to complete the ultimate task, yet none have succeeded. An increasing number of lords are pinning their hopes on qualities beyond 6-star mythic, but none have materialized. Yijinghuan presumed that the Reincarnation Lord possessed a lordly talent of 6-star mythic quality or higher. Yet, the Reincarnation Lord claimed ignorance. Yijinghuan sensed that the Reincarnation Lord did not appear to be lying. Yijinghuan contemplated inquiring further regarding how the Reincarnation Lord managed to recruit such a vast number of citizens, but ultimately refrained, thinking that if the other party was willing to share, they would do so. Tianxian Territories, Yijinghuan. Search for Tianxian Territories, Yijinghuan in the market. I shall trade you a 1-star royal talent along with 5 talent stones as a token of gratitude for your assistance to so many lords of the Chun civilization within the Great Xia world. Upon encountering Yijinghuan's message, Su Yi immediately navigates to the market page to search for Tianxian Territories Yijinghuan, discovering that Yijinghuan has specified 6 items for trade. A 1-star royal talent for the proof of lordship. The 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star talent stones could all be acquired for a mere 1 point each. Without hesitation, Su Yi swiftly traded for all 6 items. Initially, he had only aspired to obtain the Royal Path talent, but unexpectedly, he also acquired a set of 5 talent stones, enabling him to elevate the Royal Path talent to 6 stars. Su Yi speculated that there might be 3 reasons for this fortunate outcome. The first being that the value of the 1-star Royal Path talent was lower than that of the Lord S certificate, thus compensating for some of the price difference. The second, his assistance to numerous lords of the Chun civilization in the Great Xia world. And the third, the potential investment from Yijinghuan and the official Qin kingdom. The Reincarnation Lord expressed gratitude for the talent stones, vowing to assist more compatriots in future task worlds. As long as he had the capability, Yijinghuan of the Tianxian territory encouraged him, suggesting he might be the first lord to complete the ultimate task. After concluding the transaction with Yijinghuan, Su Yi chose not to exit the group chat, leaving the door open for future exchanges. He immediately utilized the acquired Royal Path talent. Would you like to replace the 1-star Royal Path with the 1-star Unerring Arrow? Yes. Replacement complete. With the change in his Lord talent, Su Yi felt no discernible difference. Upon opening his personal page, he noted that the talent section now displayed Royal Path, 1-star. The 1-star Royal Path talent doubled the probability of recruiting high-quality subjects. Initially, the chance of recruiting blue-named subjects was merely 1. This was now elevated to 2. Su Yi then took out the 5 talent stones he had obtained through trading to enhance his Lord talent. Royal Path, 1-star to 6 stars. The 6-star Royal Path talent increased the probability of recruiting high-quality subjects by 32 times. Consequently, the chance of recruiting blue-named subjects rose to 33. This implied that for every 3 subjects recruited, 1 would likely be blue-named. The probability of recruiting purple-named subjects, which was originally 1 in 10,000, had now increased to 1 in 33,000. Henceforth, with every 10,000 subjects recruited, the Reincarnation Lord could expect 300 blue-named subjects, 33 purple-named subjects, and roughly a 1/3 chance of acquiring silver-named subjects. What would be the multiplier for recruiting high-quality subjects if they exceeded 6 stars? According to Su Yi's understanding, The esteemed figures preferred to utilize the vast earth talent whenever feasible to expand territorial area and increase population limits. High-quality subjects could also be recruited through treasure chests, and aptitude stones could enhance the quality of subjects. In battle, lower-quality subjects faced a greater risk of death, whereas high-quality subjects had a reduced likelihood of perishing. Over time, the territories of the esteemed figures might not even retain a single white-named subject. For instance, in Yi Jinghuan's Tianxian territory, which had already reached the 29th tier, the average area of a normal 29th tier territory was merely 10 square kilometers, with a population cap of 100,000. However, under the boost of a 6-star vast earth talent, the territory's area soared to 42 square kilometers, and its population limit expanded to 420,000. Sui's small world, however, surpassed even the 6-star vast earth talent, thus making the royal path talent even more essential for him. With the 6-star royal path talent, Sui could now be considered a red-named or mythical lord. The enhancement of subject quality required more experience for upgrades, and similarly, the elevation of lord quality also demanded a greater amount of experience. Fortunately, the experience required for territory level-ups remained unchanged. Additionally, Sui had already elevated his level to 10 ahead of time, saving a considerable amount of experience. A white-named lord would need 400 experience to ascend from level 5 to level 10, while a red-named lord required 800 experience, an increase of 32 times. The experience saved was sufficient for 31 white-named subjects to ascend from level 5 to level 10. While having more high-quality subjects was beneficial, the experience required for upgrades became a staggering figure. Although the small world was advantageous, Sui needed to be cautious when recruiting subjects, ensuring that there was enough experience available for their upgrades. Chapter 81. The mythical crossbowman Zhong Yuanqing. With the lord talent successfully swapped, Sui had much more to accomplish. First, he needed to recruit subjects and then upgrade them. After opening numerous treasure chests, he had amassed a total of 237 various high-level subject recruitment scrolls, including 95 scrolls that allowed for the free selection of professions. Sui first utilized the 142 scrolls that did not allow for profession selection, thereby adding 142 blue-named subjects of various professions to the reincarnation territory. He also used a rare farmer recruitment scroll to summon a purple-named farmer. He was left with 1 mythical subject recruitment scroll, 1 rare subject recruitment scroll, and 95 high-level subject recruitment scrolls. The subject to be recruited using the mythical subject recruitment scroll was already determined, a red-named crossbowman. Before recruiting the red-named crossbowman, Sui decided to construct a mid-level courtyard using timber within his small world. However, he realized that there was no immediate need to build a new mid-level courtyard, as there was already one available in his small world, in addition to another unused mid-level courtyard, and even one obtained from the treasure chests, all of which were of 1 star. Thus, he allocated the unused mid-level courtyard in his small world to the soon-to-be-recruited red-named crossbowman. Sui resided in a high-level courtyard. Despite the elevated status of the red-named crossbowman, he would still rank below the lord. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether he could recruit subjects of higher quality than mythical in the future. A mid-level courtyard covered an area of 400 square meters and contained several rooms. Following the treatment afforded to high-quality subjects by other lords, Sui planned to provide the red-named crossbowman with a chef, attendants, a groom, and a steed. For the time being, he could allocate 1 chef, 2 attendants, and 1 groom, along with a warhorse. Sui intended to use the high-level subject recruitment scrolls to recruit the chef and attendants. In fact, he planned to utilize all 95 high-level subject recruitment scrolls to recruit subjects for everyday occupations. When recruiting subjects using points, the focus would primarily be on combat-oriented subjects, with a 1/3 chance of acquiring blue-named subjects, ensuring that the territory would be well-stocked with blue-named combat subjects in the future. Sui even contemplated adding 2 blue-named maids for himself. Typically, blue-named maids tended to be more aesthetically pleasing than white-named maids, and Sui preferred having attractive maids to attend to him. Given the limitations, Sui was reluctant to use the rare subject recruitment scroll to recruit a purple-named maid. Not that he was particularly lecherous. The combat-oriented subjects he recruited would be dedicated to battle and not specifically sought after for their gender, as they would fight during the day and serve the lord at night. Therefore, Sui opted to use the mythical subject recruitment scroll to directly recruit a red-named male crossbowman. As the recruitment altar illuminated, a strikingly handsome male crossbowman with sharp eyes emerged. The red-named crossbowman Zhong Yuanqing approached Sui, knelt on one knee, and respectfully stated, "Yuanqing pays homage to the lord." Sui promptly assisted Zhong Yuanqing to his feet, welcoming him to the territory and presenting him with a magnificent and formidable crossbow, saying, "From now on, you shall wield this divine crossbow." Zhong Yuanqing momentarily hesitated as he gazed at the divine crossbow before accepting it with both hands, treating it with the reverence one would show to a beloved. "Yuanqing, I will arrange for 2 attendants to serve you. Do you prefer male or female attendants?" he inquired. Female attendants," Zhong Yuanqing replied. Su Yi then utilized 3 high-level subject recruitment scrolls to summon 2 blue-named maids and 1 blue-named chef. And he also spent 100 points to recruit a white-named groom. The 4 individuals approached Su Yi and bowed in greeting. He informed them that they would serve Zhong Yuanqing, and they bowed to him in acknowledgement. Su Yi waved his hand, opening a spatial door, and personally led Zhong Yuanqing to his residence. As they walked, Su Yi engaged in conversation with Zhong Yuanqing while simultaneously reviewing his personal information. Name: Zhong Yuanqing, red name. Age: 24. Occupation: crossbowman. Level 0. Talents: archery, 6 stars. Command: 4 stars. Swordsmanship: 3 stars. Management: 3 stars. Horsemanship: 2 stars. Equipment: Level 0 crossbow, 1 star. Level 0 one-handed sword, 1 star. Level 0 leather armor, 1 star. 20 Level 0 arrows, 1 star. Loyalty: 95. Zhong Yuanqing's remarkable talents astonished Su Yi. In addition to his 6-star archery talent, he possessed a 4-star command talent, a 3-star swordsmanship talent, a 3-star management talent, and a 2-star horsemanship talent. Truly, he was a citizen of mythical quality. Zhong Yuanqing was also the first citizen of the reincarnation territory to possess a 4-star command talent, which enabled him to adeptly command an army of 100,000. Naturally, this 100,000 strong army would require several 3-star command leaders and 2-star and 1-star command officers. A single 4-star command leader alone could not effectively direct such a vast force. Zhong Yuanqing's loyalty soared to an impressive 95 points, primarily due to the god-slaying crossbow entrusted to him, which significantly boosted his allegiance. After escorting Zhong Yuanqing home, Su Yi issued a few more instructions before taking his leave. He was in no rush to upgrade Zhong Yuanqing, as he planned for the citizens to upgrade collectively. Su Yi returned to the recruitment altar to expend the remaining high-level citizen recruitment scrolls, among which were 2 blue-named maids who would henceforth serve him. The last rare citizen recruitment scroll yielded a purple-named doctor who would oversee the 3-star medical center within the territory. Su Yi utilized high-level citizen recruitment scrolls to summon a total of 10 blue-named doctors. In the post-apocalyptic world of Daxia, the occurrence of doctors was relatively scarce. However, this would not necessarily be the case in the upcoming task worlds. The recruited doctors were predominantly male, though there were also female doctors, which would gradually increase the number of female citizens in the reincarnation territory. Future nurse recruitments would see a balanced gender ratio. Upon completion of the recruitment, the population of the reincarnation territory reached 10,241 individuals, 1 red name citizen, 2 silver name citizens, 14 purple name citizens, 1,074 blue name citizens, and 9,150 white name citizens. Among them, 9,604 were combat-oriented citizens, while 637 were engaged in life professions. The newly recruited 241 citizens were all at level 0, while the remaining citizens were at level 5. It was now time to upgrade the citizens, and Su Yi had 44,627,000 experience points. Elevating Zhong Yuanqing from level 0 to level 10 would require 17,600 experience points. The only 2 silver name citizens in the reincarnation territory, Scout Luingjia and Woodcutter Dujan, would each need 6,400 experience points to ascend from level 5 to level 10. After a thorough calculation, Su Yi realized that his experience points were insufficient to elevate all citizens to level 10, falling short by nearly 200,000 experience points. Therefore, he decided to first upgrade the combat-oriented citizens to level 10, followed by officials with management talents among the life profession citizens. As Su Yi expended experience points, the number of citizens reaching level 10 had already surpassed 10,008. Having amassed such a wealth of experience in the world of Daxia, it would be challenging to elevate all citizens to level 10 upon returning to the Lord's world if no new citizens were recruited. While having a large number of citizens was advantageous, the experience required for their upgrades was substantial, and the subsequent acquisition of equipment for the citizens would necessitate a considerable amount of points. Su Yi found himself troubled, fearing a shortage of points. Oh, but the 4-star talent stones could be sold. Chapter 82, A Grand Procurement. Purchasing equipment in the mall. For instance, a level 0 arrow costs only 1 point, while a level 10 arrow costs 10 points, and a level 100 arrow demands an astonishing 100 points. A level 0 broadsword is priced at 20 points. Yet a level 10 broadsword astonishingly costs 100 points, and a level 100 broadsword requires 1,000 points. The increase in equipment level results in exorbitant price hikes. New lords find themselves in a predicament, starting from scratch with limited resources, compelled to make initial purchases in the mall. Fortunately, the mall is relatively accommodating to novice lords. After becoming a first-rank lord, the prices of necessary items for first-rank lords skyrocket, rendering them unaffordable for ordinary first-rank lords. Conversely, similar items in the market see a significant decrease in price. Items sold by lords stem from materials collected in task worlds, crafted within their territories, or loot acquired from vanquished enemy territories. Coupled with intense competition among lords, the prices of items in the market are naturally much lower than those in the mall. For example, an ordinary quality level 10 broadsword can be found for under 30 points. With limited points at his disposal, Sui decided against purchasing equipment of ordinary quality or higher for the time being, focusing instead on outfitting the 9,604 level 10 combat-oriented citizens with sets of ordinary quality level 10 equipment. Each citizen would require at least one weapon and one piece of armor, with some necessitating 2 weapons and 1 piece of armor. The primary combat-oriented citizens Sui recruited include archers, shield bearers, pike soldiers, sword and shield warriors, and scouts. Only the pike soldiers and scouts require 2 pieces of equipment. Archers, in addition to 3 pieces of equipment, also need arrows as consumables. Each archer carries a quiver containing 20 arrows. In the next task world, all citizens will be first-rank lords, and even if a first-rank lord develops manufacturing capabilities, the output of arrows will be limited, and prices will undoubtedly exceed those in the market of the lord's world. The quantity of arrows seized from enemy archers is also expected to be minimal. Arrows fired by one's own archers can be recovered, with a significant portion likely to be reusable. Sui is determined to provide his archers with additional arrows. The ordinary quality level 10 arrows in the market are priced at a minimum of 25 points each. The reincarnation territory boasts 3,905 archers and crossbowmen, necessitating a staggering 78,100 arrows, totaling 19,530,000 points. Sui's total points amount to only 35,183,000, and he must not only purchase level 10 equipment, but also acquire materials for the advancement of territorial buildings. Take the farm as an example. A level 0 farm allows plants to grow at a normal rate. A level 1 farm doubles the growth rate, enabling plants to mature and be harvested in half the normal growth cycle. With the exceptionally high yield of a farm, a level 0 farm can sustain 8 citizens, while a level 1 farm can sustain 16. However, a level 2 farm still sustains only 16 citizens, as their increased level leads to higher food consumption. Planting superior crops can provide citizens with more energy per unit of food, although these crops require a longer growth cycle. When utilizing a level 2 farm, the growth rate of plants is directly doubled compared to a level 1 farm. While food can be obtained through early purchases, plunder, and hunting, it is imperative for one's territory to produce food to meet the basic needs of some citizens. Sui aspires to construct farms, pastures, and fishing grounds to satisfy the food requirements of all citizens. Other territories, constrained by limited land area, cannot build as many farms, pastures, and fishing grounds to meet the food demands of their citizens. The reincarnation territory, currently expanding by 1 square kilometer of land each day, has seen Sui largely abandon the goal of reaching the population cap again. The vast expanse of land in the reincarnation territory allows for the construction of ample farms, pastures, and fishing grounds. The challenge lies in the fact that achieving this goal necessitates a significant expenditure of points. Sui glanced at the price of 4-star talent stones in the market, where the minimum price neared 5 million points. Today, as lords emerge from the task world, prices are at their lowest, and while there may be some room for increase later, it is unlikely to rise significantly. After all, lords are well aware of the commonality of low prices on the first day. It is prudent to purchase equipment first, then consider how many materials to buy, for which buildings to upgrade, and how many new structures to erect. Initially, he would allocate 40 arrows per archer and crossbowman, totaling 156,200 arrows, which would require 39,050,000 points. All combat profession inhabitants equipped with a set of standard level 10 gear, subtracting the quantities of advanced level 10 gear and level 0 advanced gear. The performance of level 0 advanced gear is comparable to that of standard level 10 gear, while all level 0 standard gear has been discarded. Ultimately, Sui expended a total of 10,461,000 points. Having temporarily completed his purchases, Sui was left with 20,817,000 points. Materials also possess levels and qualities. To upgrade a 0-tier 1-star dwelling to a 1-tier dwelling, 10-level standard wood is required. To elevate a 0-tier 3-star clinic to a 1-tier clinic, 10-level rare wood is necessary. While Sui could utilize all his points to meet the upgrade requirements for all territorial structures, he would not be able to construct many new buildings. Hence, he chose to sell the 4-star talent stone, investing the slightly over 5 million points into territorial development. Even items obtained from treasure chests, such as lord talents that Sui had no use for, were sold off in exchange for points. Additionally, Sui procured more materials, including arrows for backup, and even purchased 40 arrows of rare quality and 10 arrows of epic quality, both at level 10. With a mythical quality crossbow, good arrows were essential. However, the expenditure on arrows caused Sui some regret. The affairs of territorial construction did not conclude until evening, prompting Sui to return to the Azure Star for dinner. His parents prepared an extravagant meal, and the family dined joyously. Observing the smiles of his family, Sui contemplated transporting a batch of supplies from his territory to the Azure Star for sale in the latter half of the year. In the surface world of the Azure Star, there exists no extraordinary power. Items from the surface world are generally unable to be brought into the inner world, though certain items from the inner world can be transferred to the surface. For instance, food and various basic materials. The Chun Kingdom is the most powerful nation on the Azure Star, yet it does not possess the largest territory, with its population ranking first, closely trailing that of Bharat. Lacking resources from the inner world, the Chun Kingdom relies on the land of the Azure Star for self-sufficiency in food, but exhibits significant deficiencies in other resources, such as iron, ore, and oil. The Azure Star is genuinely divided into two major camps, with no other nations capable of supplying resources to the Chun Kingdom. Currently, the Chun Kingdom continues to develop rapidly, largely dependent on resources supplied by the inner world. Lords of Chun civilization bring back substantial resources from the task world, which can be sold in the Chun Kingdom of the Azure Star. While points cannot be sold, one can acquire Chun currency instead. Both lords and their families reside on the Azure Star, still requiring Chun currency for their transactions, should Sui wish. The vast internal space of the reincarnation territory could facilitate the transport of considerable goods. Selling a batch would yield significant Chun yuan, improving the family's livelihood. However, Sui appears to be merely a novice lord on the surface, necessitating further patience before dispatching another batch of resources. Gold, gems, and the like are inconsequential and hold little value. Chapter 83, The Savage World. After several days of attending to territorial matters, Sui finally found the time to invite Song Jixiao out for a leisurely outing. As they walked down the street, Sui took the initiative to grasp Song Jixiao's hand. She felt a bit bashful and attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it impossible. Ultimately conceding to Sui's hold, they strolled like any ordinary couple, shopping, watching movies, and dining, before Sui escorted Song Jixiao back home. In the following days, Sui allocated part of his time to developing the territory, part to accompanying Song Jixiao, and the remainder to his family. Finally, February 1st arrived, heralding the commencement of a new journey for Sui. After lunch, he bid farewell to his family and Song Jixiao, returning to his room, where he vanished back to the reincarnation territory located in the Lord's world. After instructing the inhabitants to prepare for battle, Sui patiently awaited the arrival of midnight. At the stroke of 12, a neutral voice devoid of emotion resonated in Sui's mind. Kill task, within the savage world. Eliminate 3,000 barbarians in a span of 90 days. Task commencement. As the announcement concluded, the reincarnation territory, along with countless territories in the Lord's world, vanished from sight, transported to their respective task worlds. Darkness and light alternated swiftly as the reincarnation territory descended into the new task world, the savage world. Upon arriving in the savage world, Sui was instantly inundated with a wealth of information regarding this realm. The savage world is comprised of numerous barbarian nations, with a technological level akin to that of modern Earth, yet lacking the development of firearms. This world is inhabited by billions of barbarians. The barbarians possess a humanoid appearance, with dark skin and a penchant for shaved heads, their most distinguishing feature being a single eye, hence referred to as one-eyed barbarians. Adult barbarians are robust, with heights generally exceeding 2 meters. The entire race, regardless of age or gender, is martial in nature, fiercely combative, and exceedingly xenophobic. Previously, other intelligent races existed in the savage world, all of which were obliterated by the barbarians. However, the barbarians are not devoid of intelligence. Thus they have developed civilizations and nations. Lords must endure a survival period of 90 days in the savage world with their territories, during which they must kill at least 3,000 barbarians. The number of barbarians slain will enhance the task's evaluation. Points and experience can only be obtained through the elimination of barbarians, whose levels range from 0 to 10. Sui swiftly assimilated the information in his mind, distinctly sensing the disparity in difficulty between the formal task and the novice task. In the Daxia world, a post-apocalyptic realm rife with zombies. Although the zombie virus was quite repulsive, the lack of intelligent zombies rendered them easy to dispatch. The minimum standard for completing the task was merely survival for 30 days. However, the new task necessitated survival for 90 days in the savage world, while also needing to eliminate 3,000 barbarians. Barbarians are not the mindless creatures that zombies are. They possess nations and armies. The population cap for an ordinary first-tier territory is merely 100 individuals, and encountering a horde of barbarians would lead to swift annihilation. The reincarnation territory, boasting nearly 10,000 level 10 combat profession inhabitants, is not invincible, should it confront a barbarian army numbering in the tens of thousands. The reincarnation territory could very well falter. In the face of formidable foes, Sui would have no choice but to utilize the territory's random migration order to retreat. Report. My lord, a village has been discovered 500 meters north of the territory, with activity observed both inside and outside the village. Report. My lord. Another territory has been located 800 meters east of the territory. Report. My lord. Yet another territory has been found 900 meters west of the territory. The arrow towers serve as watchtowers within the reincarnation territory, with a total of 12 arrow towers lining the inner walls. Soldiers stationed at the arrow towers swiftly conveyed their findings to Su-e. Upon receiving the reports, Su-e refrained from impulsive actions. Similar to his initial entry into the novice task world, an invincible shield enveloped the territory, persisting for half an hour. He decided to join a group chat to exchange information with other lords of Qin civilization. Su-e summoned the system panel and first glanced at the rankings page, where an additional Savage World Territory Combat Power rankings displayed that a staggering 500,000 territories were participating in the rankings. This indicated that 500,000 lords had ventured into the Savage World. The hidden information of the reincarnation territory ranked first. Next, he opened the chat page. Su-e joined the official information dissemination group of the Qin Kingdom in the World Chat channel, Savage World Group 92. He also joined the Lord Group of Qin Civilization in the current district of the Reincarnation Territory. Qin dominates the World Group. He continued to participate in these groups under the identity of the Reincarnation Lord. Upon entering the Savage World Group 92, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. But upon joining the Qin dominates the World Group, he immediately attracted considerable attention from numerous members. The Reincarnation Lord? Is that the one who can recruit inhabitants infinitely? It can't be true, right? The abnormal Reincarnation Lord is in the same task world and district as us? If it really is the Reincarnation Lord, I'm willing to follow him. Please, Great Lord, share a coordinate so I can migrate my territory there. A peculiar and formidable figure has emerged among the new batch of lords, one that even those who have not meticulously examined the information have likely heard of. The newly appointed lords, who arrived alongside the Reincarnation Lord, are particularly keen to observe this development. Upon witnessing the Reincarnation Lord join the Qin's dominance group, the lords of the Qin civilization were momentarily struck with disbelief. If this truly is the Reincarnation Lord, then with such extraordinary prowess, they have a golden opportunity to ally with a powerful figure. After some contemplation, Su-e sent a message in the group chat. Reincarnation Lord, I am indeed the Reincarnation Lord. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you. My territory coordinates are XXXXXXXX. Should you wish to visit, feel free, though I will certainly relocate in the future and will not remain here indefinitely. I shall dispatch scouts to reveal the map. Everyone was uncertain about where to assemble. If this is indeed the esteemed Reincarnation Lord, those with territorial relocation orders should move their domains closer to his. O great Reincarnation Lord, might you disclose the current strength of your territory? Reincarnation Lord, my territory presently boasts over 9,000 level 10 combat class inhabitants. Su-e indeed revealed the strength of his territory. The Reincarnation Lord is not invincible in the Savage World. By exposing this strength, he aims to attract some of the Qin civilization lords to migrate their territories nearby. This serves to consolidate the forces of the Qin civilization, fortifying them against potential risks, while also providing a stronger front against the Azure Alliance. In the Savage World, the barbarians are foes, and the Azure Alliance poses an equal threat. Among the anticipated 500,000 lords descending into the Savage World, the lords of Qin civilization comprise a quarter of this number. A single Qin civilization lord can contend more easily against 3 Azure Alliance lords, although the Novice Quest world has already eliminated some of the weaker Azure Alliance lords. The pressure from the Azure Alliance remains considerable for the Qin civilization. Upon seeing Su-e's disclosure of the Reincarnation Lord's strength, the lords of Qin civilization in the Qin's dominance group gasped in astonishment. Over 9,000 level 10 combat class inhabitants. This is equivalent to the entirety of at least 91st tier completed territories mobilizing their forces. The Reincarnation Lord is indeed fearsome. Chapter 84. The Annihilation of the Barbarian Village. For the time being, Su-e paid little heed to the happenings within the Qin's dominance group, and resolved to commence his exploration and conquest of the Savage World. The task of unveiling the map was entrusted to a cadre of mounted scouts. These scouts, primarily of white name status, would incur minimal loss. And Su-e was indifferent to the sacrifice of a few. He appointed Li Jun as the commander, with Zhong Yuanqing as his deputy, leading 3,000 troops to assault the enemy village. Meanwhile, he dispatched Sun Hao to command another 3,000 troops to attack the surrounding Azure Alliance territories. In comparison to the Azure Alliance, Su-e placed greater emphasis on the barbarians, dispatching the mythical crossbowman Zhong Yuanqing, who wielded the god-slaying crossbow. Under Su-e's orders, the mounted scouts swiftly departed from the territory, rapidly expanding the visibility of the map, centered around their domain. 5 minutes later, Li Jun's forces advanced from the north gate, while Sun Hao's troops moved from the east gate, both displaying the reincarnation flag. Should any lords of the Qin civilization glimpse the reincarnation flag, they must promptly establish contact to prevent friendly fire. The barbarian village lay merely 500 meters from the reincarnation territory, with the territory itself established on farmland previously cultivated by the barbarians. Upon the reincarnation territory's arrival, several barbarians were seen wandering the fields. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the reincarnation territory and others, the barbarians hastily retreated to their village. Inside the village, a multitude of barbarian youths had assembled, both male and female, the majority armed with various farming implements, while a minority bore crude weapons, including bows and arrows, albeit of inferior quality. What was the meaning of this sudden appearance of villages? Are they foes? They must be enemies. We shall slay them and seize their possessions. The martial prowess honed through skirmishes over water and resources with neighboring villages now targeted the newly arrived territories of the Qin civilization and the Azure Alliance. However, before they could launch an attack, the reincarnation army arrived first. The enemies are here. So many foes. There are more of them than the entire population of our village. They are clad in armor and wielding standard weapons. They are a military force. We cannot withstand their might. We must flee. Flee, you coward. The enemy lacks cavalry. We can escape. But what of the elderly and children? We must fight. As the reincarnation army drew near, remarkably few barbarians contemplated retreat, while many resolved to fiercely defend their homeland. The barbarians, not devoid of intelligence, were fundamentally different from the mindless undead. Yet, to the lords hailing from the Azure Star, the barbarians were merely an alien race. The Qin civilization and the Azure Alliance were locked in a life-and-death struggle, and this was especially true against foreign entities. Slaying barbarians would yield points and experience, rendering them monsters in the eyes of the lords. Attack. Under Li Jun's command, the reincarnation army divided into 3 groups as they approached the barbarian village, flanking the village from both sides to encircle it. As the army drew near, some of the barbarians trembled in fear, yet others exhibited bloodthirsty gazes. Fire. Among the 3,000 troops, no fewer than 1,200 archers unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the surrounded barbarian village. Arrows fell like rain, and numerous barbarians succumbed to their wounds. Zhong Yuanqing, wielding the god-slaying crossbow, also engaged, targeting what appeared to be the barbarian chieftain with ordinary level 10 arrows. Su Yi monitored the records page on his panel as it refreshed with new information. Killed 3rd level barbarian, white name, awarded 20 points, 30 experience. Killed 6th level barbarian, white name, awarded 35 points, 60 experience. Killed 8th level barbarian, blue name, awarded 90 points, 160 experience, and a high-grade treasure chest. Thus far, no casualties among his ranks had been reported. All slain barbarians had fallen to arrows. Each archer had only loosed 2 arrows, and already, no standing barbarians could be seen in the village. Advance. The sword and shield warriors, shield bearers, and spear fighters charged into the barbarian village, executing finishing blows on the fallen barbarians and preparing to search each dwelling. Most of the able-bodied young men had gathered outside, while the homes housed the elderly, children, and pregnant women, who wept as they armed themselves with sticks, stones, and other rudimentary weapons to attack the soldiers of the reincarnation territory. The combat class inhabitants of the reincarnation territory had all achieved level 10 and were impervious to the feeble assaults of the infirm. They showed no mercy as they advanced upon the one-eyed aliens. Once Li Jun's forces had eradicated all the barbarians within the village, there were no casualties among his ranks. Though a few soldiers sustained injuries, fortunately not severe, the accompanying medic promptly tended to their wounds. Li Jun dispatched a scout to swiftly return to the territory and report the battle results to Su Yi. Following the annihilation of a village by Li Jun's forces, normally, Sun Hao's troops would have already initiated an attack on the first Azure Alliance territory. However, Sun Hao's troops had yet to approach the Azure Alliance territory. And even after encircling the area for half an hour, the invulnerability shield remained intact. The enemy lord, upon witnessing the reincarnation army, had fled in terror using a random territory relocation order. With no choice, Sun Hao could only direct his forces toward the next territory, anticipating that the invulnerability shield would dissipate before their arrival. Upon hearing the scouts report upon his return, Su Yi learned that Li Jun's forces had decimated the barbarian village. The village harbored over 300 barbarians, all of feeble strength, and Li Jun's forces had incurred only 3 injuries while exterminating them all. The spoils of war consisted primarily of food and wood. The weapons wielded by the barbarians were of exceedingly poor quality, with only a few capable of being salvaged for iron. Conquering such a barbarian village was akin to raiding a zombie village in the Great Xia world. For the army of 3,000 led by Li Jun, it was a task of little difficulty, albeit with scant spoils of war. While the meager loot may be disappointing, the ability to vanquish barbarians and thus accrue points and experience was indeed a significant boon. As the reincarnation territory ventured into the untamed realm, the inaugural battle with the Azure Alliance had yet to commence. Should another conflict arise with the Azure Alliance, the opportunity to gain points and experience would be lost. In the realm of Great Xia, the presence of the zombie virus meant that killing the dead yielded no points or experience. Only slaying those infected and transforming them into zombies granted such rewards. However, the zombie virus was unique to Great Xia and could not be utilized in other realms. Fortunately, while points and experience could not be obtained, the potential for plunder would increase significantly. Level 10 equipment from fallen foes would be stripped and reserved for the newly recruited combat professionals under Su-E. The enemy territories would also likely store a modest supply of food and other resources. Yet, a serious dilemma loomed. In resource-rich territories, the Lord would likely possess a migration order and flee before the reincarnation army arrived. Conversely, lords without migration orders would have scant resources, with many of their citizens still equipped with level 0 gear. After all, the majority of lords were ordinary, particularly the novice lords who had just completed their second task. There were methods to deal with lords possessing migration orders, as several conditions must be met for them to execute such a migration. In Chapter 85, the Lijian army annihilated 348 barbarians. The barbarians ranged from level 0 to level 10, with higher levels being increasingly scarce. Among them were also blue-named barbarians. Su-E garnered 5, 220 points and 6, 260 experience, alongside 4 advanced treasure chests. The points were sufficient to recruit 52 citizens. But the experience only allowed for elevating 11 white-named citizens from level 0 to level 10. For blue-named citizens, the experience required to ascend from level 0 to level 10 was double that of white-named citizens. Gradually, territories had begun to engage with the barbarians, and the strength of the latter had been disseminated in the official information communique of the Qin Kingdom. In terms of quality, level, and equipment, barbarians would slightly surpass citizens. While the lowest level of barbarians was 0, these were typically young children who, under normal circumstances, would not partake in combat. The lords who descended into the untamed world primarily commanded citizens at level 10. Level 0 citizens were ill-suited for battles against the Azure Alliance or the barbarians. Su-Yi's additional recruits would be rendered ineffective if they could not be swiftly advanced to level 10, relegating them to the same role as in Great Xia, serving as laborers in the transport teams. The reincarnation territory still required transport teams, but under the current circumstances, it could only muster 3 or 4 teams of 1,000. To maintain the scale of the transport teams, it was unnecessary to recruit a surplus of citizens at this time. Each encounter with barbarians would yield points and experience, allowing for the elevation of some citizens to level 10, followed by recruiting an equal number to replenish the ranks. However, prior to entering the untamed world, Su-E aimed to sell anything superfluous in his possession, as his points were nearly depleted and must now be conserved for future needs. In the event of citizen casualties, new recruits could be brought in to fill the void. Su-E dispatched scouts to relay commands to Lijian, instructing the army to coordinate with Sun Hao's forces to launch continual assaults on barbarian settlements and the territories of the Azure Alliance, escorting any injured citizens back to their homeland. As for the spoils from a vanquished barbarian village, Su-E chose to temporarily forego them, planning to revisit the village once new citizens were recruited to form transport teams. The scouts swiftly returned to convey Su-Yi's orders to Lijian's army, which mobilized once more. At this juncture, scouts from other territories on horseback approached the vicinity of the reincarnation territory. Observing their features, dark hair and yellow skin, they likely hailed from the territories of the Qin civilization. The scouts quickly reported the presence of a vast army of several thousand in the reincarnation territory and its surroundings. Meanwhile, Sun Hao's forces were nearing the second territory of the Azure Alliance. Lord Darlton, a black lord from a small nation in Africa, was on the brink of madness. A formidable army of 3,000 was advancing toward his domain, having only arrived in the untamed world a mere half-hour prior. How could such a large force from the Qin civilization appear? Darlton, impoverished and with insufficient recruits, had several citizens still at level 0 and lacked even a single migration order. He sought aid in the Azure Alliance group chat, but his peers either advised him to migrate away or resign themselves to death. The identity of the Qin civilization army had already been disclosed, revealing it to be associated with the reincarnation territory. Upon learning that he shared a district with the formidable lord of the reincarnation territory, many lords of the Azure Alliance, who possessed random migration orders, promptly evacuated their territories. Information relayed from the Qin dominance group indicated that the reincarnation territory boasted over 9,000 level 10 combat citizens. The Azure Alliance would require over 90 territories to amass such numbers, and even then, they would be no match for the reincarnation army. A coalition of 1,000 from the Qin civilization could at least contend with a force of 1,500 from the Azure Alliance. A 1,000-strong army from the reincarnation territory might even stand against 2,000 from the Azure Alliance. This was an army solely belonging to the reincarnation territory, eliminating concerns over coalition command. In the nascent stages of their arrival in the untamed world, forming a coalition of 10 territories within the Azure Alliance was already a challenge, let alone assembling a force of over 10,000 to counter the reincarnation army. Resistance was futile. The presence of the formidable lord from the reincarnation territory rendered any hope for the Azure Alliance non-existent. Consequently, some lords of the Azure Alliance fled, while others, possessing only 1 or 2 migration orders, opted to bide their time. Many without migration orders found themselves unable to escape. They did not abandon their struggle, aiming to hastily assemble a coalition of the Azure Alliance in hopes of resisting the reincarnation army's advance. as Darlton faced the impending onslaught of the reincarnation forces. He yearned to surrender, hoping to preserve his territory. Even with slim prospects, he felt compelled to try. A black scout approached Sun Hao's forces, brandishing a white flag to signify Darlton's intent to negotiate. Sun Hao, however, had no desire to entertain the scout's words, ordering his archers to shoot him down. The forces of Sun Hao swiftly encircled Darlton's territory. After 2 volleys of arrows, melee combatants surged forward, slaying all remaining inhabitants of Darlton's domain. In this skirmish, not a single member of Sun Hao's forces was lost, though 7 sustained injuries, one of which was severe. Sun Hao dispatched a 100-man contingent to escort the wounded back while the majority remained to collect the spoils from Darlton's territory. Once the collection was complete, if the spoils were plentiful, the most valuable items would be prioritized for transport back to their homeland. Sun Hao then led the bulk of his forces onward. As scouts reported the obliteration of a territory belonging to the Azure Alliance back to their homeland, Sui felt a twinge of reflection. The losses incurred in the untamed world while dismantling an Azure Alliance territory were considerably lighter compared to those in the Great Xia world. Though Sun Hao's forces were vastly superior to Darlton's, the absence of the repugnant zombie virus played a crucial role. Had this taken place in the Great Xia world, the 7 injured members would soon transform into zombies. Even if they were to be killed after their transformation, Sui would gain points and experience. But the losses would far outweigh the benefits. Nonetheless, the overall outcome of the battle would still yield a net gain. Currently, with diminished losses, the accrual of points and experience could be 0 or negative, yet the decline in citizen loyalty would not be a consequence of such losses. The 2 worlds bore stark contrasts in both favorable and unfavorable aspects. The task realm was immutable, and Sui could only hope for a more abundant yield of spoils, which could also be converted into points. The forces of Li Jun and Sun Hao relentlessly siege and capture cities, while scouts dispatched by the Lord of the Qin civilization to explore the reincarnation territory have returned with vital intelligence. One lord expressed astonishment in the Qin dominance group. It is indeed the Lord of Reincarnation. My scouts have spotted an army of approximately 3,000 troops from the reincarnation territory. The population cap for a typical first-tier territory is merely 100. And only the reincarnation lord can muster such an extravagant force. A traitor has relayed our group's information to the Azure Alliance, leading to several lords from that faction fleeing upon discovering that the reincarnation figure is within our realm. How amusing. As for me, I intend to relocate near the reincarnation lord, becoming a neighbor to such a formidable ally. Should the reincarnation lord require assistance, I could offer up to 90 level 10 combat class citizens for his command. Chapter 86, The City of Kona. Those lacking migration orders need not move to be near the reincarnation lord. Many lords from the Azure Alliance have been frightened away, significantly alleviating our pressure. I must flee. The barbarian city lies merely over 1,000 meters from my territory, and the barbarians are likely still unaware of the situation. I must hasten to relocate to the vicinity of the reincarnation lord. Reincarnation lord, where is the barbarian city? Please provide coordinates. What is the scale of the barbarian city? The barbarian city is located at XXXXXXXX. The exact scale is unknown, but it likely houses at least 10,000 barbarians. Sui calculates the distance from the barbarian city to his territory, estimating it to be over 5,000 meters, which would require 2 to 3 hours for a large army to march. Moreover, a direct assault on the city would incur substantial losses. It would be preferable to lure the barbarian forces out and engage them in battle outside the city to minimize casualties before breaching its walls. While Sui was perusing the group chat, an archer stationed at a watchtower hastily approached to report that a territory had suddenly appeared 500 meters east of the reincarnation territory. Sui understood this to be a migration from a Qin civilization territory. While he remained indifferent to this development, he would avoid encounters with other Qin civilization lords, keeping his appearance and true name confidential. At that moment, a member of the Qin dominance group announced, Peach Blossom Territory, Tang Niantao, Reincarnation Lord, I have arrived. I seek to ally with you. Please feel free to command me as needed. Reincarnation Lord, there is nothing urgent at the moment. As more territories migrate here, you may discuss forming a coalition army. You may act independently or coordinate with my reincarnation forces, but you must heed commands. Additionally, ensure that the territories migrating here do not encroach too closely to the reincarnation territory, allowing sufficient space for my forces to maneuver. Tang Niantao, understood, my lord. Tang Niantao was the first to arrive near the reincarnation territory, followed by several other territories from the Qin civilization. Suspecting that Sui would not establish a group chat, she took the initiative to create one titled Reincarnation Coalition Group and invited Sui and the migrating lords to join. Within the Reincarnation Coalition Group, several lords deliberated on a crucial matter: how to eliminate 3,000 barbarians within 90 days. This was no simple task. Although the wild world is populated with numerous villages, seizing them for assault was another matter entirely. The vicinity of the reincarnation territory is relatively safe, yet the surrounding barbarian villages would undoubtedly fall to the reincarnation army. Ultimately, their focus shifted to the barbarian city and its military forces. If a coalition of several territories, or even a dozen, were to confront the barbarian city, they would hesitate. However, with the formidable reincarnation territory backing them, they could march alongside its forces, slaying dozens of barbarians each day and accomplishing their task within the allotted time. In the Shin Dominance group, the Reincarnation Lord had consented to the coalition acting in concert with the Reincarnation Army. Henceforth, they awaited developments. No longer needing to worry about the Azure Alliance, but rather the barbarians. They feared that a massive barbarian army might emerge, one that even the Reincarnation territory could not withstand. Fortunately, none of the lords who had just migrated were simple, at the very least. Each possessed 2 migration orders, one for use and another as a backup, should they need to flee again. Su-yi glanced at the Reincarnation Coalition group, indifferent to the thoughts of the Qin civilization lords. After all, the Reincarnation territory had already provided them with protection. They would also be permitted to deploy forces when assaulting the barbarian city. However, once there were no barbarians left to kill in the district and no barbarian army crossing into their area, Su-yi would utilize a random migration order to relocate. By that time, it was likely that no lords from the Azure Alliance would remain, allowing the lords of the Qin civilization to form a colossal army and engage in cross-regional warfare. Su-yi would assist the lords of the Qin civilization, but he was not their caretaker. His primary focus remained on developing his own territory. As time passed, Sun Hao's forces also annihilated a barbarian village, incurring minor injuries to a few soldiers while slaying nearly 300 barbarians. Su-yi reaped over 4,000 points and more than 5,000 experience, in addition to 3 high-grade treasure chests. Upon accumulating 10,000 points, Su-yi approached the recruitment altar, preparing to replace his Lord-S talent with a 6-star sovereign path before conducting his second points-based recruitment of citizens. In the first recruitment, he expended 100,000 points to enlist 1,000 farmers and livestock workers, of which 335 were blue names and 3 were purple names. They were tasked with managing the newly established 1,000 first-tier farms, ranches, and fishing grounds within his small world. The first-tier farms were the most numerous, while the first-tier fishing grounds were comparatively scarce. This time, Su-yi spent 10,000 points to recruit 100 combat-class citizens, specifically archers, shield-bearers, pikemen, and sword-and-shield warriors, with archers constituting 2/5 of the total. Among the newly recruited 100 citizens, a remarkable 34 bore blue names. Su-yi allocated a significant portion of his experience, leveling 10 blue name citizens to level 10. 0-level white name citizens were organized into a transport team, preparing to carry spoils from the destroyed barbarian village or the Azure Alliance territory. The acquisition of points and experience was progressing too slowly. In the Daxia world, it was essential to swiftly sell the initial batches of grain to garner substantial points. Engaging with the zombies within the city would also yield considerable points and experience. Currently, solely attacking barbarian villages resulted in insufficient gains. If he were to conquer a first-tier fully developed territory independently, the rewards would be quite substantial. At present, the Reincarnation Army primarily focused on clearing the surrounding areas, systematically eliminating both the Azure Alliance territories and the barbarian villages. In the future, the task of clearing villages would fall to the Qin Civilization Coalition, while the Reincarnation Territory's objective remained the barbarian city and its military forces. The barbarian city, now confirmed to be named Kona, lies 5,000 meters from the Reincarnation Territory. Consequently, the name of the district where the Reincarnation Territory is situated is also established as the Kona District. Preliminary estimates suggest that the population of Kona City is around 15,000. Barbarians are universally martial, but their main force consists of a standing army, which is not excessively large, expected to be merely 1% of the total population in the area. This does not refer to 1% of Kona City, but rather 1% of the population within the jurisdiction of Kona City. The standing army of Kona City might reach a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. While barbarians can reach level 10, it is improbable that their entire standing army is composed of level 10 warriors, likely falling short of even 1/10 of that proportion. The Reincarnation Army, consisting of an equivalent number of troops, could decisively defeat the barbarian standing forces. Should the barbarians sense the impending threat, they might opt to bolster their ranks. Recruitment would primarily focus on young adults, as the elderly, children, and pregnant women would naturally be unsuitable for military service, rendering them inadequate even as auxiliary personnel. Now, it remains to be seen how swiftly the barbarians will react. At the very least, Kona City is not sluggish. Upon noticing the peculiar villages and foreign entities surrounding them, the gates of Kona City have already been sealed, with most barbarian soldiers stationed atop the walls. It remains uncertain whether the obliteration of the villages outside will incite anxiety among the officials within Kona City, prompting them to dispatch barbarian forces beyond the city walls. Chapter 87. The barbarian troops mobilize. As the morning hours drew to a close, the forces of the Reincarnation Territory had obliterated 5 barbarian villages, claiming the lives of over 1,400 barbarians. They had vanquished as many as 13 territories of the Azure Alliance, reaping a substantial bounty of spoils with negligible losses on their part. After all, The two armies dispatched by the reincarnation territory each comprised 3,000 soldiers. With barbarian villages housing no fewer than 200 and no more than 400 inhabitants, they were effortlessly decimated by the forces of the reincarnation territory. Conversely, the Azure Alliance territories, often populated by merely 100 individuals, posed a higher risk of casualties during the assault. It was conceivable that the attacked Azure Alliance territory was a fully developed Tier 1 domain, where all denizens were at level 10, equipped with level 10 gear. Thus, even a formidable force from the reincarnation territory would incur losses in an endeavor to extinguish such a territory. The meager points and experience garnered from annihilating barbarian villages did not satisfy Su Yi's ambitions. His gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Kona City. Although the barbarian populace residing in the towns and villages outside Kona City might be tenfold that of the city itself, their distribution was too scattered, necessitating the reincarnation forces to clear them one by one. Furthermore, the Kona region was not solely under the reincarnation territory's dominion. Other territories of the Chun civilization also resided there, preventing the reincarnation forces from monopolizing all barbarian villages. The destruction of Kona City would equate to the annihilation of dozens of barbarian villages in one fell swoop. The issue lay in the fact that Kona City was fortified by walls and garrisoned by a standing army of barbarians. Capturing Kona City would not come without significant losses, and Su Yi sought to conquer it at the lowest possible cost. Lu Yingjia personally led a small team of scouts to observe the movements around Kona City. Throughout the morning, the military within Kona City remained vigilant and did not venture forth, maintaining a steadfast defense. An increasing number of lords from the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance were attempting to assault barbarian villages. Weaker territories struggled to lay claim to even a single barbarian village, while stronger territories could conquer them with some expenditure. Not all barbarians would resolutely defend their homes. Upon sensing defeat, many chose to flee. Consequently, numerous barbarians sought refuge in Kona City, which opened its gates to welcome them. Scouts continuously relayed intelligence regarding Kona City back to Su Yi, who pondered how best to seize it. According to the knowledge he had acquired as a lord, two methods could facilitate the capture of Kona City with relatively minimal losses. The first method involved utilizing a territory migration decree to directly relocate the territory to the base of Kona City's walls. Soldiers positioned on a constructed high platform could then leap onto the city walls and swiftly breach the fortifications. This approach was suitable for populous territories swiftly conquering relatively weaker cities. However, a typical Tier 1 territory with only 100 inhabitants would not be appropriate for this strategy. While the reincarnation territory, boasting a population exceeding 10,000, could implement it successfully. The second method entailed luring the city's military forces out of the walls. Without the protection of the fortifications, it would be easier to eliminate the enemy's troops at a lower cost. Once this army was vanquished, the defending forces would be diminished, allowing for a more economical assault on the city itself. Su Yi intended to experiment with both methods. In the afternoon, he planned to entice the barbarian army within Kona City out into the open, while simultaneously instructing carpenters to construct high platforms adjacent to the territory's walls. The territory's arrow towers, standing at a height of 10 meters, were adequate for scaling the walls of a small city. But they could not accommodate multiple soldiers climbing swiftly at once. Thus, new high platforms were to be erected, taller than the walls of Kona City and designed for soldiers to ascend rapidly. Granting the carpenters half a day, he also arranged for additional denizens to assist, ensuring that several high platforms could be completed before nightfall. Soon, the midday break came to an end. The two armies engaged in external battles did not return to the reincarnation territory during the midday recess. As the break concluded, both forces heeded Su Yi's orders and advanced in a northwesterly direction. Kona City lay just 5 kilometers to the northwest of the reincarnation territory. The troops led by Li Jun and Sun Hao were to split into 2 divisions, with a vanguard of 1,000 men followed by the main force. The vanguard would target the nearest villages to Kona City. They were instructed not to eliminate all the barbarians within the villages, but rather to allow a few to escape, so as to potentially draw the barbarian army out of Kona City. However, before Su Yi's plan could commence, Kona City deployed its forces first. From the city walls, the Lord, Kundu, observed his troops exiting in silence. The appearance of foreign entities had emerged, attacking in units based on villages. While the numbers within each village were few, they were exceptionally elite. These foreign forces launched assaults on the barbarian villages. Some managed to withstand the onslaught, while others succumbed, resulting in the deaths of the majority of barbarians, with only a handful managing to flee. Kundu was perplexed as to why these foreign entities had suddenly appeared, whether it was merely within his jurisdiction or if they were a widespread phenomenon across the realm. Initially, he had intended to simply hold Kona City and await the orders of the barbarian king. However, as more and more barbarians sought refuge within the city, Kundu could no longer remain idle. Should the barbarians under his command suffer heavy casualties due to these foreign forces, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the barbarian king. By midday, a considerable number of barbarians had perished outside the city. To avert the wrath of the barbarian king, He felt compelled to dispatch troops to eliminate some of the foreign entities outside the city, thereby earning himself some merit. He hoped for a final tally that would balance his achievements and failures. No rewards were necessary, only the assurance of avoiding punishment. Kona City was home to a garrison of 1,500 troops, all stationed within its confines. Upon the arrival of the foreign forces, Kundu promptly summoned the able-bodied young men within the city, amassing over 3,000. The garrison of 1,500 comprised battle-hardened soldiers, the majority clad in leather armor, with a minority in iron armor. The newly conscripted young men served as auxiliary troops, while a few possessed armor and weapons. The majority were left without proper gear, resorting to any convenient weapon they could find. Kundu conferred with the garrison officer, Nakacha, and they resolved that Nakacha would lead 1,000 battle-hardened soldiers and 1,000 auxiliaries to engage and eliminate the foreign forces outside the city. Kundu would personally remain in charge of 500 battle-hardened soldiers and 2,000 auxiliaries to defend Kona City. As Nakacha led his 2,000 barbarians into battle, the barbarian scouts rode forth to gather intelligence, directing their forces toward the nearest Azure Alliance territory. Surrounding Kona City were not only Azure Alliance territories, but also territories of the Chun civilization, all under the control of impoverished lords who lacked even a single migration decree. Even aware of the peril posed by their proximity to Kona City, they had no means to relocate their territories. As the barbarian army drew nearer to the Azure Alliance territory, the lords frantically sought assistance, willing to offer any price for a migration decree. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. The lords, alongside their denizens, fought valiantly to fend off the barbarian onslaught, yet ultimately, they were utterly annihilated. While the barbarian army suffered losses, the spoils of war, particularly the weapons and armor employed by the foreign entities, brought Nakacha immense delight. These foreign weapons and armor surpassed the quality of most barbarian soldiers' gear. Regrettably, due to size constraints, the armor was largely unusable without modifications from blacksmiths and leatherworkers. However, the weapons were barely suitable for direct use. Chapter 88. The Annihilation of the Barbarian Army. Scouts from the Reincarnation Territory reported the movements of the barbarian army to Li Jun and Sun Hao. The two generals, informed by the scouts, resolved to encircle and annihilate this barbarian force. With their combined strength exceeding 5,000 troops, the task of eliminating the 2,000 barbarian soldiers posed no challenge. The vanguard of Sun Hao's forces advanced first toward the barbarian army, while Li Jun's troops maneuvered around the rear. As Nakacha's barbarian army had already eradicated 3 Azure Alliance territories and was preparing to assault a territory of the Qin civilization, the barbarian scouts finally spotted the vanguard of Sun Hao's forces, quickly returning to report the intelligence to Nakacha. Over 1,000 foreign entities? At last, a grand battle was at hand. Nakacha's eyes glinted with bloodlust. For Nakacha, annihilating a foreign village of merely 100 souls with 2,000 barbarians was an exceedingly simple task, like a tantalizing morsel, devoured in a single bite, yet leaving one yearning for more. Now, at long last, a substantial feast has arrived, one that promises to satiate the appetite. Should the foreign army be vanquished, Nakacha would indeed earn his place in the annals of glory. Thus, he promptly abandoned the assault on the territories of the Chun civilization, redirecting his forces towards the vanguard of Sun Hao's troops. Zhou, the lord of the Chun civilization, fortunate to have escaped the marauding forces, watched in confusion as the barbarian horde altered its course. Why were they retreating? In the Qin dominance group, he inquired about this peculiar turn of events, and soon, speculation arose that the army of the Reincarnation Lord had made its appearance. The barbarians, relying solely on brute force, eschewed cunning strategy. The Reincarnation Lord's might was formidable, often preferring a straightforward onslaught. As Sun Hao's vanguard drew closer to the barbarian forces, they intentionally reduced their pace to unite with the main body of troops trailing behind. Once the consolidation was complete, the barbarian scouts took notice and reported back to Nakacha. Perhaps emboldened by the recent triumph of annihilating 3 foreign villages, coupled with the growing proximity of the two armies making retreat impractical, Nakacha commanded his forces to advance and crush the enemy ahead. Arrows flew as archers exchanged volleys. Melee troops charged forth behind their shielded ranks. Soon, the soldiers of Sun Hao clashed with the barbarian horde in a tranquil expanse of farmland. All soldiers in Sun Hao's contingent were of level 10, bolstered by a centurion unit comprised entirely of blue-named citizens. The barbarian forces fielded warriors ranging from level 5 to level 10, with auxiliary troops as low as level 3. The advantage in equipment lay with Sun Hao's forces, particularly the elite blue-named centurion unit, which spearheaded the assault, breaking through the front lines of the barbarians. Hold the line. Repel these cursed foreigners. Nakacha bellowed from his warhorse as he witnessed the front line falter. The might of the enemy instilled within him thoughts of retreat. Alert! A large contingent of foreigners approaches from the rear. Nakacha gasped, astonished at the emergence of an enemy army behind him. Was this a trap? Break through. We must escape. As a noble of the barbarians, Nakacha was unwilling to perish here. He aspired to become a general commanding legions. However, The barbarian forces struggled against Sun Hao's troops, and with the addition of Li Zhan's forces, their plight grew dire. Sun Hao and Li Zhan's armies successfully encircled the barbarian horde. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yuanqing unleashed an arrow from his god-slaying crossbow. Naka-cha, unaware of the impending danger, met his demise as the arrow struck true, claiming his life. At the moment of Naka-cha's death, a message refreshed on Su Yi's system panel. Kill a level 10 barbarian, purple name, gain 220 points, for 100 experience, rare treasure chest. Faced with the encirclement by Sun Hao and Li Zhan's forces, and with their commander slain, the barbarian army rapidly disintegrated, some even kneeling in surrender. Pleading for mercy from the foreigners. With communication barriers and the nature of their foes, none were spared. The fierce battle raged for an hour and a half, culminating in the total annihilation of the barbarian army, with scarcely a dozen escaping. The forces of the Reincarnation Lord claimed the lives of 1883 barbarians, including 3 purple-named and 38 blue-named warriors. The barbarians ranged from level 3 to level 10. Su Yi amassed a total of 65, 905 points, and 103, 560 experience, along with 3 rare treasure chests and 38 high-grade chests. The accrued points allowed for the recruitment of 659 citizens, while the experience could elevate 188 white-named citizens from level 0 to level 10. Despite the substantial gains, the Reincarnation Lord suffered losses of 126 troops killed, with hundreds more injured, over 60 of whom were severely wounded. While the rewards were significant, the losses were not insignificant either. Even with the recruitment of 188 white-named citizens and their elevation to level 10, the number of combat-ready personnel in the Reincarnation territory had diminished. The severely injured would require time for recovery, with some potentially facing permanent disability, rendering them unfit for battle in the future. In other first-tier territories, heavily injured personnel would often be abandoned to free up slots for new recruits. However, the Reincarnation territory boasted a sufficiently high population cap, currently exceeding 160,000, and once the tasks in the wild world concluded, it would surpass 1 million. Sustaining disabled citizens posed no issue. This battle clearly demonstrated the strength of the barbarian army. With over 5,000 troops unable to subdue even 2,000 barbarians, the average level and equipment advantage were evident, compounded by the early demise of their commander. In future encounters with the barbarian forces, the Reincarnation territory would need to approach with due diligence. While the losses were disheartening, the complete annihilation of a contingent from the city of Kona was a silver lining. The Reincarnation territory would soon advance upon Kona, minimizing further losses. As scouts relayed information back to the territory, Su Yi planned to relocate the territory the following morning and launch an assault on Kona City. For the time being, Li Zhan's and Sun Hao's troops arranged for some personnel to escort the injured back to the territory, while the main forces continued their offensive against the surrounding barbarian villages and the Azure Alliance territory. As scouts departed with Su Yi's orders, he convened several officials at the recruitment altar to expend points on enlisting new citizens. Meanwhile, back in Kona City, a mounted barbarian returned with alarming news for Kundu. Naka-cha had been defeated. The army he commanded had been entirely annihilated. Kona City was left with merely 1,500 battle-ready troops, as Naka-cha had taken 1,000 with him, all perishing outside the city. Now, only 500 battle-ready soldiers remained, with 2,000 auxiliary troops, far inferior to their combat counterparts. Without even considering individual prowess, their formations lacked coherence. The 500 battle-ready troops could easily rout the 2,000 auxiliaries. Kundu cursed Naka-cha under his breath, reluctantly accepting the grim reality. He dispatched several cavalrymen to seek reinforcements, opting to conscript more barbarians to defend the city. They must hold out until the barbarian king's reinforcements arrived, willing to expend the lives of his kin to stave off the foreign onslaught. Kundu waited in vain, not for the advancing forces that had slain Naka-cha, but for peculiar intelligence from his scouts. The foreign army was not only attacking the barbarian villages, but also their own settlements. Why would the foreigners assault their own villages? According to the keen observations of the barbarian scouts, the sudden emergence of foreign forces appeared to comprise multiple factions, distinguished by variations in skin and hair color. The differing factions were at odds with each other. This news was a glimmer of hope for Kundu, as he anticipated that the conflict among the foreign factions would delay their advance, allowing Kona City to await the arrival of the barbarian king's reinforcements. Chapter 89, 13,000 troops. In the evening, Li Zhan's and Sun Hao's forces returned sequentially to the territory. After dining under the attentive service of his maid, Su Yi conducted a summary of the day's post-battle events, from the arrival in the wild world at 8 in the morning until the evening's conclusion. The Reincarnation army had obliterated a barbarian army and 9 barbarian villages, resulting in the demise of approximately 4,600 barbarians. It could be said that on the very first day of the Reincarnation territory's foray into the wild world, Su Yi had accomplished the task of slaying 3,000 barbarians. To achieve a higher task evaluation, the Reincarnation territory would naturally strive to eliminate even more barbarians. Following the failure to secure an S rating in the novice task world, Su-yi was determined to pursue an S rating in the second task world, beyond the slaughter of over 4,600 barbarians. The reincarnation territory had also dismantled 24 territories belonging to the Azure Alliance. The Chun civilization had taken another step closer to dominating the Kona region. With minimal losses sustained during a day of combat, Su-yi utilized the majority of his points to recruit citizens, bringing the total number of citizens in the reincarnation territory to 13,085. Among them, 11,448 were combat class citizens, and 1,637 were life class citizens. The number of citizens who had reached level 10 stood at 10,042, while those at level 0 increased to 3,043. The count of white-named citizens now reached an impressive 10,994, while blue-named citizens surpassed 2,000, reaching 2,074. Compared to the morning, the number of level 10 citizens available for battle had decreased, leaving only 9,247 combat-ready soldiers. Several combat-oriented citizens have sustained injuries and are currently receiving treatment at the medical facility, with dozens of them unlikely to return to the battlefield. At present, Su-yi possesses just over 10,000 points, while the remaining experience points are insufficient to elevate even a novice citizen from level 0 to level 10. However, he does have a considerable number of chests at his disposal, for rare chests and 71 advanced chests. He decides to first open the advanced chests, acquiring a variety of items such as citizen recruitment scrolls, 2-star quality stones, and territory relocation orders, which are of particular interest to him. After completing the advanced chests, he turns to the rare chests, which yield a writing desk, 1,000 points, an advanced sword and shield soldier recruitment scroll, and a level 10 spear, 3-star. The most valuable item among these is the rare quality spear, while the advanced sword and shield soldier recruitment scroll has diminished in value for Su-yi. Trading it for civilian-oriented citizens would be more advantageous. With his 6-star royal talent, every 3 citizens he recruits typically results in the emergence of a blue-named citizen. Currently, the focus of the reincarnation territory is on recruiting combat-oriented citizens, ensuring an ample supply of blue-named combat citizens, though blue-named civilian citizens remain scarce. Su-yi contemplates selling the advanced combat citizen recruitment scrolls in the market, but decides to delay any sales for the time being. In addition to the chests, he has acquired numerous other spoils throughout the day, including food, materials, and equipment from the barbarian villages and the Azure Alliance territories. Among these, the level 10 materials obtained from the destruction of the Azure Alliance territories are of utmost importance to him. In the Savage world, level 10 wood is relatively rare compared to the abundance of lower-level wood, and the same likely applies to stone and metal. As a first-tier reincarnation territory, he can construct first-tier territory buildings directly with level 10 materials, negating the need for level 0 materials. Without spending points to purchase level 10 materials, he must rely on what he can acquire from the destroyed Azure Alliance territories. The reincarnation territory aims to establish at least 4,000-person transport squads to accompany the army in their campaigns, plundering the barbarian villages and Azure Alliance territories to gather various spoils for return. Currently, he has nearly formed 2 such transport squads. Tomorrow, he plans to continue recruiting combat-oriented citizens, assigning the level 0 combat citizens to the transport squads, and once they reach level 10, they will join the army. After a day's work, while the number of citizens in the reincarnation territory has increased, the number of level 10 combat citizens available for direct engagement has unfortunately diminished. The army responsible for combat in the reincarnation territory consists entirely of level 10 combat citizens, which indicates a decline in overall strength. This reduction in strength is primarily attributed to the recent battle against the barbarian horde. Despite the reincarnation army being significantly stronger than the barbarian forces, they still suffered considerable losses. Although the rewards for annihilating a barbarian village are minimal, the attacking reincarnation army typically incurs few losses, with injuries being the most common outcome. The next major focus will be the battle for Kona City. As the barbarian army exits the city, the inhabitants within will be increasingly vigilant. Should Lieutenant Lee and Commander Sun be able to return swiftly in the afternoon, along with the scouts, Su-yi intends to utilize the territory relocation order to move the territory adjacent to Kona City and launch an assault. However, due to restrictions on the use of the relocation order, he must wait until the following morning to proceed. Contemplating the events of the day, Su-yi jots down several thoughts, including the formation of a cavalry unit. The barbarian villages possess horses, and there are numerous mounted barbarians among their ranks. Although he did not encounter any barbarian cavalry today, he is certain they will appear in the future. The reincarnation army must undergo specialized training to counter the potential emergence of barbarian cavalry units. Additionally, he must establish a cavalry unit for the reincarnation territory, which would be advantageous for both attacking barbarian cavalry and pursuing fleeing enemies. Once he has recorded his thoughts, Su-yi ceases his contemplation. Feeling somewhat bored and unable to sleep, he opens the group chat to see what the leaders of the Chun civilization have been discussing. In the Chun dominance group, Zoe shares the harrowing events of the afternoon. The situation was perilous, with the barbarian army approaching within 300 meters of his territory before suddenly veering away, only to be annihilated by the formidable forces of the Reincarnation Lord. The prowess of the Reincarnation Lord is truly remarkable. This barbarian army, nearly 2,000 strong and having already decimated several Azure Alliance territories, would require at least 20 territories to form a coalition capable of repelling them. His territory is alarmingly close to Kona City. When will the Reincarnation Lord finally capture it? The Reincarnation Lord has consistently been the focal point of the Shin Dominance group, having obliterated the barbarian army and several Azure Alliance territories, with the Reincarnation Lord single-handedly bringing dominance to the Chun civilization in the Kona region. Those Azure Alliance leaders aware of his presence in the area wisely fled beforehand. Remaining without escape is tantamount to waiting for death. Today, numerous Azure Alliance territories were devastated by the Reincarnation Lord, causing those who could flee to do so, leaving behind only those who are impoverished and unable to afford territory relocation orders. He chuckles to himself about a particularly unfortunate Azure Alliance leader who apparently migrated randomly from another region. One can only imagine his expression upon discovering his territory has relocated to the same region as the Reincarnation Lord. Some group members relay information from the World Chat channel, revealing that the barbarians in the Kona region are relatively weak. Only about 10,000 inhabit the central city, with a standing army of merely 1,500. In contrast, there are regions where the barbarians' standing armies exceed 10,000. The barbarian army's sortie to ravage the territories of the Chun civilization and the Azure Alliance has forced the previously warring Chun civilization and Azure Alliance leaders to unite against this formidable foe. Chapter 90. The Siege of Kona City. Under the cover of night, Lu Yingjie stealthily approached Kona City, aiming to chart out Su Yi's system, map, and select a relocation site for the following morning. The night passed in silence, and a new day dawned. After breakfast, the Reincarnation territory bustled with activity as thousands of level 10 combat citizens gathered in the outer space, while the remaining level 10 combat citizens assembled near the spatial gate within. The battle plan had been meticulously crafted. Li Jun was to lead 4,000 men from the elevated platform established at the territory's edge, directly onto the walls of Kona City. Once the initial soldiers secured a safe space atop the walls, additional troops could ascend via long ladders. Li Jun's objective was to commandeer the four walls of Kona City. Commander Sun also led a contingent of 4,000 men, encircling the city from the outside. Should Li Jun's forces succeed in breaching the city gates, the corresponding contingent would charge in and join forces with Li Jun's troops to eliminate the barbarian presence within. The remaining 1,200 soldiers would remain behind to secure the territory, with preparations complete, as the territory was on the brink of relocation. Su Yi sent a message in the Reincarnation Allied Forces group to inform his neighbors of his impending move. Reincarnation Lord, my territory is about to relocate adjacent to Kona City in preparation for an assault. You are welcome to do as you please. A flurry of exclamation marks erupted in the chat. The Reincarnation Allied Forces group comprises 13 members, and the other 12 leaders of the Chun civilization expressed their astonishment at the news of the Reincarnation territory's relocation. They had anticipated that one day the Reincarnation territory would move, but the swiftness of this decision, particularly to assault Kona City, caught them off guard. It seemed that the territory relocation orders they had used were in vain. However, those who had managed to relocate their territories adjacent to the Reincarnation territory were primarily leaders with ample points, while a minority were in precarious situations. They were not inclined to be upset by the Reincarnation territory's rapid relocation. Under the pressure exerted by the Reincarnation Lord, many Azure Alliance leaders in the Kona region began to relocate. The Reincarnation territory was poised to launch an offensive against Kona City. And even in the absence of the Reincarnation territory, the Chun civilization would dominate the Kona region, rendering the Azure Alliance and the remaining barbarian forces no match for them. Having completed the necessary notifications, Su Yi produced a 1-star territory migration order. Using territory migration order, 1-star. Confirm. Migration complete. Distance traveled, 5,381 meters. The surroundings of the Reincarnation territory transformed rapidly, and within 3 seconds, the northern city wall of the Reincarnation territory nearly touched the southern wall of Kona City. Kill. Li Jun unsheathed his long sword, commanding the soldiers atop the platform to leap directly onto the walls of Kona City. At this moment, a substantial number of soldiers were stationed on the city walls of Kona, yet the emergence of the Reincarnation territory was so sudden that its soldiers surged onto the walls, eliminating many barbarian soldiers who had not yet grasped the situation, clearing an entire section of the area. Li Jun directed his soldiers to swiftly ascend the walls of Kona City, continually expanding their occupied territory. Sun Hao commanded his forces to burst forth from the eastern and western gates, racing out of the territory to rapidly encircle Kona City from all sides. The sudden appearance of the Reincarnation territory caught everyone off guard. At this moment, Kundu was still within the Lord's mansion. With only 240 of the 500 warriors scattered across the city walls, while the initial 2,000 auxiliary soldiers had dwindled to merely 1,000, also dispersed among the walls. Early in the morning, many barbarian soldiers were still groggy, their weapons set aside. The ferocious soldiers of the reincarnation territory charged up the walls, swiftly breaking the morale of the barbarian defenders. Some barbarian warriors managed to react and attempted to resist the onslaught, yet they could not withstand even a second, falling victim to a flurry of blades. More auxiliary soldiers, failing to even grasp their weapons, fled in terror. A few barbarian warriors hastily dismounted and rode toward the Lord's mansion. By the time Kundu received his subordinate's report, the forces of the reincarnation territory had already seized the southern wall of Kona City and opened the southern gate, allowing a 1,000-strong contingent to pour into the city. Li Jun continued to guide the soldiers atop the walls, pressing the attack toward the eastern and western walls. Sun Hao's 2,000-strong teams had reached both sides of Kona City, while the remaining unit hastened its advance toward the northern front. The foreign invaders had already secured the southern wall, and it was likely that it had fallen. As they pressed the attack on the eastern and western walls, the southern gate stood wide open, admitting more of the invaders into the city. "My lord, the situation is perilous. Please flee at once." The rapidly deteriorating circumstances led Kundu to abandon any thoughts of defending Kona City or fears of potential punishment from the barbarian king. Survival was now paramount. Kundu mounted his steed and, accompanied by a few loyal cavalrymen, raced toward the northern gate. However, upon reaching the northern gate, he discovered another foreign army of at least 1,000 soldiers waiting outside. Kona City had been completely encircled by the invaders, and Kundu realized escape was no longer an option. At this moment, his fighting spirit surged. Wielding his great sword, he personally commanded the barbarian soldiers in battle. Within Kona City, numerous barbarians armed with wooden clubs, kitchen knives, farming tools, and various makeshift weapons rushed out of their homes to confront the forces of the reincarnation territory. The barbarian warriors were able to exert some pressure on the soldiers of the reincarnation territory, but against the auxiliary soldiers, it was sheer slaughter. Not to mention the unarmed barbarian civilians. The forces of Li Jun relentlessly advanced, ultimately seizing all 4 walls of Kona City, opening the 4 gates wide, allowing Sun Hao's troops to flood into the city. The forces of Li Jun and Sun Hao converged, charging forth, determined to slay any barbarian in sight, regardless of age or gender. Kill, kill, kill. Many soldiers of the reincarnation territory were consumed by their bloodlust. Su-Yi harbored concerns that excessive bloodshed might affect the morale of the inhabitants, leading to a day when they might turn their blades upon their own. The Lord's conquests across myriad realms were acts of invasion, not the defense of a homeland, making it difficult to soothe the emotions of the populace through ideological education. The best ways to vent such emotions were to either encourage the inhabitants to find partners or to establish brothels. It was not feasible for lords to recruit female inhabitants as prostitutes, as this would lead to widespread disloyalty. However, lords could capture women from the task worlds and send them to brothels. Intelligent beings arriving at the territory could accompany it back to the Lord's world, costing 1 population slot for each intelligent being. Furthermore, once these intelligent beings pledged loyalty to the Lord, he could spend 100 points to recruit them as his subjects. Once an intelligent being became a subject, their level would reset to 0, requiring the Lord to invest experience to level them up again. Additionally, intelligent beings could not engage in trade in the market. The barbarian women of the savage world, Su-Yi felt, were likely unsuitable for the role of prostitutes. Burly, bald, and dark-skinned. Only a select few with peculiar tastes among the inhabitants might find them appealing. Setting aside this matter for now, Su-Yi focused on the progress of his troops in conquering Kona City. Kundu had retreated with his subordinates into the Lord's mansion, while the forces of the reincarnation territory pressed forward, methodically slaying all the barbarians house by house. They advanced to the center of Kona City, where the blue-named combat profession inhabitants led the charge into the Lord's mansion, slaying all remaining barbarians. Kill 10th level barbarian, purple name, gain 220 points for 100 experience. Rare treasure chest. Chapter 91. Forming the cavalry unit. At the moment the forces of the reincarnation territory captured the Lord's mansion in Kona City, it effectively signified the extermination of all barbarians within the city. In this battle, the forces of the reincarnation territory eliminated 13, 406 barbarians, earning 335, 150 points, and 603, 270 experience, alongside acquiring 2 rare treasure chests and 164 high-level treasure chests. The reincarnation territory suffered 171 fatalities, with hundreds injured, fewer than 50 severely wounded. Following this battle, the number of available 10th level combat profession subjects in the reincarnation territory had dwindled to just over 9,000. Prompt recruitment was imperative. Su-Yi first arranged for 2 transport units of 1,000 to enter Kona City to collect supplies. The participating forces of Li Jun and Sun Hao would rotate to rest, and in the afternoon, both units would embark once more, using Kona City as their base to sweep through the territories of the Azure Alliance, as well as the barbarian villages and towns. After organizing these matters, Sui approached the recruitment altar, not rushing to recruit, but rather calculating how many subjects to enlist. This battle yielded 603, 270 experience, sufficient to elevate 1,097 white-named subjects from level 0 to level 10. Thus, Sui's plan was to raise the number of available combat profession subjects in the reincarnation territory to 10,000. Among the newly recruited combatants, Sui intended to include 500 cavalrymen. The war horses collected from Kona City would likely be insufficient for forming a cavalry unit of 500. Yet as the reincarnation territory continued its campaigns in the savage world, the number of captured steeds would inevitably increase, thereby expanding the cavalry unit size. Regrettably, war horses could not be directly upgraded using experience. The steeds captured in the savage world might not be suitable for the next task world, necessitating the acquisition of mounts of a higher level. On a brighter note, due to the average size of barbarians exceeding that of the subjects recruited by the Lord, the war horses in the savage world were more robust and well suited for heavy cavalry. The cavalry recruited by the Lord primarily fell into two categories: heavy cavalry and light cavalry. Heavy cavalry, clad in full armor alongside their steeds, charged forth to trample the enemy, while light cavalry focused on mounted archery. Sui intended to recruit both types of cavalry. After finalizing the recruitment plan, Sui expended 300,000 points to sequentially enlist 3,000 subjects of various combat professions. Among the newly recruited 3,000 subjects, 9 bore purple names, one of whom particularly caught Sui's attention. Name: Xiao Xingwei, purple name. Age: 23. Profession: heavy cavalry. Level: 0. Talent: Lance Mastery, 3 stars. Leadership: 1 star. Equipment: Level 0 heavy armor, 1 star. Level 0 lance, 1 star. Level 0 long knife, 1 star. Loyalty: 80. Excellent. The cavalry unit now had a commander. Sui bestowed a 2-star quality stone upon Xiao Xingwei, thereby elevating his commanding talent from a mere 1 star to 2 stars, enabling him to adeptly lead a cavalry unit of 1,000. However, the establishment of this cavalry force still requires considerable time and effort. It is not solely the steeds ridden by the cavalrymen that must be procured, but also their equipment. Acquiring 10-level cavalry gear through plunder proves to be a daunting challenge, necessitating the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths within the reincarnation territory, as well as the modification of other 10-level equipment for the cavalry's use. Currently, the primary task of the blacksmiths is to collaborate with carpenters in crafting 10-level arrows. As arrows are consumables, the retrieval from battlefields and the confiscation of enemy arrows fall short of meeting the demands of the reincarnation territory's archers, thereby compelling the blacksmiths and carpenters to produce them. Should a shortage persist, purchases must be made from the marketplace and shop. Following a thorough recruitment process, the population of the reincarnation territory has surged to 15,914 souls. The number of dwellings within the territory has surpassed 1,000, adequately accommodating 30,000 inhabitants, thus alleviating the immediate need for additional housing. Among these 15,914 citizens, those of combat professions amount to 14,277, while those engaged in livelihoods stand at 1,637. Moving forward, it is imperative to enhance the numbers of citizens in livelihood professions, and the recruitment scrolls for such professions obtained from treasure chests may be employed directly. The count of 10-level citizens has reached 10,845, with 0-level citizens growing even more rapidly, now totaling 5,069. The number of eligible 10-level combat profession citizens stands precisely at 10,000. The 2 rare treasure chests and 164 high-level chests acquired earlier in the day shall await opening until evening. Upon concluding the recruitment, Sui further organized 2 additional 1,000-man transport units. Together with the 4,000-man transport teams, they commenced the collection of supplies from Kina City. In comparison to gathering resources within the cities of the Great Xia world, the collection in Kina City primarily yields an abundance of poultry and livestock. Notably, horses serve not only as mounts for the cavalry, but also for pulling carts and plowing fields. After a flurry of activity, Sui finally returned to the temporary lord's residence to rest. He summoned the system panel to check the chatter within the group chat, subsequently announcing the conquest of Kina City by the reincarnation territory in the Chengba Tianxia group. Reincarnation Lord, our forces have successfully captured Kina City. For the time being, we need not worry about the barbarian armies in our region. You may form alliances to assault the surrounding barbarian villages and the territories of the Azure Alliance. This afternoon, our army will center around Kina City to cleanse the nearby barbarian villages and the lands of the Azure Alliance. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall migrate to another region by tomorrow morning. Not long after Sui's proclamation, numerous members of the group began to respond. Truly, the Lord of Reincarnation is formidable. A single territory has fallen into his hands, teeming with thousands of barbarians. This morning, I attempted to assault a barbarian village, suffering considerable losses before securing it. The difficulty of tasks has markedly increased since the novice missions. In just 2 days, the Lord of Reincarnation has laid the groundwork for victory in the Kina region, now. Our only concern is the potential arrival of barbarian hordes from elsewhere once he departs. We must expedite the eradication of the barbarians and the Azure Alliance territories in the Kinna region, allowing us to engage in conquests of other regions like the Lord of Reincarnation. The information from the Chungba Tianxia group swiftly traversed to the Azure Alliance group chat, prompting over a dozen lords from the Azure Alliance to utilize their soul migration orders to flee. The Azure Alliance's hopes in the Kinna region are utterly dashed. How unfortunate it is that we share the same region as the Lord of Reincarnation. It is such bad luck. Does anyone have an extra migration order to spare? I would gladly serve as your subordinate. Why must such an extraordinary individual appear among our ranks of novice lords? Why am I cursed to be in the same region as the Lord of Reincarnation? As the lords of the Azure Alliance and the Kinna region seethed with impotent fury, the lords of the Chun civilization began to assemble coalitions, launching assaults on the barbarian villages and the territories of the Azure Alliance. After a midday respite, the forces of the Reincarnation territory also mobilized. Li Jun and Sun Hao led 4,000-man teams, advancing in different directions to obliterate all barbarian villages and the lands of the Azure Alliance along their routes. The diminutive barbarian villages of a mere few hundred could not withstand the onslaught of the 1,000-man teams, and the even smaller territories of the Azure Alliance, comprising at most 100 individuals, were utterly defenseless against the might of the 1,000-man units.